The blade cannot kill, the water cannot drown, and even struck by lightning feels merely like a scratch. Thus, he completely liberated himself, listening to the tales of love and sorrow in the brothels, soaking in the mundane world through cups of wine. Those who displeased him would be swiftly dispatched, regardless of whether they were celestial beings, demons, or monsters. After all, he could not die. Why not revel in a carefree existence until the end of time? Chapter 1. Reluctance. Chu Fan gasped in shock, every bone in his body feeling as though it had been disassembled and reassembled, sending acute pain with every movement. Especially his chest, which felt as though it had been struck by a giant hammer, the fiery pain shooting toward his crown, making him involuntarily groan. He struggled to lift his eyelids. His vision was initially a blur, taking a while to focus, revealing a grotesque wound on his chest, flesh torn and flipped outward, with broken bones visible within. Dark red clots of blood had coagulated but continued to seep fresh blood. Chu Fan was utterly bewildered. Where was he? He distinctly remembered being in his office cubicle, staring at the computer screen, rushing to finish a project report. Unable to keep his eyes open, he had leaned on the desk for a brief nap. Yet upon opening his eyes, he found himself in this ghastly state. What is going on? Am I in a movie? This makeup is too realistic. He instinctively attempted to touch his chest, but as his arm rose halfway, excruciating pain pinned him in place, cold sweat instantly soaking his coarse garment. This was not a mere illusion. The pain was real, the sensation of the wound was real, the sharp stones beneath him, the metallic scent of blood, and the earthy stench all felt terrifyingly authentic. Chu Fan's mind buzzed with confusion. The exhaustion from working overtime, the sharp pain in his chest, and the bizarre scene before him all collided, leaving him momentarily disoriented. Wait, can someone tell me what on earth is happening? Just then, a sharp pain pierced his head, followed by an overwhelming surge of chaotic memories flooding in without warning. Countless unfamiliar images and information clashed in his mind, akin to numerous needles simultaneously stabbing at his temples, causing his vision to darken. He involuntarily groaned, struggling to hold his head in his hands, his knuckles turning white from the strain, his body curling uncontrollably as cold sweat broke out on his forehead. In the midst of the chaos, the memories belonging to himself and those of the original owner of this body gradually became clearer and merged. Chu Fan gasped for breath, finally digesting this unfathomable reality. He stared at the wound on his chest, then glanced around at the desolate mountain forest, forcing a smile that was more wretched than a cry. So, I worked overtime and ended up in another world? Moreover, he arrived in such a near-death state? What dreadful luck! Through the memories flooding his mind, Chu Fan discerned the origins of this body. The original owner was also named Chu Fan and had just turned 18. 2 years prior, both parents had passed away. His father had been the proprietor of a small tavern in Xianxia City, while his mother helped neighbors with sewing and laundry. Through their hard work, the family lived modestly yet stably. The original owner, when young, had been sent by his parents to study martial arts in a city dojo for a few years. Unfortunately, the child could not endure hardship, finding leg stretches and stances too tiring. Moreover, the family could not afford the supplementary training ointments sold at the dojo, so after a few years, he had only learned superficial techniques. Chu Fan held his throbbing head, absorbing this information with mixed emotions. Chu Fan pressed against his throbbing temples, unable to help but grin wryly. He had grown up in an orphanage in his previous life, and throughout his childhood, he had envied those children who had loving parents. He had hoped that upon crossing over, he might at least experience the warmth of family. Yet, here he was, just taking over the original owner's life 2 years after his parents had passed, still an orphan without a father or mother. So it seems I am doomed to be orphaned forever? He mocked himself, the pain in his chest mingling with an indescribable bitterness in his heart, prompting a long sigh. His luck was truly abysmal. Chu Fan glanced around. All he saw were scattered stones and wild grass, with the howling mountain winds, and not a single soul in sight. He looked down again at the deep wound on his chest, blood still seeping out, every movement feeling as though he might fall apart. Damn, he couldn't help but curse, anger surging within him. If I must traverse to another world, could I at least have a more comfortable beginning? In this desolate wilderness, with such a gaping wound, I might bleed to death before anyone else even gets the chance to kill me. The more he thought about it, the more frustrated he became. He yearned to shout at the desolate mountain, feeling that dying from overwork was one thing, but to be thrown into another world only to experience the agony of dying slowly was utterly absurd. The sharp pain in his chest intensified, and his consciousness began to waver. Chu Fan gritted his teeth and spat out a mouthful of blood-tinged saliva, mentally cursing the thugs who had attacked him and his miserable fate. Although the original owner had not achieved much in martial arts, having spent a few years in the dojo, he was still more than capable of dealing with two ordinary people who had never trained. After losing his parents and source of income, he relied on his meager skills to find work as a guard for the Liu family in Heisher City. Though the Liu family was not a prominent clan in Heisher City, they had some status due to connections with the county magistrate's family. They owned several shops and properties, and while the guard's salary was meager, it was enough for the original owner to scrape by. However, trouble had brewed a few days ago when the original owner, on a night patrol, inadvertently stumbled upon Liu Xuan, the eldest son of the Liu family, in a clandestine meeting with the master's concubine in the back garden. Liu Xuan, a cowardly and inept individual, was terrified of being discovered. Fearing that the original owner would expose the affair, he secretly plotted to kill him. Early this morning, Liu Xuan concocted an excuse about needing to escort a shipment outside the city, luring the original owner to this desolate area. Upon arrival, several ambushers who had been lying in wait emerged from the woods and began mercilessly beating the original owner, clearly intent on ending his life. Upon absorbing this memory, Chu Fan's chest trembled with anger, even the pain in his chest unable to quell his fury. Damn, just for stumbling upon a trivial matter, they want to kill me? What kind of beast is Liu Xuan? He hissed through clenched teeth, nearly biting his gums until they bled. The original owner must have been cursed for 8 lifetimes to have encountered such a scoundrel. So, not only had he crossed over to become an orphan, but he was also a victim of the master's son's treachery, now lying half dead in this wilderness with no one to retrieve his body. As his consciousness blurred further with each drop of blood lost, Chu Fan was left with an overwhelming sense of unwillingness. I just crossed over, and I'm already dying? I refuse to accept this. I will not go quietly. With this thought, Chu Fan's body trembled with rage, the wound on his chest feeling as though it had been salted, making him nearly black out, yet the fire of indignation within him blazed even brighter. Liu Xuan. He gritted his teeth as he uttered the name, wishing he could grab a knife and storm back to the Liu family to turn that scoundrel into mincemeat. Why should it be that others who traverse to another world are either princes or prodigies, starting with golden opportunities, enjoying every luxury? And what of him, crossing over as a helpless orphan, only to be betrayed by the young master and left to die in this forsaken place? What kind of ridiculous start is this? Chu Fan slammed his fist into the ground, the sharp stones digging painfully into his hand, yet this pain was nothing compared to the frustration in his heart. He gasped for breath, his vision growing blurrier and his strength draining away. Was this truly how it would end? He would not accept it. He absolutely would not. Chu Fan's consciousness grew heavier, the pain in his chest gradually fading, and the last remnants of unwillingness lodged in his throat, leaving him without the strength to curse. His eyelids became increasingly heavy until they finally closed completely, and his breathing ceased. Is this how it ends? This was his final thought. In the next moment, a peculiar sensation surged within him, as if his soul had been pulled from a mire filled with lead, floating lightly in midair. He saw his broken body lying on the ground, the wound on his chest still grotesque, but no longer bleeding. Immediately, the remnants of that body began to transform into wisps of pale blue smoke, gently rising and converging towards his consciousness. Chu Fan was bewildered. Was this an illusion after death? Before he could comprehend, the blue smoke surged violently into his awareness. Consequently, a brand new body coalesced at a visibly rapid pace, with smooth skin and intact sinews. Even the previously severed meridians gradually mended under the nurturing embrace of the blue smoke. Chapter 2. The Immortal Body. More astonishingly, as the final wisp of azure smoke was absorbed by the new form, a warm sensation coursed through every limb and sinew. It felt as if he had instantaneously consumed an abundance of healing elixirs, banishing all weariness and pain, leaving him even more invigorated than before his transmigration. Simultaneously, 2 lines of cold text abruptly manifested in his mind. Transmigration benefit, immortal body activated. Innate trait. During the reshaping of the body, residual energy can be absorbed, equivalent to the effects of detoxifying elixirs. Innate trait. Can choose to resurrect in any location previously visited. Chu Fan stood frozen, gazing down at his unscathed chest, running his hands over his limbs. His skin was smooth and his strength abundant. There was not a trace of the deathly state he had just endured. No, an immortal body? He murmured, suddenly raising his hand to pinch his thigh. Ouch! A clear sensation of pain surged forth. This was no mere illusion. He had truly come back to life. Moreover, he had acquired such an extraordinary ability. The despair of imminent demise was instantly swept away by overwhelming ecstasy, and Chu Fan could not help but chuckle softly. As his laughter grew louder, it transformed into a joyous roar, reverberating across the vast wilderness and startling a flock of birds into flight. Ha ha ha, Lu Xian, you didn't see this coming, did you? I'm still alive. While others revel in their newfound lives, I now possess an immortal body. I am far superior to them. Stretching his limbs, he felt the surge of power within him. After absorbing the remnants of his former self, not only had his injuries healed completely, but the meager foundation of the original owner seemed to have strengthened considerably. An immortal body that could grow stronger from the remnants? Chu Fan's eyes sparkled with increasing brightness, a proud smirk forming at the corners of his lips. Lu Xian, you've beaten me to this extent. We shall settle this score. You wish for my demise. Then I shall defiantly return and disrupt your Lu family's peace. Just wait. I'm coming back to repay your kindness. Once he regained his composure, Chu Fan instinctively reviewed the meager martial skills learned by the original owner. These were taught by the original's parents at great expense, a set of Changchun skill and a set of Breaking Waves blade. Though termed martial arts, they were merely the most rudimentary of introductory techniques. Chu Fan rummaged through his memories. The Changchun skill could only be cultivated to the 3rd level of the acquired realm, unlocking 36 of the 108 acupoints within the body. Beyond that, it was futile. The Breaking Waves blade was no different, boasting a surplus of force but lacking in intricate variations. Was this truly worth the exorbitant cost? Chu Fan clicked his tongue in mild frustration. In a true cultivation world, this would barely be considered a novice level. However, reflecting on the remote locale of Blackstone City, one could hardly expect to acquire anything of greater value. According to the original owner's memories, those who could touch the threshold of the 3rd level in this county were already regarded as somewhat renowned practitioners. The most prominent family in Blackstone City is the Wu clan, and their patriarch, Wu Qianxiong, strides through the town with an imposing presence. Despite possessing merely the cultivation of the 5th layer of the acquired realm, the 3rd layer of the acquired realm is quite sufficient in this modest locale. Chu Fan flexed his wrist, sensing the subtle surge of energy within him from absorbing the remnants of a corpse. First, he needed to grasp the Changchun Gong, opening the 36 acupoints before proceeding. After all, with his immortal body as a safety net, even if his training were slow, he could afford to die a few times. The energy absorbed from the remnants would undoubtedly bolster his progress. As for switching cultivation methods in the future, a smirk crept across Chu Fan's lips. Once he returned to settle scores with Lu Xian and disrupted the Lu family's affairs, he would have ample time to seek out superior techniques. With his immortal body, what was there to fear? Even if he could not match the Lu family's guardians, and regardless of Lu Xian's backing from the magistrate, what of it? Should he die, he could merely reconstruct his body, and the energy absorbed would simultaneously elevate his cultivation, a risk-free endeavor. The more he contemplated, the more exhilarated he felt. The previous feelings of frustration and resentment had dissipated, replaced by an audacious confidence. Lu Xian, do you not wish for my demise? He clenched his fists, knuckles cracking, determined to return alive and dance at the gates of the Lu family, eager to see how they would respond. With the trump card of immortality, not even a mere young master of the Lu family could confine him. Fear? The moment he attained his immortal body, that word was erased from his vocabulary. Catching sight of a long blade lying in the grass by the roadside, which had fallen from its sheath when the original owner was dragged here, he bent down to retrieve it. The hilt was smooth from wear, and although the blade was not of the finest quality, it gleamed brightly. Gazing at his reflection on the blade, a thought suddenly emerged. It was the perfect opportunity to test just how reliable this immortality truly was. He halted, inhaling deeply, raising the long knife to press its cold edge against his throat. The chilling sensation made him shiver, and he involuntarily swallowed hard. Was he really about to take such a drastic measure against himself? Chu Fan muttered. His fingers pressing down, he floated in midair, clearly observing his former body lying in a pool of blood, the gaping wound on the neck grotesque and terrifying, devoid of any signs of life. Yet, in the next moment, the old body began to dissipate, flesh, bone, and blood transforming into wisps of bluish-gray smoke that ascended delicately. Chapter 3. The first layer of the post-apocalypse. Beside the old form, a brand-new body was coalescing at a visible speed. From indistinct contours to distinct features, from an ethereal shape to warm, tangible skin within a single breath. It had become an exact replica of his former self. Even the creases on the clothing were perfectly mirrored. Subsequently, the bluish-gray smoke seemed to be drawn, slowly drifting towards the new body, penetrating through the skin. Buzz. The body trembled violently, and Chu Fan instantaneously regained control. He looked down at his chest and neck, both intact. Even the minor skin injury from the blade had vanished without a trace. More astonishingly, a warm energy spread throughout his being, flowing along the pathways of the Changchun Gong. Wherever it passed, previously stagnant acupoints began to loosen slightly, and the sensation of qi became notably more profound. Chu Fan raised his hand to touch his neck, then clenched his fist, feeling the palpable surge of strength within him, his eyes widening in disbelief. The old body transformed into smoke. The new body absorbed it, not only evading death, but genuinely growing stronger. This was not merely an immortal body. It was a bespoke immortality enhancement. He picked up the long knife from the ground and swung it towards the setting sun, the blade slicing through the air with newfound sharpness. Just moments ago, he had experienced death in the most visceral sense, yet now, aside from the warmth within, there was no trace of discomfort. Ha ha ha! Chu Fan couldn't help but erupt in hearty laughter, his voice brimming with uncontainable excitement and arrogance. Sensing the warm power derived from his former body, he felt a surge of inspiration and sought a relatively flat stone to sit cross-legged upon. He recalled the method of the Changchun Gong, focusing his mind and guiding the energy through his meridians. Strangely, areas that had previously felt sluggish now flowed with extraordinary smoothness. The energy seemed imbued with a will of its own, rushing towards the blocked acupoints. Buzz. As the first acupoint was opened, Chu Fan quivered as if an electric current coursed through him, a tingling sensation mingling with indescribable relief. Soon after, the second and third acupoints were breached. The energy surged within him, each opening thickening the sensation of qi. In less than half an hour, as the final surge of energy was refined, Chu Fan gradually opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance sparkling within. He gazed inward, clearly perceiving that the qi flowing through his meridians was now several times stronger than before. Astonishingly, alongside the 2 acupoints that had been opened by the original host, 6 more nodes glimmering with faint light had emerged, totaling 8 acupoints now unlocked. How could it be so swift? Chu Fan was both astonished and elated. The original owner had spent 2 whole years to open those 2 acupoints, yet had managed to absorb the energy of a remnant body and directly unlock 6. He calculated with his fingers. To reach the first level of the acquired realm, he needed to open 12 acupoints, leaving just 4 more to go. Clenching his fist, he felt the palpable surge of power within him, and a smile crept onto his lips. If he could open 4 more, he would ascend to the first level of the acquired realm. Rising to his feet, he stretched his limbs. The sound of his bones cracking resonated with a sense of strength. Chu Fan glanced up at the sky. The sunset had nearly faded, and the outlines of the distant mountains began to blur. If he hurried back now, he feared that by the time he reached the gates of Blackstone City, they would have already closed for the night. He smacked his lips, contemplating his options. Since returning was not feasible, why not practice a little longer in the mountains? The thought of self-harm felt slightly awkward to him. After all, who would willingly contemplate such drastic measures? Yet, the previous outcome was undeniable. He had not only survived, but had also opened 6 acupoints in one breath, a pace of cultivation that the original owner would never have dared to dream of. Awkward or not, strength was the ultimate truth. Chu Fan weighed the long knife in his hand, his gaze gradually firming. After all, he could not die and could only grow stronger. What was a minor psychological barrier in comparison? Surveying his surroundings to ensure no one was near, he approached a large tree and once again raised a knife. For the sake of strength and to settle accounts with Lu Xian, he was resolved to take the plunge. As the blade grazed his neck, Chu Fan shut his eyes tightly. The familiar sensation of weightlessness and darkness enveloped him, followed by the profound process of his new body coalescing while the old one dissipated into smoke. When he opened his eyes again, the warmth of power within him surged even more fiercely than before. Once more, Chu Fan sat cross-legged, unhesitatingly channeling the Changchun Gong. As the night deepened, the forest echoed with occasional beastly roars. Yet these sounds could not overshadow the subtle fluctuations of energy. Beneath the great tree, Chu Fan's acupoints ignited at an astonishing speed, one after another. When the final surge of energy struck the 4th acupoint, he felt a soft pop resonate within, as if breaking through an invisible barrier. In an instant, a far more robust sensation of qi erupted through his meridians, coursing along the pathway of the Changchun Gong. Wherever it flowed, his limbs and bones were infused with this power, eliciting a profound sense of satisfaction. He suddenly opened his eyes, a glint of brilliance flashing within them, and instinctively clenched his fist, the knuckles cracking with clarity. A tangible sense of strength surged from deep within his muscles, far surpassing what he had just experienced. Success. Chu Fan's heart swelled with joy as he turned his inner gaze upon himself, discovering that all 12 acupoints had indeed lit up, like 12 stars shimmering in his meridians. The sensations of qi circulated incessantly, signifying his entry into the first level of the acquired realm through the Changchun Gong. From merely 2 acupoints to now having opened 12, he had ascended to the acquired realm in just a few brief cycles of rebirth. Chu Fan rose to his feet, stretching his limbs, feeling as light as a swallow. An inexhaustible power surging within him. He casually struck a nearby tree trunk with his fist, and with a resounding crack, he left a shallow imprint on the hard bark. Is this the strength of the first stage of postnatal cultivation? He felt a mix of astonishment and exhilaration. The previous owner of this body had trained for so long, yet could barely break a few bricks. How could he possess such formidable strength? Clearly, absorbing the remnants of energy not only unblocked his meridians, but also tempered his flesh. As night deepened and a cool breeze flowed through the forest, Chu Fan felt no chill, for the energy within him radiated warmth. Chapter 4. Completion of the Changchun Technique. Sensing the robust power coursing through him, Chu Fan gazed at the long knife in his hand, his eyes igniting with fervor. The results were astonishing. If he did not seize this opportunity to practice a few more times, it would be a disservice to the pain he had endured. Taking a deep breath, he raised the knife once more, the blade grazing his neck, causing his fingertips to tremble momentarily. Continue, he murmured to himself, his tone laced with a hint of determination. At the moment the blade sliced through his skin, he even managed a wry smile, despite the anxiety that gripped him. Having faced death multiple times, he should have grown accustomed to it. Yet, each time the blade met his flesh, a shiver of trepidation coursed through him. Anyone would likely develop a psychological scar from daily encounters with a knife against their throat. But in the next instant, searing pain engulfed him, and consciousness faded into darkness. He reassured himself, "It's fine. I will revive soon and grow stronger." With a splatter, warm blood fell upon the grass, his old body collapsing softly, soon transforming into azure smoke, drifting toward the newly formed corporeal form. When Chu Fan opened his eyes again, feeling a more profound energy within him, the prior unease was swiftly overshadowed by the joy of newfound strength. He shook his head, moved his neck, and smiled broadly. Regardless of the discomfort, strength was what mattered. Once more, Chu Fan settled into a meditative position, calming his mind to circulate the Changchun technique. The newly absorbed energy flowed through the prescribed pathways, impacting the next set of meridians yet to be unblocked. However, this time, he distinctly sensed a greater resistance as the energy collided with the meridians. The previously smooth sensation of unblocking had diminished significantly. It felt as if the energy were striking against a resilient sponge, requiring far more effort to penetrate. After a full half hour, accompanied by 2 faint hums, 2 more meridians finally illuminated. Chu Fan ceased his practice and opened his eyes, a slight frown creasing his brow, disappointment creeping into his heart. Just 2? He clicked his tongue, beginning to understand that the higher one's cultivation, the tougher the meridians became, making breakthroughs increasingly arduous. The prior leap from 2 to 12 meridians had been a boundary-crossing breakthrough, with the energy from the remnants erupting in a concentrated burst, making it seem effortless. Now, at the first stage of postnatal cultivation, every advancement required solid accumulation. However, Chu Fan soon found solace, raising his hand to feel the more substantial energy within him compared to before. Even if he could only open 2 meridians at a time, his progress was remarkably swift compared to others. The original owner had taken 2 years to merely unlock 2, averaging a year for each. Although it was due to the original owner's inability to afford the ointments from the martial arts school, he had already advanced from 2 to 14 in just a single night. If this feat were to be revealed, it would surely leave everyone astounded. Why rush? Patience is key. Chu Fan stood, brushing off the grass clippings from his attire, his gaze resolute once more. After all, time was on his side, and he had plenty of opportunities to embrace death. He wiped away the non-existent blood on his neck and glanced at the newly illuminated meridians within him. Without hesitation, he positioned his long knife against his throat again. The sound of the blade piercing flesh resonated sharply in the tranquil forest, and, as the old body collapsed, a new form coalesced amidst the azure smoke. Settling into a cross-legged position, a more refined energy flowed through his veins, colliding with the stubborn meridians. This time, the process was smoother. After half an hour, 2 meridians lit up with a faint glow. Not bad. Chu Fan clenched his fist, sensing the increasingly potent energy within him. Showing no sign of pause. Once more, he seized the knife, his eyes filled with a fierce determination. It mattered not how many he could open at once. As long as there was room for growth, he would not cease. 2 hours later, he had successfully broken through 24 meridians, astonishingly reaching the second layer of the acquired realm. He exhaled, gazing towards the faint outline of Blackstone City's walls, licking his cracked lips. Wiping the blood from his blade, his gaze turned cold as ice towards the city. The mere thought of Lu Xian possibly reclining on the soft couch of the Lu residence, indulging in wine with a concubine, blissfully unaware of his survival, ignited a fierce flame within him. How could this be? That scoundrel revels in the city while he toils in these desolate mountains, repeatedly pushing himself to the brink of death to grow stronger? Lu Xian, you had better pray for a peaceful night's sleep. With gritted teeth, his voice laced with venom, he vowed that granting you another night was merely because he had yet to gather the strength to deal with you. Once he entered the city, he tightened his grip on the long knife, knuckles turning white. If I do not sever your limbs, I shall not be called Chu Fan. With that declaration, he wasted no time and lifted the knife once more. As dawn broke, casting a pale light across the horizon, the mist in the forest still lingered. Suddenly, Chu Fan opened his eyes, a sharp glimmer flashing within. The final surge of energy precisely struck the 36th meridian, and a soft hum resonated as the block was entirely cleared. An overwhelming surge of energy instantly enveloped him, joyfully coursing through his veins, harmonizing with the other 35 meridians, forming a complete cycle. It is done. With a long sigh of relief, Chu Fan slowly rose to his feet, stretching his limbs as a series of crackling sounds echoed from his joints, brimming with explosive power. He turned his gaze inward, where 36 acupoints shone like brilliant pearls within him, their energy flowing ceaselessly, dense and profound. This marked the ultimate realm attainable through the Changchun Gong. From just 2 acupoints the previous night to now 36 in a single night. He had not only stepped into the first layer of the postnatal realm, but had also perfected this foundational practice. He had ascended to the 3rd layer of the postnatal realm. Clenching his fist, Chu Fan felt the surging power coursing through him, his heart ablaze with exhilaration. Had this been the original owner, it would have taken a lifetime to reach such a level, yet he had achieved it through a night of relentless cultivation. As he continued to stretch, he experienced the overwhelming force generated by the simultaneous operation of his 36 acupoints, a confident smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Having perfected the Changchun Gong and attained the 3rd layer of the postnatal realm, he was indeed a formidable figure in Blackstone City. In the original owner's memories, the captain of the Lu family's guards was merely at the 2nd layer of the postnatal realm, strutting through the city with audacity, commanding respect even from shopkeepers. Now, he stood a whole realm above that captain, the 3rd layer of the postnatal realm. Chu Fan weighed the long blade in his hand, its edge glistening coldly in the morning light. Upon returning, it would be Lu Xian's turn to fear him. Once a mere pawn, he had transformed into a master worthy of recognition in Blackstone City overnight. Chapter 5. Shifting Dimensions? Zhufan Ponde. The profound sensations he experienced during his repeated rebirths lingered in his thoughts. The transformation from old body to smoke and the new body coalescing seemed to conceal deeper mysteries. Was immortality merely the reconstruction of the physical form? Furrowing his brow, he suddenly questioned whether he could be reborn back on Earth. This thought ignited a spark of interest within him, prompting him to halt in his tracks and raise the long blade once more. He would attempt it again. The blade sliced across his neck, pain and darkness enveloping him as expected. As the familiar mystical sensation enveloped his consciousness, Chu Fan focused intent in the next moment. He opened his eyes amidst a pile of rubble. Lowering his gaze, he confirmed that his new body had indeed materialized here. Not far away, The old body that had just collapsed beneath a tree was slowly dissipating into wisps of azure smoke, carried by the wind and fully absorbed by the new form. Success! A spark ignited in Chu Fan's eyes, and clarity flooded his mind. It appeared that the location of rebirth for this immortal body was not entirely random. He could not arbitrarily designate a strange place, but he could choose to return to a location he had previously occupied after traversing here. Now, this was intriguing. He grinned widely, his earlier apprehensions evaporating. Even if he were to be confined, dying once would merely allow him to return to his former spot. Who could truly restrain him? This ability was tailor-made for escape. Chu Fan dusted off his clothes, reveling in the burgeoning power within him, his spirits soaring. He raised his gaze towards the direction of Blackstone City, a hint of malice glimmering in his eyes. Lu Xian, now there's nothing that could impede my path. Confirming that he could autonomously select his own rebirth location filled Chu Fan with exuberance. Ha! This was indeed invincible. He burst into hearty laughter. The last remnants of his doubts completely dissipated. No one could slay him, that was assured. After all, the immortality of his being guaranteed survival, no matter how many times he was struck down. More crucially, he could not even be confined, even if thrown into a dungeon. Shackled with iron chains, what of it? As long as he died once, he could return directly to a place he had visited, and his adversaries would be unable to even grasp his shadow. This ability was nothing short of divine. The more Chu Fan contemplated, the more exhilarated he became. Brandishing his sword, he spun in place, pondering the county magistrate's intent to protect the Lu family. Even if all the forces of Blackstone City joined forces. If he wished to leave, who could possibly obstruct him? With this capability at his disposal, he could traverse the world as he pleased, gripping his long blade tightly. His eyes radiated confidence and bravado. Subsequently, Chu Fan simply took his sword and traversed the desolate mountains. He deliberately targeted the locations he had previously passed through, beside the stones by the stream, beneath the gnarled tree, and within the thickets halfway up the mountain. At each spot, he wowed. This implies that he possesses not only the ability to evade death and confinement, but also the remarkable talent to resurrect at previously visited locations. As Chu Fan played with his long knife, he suddenly felt that repeatedly slicing his neck with it was somewhat crude and lacked finesse. The act of using a knife on his neck seemed rather undignified. Muttering to himself, he attempted to channel the internal energy he had just gathered, directing it forcefully towards his heart meridian as per the techniques etched in his memory. A sudden, intense pain erupted from his chest, more subtle yet direct than a mere throat cut. The internal energy surged backward, shattering his heart meridian in an instant. Chu Fan did not emit a sound as his body fell lifelessly to the ground. In a moment, his consciousness departed from his body. He focused his thoughts on a crooked tree not far away. Indeed, this time, there were no obstacles, and his new form quickly coalesced beneath the tree, while the remnants of his old body transformed into green smoke, drifting and being absorbed entirely by his new form. Chu Fan moved his shoulders, feeling the unscathed internal energy within him, and nodded in satisfaction. This was much better, silent and unobtrusive. Evidently, the triggers for his immortality were varied. Any death, be it from external or internal injury, could catalyze his rebirth. A sudden thought flashed through Chu Fan's mind, causing him to pause momentarily. Of course, in the midst of a fight, he could shatter his heart meridian, resurrect right beside his opponent, or even behind them. At that moment, the adversary would surely be bewildered, and he could readily dispatch them with a knife in hand. Such a move was diabolical. Chu Fan couldn't help but chuckle, a glimmer of cunning dancing in his eyes. Who could anticipate such a tactic? They would be oblivious to their impending doom. The more he pondered, the more he perceived the myriad possibilities concealed within this ability. It was not merely a means to deceive others. He could masquerade as a master of lightness. With a slap to his thigh, inspiration struck him. Indeed, it would be akin to lightness. Chu Fan rubbed his nose, convinced that this misunderstanding was utterly perfect. Even if someone were to suspect him, they would only attribute it to profound martial arts, never guessing that his instantaneous movement was a result of death. This tactic not only misled opponents, but also elevated his own prestige, rendering it flawless. In the realm of martial arts, speed was unmatched. Chu Fan Tuka Sopti, stroking his chin, envisioning a scenario where others believed he had mastered unparalleled lightness, completely unaware that it was death that facilitated his emergence. This was the plan. He quickened his pace, his steps light, as if he had genuinely practiced exceptional lightness, intending to first hone his skills on the Liu family as foolish lot, allowing them to witness what it meant to be elusive and ghostly. Chapter 6. The Honest Man. After half an hour of travel, the shadow of Blackstone City gradually came into view. From a distance, he spotted figures at the city gate, scattered in small groups, mostly villagers from the outskirts. Some were carrying half baskets of soil-covered vegetables, glistening with morning dew, while others bore bamboo baskets filled with freshly picked beans and eggplants, the weight bending the basket's rim. They had come early to the city, hoping to exchange these fresh produce for some coins. The commotion at the city gate wafted through the air, mingling the earthy aroma with that of the vegetables, alleviating the fatigue of the journey considerably. Upon entering the city, the cacophony of the marketplace surged around him. Chu Fan did not linger, swiftly following the familiar cobblestone path. After turning around 2 corners, he beheld the green brick archway of his modest courtyard. Stepping inside, he glanced around and found the surroundings to be exceedingly sparse. An old wooden table, 2 rickety chairs, and a half-worn wooden box piled in the corner were the only furnishings, revealing a life of frugality at a mere glance. Paying little heed to his surroundings, Chu Fan approached the table, seized a coarse porcelain bowl, and filled it to the brim with water, which he gulped down voraciously. His Adam's apple bobbed as he drained the bowl, finally exhaling a long sigh, feeling the sweat on his brow dissipate slightly. After catching his breath, a thought flickered in his mind. Could he attempt to end his life in the city and perhaps be reborn outside its confines? Without hesitation, he summoned his internal energy. A sharp pain erupted from his heart, and his pulse shattered. He fixated on the place outside the city, where he had once lain upon rebirth, and in an instant, the scene before him transformed. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in the desolate land outside the city. Meanwhile, the lifeless body that lay in the squalid chamber within the city was now dissipating into wisps of blue smoke, drifting gently and merging into his new form, leaving no trace. It had indeed succeeded. A surge of elation coursed through Chu Fan. He realized that any place he had visited could be revisited through this method. With this newfound ability, the vastness of the world seemed inconsequential. Gazing at the silhouette of Blackstone City in the distance, a smile crept upon his lips, and he felt a lightness in his being, as if the fatigue and tension he had felt moments ago had evaporated completely. Very well, I shall return and sever Liu Xian's limbs, allowing him to die slowly in agony. Chu Fan's voice was low, laced with a fierce determination. His fists clenched tightly at his sides. Whoever dares to obstruct me shall perish as well. A flicker of malice glinted in his eyes. No longer willing to expend energy on the journey, Chu Fan simply closed his eyes, channeled his internal strength once more, and shattered his pulse again. The excruciating pain flared and vanished in a flash, his thoughts solely focused on the humble room in the city. The next moment, as the light and shadows shifted, he opened high, the prior transformation brought about by the wisps of azure smoke within his body, when coupled with the horizontal training technique, might indeed elevate his constitution to new heights. It seemed promising. Resolute in his thoughts, Chu Fan seized a long knife and turned to exit. The streets were already bustling with activity, breakfast stalls lining the way. The steam rising from the steaming baskets enveloped the air with the enticing aroma of meat, while the golden oil sticks sizzled in the frying pan, mingling with the sweet scent of soy milk that wafted far and wide. Chu Fan found a spot against the wall to sit, calling out, "A bowl of soy milk and 2 servings of oil sticks, please." The vendor swiftly filled a coarse ceramic bowl with soy milk and retrieved the freshly fried oil sticks from the wire rack, handing them over while still warm. He tore a piece of the oil stick and dipped it into the soy milk, savoring the warmth that spread within him. After a few bites, he tossed a fragment of silver onto the table, stood up with his knife in hand, and proceeded toward the Liu residence. Inside the Liu household, Master Liu Jiqiang had long risen and was sharing breakfast with his second son, Liu Wen. The table was adorned with several exquisite side dishes and a bowl of steaming white porridge, the father and son seated across from one another. Liu Wen set down his chopsticks and inquired softly, "Father, is elder brother still not awake?" Liu Jiqiang snorted dismissively, a hint of impatience in his tone. "Humph. Do not concern yourself with your elder brother. He spends his days idly. This family will have to rely on you in the future." "Father, please do not speak so," Liu Wen replied with a humble smile, though a fleeting glimmer of ambition flashed in his eyes, quickly concealed beneath a facade of submissiveness. Meanwhile, Lu Xian had already awakened, but lingered in his courtyard rather than joining in the main hall. Reclining in a grand chair on the porch, he faced the several bodyguards from the previous day, their expressions grim. "Have you dealt with that brat?" Lu Xian's voice was low, tinged with menace. "Lu San." One of the guards immediately bowed and replied, his voice lowered further. "Rest assured, young master, we have disposed of him in the desolate mountains outside the city. By now, he is likely nothing but a feast for wild beasts." "Good work." Lu Xian exhaled in relief, pulling out a heavy purse from his bosom and tossing it over. "Take this and divide it." His fingers gently tapped the armrest as he mused inwardly. This was a critical moment in the struggle for family inheritance. Should the old man learn of the incident, the entanglements with his concubine could jeopardize his chances of inheriting the family estate. Especially Lu Wan, who feigned humility and compliance, charming the old man as if he were a grandchild. Did he truly believe Lu Xian was oblivious to the ambition lurking in his brother's gaze? The more he pondered, the more irritated he became, his brows knitting into a tight frown. At that moment, Chu Fan stood outside the crimson-painted main gate of the Lu residence, holding his long knife. The two guards at the door glanced up and immediately recognized him. Was he not the quiet, earnest lad who toiled day in and day out? With only a modicum of skills, he had managed to blend into the ranks of the guards, yet was often overshadowed by others, his abilities ranking among the lowest, allowing anyone to command him at will. One of the guards furrowed his brow and, with a hint of disdain, reprimanded, "Who allowed you to approach the main entrance? Do you truly believe yourself to be of any significance? Hasten to the back in trance, and cease to be an eyesore here." Another individual scoffed, their gaze brimming with disdain, clearly dismissing the honest man before them. Chapter 7. Scandal. Chu Fan tightened his grip on the hilt of his knife, his expression suddenly turning icy. The noise. As soon as he uttered those words, his figure was already in motion, dealing with these two guards, who had barely managed to open 5 or 6 acupoints and were not even at the first level of postnatal mastery, required no unsheathing of his blade. With a swift motion, Chu Fan struck simultaneously with both hands, producing 2 crisp slaps that carried tremendous force. With 2 sharp cracks, the guards barely had time to scream before they clutched their mouths, spitting blood mixed with broken teeth, collapsing to the ground like limp ragdolls, unconscious. A number of early risers lined the streets, witnessing the audacity of someone daring to act in front of the Lu residence, knocking down the guards. Instantly, it was as if a hornet's nest had been disturbed, with a crowd gathering in a frenzy. "Oh my, whose boldness is this, to wreak havoc before the Lu family?" An old man carrying a vegetable basket paused, straining to peer forward. Nearby, a vendor selling breakfast leaned forward, cloth in hand. Is that young man still holding a knife? Could he be seeking revenge? She'll keep it down. Did you not see that it was the Lu family-esque guards who were struck? This is unprecedented. A man dressed in casual attire tugged at him, his eyes fixated on Chu Fan's retreating figure. The crowd erupted into a cacophony of chatter and gasps, some recoiling in fright, while others, unable to contain their curiosity, craned their necks to glimpse the unfolding scene. This was precisely the reaction Chu Fan desired. Since Lu Xian dared to resort to lethal measures out of fear that his father's illicit affair would be exposed, he would tear down this veil of shame entirely, allowing the entire city to witness the grand misdeeds of the Lu family's heir. As this thought took shape, Chu Fan harnessed his inner strength, his voice suddenly soaring like thunder before the Lu residents. "Lu Xian, you despicable creature, engaging in a sordid affair with your father's concubine, and after the incident, having the audacity to commit murder to silence it. Today, I come to seek justice." His shout resonated powerfully, not only clear to the onlookers, but also causing a hush within the estate itself. With each word to be entangled with one's father's concubine is utterly outrageous. A man clad in a blue shirt gaped in shock, dropping the weight he held to the ground. I suspected that young Master Lu had been feeling guilty lately. It turns out he harbored such sordid affairs in his heart. To cover up his misdeeds, resorting to extreme measures. How cruel. A peddler approached, lowering his voice, yet unable to conceal his excitement. It seems there will be quite a spectacle. The Lu family is bound to descend into chaos. Indeed, I had often seen young Master Lu strut about like a proud rooster, but it appears he was merely emboldened by the hidden secrets within his home. A lad in a short coat laughed heartily, slapping his thigh, remarking that if his father were to learn of this, he would surely break 3 legs. Perhaps young Master Lu heir is secretly reveling in this. With his brother's blunder, the family fortune may very well fall into his lap. The young man with the burden curled his lip in disdain. The crowd buzzed with astonished exclamations and fervent discussions, many straining to catch a glimpse of the unfolding drama at the Liu residence, their eyes alight with eager anticipation. Inside the Liu household, chaos reigned supreme. In the front hall, Liu Jiqiang had just taken a sip of porridge when he sputtered it out, the porcelain bowl crashing to the floor. His face shifted from red to ashen as he trembled with rage, pointing toward the door and exclaiming, "Unfilial son! This ungrateful wretch!" Liu quickly rose to assist, his expression marked by an unsettling calm, advising, "Father, do not be too agitated. Perhaps the rumors outside are nothing but fabrications." Yet, the glint in his eyes betrayed his anticipation of a thrilling spectacle. In the back courtyard, the concubine, upon hearing the commotion, turned pale with fright, trembling in her room. She could not steady the teacup handed to her by her maid, which fell to the ground and shattered. Several servant women huddled in the corner, whispering among themselves, yet too fearful to speak aloud. Their expressions were a mix of shock and fear, their tasks long abandoned as they strained to listen to the tumult in the front hall. A few astute servants had already stealthily slipped to the side door, attempting to gather information while remaining wary of being discovered by their master, their demeanor resembling that of frightened mice. Liu Laoi had no time to eat breakfast. He slammed the table, causing the steam from his porridge to ripple. He commanded urgently, "Quick! Tell that rascal outside to silence himself." Taking a deep breath, his gaze turned venomous. "It is best he never speaks again. We shall assert that someone is maliciously spreading rumors to tarnish the Liu family's reputation, regardless of the truth. We must contain this scandal." Liu Jiqiang harbored a singular thought. This disgrace must not become common knowledge. Liu nodded in agreement, maintaining his obedient facade as he swiftly walked to the front hall entrance, quietly instructing Ma Cheng, the head of the guards, who had rushed over upon hearing the news. Ma Cheng bowed in response. "Yes, young master too." He kept his head bowed, yet his mind was clear. The catastrophic scandal involving young Master 1 could very well determine the future of the Liu family, shifting it irrevocably into the hands of young Master 2. With this realization, his respect for Liu deepened with sincerity. Just as Liu returned to the front hall, he heard Liu Jiqiang slam the table with a heavy hand, bellowing in anger, "Go, bring that ungrateful wretch to me at once." The old man's chest heaved violently, the suppressed anger flaring back to life. Pointing towards the backyard, his voice trembled with rage. "Make him come before me immediately. If he dares to hide, break his legs and drag him here." Liu Jiqiang was beside himself with fury, his chest rising and falling dramatically. He slammed his hand on the table, causing the porcelain bowl to jump. "And that shameless harlot, find her and bring her to me. If she tries to flee, there is no need for consultation. Just kill her. This disgrace brought upon the Liu family by those two wretched souls is intolerable." Liu lowered his head, obediently acknowledging, though a flicker of coldness flashed in his eyes. It seemed he would not need to take action. His elder brother was already digging his own grave. Chapter 8. A few coins a month? What a reckless gamble. At this moment, Liu Xian was seething with rage, his eyes bloodshot like a cornered beast. Grabbing a teacup, he hurled it at the guards. "Incompetent fools. A bunch of useless scum." He spat, his saliva splattering their faces. "What good are you if you let that brat come in here to accuse me? What purpose does it serve to keep you gluttons around?" As his fury escalated, he charged forward, raining blows upon the guards' faces. They staggered, dazed from the assault, their cheeks swelling like dough, blood trickling from the corners of their mouths. Yet they dared not utter a sound, bowing their heads in submission. They had boasted of their infallibility, yet what was the outcome? Liu Xian kicked the head guard in the stomach. "Now the entire city knows my business. Are you satisfied?" Exhausted from his outburst, he abruptly released his grip, staggering back a few steps to collapse into a chair, his chest heaving. It was over, utterly over. The only thought in his mind was that his father valued reputation above all else, and this disgrace would ensure he could never inherit the family legacy. Liu Xian abruptly raised his head, his eyes lined with blood vessels, gleaming like a venomous blade. He glared fiercely at the guards. "Go, bring me that brat's head. No, tear his body to shreds. Ensure he has no chance of rebirth." "Yes." The guards, covering their faces, dared not hesitate, scrambling to comply. Yet, within them simmered a deep resentment. Who could have foreseen that just yesterday they had nearly beaten that boy to death, leaving him with several wounds? He had appeared on the brink of death, and yet here he was, resurrected like a specter, audaciously returning to voice his grievances. How resilient was this life? If only they had simply ground him to pace back then, they could have avoided this catastrophic mess. While Lu Xian vented his wrath upon the guards, a sudden flurry of footsteps echoed from outside. Two servants rushed in, their expressions frantic. "Young master, the master is waiting for you in the front hall. He insists you come immediately," one urged breathlessly. The other chimed in, "The master is exceedingly angry. Hurry, or he may truly unleash his wrath." Upon hearing the words, Lu Xian's rising ire was instantly doused by a frigid wave of realization, his complexion paling dramatically. He understood that the inevitable confrontation was upon him. His father was poised to demand an explanation. His legs felt as though they were weighed down by lead, rendering him immobile, his eyes brimming with trepidation and confusion. Outside the gate, the head of the guards, Ma Cheng, stormed in with over 20 armed sentinels, exuding an air of menace. These individuals were no longer mere bearers of clubs. Each wielded steel blades and long spears, their tips glinting ominously, encircling Chu Fan with lethal intent. Ma Cheng stepped forward, his neck craned defiantly as he bellowed, "You treacherous ingrate! The Lu family has treated you well in the past, yet you dare to spread rumors and tarnish our reputation. Beat him to a pulp. I will take full responsibility for any consequences." His words were intended not only for his subordinates, but also for the onlookers, aiming to stifle dissent and silence any potential naysayers. No sooner had he finished speaking than the guards brandished their weapons, aiming their spears at Chu Fan's vitals, their blades slicing through the air with lethal precision, evidently intent on delivering a fatal blow. With a disdainful snort, Chu Fan surveyed the encroaching guards, his gaze devoid of fear. Most of them were mere practitioners who had yet to achieve even the first level of postnatal training, relying solely on their numbers. Only a few had barely scraped the edges of the first level. And as for Ma Cheng, he was merely at the second level of postnatal training. Were it not for the Lu family's backing of the historian, these men would hardly have the audacity to act so brazenly. Chu Fan tightened his grip on the long blade, its surface glinting coldly in the sunlight. With a swift flick of his wrist, the blade sang as it was drawn from its sheath, a flash of icy light erupting forth. "Is this all you have?" he uttered, his words barely escaping his lips before he moved with the swiftness of a specter. Dealing with guards who had yet to reach even the first level of postnatal training was beneath him. The gust of wind generated by his blade swept through, accompanied by the sound of several long spears snapping in unison, leaving their wielders stunned, their hands numbed and bodies stumbling back, colliding into one another. In the blink of an eye, many guards lay fallen at the periphery. Seeing the tide turn, Ma Cheng roared in fury, "You seek death," and charged at Chu Fan with his blade, infusing it with the internal energy of the second level of postnatal training, unleashing a ferocious gust. Chu Fan remained unyielding, his long blade slicing diagonally, accurately striking Ma Cheng's weapon. With a resounding clash, Ma Cheng felt an overwhelming force surge forth, nearly disarming him. His arm rendered numb and heavy, his eyes blazing with rage, Ma Cheng shrieked as he swung his blade down. "Dare to provoke the Lu family? You must be tired of living." Despite knowing Chu Fan's prowess, his confidence in his own second-level training, coupled with the young master's orders, compelled him to make a desperate gamble. Chu Fan's eyes hardened. Instead of retreating, he advanced, his long knife darting forward like a serpent emerging from its lair. Striking first, with a sickening thud, the blade pierced through Ma Cheng's chest, blood gushing forth along the length of the weapon. Ma Cheng's eyes widened in disbelief, blood spilling from his mouth, his face etched with horror. How could this young man be so formidable? How could one who was so feeble previously manage to take his own life in a single stroke? Even in death, he could not comprehend it, his body crashing heavily to the ground. The remaining guards were instantly paralyzed with fear. One of them, legs trembling, stammered, "He's gone mad. This fellow truly dares to kill. Such skill, not even the strength of a second-rate fighter could withstand. With our meager skills, advancing would only mean certain death." Another guard, his teeth chattering, dropped his spear with a clatter, lamenting that a mere handful of silver coins each month was not worth risking his life. "Run!" That single shout seemed to awaken everyone. Yes, a fool values money over life. They fled, the guards scattered like birds and beasts, some tossing aside their weapons to blend into the crowd, while others simply covered their heads and bolted, vanishing in an instant, neglecting even to assist their fallen comrades. Chu Fan gazed at the desolate entrance, snorted disdainfully, and marched into the Lu residence, blade in hand. Outside, the onlookers were astir, shocked by the bloody scene, each straining their necks to murmur incessantly. Who is this man? His strikes are merciless. The leader of the Liu family's guards had been slain by a single thrust. An elderly candy seller's eyes widened, nearly dropping his syrup. A straw-hatted farmer scratched his head. Look at this scene. Could it be that he has a deep-seated vendetta against the Liu family? Regardless of the enmity. One thing was clear. Today, the Liu family was doomed. A young man in casual attire squeezed to the front, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Marveling at the prowess of this man who could not be halted even by over 20 armed guards, speculating he must be a formidable warrior from some mountain stronghold. Chapter 9. A family must stand united. In the main hall, Master Liu lashed the whip in his hand with a whooshing sound, striking Liu Xian repeatedly, tearing his robe and lacerating his flesh, blood streaming down his pant legs. Beast, I shall end your wretched existence. Master Liu trembled with rage, cursing with every crack of the whip. How could my Liu family produce such a disgraceful wretch? You dare lay hands on your own father. How can you face our ancestors? Liu Xian writhed on the ground, screaming in agony, yet dared not evade, only crying out for mercy. Father, I was wrong. Your son knows his mistakes. Please spare me this once. But his pleas only earned him harsher as he hesitated. Liu Wen's gentle persuasion reached his ears. Father, eldest brother has acknowledged his mistakes. If you continue, it may truly lead to tragedy. The pressing matter lies outside. We cannot allow family disgrace to persist. Liu Jiqiang inhaled deeply, forcefully casting the whip to the ground with a resounding crack. His chest heaved violently as he pointed at Liu Xian, bellowing, death may be averted, but punishment cannot escape. Lock him in the woodshed, and under no circumstances shall he be provided food or drink without my command. He then cast a frigid glance at the frail concubine by the pillar, his eyes as cold as ice. As for that wretched woman, drag her out and dispose of her at the mass grave. Do not tarnish the Liu family's land. Liu Wen promptly replied, I shall attend to it immediately. Yet inwardly, he mused that his father had ultimately shown leniency towards his elder brother, unlike the swift dismissal of the concubine. Master, trouble. A servant rushed into the main hall, his trousers muddied and his voice trembling uncontrollably. The horse leader has been slain by that fiend. Over 20 guards could not halt him. He has burst into the estate with his blade. The anger that Liu Jiqiang had just suppressed surged back violently as he slammed his palm on the table. Incompetent fools. A bunch of useless wretches. You cannot even guard the entrance. His complexion drained of color. The ruthless treatment he had just meted out to his son and the concubine was swiftly replaced by fear. Ma Cheng was a formidable warrior of the second layer. Yet he had been killed by this intruder? Who was this man? Liu Xian, sprawled on the ground, let out a wretched scream upon hearing this, struggling to crawl beneath the table. Father, save me. He has come to kill me. Liu Wen's expression changed, forcing himself to remain calm. Father, we must send someone to intercept him. If all else fails, we shall escape through the back door. Before he could finish, the outside courtyard echoed with the cries of guards and the sound of heavy objects crashing to the ground, footfalls approaching with a palpable scent of blood. Inching closer to the main hall, where do you think you can go? Chu Fan's voice, though low, struck the hall like a shard of ice, rendering all movements frozen. He entered, wielding a bloodied long knife, his dark attire stained with deep crimson, and his gaze as frigid as the winds of late winter. Liu Jiqiang abruptly lifted his head, fixing his stare upon Chu Fan's face, his brows furrowed in confusion. The man appeared somewhat familiar, yet he could not recall where he had seen him before. How could he recognize him? The original soul was meek and timid, always bowing his head while working in the Liu household, scarcely daring to utter a word. Such an inconspicuous figure could hardly catch the discerning eye of Liu Jiqiang. Now, with a different spirit, exuding an aura of lethal intent, it was unfathomable for him to associate this formidable presence with that cowardly lad. Who are you? Liu Jiqiang strained to maintain his composure, demanding fiercely, daring to invade my Liu residence and commit murder. Do you know who stands behind me? Huh. I care not who stands behind you. Chu Fan's voice was low and dark, filled with menace. I intend to kill, and none shall stand in my way. The harrowing images from the mass grave outside the city surged into his mind. The original soul's bones shattered, as he awakened to an immortal existence. Otherwise, he would have succumbed to the agony long ago. Coupled with the harrowing experience of his self-inflicted practice the previous night, the mere thought sent chills down his spine. The excruciating pain was still vivid in his mind, igniting a flame of fury within him. I am inherently benevolent. Chu Fan's voice was calm and devoid of emotion. Yet to the ears of the Lu family, it resonated more chillingly than the most venomous curse. He slowly lifted his gaze, scanning the pallid face of Lu Jiqiang, then glancing at Lu Xian, who trembled on the ground like a leaf in the wind, before finally resting his eyes on the ostensibly composed Lu Wan, a cold smirk curving at the corners of his mouth. Since you have committed sins, a resolution is warranted. Your family shall reunite below, thus sparing the living from your continued malevolence. As soon as the words left his lips, he twisted his wrist, and the long blade transformed into a flash of cold light, hurtling towards Lu Xian. Chu Fan's gaze sharpened, denying Lu Xian any chance of pleading for mercy as the blade descended violently. A piercing scream, more wretched than human, shattered the stillness of the hall. Lu Xian's right arm was severed, blood gushing forth like a fountain, the dismembered limb thudding heavily to the ground, fingers twitching in their final throes. My hand! My hand! Lu Xian writhed in agony, cold sweat soaking his blood-stained garments. Lu Jiqiang's eyes bulged with rage. You dare! He attempted to rush forward, but was rooted to the spot by Chu Fan's icy glare. Ignoring him entirely, Chu Fan stepped on Lu Xian's back, pinning him down. The blade danced through the air once more, producing two crisp sounds as Lu Xian's left arm and leg were severed at the shoulder, the exposed bone stark against the crimson tide that stained the floor. Father, save me! Kill him! Kill him! Lu Xian's voice was hoarse, resembling a broken gong, with only his last right leg flailing futilely. With a flick of his wrist, the blade fell again, severing the final limb. Lu Xian lay there, an embodiment of blood and despair, reduced to whimpers, his eyes brimming with terror and anguish. Chu Fan wiped the blood from his blade and turned to the ashen-faced Lu Jiqiang and Lu Wan. His tone is flat, as if discussing a trivial matter. This is merely the beginning. Chapter 10. Foolishness, you are dead, yet the wealth still belongs to me? Upon hearing this, Lu Wan's face turned as pale as death, and he hurriedly stepped forward, his voice trembling uncontrollably. It was all my elder brother's folly. He provoked you. This matter has nothing to do with me or my father. If you seek vengeance, direct it at him. Spare us a path to survival. You beast! Lu Xian, writhing on the ground in agony, strained to scream. Lu Wan, even as a ghost, I will not spare you. Lu Jiqiang abruptly turned to his younger son. Shock and disbelief etched across his face. Though he knew Lu Wan was cunning, he had not anticipated that the boy would utter such words in this moment, so ruthlessly casting his own brother into the abyss for self-preservation. Such a heart was truly callous. Chu Fan observed this farce with a smirk of derision curling at his lips. Lord Lu's face turned ashen. Yet he forced himself to keep up appearances and shouted sternly, Do you know who stands behind the Lu family? The County Yaman's registrar. The yearly tributes our family pays him are enough for you to live comfortably for several lifetimes. If you kill us, the registrar will never let you go. Even if you flee to the ends of the earth, you'll still be hunted down and flayed alive. He paused to catch his breath, then tried to tempt him with Li. You've already vented your anger today. Xian has ended up like this. It's retribution enough. As long as you leave now, we'll let bygones be bygones and give you another 500 taels of silver. That's more than enough for you to settle down and make a living. Lu Xian, who lay on the ground, not yet dead, jerked his head up at those words. Bloody foam spilled from the corner of his mouth as he roared hoarsely. Why should it be bygones be bygones? Crippled. Father, you must avenge me. Kill this bastard. Even if I die, I'll drag him down with me. Shut up. Lord Lu flew into a rage and kicked Lu Xian hard, his eyes filled with viciousness. This unfilial son was unbearably stupid. How dare he still shout at a time like this? Whether they could even survive was uncertain, and he was talking about revenge. Lord Lu wished he could stab him again himself, just to make him shut up and stop ruining everything. Chu Fan watched the disgraceful sight of father and son turning against each other, and suddenly laughed. His laughter carried a bone-chilling coldness. A registrar? 500 taels of silver? Lord Lu, do I look like someone who'd be afraid of that? Seeing the undisguised killing intent in Chu Fan's eyes, Lord Lu's heart went cold. Beads of sweat seeped from his temples as he gritted his teeth and said, 1,000 taels. That is all the cash savings our Lu family has. He edged half a step forward, his tone almost pleading. As long as you spare our lives, all 1,000 taels of silver are yours. Enough for you to live freely and comfortably. When Chu Fan still showed no reaction, he hurriedly added, besides, The commotion outside is so big that the registrar must already know. The Yamen runners might be on their way right now. If you leave at once, you can still make it. Head south after leaving the city. No one will be able to catch you. As he spoke, he kept watching Chu Fan's expression, praying this fiend would be greedy for money or fearful of officials. As long as he relented, even if today's humiliation had to be swallowed, there would be chances for revenge later. Foolish. Chu Fan snorted, his eyes full of mockery. After killing you, wouldn't this money still be mine anyway? He suddenly threw his head back and laughed wildly, his laughter brimming with madness and killing intent. Ha! Your money, your lives, everything stays here today. Before the words had even faded, Chu Fan lunged forward like a tiger, descending the mountain. Lord Lu recoiled in panic, then yanked at his waist and actually drew a short blade. In his youth, he had trained for a few years and once brushed the threshold of the 3rd level of the post-heaven realm. Unfortunately, years of indulgence had turned him into a bloated fat man. His movements were sluggish. He probably couldn't even hold steady at the 2nd level anymore. You brat. You're courting death. Lu Jiqiang roared as he slashed wildly, his blade paths chaotic and without any form. Chu Fan didn't take him seriously at all. He sidestepped the blade, flipped his wrist, and sent his long saber straight at Lu Jiqiang's sword arm. Pucci! The short blade flew from his grasp, and Lu Jiqiang's right hand was severed cleanly at the wrist. Ah! Lu Jiqiang screamed and staggered back, his fat body slamming into a pillar, trembling in pain. Beside him, Luwen was already petrified with fear. Though he had reached the post-heaven 2nd level, he didn't even have the courage to strike Chu Fan. Turning, he tried to slip behind a folding screen. Chu Fan was quick as lightning. A single kick to Luwen's lower back sent him flying like a rag doll. He crashed heavily against the wall, coughing up blood. Chu Fan pressed forward relentlessly. Droplets of blood from his long saber fell to the ground. The tap-tap sound echoing like a hammer, striking the hearts of the Lu family father and sons. On the floor, Lu Xian's energy was spent. His chest heaved faintly like a candle flickering in the wind. Yet he stared intently at the chaotic scene before him. Seeing his father's hand severed and his 2nd brother thrown aside, he twisted a grim, manic smile and laughed hoarsely. Fine. Good. Let us all die. No one survives. Coughing up blood, his voice hoarse like a broken gong, he spat. Old man, you've favored me over the years. Planning to give everything to my 2nd brother, right? Now it's fine. No one gets to take it all. Chu Fan's saber hovered at Luwen's neck. He cast a glance at Lu Xian, but didn't react otherwise. Lu Xian seemed oblivious, staring at Lu Jiqiang with all his remaining strength, shouting hoarsely. Kill us? You won't live either. The registrar will never forgive you. Even as ghosts, our family will drag you down with us. Before he could finish, his body convulsed violently. His head tilted abruptly. He was gone. His face still froze in that insane grin. Lu Jiqiang slumped to the ground, eyes shifting from Lu Xian's stiff corpse to Lu Wen, whose neck was held by Chu Fan's blade. His lips quivered, and after a long moment, he stammered out, Traitors, all of you are traitors. The harshness in his voice had vanished, replaced by bone-deep despair. The eldest son had been arrogant and reckless, causing untold disasters. The 2nd son, cowardly and self-preserving, had tried to save himself at the cost of his brother. Lu Jiqiang had spent his whole life scheming, currying favor with the registrar, and building up his family's fortune to pass down to his sons. Yet in the end, this was the outcome. One son left dismembered, the other at the mercy of a blade. Suddenly, Lu Jiqiang lifted his head, bloodshot eyes blazing with hatred. His voice dripped with venom. Kid, you're ruthless. Our family has fallen this time, but remember this. On the road to the Yellow Springs, we, father and sons, will be waiting for you. The registrar will never forgive you. Sooner or later, you will pay for this. Chu Fan's gaze turned cold. He didn't bother replying. A swing of his long saber, a flash of icy light, and Lu Jiqiang's head rolled to the ground, eyes wide, full of unwillingness and venomous hatred. Then Chu Fan brought his blade to Lu Wen's neck. A swing, and blood spurted out. Lu Wen didn't even have time to scream before collapsing to the ground. The front hall fell completely silent, leaving only the heavy stench of blood. Chu Fan sheathed his blade and began searching the Lu residence. In a hidden compartment of Lu Jiqiang's bedroom, Chu Fan found a wooden chest. Inside, neatly stacked silver coins were pressed down by a pile of banknotes, ranging from 10 to 100 taels. Counting them carefully, there were nearly 1,000 taels in total. His gaze swept across the nearby bookshelf and suddenly caught a few dusty wooden boxes stacked in the corner. Upon opening, he discovered 2 volumes of ancient, thread-bound texts, each adorned with the titles of their respective martial arts. One, titled Dragon's Roar Ironclaw Shirt, featured exquisite handwriting and detailed the method of refining the physical body through a combination of herbal remedies and breath control. The other, Hanyuan Gong, was more intricate than Changchun Gong, expounding on the seamless flow of breath akin to drifting clouds and flowing water, capable of unlocking 72 acupoints. Chapter 11. The Slayer. Chu Fan carefully tucked away the silver notes and the 2 manuals before striding confidently towards the Lu residence's exit. The maids and servants had long since vanished, leaving the path clear as he swiftly reached the hall. With a cursory glance, he picked up a brush from a table, dipped it in the blood of the Lu father and son, and turned to write on the wall, "The Slayer, Chu Fan." As he gazed at those 5 blood-stained characters, a low chuckle escaped his lips, laughter imbued with an untamed ferocity, reverberating through the empty hall. He had long endured the suffocating days of his past life. Now, having been granted a second chance in this unyielding life, was it not time to live with abandon? He smacked his lips, contemplating how unfortunate it was that he lacked such capabilities in his previous existence. Otherwise, that miserly, malicious employer would have been strung up as a warning for all to see. Stepping back a few paces, he squinted at the 5 crimson characters on the wall. The blood was still slowly seeping outward, reminiscent of the droplets that had just splattered, exuding an indescribable pleasure. He absent-mindedly brushed off imaginary dust from his sleeve as if he had just completed a masterpiece, a smirk of satisfaction playing at the corners of his mouth as he turned to exit. Upon reaching the main door, he observed that the crowd outside had not yet dispersed. The commotion within the Lu residence had been too pronounced. The sounds of wailing and fighting had piqued the curiosity of the neighbors, yet none dared to approach. Now, as Chu Fan sauntered out, his garments still stained with dark red splotches and a palpable aura of having just taken a life, the crowd instinctively recoiled several steps. Some gasped, covering their mouths, eyes wide with terror. Others furtively glanced at him, only to quickly avert their gaze. A few bolder souls huddled at the back, whispering in hushed tones. Chu Fan paid them no mind, leisurely making his way to the stone steps at the entrance, his eyes sweeping over the desolate street. The sun had risen to its zenith, and the vendors had quickly packed up. Even the usually bustling tea houses had shut their doors. Only the wind rustled through the signboards at the street corners, creating a soft clatter. After a brief pause, he noted that not even a shadow of the armored constables or patrolling officers was in sight. His fingertips unconsciously tracing the edges of the manuals hidden within his clothes, a glint of derision flashing in his eyes. He scoffed inwardly, cursing, "Indeed, the world is filled with crows of the same hue. Whenever calamity strikes, these officials are invariably the last to emerge and clean up the mess." Casting a glance at the onlookers still peeking from a distance, he could hardly be bothered to wait any longer, stepping over the threshold and striding directly across the street. As the crowd witnessed the unfolding events, they instinctively recoiled, parting to grant him a passage until his figure vanished around the street corner, at which point they collectively exhaled, breaking into a chorus of hushed discussions that had been long repressed. The moment Chu Fan rounded the corner, the previously frozen onlookers erupted into a frenzy, akin to a disturbed beehive. A stout man, emboldened by courage, took a few cautious steps forward, finding no immediate threat. He resolutely bit the bullet and stepped through the gates of the Lu residence. Before long, a heart-wrenching scream pierced the air from within the estate, sending the man tumbling out in a panic. His complexion was as pale as a sheet, hands gripping the doorframe, voice trembling as he exclaimed, "Murder! Murder! The old Master Lu and his 2 sons have all been slain. The hall is drenched in blood." This cry was like throwing water into hot oil, igniting the crowd into a cacophony of gasps and frantic chatter. Amidst the chaos, a few shifty figures blended into the tumultuous throng, their eyes darting furtively towards the depths of the Lu residence. One lanky figure discreetly nudged a squat companion, whispering, "With a commotion like this, surely no one will notice. Shall we sneak in and take a look?" The stout man licked his parched lips, his eyes gleaming with avarice, nodding vigorously. "Let us go. That old Lu has amassed so much wealth. There's bound to be some gold and jewels left behind amidst this turmoil. We could make a fortune." Exchanging knowing glances, the group, akin to stealthy rodents, slinked through the entrance, their steps as light as a breeze, seeking out the shadowy corners to navigate undetected. Their fingers itched with anticipation, eager to seize any opportunity presented by the chaos, oblivious to the stench of blood surrounding them. Chu Fan, however, did not spare a glance back at the Liu estate. After all, the most valuable silver notes and secrets had already found their way into his possession, and he had little concern for the trivialities of the rabble. His mind was singularly focused on one thought: to find a place to indulge in revelry. Murder? What of it? He touched the tip of his nose, a nonchalant smile playing at the corners of his lips. Although he had only just reached the third stage of postnatal cultivation, which might seem insignificant to true masters, he held on to the greatest advantage of all, his immortality. With this ability, the vast world was at his feet. There was nowhere beyond his reach, especially in this diminutive town, where the strongest might only reach the fifth stage. Should anyone dare to stir trouble, it would serve as an excellent opportunity to test his mettle. Shaking his head to cast aside such thoughts for the moment, he resolved to find a tavern in the town, indulge in fine wine, and savor a proper meal to recuperate for a few days. Once sufficiently rested, he would set off to explore the more prosperous cities, eager to witness the might of those at the ninth stage of postnatal cultivation and uncover the mysteries of the innate realm, which existed only in rumors within the confines of this Blackstone city. His pace quickened, curiosity for the unknown world flickering in his eyes, accompanied by an audacious spirit unafraid of any challenge. Meanwhile, the steward of the Liu household was scrambling his way towards the county office in a state of utter disarray. He usually stands tall, but at this moment his back is hunched like a shrimp, his hat askew, and the hem of his robe is caked with dust and indiscernible stains. The terror in his eyes nearly overflows, panting as if pursued by a ravenous wolf for miles. Upon reaching the county office, the two gatekeepers, upon seeing him, immediately donned obsequious smiles. One stepped forward, bowing and inquiring, "Ah, is it Master Liu? In such a hurry. Are you here to see Director Zhang?" However, Master Liu seemed oblivious to their presence, his gaze fixed on the county office doors, his feet barely daring to pause as he stumbled inside. As the hem of his robe swept past the gatekeepers, it stirred the air, leaving them without even a glance. The smiles on their faces faltered as they observed his frantic retreat, the earlier warmth dissipating in an instant. One spat disdainfully on the ground, exclaiming, "What a piece of work! He usually flaunts the Liu family's influence, acting as if he were above us. Yet now he can't even spare us a word." The other sneered, "Humph, perhaps something has gone awry with the Liu family. Just look at him. He seems to be in quite a predicament. We shall simply wait and watch the drama unfold." Chapter 12. Director Zhang. At this moment, Director Zhang had just arrived at the office, cradling a celadone teacup and leisurely sipping freshly brewed tea. With his eyelids half lifted, he was listening to the clerk beside him report on the day's mundane affairs, his expression bearing a hint of languid indifference. "Sir, the steward from the Liu family has arrived and is waiting outside. He appears quite flustered, as if something grave has occurred," a gatekeeper hastily reported in a low voice. The Liu family? Zhang's hand, which held the teacup, abruptly halted, and his eyelids shot up. The relaxed demeanor on his face vanished without a trace. A sudden jolt of anxiety gripped his heart, and his expression darkened. The Liu family was his significant benefactor in this county, constantly offering support, and many thorny matters relied on their discreet assistance. It would not be an exaggeration to say they filled his coffers. How could he not be alarmed? "What are you waiting for? Bring him in at once." Zhang slammed the teacup down, his tone imbued with palpable urgency. His brows knitted tightly as he inwardly fretted, hoping against hope that no catastrophic event had transpired. His position as director was hardly commendable. It was secured through the sacrifice of his daughter, who had become a concubine to the head of the Wu family, the foremost clan in Blackstone City, merely to earn a word of support that propelled him into this role. Now, he had scarcely settled into his seat, counting on the Liu family's financial backing to fill the gaps created by bribes and to amass some savings. If the Liu family truly found themselves in dire straits, where could he procure such a loyal underling? Among the more prominent families, which one did not harbor disdain for him? A man who had climbed the ranks through familial ties? If they sought to align with the powerful, they would surely choose a titan like the Wu family, not stoop to support him. It is indeed the Liu family whose audacity knows no bounds. In their quest to establish a firm foothold in Blackstone City, they have not hesitated to humble themselves and ingratiate themselves with this magistrate, generously offering gifts without reserve, allowing him to command them with ease. Should the Liu family cease to exist, his future would undoubtedly become precarious. As this thought crossed his mind, The magistrate's expression grew increasingly grim, his hands rubbing together anxiously, fervently hoping that the news brought by Steward Liu would not be the direst of tidings. Steward Liu, having just been escorted into the room by the constables, fell to his knees with a thud, the sound echoing off the stone floor. His face was streaked with tears and dirt, his voice trembling with despair. The magistrate, witnessing his abject state, felt a surge of unease. He slammed his hand on the table, demanding, "What on earth has transpired? Why this frenzy?" "Your Excellency," Steward Liu gasped, barely able to catch his breath, his hands clutching the ground as if seeking refuge. "Today, a ruthless fiend burst into our estate without uttering a word and wreaked havoc. My lord and young master. Oh, they're surely in grave peril." He lifted his head abruptly, his eyes bloodshot, repeatedly bowing before the magistrate, his forehead striking the floor with a resounding thump. "Your Excellency, I implore you, show mercy and avenge my lord." The magistrate's mind reeled as he absorbed this information, his teacup shattering on the floor. If the Liu father and son were truly lost, his own purse would be utterly depleted. He fixed his gaze upon Steward Liu, his voice quivering with urgency. "Clarify this. Who is this fiend? What does he look like?" With tears streaming down his face, Steward Liu's voice was hoarse, as if gravel lodged in his throat. "He is a young man, seemingly harboring a long-standing grudge against my young master." He leaned forward, desperately locking eyes with the magistrate, filled with pleading. "Your Excellency, that fiend has only recently departed. He must still be in the city. I beseech you to issue an order to close the city gates and dispatch constables to search everywhere. If we delay, he may truly escape." As he spoke, he resumed his fervent bowing, leaving crimson marks upon his forehead. The magistrate furrowed his brow even deeper and pressed on. "What of this fiend's martial prowess? What level do you estimate he possesses?" At this, Steward Liu's face reflected confusion, his hands fidgeting nervously. I cannot say for certain. The scene was too chaotic. I only saw him strike with astonishing speed, incapacitating the guards in moments. If I were to guess, perhaps he is at the 3rd or 4th stage of postnatal cultivation." He added hastily, "In any case, his skills are formidable. Ordinary constables are likely to be no match for him." The magistrate's expression darkened further, his fingers drumming heavily on the table. The 3rd or 4th stage. Such a figure in Blackstone City was no ordinary threat. Having served in this county for many years, he recognized the prominent martial artists in the city. When had such a bold individual emerged, daring to commit violence within the Liu estate? Repeating the stages to himself in a hushed tone, a glimmer of apprehension flickered in his eyes. To send common constables to apprehend such a formidable opponent would be akin to delivering oneself to slaughter. However, should the Wu family be stirred or a few masters from the city be summoned, it would require a considerable amount of silver to arrange matters. And at this critical juncture, the Liu family could not be relied upon. The more he pondered, the more agitated he became, abruptly standing up. "Prepare the horses. Assemble all the capable hands from the yamen. We must head to the Liu residence." Just as Xianxia called for the horses to be prepared, he suddenly recalled something, halting his steps. He turned to a trusted attendant beside him and instructed, "You, go to the Wu family at once and inform Old Master Wu of the incident at the Liu residence. Convey that the assailant is fierce, and I'm short on manpower. I earnestly request the Wu family to send a few skilled individuals to assist in apprehending the culprit." He calculated in his mind. A significant portion of the benefits he had reaped over time had been dutifully bestowed upon the Wu family. Furthermore, his daughter was currently favored at the Wu residence, so Old Master Wu would surely grant him a modicum of favor. With these two connections, even if the Wu family did not fully commit, they would likely send a few capable hands to lend their support. If he could leverage the Wu family's influence, even if merely to intimidate the assailant, it would be far superior to facing the danger alone. After all, those at the 3rd or 4th level of martial prowess were not something the ordinary yamen officers could handle. The attendant hurriedly accepted the command and departed, while Zhang Jianshi took a deep breath, grasped the waist knife on the table, and accompanied by a group of officers, rushed toward the Liu residence. Though the anxiety etched on his brow remained unabated. Upon Zhang Jianshi's arrival at the Liu residence, the entrance was already crowded beyond capacity. An even larger throng of townsfolk had gathered outside, craning their necks to peer inside, their chatter buzzing incessantly, and even a few idle men perched on rooftops across the street to watch the spectacle. "What are you all doing here? Disperse! Disperse!" Zhang Jianshi reined in his horse, his brow furrowed into a tight knot, and shouted angrily at the crowd. with a wave of his hand. The officers behind him swiftly drew their clubs, pushing forward and shouting, "Make way. Everyone step aside. Lord Xianxia is handling a case. All bystanders must leave immediately." The crowd, intimidated by this display, reluctantly began to retreat, yet some were unwilling to leave, lurking at a distance while murmuring about the earlier man's cries of murder and bloodshed. Chapter 13. The Wu Family. Zhang Jianxia had no mind to concern himself with the spectators. He dismounted, kicked open the ajar door of the residence, and said in a deep voice, "Let's go inside and take a look." With that, he hurriedly led his men inward, leaving a few officers outside to maintain order and block those who still wished to approach. Upon stepping into the grand hall of the Liu residence, his gaze swept across the bodies sprawled grotesquely on the floor, and his throat tightened abruptly. The Liu father and son lay in a pool of blood, their deaths horrific, particularly Liu Xian, who had been severed of his limbs, leaving only half of his body intact, blood smeared across half his face, his eyes wide open as if accusing. Witnessing this, his temples throbbed violently, and a surge of fury coursed from his feet to the crown of his head. How outer in everyday life, no one would dare to touch a single hair of the Liu family. Yet now, someone has audaciously chosen to defy the heavens and act with such cruelty. This is not merely murder. It is a blatant affront to his dignity. He gazed at the mangled remains of Liu Xian, a tempest of fury swelling within his chest. Blurring his vision, investigate, conduct a thorough inquiry. He kicked over a nearby pear wood stool, which collided with a pillar, and declared, "I will unearth the perpetrator. No matter how deep I must dig, I am eager to see who has the audacity to provoke me." While Zhang Dian was seething with rage at the Liu residence, the entourage dispatched to the Wu family had hastily arrived. As the dark wooden door creaked open, the attendant slipped inside, guided by a servant through the corridors, past the moon gate, and finally into the main hall. There, the head of the Wu family, Wu Feng, sat leisurely in a grand chair, savoring his tea. Noticing the visitor clad in the garb of a constable, he arched an eyebrow and set down his teacup. "Is it someone from Zhangdian? What brings you here at such an hour? Is there a matter of urgency?" The attendant, panting and bowing, replied, "Master Wu, a grave incident has occurred at the Liu residence. Master Dian has sent me to inform you and request that you dispatch several skilled individuals to assist." After swallowing hard to suppress his breathlessness, he continued urgently, "The Liu family has been brutally slaughtered, their demise exceedingly gruesome. The assailant exhibited ruthless precision and formidable skill, likely at the level of the 3rd or 4th stage of postnatal martial arts. Master Jian fears that his men may be inadequate to handle this. Hence my appeal for your support in apprehending the murderer." Wu Feng paused, his fingers resting on the teacup, a flicker of surprise crossing his gaze. In a city as small as Blackstone, he had a good sense of the influential figures. How could such a formidable stranger, at the 3rd or 4th stage, remain concealed? He stroked his beard, his mind racing with calculations. Although Zhang Jian was merely the father of his concubine and of little consequence, he undeniably bore the family's name. With someone daring to act against the Liu family, whom Zhang Jian openly protected, this was more than a mere provocation. It was a direct affront to the Wu family's reputation. How audacious! Wu Feng set down his teacup, the lid clinking against the cup with a crisp sound. He turned his gaze to the attendant and stated in a deep voice, "Return and inform Zhang Dian that the Wu family will handle this matter." He then called out, "Summon Wu Zhong and Wu Yong. Have them arm themselves and accompany me." A response immediately echoed from outside, and upon witnessing this, the attendant quickly bowed in gratitude. "Thank you, Master Wu, for your righteous assistance." Wu Feng waved his hand dismissively, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Whoever dared to wreak havoc within his territory must understand who holds sway in Blackstone City. The Wu family had established their dominance in Blackstone City, their strength rooted in their offspring. His eldest son, Wu Xiao, was an inner disciple of the prestigious Aojian sect, the foremost martial arts sect in the region of Heishan. Having reached the age of 21 with a cultivation level of the 7th stage of postnatal martial arts. Such an achievement at this age was remarkable, making him a prodigy in the entire county. Elders of the sect had even predicted that he had a slender chance of crossing into the realm of innate martial arts, albeit the odds were slim. Though the second daughter may lack the extraordinary gifts of her elder brother, she has made an excellent marriage, her husband being Lin Tianlang, the leader of the Blood Wolf gang in the county town. Lin Tianlang is indeed a formidable innate ninth-level master, and he has made quite a name for himself within the confines of Haishan County. With such children as support, the Wu family naturally holds significant sway in Haishi City. Even the county magistrate, upon encountering Wu Feng, must courteously address him as Master Wu, not daring to exert his official authority over him. Wu Feng lifted his teacup and took a sip, a hint of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. He could hardly believe that in this small Haishi city, there existed matters beyond the Wu family's control. Not to mention that he himself had already attained the 5th level of innate mastery. There were hardly any who could match him within the city. His second daughter had even dispatched 3 capable members from the Blood Wolf gang to safeguard the family, including 1 at the 7th level and 2 at the 6th level. Such strength was more than sufficient to stir the waters of Haishi City. What significance did a mere 3rd or 4th level master hold? His fingers lightly drummed on the table, already plotting in his mind. Today's events would serve to remind those lurking in the shadows that the skies of Haishi City would always be ruled by the Wu family. After the retainer expressed his gratitude to Wu Feng, he turned and led the sturdy Wu Zhong and Wu Yong outside. Both men bore formidable appearances. Wu Zhong was broad-shouldered and thick-backed, with a hefty short blade at his waist, while Wu Yong was lithe and agile, wielding a sturdy iron short staff, emanating an aura of practiced martial prowess as they moved swiftly. Upon exiting the Wu residence, the retainer led the way with an urgency in his steps, recounting the grim state of the Lu residence. Wu Zhong and Wu Yong listened intently, their expressions betraying no hint of panic, though their gazes grew solemn, quickening their pace as they took a shortcut towards the Lu residence. By the time they arrived at the Lu residence, the clamor outside had diminished significantly. The officers were blocking the curious onlookers with their staffs. Upon seeing the retainer accompanied by 2 robust men, they quickly stepped aside to allow passage. As Wu Zhong and Wu Yong crossed the threshold, they immediately frowned, the air thick with the pungent scent of blood, mingling with the oppressive heat of the summer afternoon, causing a heaviness in their chests. Exchanging a glance, they both recognized the gravity of the situation in each other's eyes, yet they did not falter in their stride. Following the retainer as they swiftly traversed the courtyard towards the main hall, where they could hear the furious shouts of Zhang Dianshi. Zhang Dianshi was pacing restlessly in the hall. Upon seeing Wu Zhong and Wu Yong enter with the retainer, his face lit up with delight. The absence of any masters had left him feeling insecure. The tension that had clouded his features dissipated significantly as he stepped forward eagerly, his tone warm. "Ah, Wu Zhong. Wu Yong, you have come. With both of you here, this matter will be much easier to handle." Wu Zhong stepped aside slightly, raising his hand in a courteous gesture. "Your words are too kind, Zhang Dianshi. Our master has stated that this is a matter concerning Haishi City, and we shall do what is necessary. Please, share your plans." Wu Yong also smiled broadly, chiming in, "Indeed, Zhang Dianshi, do not hesitate. Our master has specifically instructed us to heed your guidance. Whatever you propose for the investigation, we shall follow your lead." Chapter 14, Bold and Daring. At this moment, after a brief stroll, Chu Fan arrived at the largest tavern in Blackstone City. He approached the entrance of the Ju Xian Lu, glanced up at the faded sign, and stepped inside. The atmosphere inside was lively, with the waiter bustling about, serving drinks to a neighboring table. Upon noticing Chu Fan's entrance, he quickly draped a cloth over his shoulder and hurried over, exclaiming, "Welcome. Would you like to dine, or simply rest your feet?" Chu Fan cast a glance upstairs and inquired, "Do you have private rooms available?" "Indeed, we do," replied the waiter, gesturing towards the staircase. "The Songphone Pavilion upstairs is empty, quiet, and perfect for your needs. Would you like to take a look?" Chu Fan remained silent and headed directly for the stairs. The waiter hurriedly followed, chattering, "Our private rooms are bright, with large windows. If you wish to enjoy a drink, we have just received a fresh batch of Chiu Lu Bai, perfectly strong." Upon reaching the upper floor, Chu Fan pushed open the door to the private room, found a chair, and leisurely said, "Bring me a pot of tea first." "Certainly." The waiter replied eagerly, then added, "Today we have freshly prepared braised pig knuckles and tender marinated dog meat. Would you care for a portion?" Chu Fan settled himself, unfastened the dagger from his waist, and placed it on the table, his voice resonating. "1 large plate of pig knuckles and 1 of dog meat, and 3 jin of Xiao Daozi. Be swift about it." The waiter's eyes brightened, and he promptly responded, "Understood. Please wait a moment. I will bring it right away." As he turned to leave, he called out to the kitchen, upstairs private room, 1 order of pig knuckles, 1 of marinated dog meat, and 3 jin of Xiao Daozi. Before long, The dishes and drinks were served. Chu Fan lifted the wine jug and poured it liberally into a coarse porcelain bowl, raising it to his lips and downing nearly half in one go. Wiping his mouth, he seized the glistening pig knuckle and began to gnaw on it, the sound of cracking bones echoing as he indulged with great gusto. The rich fat dripped down his chin, yet he paid it no mind, reaching for the wine bowl to gulp down a hearty mouthful of Xiao Daozi. The fiery liquor scorched his throat, causing him to exhale a satisfied breath. As he chewed on the meat, he mumbled with delight, "Now this is living." He then picked up a piece of marinated dog meat, dipped it in garlic paste, and stuffed it into his mouth, all the while sipping from his wine bowl, slamming it down on the table with a resounding clatter. With a tipsy grin, he mused aloud, "This is what life is all about. Drinking heartily and feasting on meat. What greater joy could there be?" As he continued to pour wine from the jug into his bowl, splashes of liquid dotted the table, but he remained oblivious, wholly absorbed in devouring his meal, exuding a sense of unparalleled contentment. Meanwhile, outside, a search for him was underway. Nonetheless, even if he were aware, he would have shown little concern. Xianxia, with the assistance of Wu Zhong and Wu Yong, was methodically conducting a house-to-house inquiry throughout the city, his voice ringing out through the streets. Pay close attention to every detail. The perpetrator is likely in his 20s and armed with a long knife. He shook the image in his hand and cautioned those around him. Do not overlook familiar faces or seemingly inconspicuous neighbors. Anyone daring enough to act against me in Blackstone City, no matter who they are, I will unearth them, even if I must scour the earth. Wu Zhong clutched the short dagger at his waist, his gaze sweeping over the common folk peeking from the roadside. Rest assured, Xianxia, as long as he remains in the city, we shall inevitably cross paths. Wu Yong nodded in agreement, grinding his foot against the ground. He cannot escape. We can navigate these streets with our eyes closed. He cannot hide. Meanwhile, in a private room at the Jushin building, Chu Fan had just finished gnawing on a sauce rib. He wiped his greasy mouth with his hand, lifted his wine bowl, and drained it in one swift motion, exhaling a satisfied sigh. In the main hall of Jushin building, several constables were questioning patrons at each table. One sharp-eyed officer caught sight of the waiter in the corner, wiping down a table, and quickly approached him. "Hey, have you seen anyone like this?" he asked, unfurling a sketch. The waiter, having just tidied up Chu Fan's room, felt his heart skip a beat upon recognizing the features in the portrait, his face drained of color. This subtle change did not escape the notice of the officers. The leader seized the waiter's arm tightly, asking in a low voice, "Have you seen him?" The waiter, wincing from the grip, stammered, Just a moment ago, there was a guest who somewhat resembled him." "And where is he?" The officer pressed, instinctively placing his hand on the hilt of his dagger. "Yes, in the private room upstairs," the waiter replied, his voice quivering, his head lowered even further. The officer's expression shifted dramatically. He realized the individual in question was a formidable opponent, one that his group could not handle. Without hesitation, he shot the waiter a fierce glare. "Keep an eye on him. Do not let him escape." He signaled to his companions, "You stay here and watch. I will go inform Xianxia." Before he finished speaking, he turned and dashed out of the Jushin building, heading towards the street to relay the news to Xianxia. The remaining constables huddled in a corner of the hall, their eyes fixed intently on the staircase, hardly daring to breathe. From downstairs, faint sounds filtered up, while Chu Fan continued pouring wine into his bowl, barely lifting his eyelids in response, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. He took a sip from his bowl, tapping his fingertip lightly against the rim. What is this commotion? In my immortal state, should a confrontation arise, I may not be at a disadvantage. Even if I were to falter, who could truly stop my departure? The wind from outside carried the clamor from below, but Chu Fan remained unfazed, redirecting his attention back to the platter of meat on the table, leisurely chewing a piece of dog meat. Let them come. It's a fine opportunity to stretch my limbs. Below, the constables crouched behind a pillar, their palms clammy with sweat, recalling the chaos they had witnessed at Lu's residence. With bodies scattered across the ground, their legs trembled slightly. "What shall we do if he comes down?" A young constable whispered, his voice wavering. Their skills, ordinarily sufficient for dealing with petty thieves, were woefully inadequate against someone ruthless and formidable. The leader shot him a glare, his voice low and tense. "Silence. Just keep an eye on the staircase and do not make a sound. Xianxia and his men will arrive soon. We just need to hold our ground." Yet even as he spoke, his hand gripping the dagger's hilt trembled slightly. What if the Indivi are these few individuals sufficient to fill the gaps? The group exchanged glances, their eyes fixated on the staircase, scarcely daring to breathe, anxiously awaiting the arrival of reinforcements. Xianxia stood at the street corner, awaiting news. When he saw a panting officer rush back and hurriedly inquired, "Did you find them?" The officer, breathless and leaning against the wall, replied, "They are at the Xianxia building, in the private room upstairs." Upon hearing this, Xianxia's brow furrowed deeply, and he scoffed. What audacity! To commit murder and yet remain so brazenly dining at the Xianxia building? Chapter 15. A Change of Tactics. He turned to his companions, Wu Zhong, Wu Yong, and the other officers, raising his voice, "Follow me." Surround the Xianxia building. Wu Zhong's gaze sharpened as he grasped the dagger at his waist. "Let us go." Wu Yong tightened his grip on the club in his hand and hastened forward. Xianxia quickened his pace, muttering curses under his breath. "I shall see which deity dares to act so recklessly in Haishi City." The group swiftly arrived outside the Xianxia building, where Xianxia signaled for everyone to disperse, quietly blocking the front and back entrances. Wu Zhong and Wu Yong stood guard at the staircase, their eyes keen as hawks, hands resting on their weapons. Taking a deep breath, Xianxia called out, "Friends upstairs, why not come down and have a chat?" Hiding is not a solution. Inside the private room, Chu Fan was finishing the last piece of meat when he heard the call. He leisurely wiped his hands, raised his wine bowl, and drank it all in one go. Standing up, he stretched his wrist, and with a gentle push, the wooden door creaked open. "You called for me?" Leaning against the doorframe, Chu Fan surveyed the individuals below, displaying no hint of panic. Xianxia felt his heart race upon seeing him. Forcing himself to remain calm, "You committed violence at Lu's residence. Surely you owe us an explanation." Stepping forward, Wu Zhong spoke in a low voice, "Surrender, and perhaps we can spare your life." Chu Fan let out a light chuckle. "Descending the stairs, spare my life? That depends on whether you have the ability to capture me." Xianxia's face flushed with anger at Chu Fan's nonchalance. Pointing at him in fury, arrogant, "Do you truly think there is no one in Haishi City to contend with?" Wu Zhong's grip on his knife tightened, his expression darkening. "I believe you have forgotten that this is Haishi City. Here, none dare to act so brazenly before the Wu family." Wu Yong stepped forward as well, the iron club making a dull thud against the ground. "If you are wise, surrender quietly. Otherwise, do not blame us for being merciless." Having roamed the streets of Haishi City for years, the Wu family's reputation served as their strongest backing. Ordinary people treated them with utmost respect. Yet this reckless young man dared to be so presumptuous, clearly underestimating the Wu family. As Chu Fan descended the final step, he merely raised an eyebrow, a wry smile playing on his lips. "The Wu family? Quite impressive." At this remark, the expressions of Wu Zhong and Wu Yong instantly turned icy, their presence growing more ominous. It seemed that without taking genuine action, this young man would not grasp the rules of Haishi City. Wu Zhong and Wu Yong exchanged a glance, both recognizing the fierce determination in each other's eyes. Words were futile. Their priority was to subdue this audacious youth. "Now!" Wu Zhong commanded sharply, as a short blade sliced through the air, aimed directly at Chu Fan's heart with a speed and ferocity that left no room for mercy. Almost simultaneously, Wu Yong swung his iron staff with a whistling rush, targeting Chu Fan's lower body. The two moved in perfect synchrony, a testament to their long-standing partnership. Both harbored a shared resolve to incapacitate the young man, intending to teach him a lesson about who truly held power in this domain. As the dual assault approached, Chu Fan's expression sharpened. He could no longer afford to be complacent. He deftly sidestepped the short blade, while simultaneously raising his hand to intercept the sweeping iron staff. The clash produced a sharp sound, and he felt a jolt of numbness in his arm, the impact surprisingly intense. The duo's strength exceeded his expectations, their relentless and brutal tactics forcing him to retreat repeatedly. After several exchanges, Chu Fan recognized the challenge at hand. Relying solely on conventional martial arts would not suffice against these two formidable opponents. Feigning a stumble, as if struck by Wu Yong's sweeping attack, he instead used the momentum to leap back, creating distance while his expression grew more serious. This was becoming intriguing. Wu Zhong and Wu Yong, seeing him retreat, did not pursue but instead closed in, cornering him. Wu Zhong coldly taunted, "Are you scared now? It's too late." Chu Fan flexed his numbed wrist, a peculiar smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Conventional methods had failed him. It was time to alter his approach. Suddenly, a surge of internal energy erupted within him, striking his chest like a hammer, shattering his heart's pulse. In an instant, his form became an ephemeral azure wisp, flickering before Wu Zhong and Wu Yong before vanishing completely. "What?" Wu Yong exclaimed in shock, instinctively raising his staff for protection. Wu Zhong, still processing the sudden turn of events, felt a gust of wind at his side. Chu Fan had appeared beside him, the cold gleam of his blade aimed directly at him. With no time to defend himself, he twisted his body in a desperate attempt to evade the fatal blow. Yet, the long knife seemed to possess a mind of its own, plunging into his shoulder with a sickening thud. A cry of pain escaped Wu Zhong's lips as half of his body went numb, the short blade clattering to the ground. Staring incredulously at the now closed Chu Fan, his lips trembled, words failing him. With a flick of his wrist, Chu Fan twisted the blade deeper into his flesh. Wu Zhong's body slumped, crashing to the ground as the light in his eyes quickly faded. "Brother." Wu Yong's eyes widened in horror, the sight sending chills down his spine. He instinctively retreated several steps, gripping his iron staff tightly. But before his eyes could fully comprehend, the figure of Chu Fan vanished, only to reappear moments later with Wu Zhong lying lifeless in a pool of blood. What extraordinary lightness of foot is this? Xianxia, trembling with fear, took a half-step back, cold sweat trickling down his spine as he frantically shouted to those around him, "Quick! Surround me! Form a protective circle!" The dozen or so constables, already in a state of disarray, huddled together at his command, shielding Xianxia in their midst, weapons drawn and aimed at Chu Fan, their faces ashen and hands quivering. Enclosed within this human wall, Xianxia still felt a chill creeping down his back and urged, "Be alert. Do not let him approach." Peering cautiously through the gaps in the crowd, he observed Chu Fan standing outside the circle, unmoving, which allowed him to breathe a slight sigh of relief, though his palm, gripping the hilt of his weapon, was already drenched with sweat. Wu Yong fixed his gaze on Wu Zhong's corpse, his knuckles whitening from strain. The iron rod in his grasp, nearly crumpling under his grip. He suddenly raised his head to glare at Chu Fan, his eyes ablaze with fury, his voice hoarse and menacing. "Do you think you can run rampant with such wicked skills? You have slain a member of the Wu family. In this Haishi city, your fate is sealed." Before his words had even settled, he stomped the ground forcefully, launching himself forward like an arrow released from its bow, the iron rod whistling through the air as it aimed straight for Chu Fan's face. This strike was more ferocious than any previous attempt, clearly fueled by desperation. For Wu Zhong was not merely a companion, but a brother by blood, and witnessing his death ignited a primal rage within him, rendering him heedless of any formal technique. Chapter 16. Do you dare stop me? Wu Yong's strike forced Chu Fan back, utilizing the momentum to leap back and create distance. He turned sharply to Xianxia, who was still shielded by the constables, and bellowed, "Xianxia, quickly, send word to the Wu family. Inform them that someone has murdered our kin at the Gathering Immortals Pavilion, and we need skilled fighters dispatched immediately." He understood that he stood little chance against Chu Fan alone. Only with the support of the Wu family could he hope to prevail. His urgent call carried the weight of desperation. His eyes locked on Chu Fan, fearful that he might take advantage of the chaos to escape. Xianxia, as if awakening from a dream, hastily pointed at two constables. "You two, go. Inform the Wu family immediately. Clearly explain the situation here and urge them to send help at once." The two constables, as if granted a reprieve, abandoned their weapons and dashed towards the exit of the Gathering Immortals Pavilion, their frantic escape evoking another curse from Wu Yong, who deemed them worthless. Chu Fan remained composed, showing no signs of urgency. He had already tested his unique ability, reviving right next to Wu Zhong, achieving an effect akin to instantaneous travel. It appeared this method proved effective. Even a martial artist of the 4th tier could meet their demise under such a surprise attack. He was curious to see just how many skilled fighters were concealed within Haishi City, as it would provide an opportunity to gauge his own strength and test his limits. After all, with his capabilities, if he truly wished to leave, no one in Haishi City could hinder his escape. Xianxia, trembling with trepidation, gazed at Chu Fan, his voice quaking as he urged the constables to tighten their formation, nearly wrapping himself into a cocoon of iron. His eyelids twitched incessantly, and his heart felt as though it were lodged in his throat, terrified that Chu Fan might suddenly materialize before him, reenacting the horrific scene of Wu Zhong's demise. Wu Yong's eyes burned with rage as he cast a fierce glare at the lifeless body of Wu Zhong on the ground, then fixed his gaze squarely on Chu Fan, his words escaping through clenched teeth. Having killed my brother, you shall not leave Haishi City alive today. Zhang Dianshi, sensing the tension, mustered his courage to step forward. His voice trembling yet authoritative. You audacious fiend. To commit murder under the very eyes of the law in broad daylight is a blatant disregard for the imperial authority. You shall find no escape. Chu Fan threw back his head and laughed heartily, his laughter brimming with defiance. And what of it? Lu Xian seeks my demise. Yet he must be prepared to bear the consequences. He cast a sidelong glance at Wu Zhong's corpse, a cold smirk curling at the corner of his lips. As for him, to dare lay hands on me is to court death. He met his just fate. Zhang Dianshi and Wu Yong felt their eyelids twitch uncontrollably as they realized the extent of his arrogance. Now, I wish to take my leave, Chu Fan remarked, his tone calm, yet laden with an undeniable pressure. Will you still attempt to obstruct my path? Humph. Wu Yong's eyes were ablaze with fury, nearly bursting with rage as he bellowed, Arrogant fool, you shall die. Before his words had fully escaped his lips, he had tightened his grip on the iron short staff and charged at Chu Fan with a fierce whoosh of wind. Zhang Dianshi, perspiring with anxiety, urgently urged the constables. Quickly, all of you forward. The group of constables, already shaken from the earlier carnage, felt their legs tremble at Zhang Dianshi's command. Upon witnessing Wu Yong's furious advance, they steeled themselves and surged forward. Some clutched their weapons tightly, knuckles whitening, while others stumbled, murmuring words of encouragement to bolster their courage. A few were even shoved from behind, nearly colliding as they lunged toward Chu Fan. Though Chu Fan possessed an indomitable spirit, facing Wu Yong proved challenging, and he could barely hold his ground. His earlier victory over Wu Zhong was a stroke of surprise. Now, it became evident that his combat skills required further refinement, and it was time for him to dedicate himself to training. As the group of constables charged forth with furious cries, Chu Fan's gaze sharpened, and he summoned his internal energy, shattering his own heart pulse in the process. In an instant, his corporeal form dissipated into a wisp of azure smoke. The next moment, he re-emerged beside Zhang Dianshi, his long blade gripped tightly, glinting with a chilling light as it descended with lethal intent. Zhang Dianshi felt an icy dread surge from his feet to the crown of his head, and in a moment of sheer panic, he cried out, "Help! Someone save me!" Wu Yong, witnessing the scene, felt his rage boil over, bellowing like thunder. "If you have the courage, face me one-on-one. Do not resort to such despicable tactics." Chu Fan's gaze was as frigid as ice, unmoved by Wu Yong's words, as he wielded his steel blade with unwavering resolve. The chilling light passed through, and Zhang Dianshi's cries were abruptly silenced, his body cleaved in two. Chu Fan slowly turned, his gaze settling on Wu Yong. His tone is indifferent, as if inquiring about an inconsequential matter. "What did you say?" Wu Yong trembled with rage, his crimson eyes bloodshot, the short stick in his hand striking the ground with a resounding thud. His chest heaved violently, yet he found himself momentarily at a loss for coherent words. The surrounding constables, equally taken aback by the sudden turn of events, paled, their hands trembling around their weapons, instinctively retreating half a step. They stood frozen, their gazes fixed on Chu Fan, filled with terror, their earlier bravado extinguished. "You dare to slay Zhang Dianshi?" Wu Yong's voice emerged like a rasp from between clenched teeth, imbued with a chilling foreboding. "You have doomed yourself. The court will flay you alive, your corpse left to rot for 3 days." He glared at Chu Fan, his eyes as cold as frost. Wu Yong was shaken to his core by Chu Fan's audacity. Previously, Chu Fan had merely offended Zhang Dianshi, clashing with the Wu family. Even if the situation escalated, there remained a slim chance of escape to a distant land. However, now he had brazenly murdered a court official, an act that pierced the heavens, bringing upon him the inevitable tide of a manhunt, leaving him no refuge, no sanctuary in this world. At that moment, the sound of hurried footsteps approached from afar. It was the 2 messengers from the Wu family, accompanied by a throng of their kin. Leading them was Wu Feng, the patriarch of the Wu clan, his expression as dark as water. Beside him was a formidable warrior dispatched by his second daughter, a master from the Bloodwolf gang, a practitioner of the 6th stage of the postnatal realm, exuding a steady aura and keen gaze. Wu Feng was seething with anger. He had initially believed that sending 2 4th-stage warriors would suffice in this Blackstone city, only to learn that one had been lost. He now directed his ire towards Zhang Dianshi, eager to confront the audacious rogue who dared to defy the Wu family's authority in their own territory. Upon hearing the commotion in the street, Wu Yong's spirits surged, and he turned sharply, bellowing, "Over here! Xianxia has also been slain by this madman." His voice was hoarse yet fierce, his bloodshot eyes fixated on Chu Fan. Before he could finish, Wu Yong tightened his grip on the short stick and lunged at Chu Fan once more, his assault more ferocious than before, emboldened by the presence of reinforcements. Chapter 17. Supremacy and Agility? Wu Feng, upon hearing Wu Yong's cry, halted abruptly, shock etched across his face. He had anticipated the audacity of his opponent, yet he had not foreseen such reckless defiance, daring to execute a court official in broad daylight within Blackstone City. Although the court's influence had waned, and many sects no longer regarded it with reverence, the court remained the most formidable power in the Great Gene. Who among the common folk would dare to provoke such a formidable force? After the initial shock subsided, a glint of resolve flashed in Wu Feng's eyes as he urged, "Quickly, do not let him escape." Before he finished speaking, he took the lead, the six-stage master from the Blood Wolf gang following closely, his steps steady as a rock. The Wu family youths he brought along, too, dared not lag behind, drawing their blades in pursuit. In the distance, Wu Feng caught sight of a figure entangled in battle with Wu Yong, the clash of blades and shadows intertwining. Wu Yong, catching a glimpse of Wu Feng and the Blood Wolf gang's expert from the corner of his eye, felt a surge of joy and shouted amidst the fray, "Master, this scoundrel possesses an extraordinarily elusive lightness skill. We must not let him escape." Chu Fan had also recognized the newcomer, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes as he mused. This arrival is fortuitous. He had been contemplating retreat, yet had held his ground to test whether his unexpected tactics could prove effective against a master of the fifth layer of the innate realm. In the blink of an eye, Chu Fan's internal energy erupted, shattering his heart's meridian, as his frail form dissipated into a wisp of azure smoke. He suddenly appeared beside Wu Feng, wielding his long blade with a chilling whoosh, aimed directly at his vital points. Wu Feng was no idle nobleman like old Master Lu. The moment Chu Fan materialized, he sensed a chilling intent to kill, and his internal energy surged forth in an instant. With a swish, the blade grazed his shoulder, spraying a fine mist of crimson. Fueled by the explosive force of his internal energy, Wu Feng managed to shift half a foot sideways, narrowly avoiding a fatal strike. Though a deep gash that exposed bone marred his arm, the searing pain sharpened his gaze, and he unsheathed his long sword. Its cold gleam directed at Chu Fan's face. Simultaneously, the Blood Wolf gang's expert of the sixth layer of the innate realm bellowed, seeking death. His form darted like lightning, a massive palm infused with formidable internal energy, crashing towards Chu Fan's back with a thunderous whoosh. Chu Fan barely had time to react. Wu Feng's sharp sword lunged at him like a viper striking, the blade brushing against his throat. A wave of excruciating pain surged through him as warm blood flowed swiftly down his neck, staining his garments in an instant. Concurrently, the expert's palm, imbued with overwhelming force, slammed into Chu Fan's back. The impact was akin to a raging tide, propelling him through the air in a chaotic arc, trailing a mist of blood. However, before his body could touch the ground, a bizarre scene unfolded once more. Chu Fan's form abruptly transformed into a wisp of azure smoke, vanishing before the eyes of the onlookers, leaving only the lingering scent of blood in the air. Wu Yong, witnessing Chu Fan being flung away, was immediately engulfed in ecstatic delight, a triumphant smile forming on his lips as he prepared to declare the demise of this madman. Yet, the wisp of smoke suddenly coalesced beside him. Before his grin could fully materialize, the gleam of arrogance in his eyes froze, replaced by an overwhelming terror. Chu Fan, with his long blade in hand and a fierce intent to kill, struck down with the force of thunder. In a flash of cold light, Wu Yong barely had time to utter a scream before he was see Wu Feng's voice was deep, tinged with an incredulous tremor. Moments ago, his attack, alongside that of the Blood Wolf gang's elite, had undeniably struck the opponent. Such injuries, even to a practitioner of the seventh layer of acquired strength, would surely result in severe consequences. Yet, this individual could transform into mist and escape, only to reappear instantaneously to deliver lethal blows, an occurrence beyond the realm of belief. The Blood Wolf gang's master furrowed his brow and declared solemnly, "This is exceedingly strange. This person must not be allowed to remain." Chu Fan's laughter echoed through the courtyard, infused with a hint of arrogance. He cast his gaze over the pallid faces of Wu Feng and the Blood Wolf expert, proclaiming, "What of this grand spectacle? What do you do to me?" As his laughter subsided, a frigid glint appeared in his eyes as they settled on Wu Feng. "Ah, the Wu family, is it? I shall remember this debt." With that, he made a slight movement, leaving behind a chilling echo. "Until we meet again." He prepared to shatter his heart's pulse and depart gracefully. Wu Feng's expression shifted dramatically as he recalled Chu Fan's elusive agility. His eyes darted, and he called out, "Hold on, let us consider a transaction." Noticing Chu Fan pause, he hastily added, "If you grant me that lightness technique you just displayed, we can consider today's incident settled. I can also help suppress the news of Zhang Dian's death. You must understand, once the imperial edict is issued, with your current abilities, despite your remarkable agility, you are still merely at the third layer of acquired strength. It is only a matter of time before your demise." He intentionally emphasized the third layer, his gaze filled with a scrutinizing certainty, as if convinced that Chu Fan would weigh the advantages and disadvantages. The thought of possessing such an extraordinary technique ignited a greedy glimmer in Wu Feng's eyes. If he could master that lightness skill, not only would the Wu family secure its standing in Haishi City, but its influence would ascend to new heights across neighboring cities. The Blood Wolf Gang's sixth-layer expert also regarded Chu Fan with intense interest, his seasoned eyes discerning. Having just witnessed their combined efforts fail to restrain him at such close quarters, he recognized that this level of agility was undoubtedly extraordinary, a pinnacle technique without question. Chu Fan threw his head back in laughter, his mirth laced with unabashed derision as he regarded Wu Feng, his eyes reflecting that of a mere jester. "You? Are you worthy of negotiating with me? My possessions are not for your covetous grasp. Zhang Dian's death? The court's manhunt?" He advanced step by step, each movement amplifying the chill surrounding him. "Do I truly care about these matters? Tend to your Wu family well. When we meet again, it will not be as simple as a mere injury." Wu Feng, inflamed by Chu Fan's arrogance, seethed with rage. His earlier restraint had been a tactic to stabilize the situation and capture that enigmatic technique. But now, having endured such humiliation, he could no longer contain himself. "Seize him. Do not let him escape, regardless of the cost." Wu Feng commanded fiercely, his injured arm throbbing with rage as he pointed his sword at Chu Fan and charged forward. Chapter 18. An Inevitable Outcome. The master of the Blood Wolf Gang no longer hesitated. He exerted force beneath his feet, propelling his form like an arrow. His palm wind, now imbued with even greater ferocity. Observing this, the disciples of the Wu family and the constables hastily drew their blades, and in an instant, the air was thick with the glint of swords and the aura of bloodshed. "Ah, savor the days to come. Next time, I shall claim your head." Zhu Fan's resolved to retreat and immerse himself in the two manuals acquired from the Lu residence, aiming to first attain the 6th level of the postnatal realm. As his words fell, he unhesitatingly shattered his heart pulse, his body transforming into a wisp of azure smoke that dissipated before the crowd. In the next moment, atop a desolate mountain outside the city, the azure smoke coalesced, and Chu Fan's silhouette gradually materialized. He gazed towards the direction of Blackstone City, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Standing atop the mountain, amidst the powerful winds, Chu Fan felt the azure smoke circulating within him. It was the essence left from his multiple rebirths that day. Though lacking the subsequent manuals to guide him through the next acupoint, it subtly nourished his sinews, gradually enhancing his physique and internal organs. With each circulation, it felt as if a gentle current permeated his flesh, making the flow of his internal energy smoother than ever before. He understood that this was strength settling in a different manner, awaiting his cultivation of the forthcoming manuals to break free from his constraints. Within the city, the azure smoke that was once Chu Fan completely vanished into the horizon, leaving no trace behind. Wu Feng rushed forward, staring at the empty street, disbelief etched upon his face, soon replaced by a tempest of rage. "Find him," he bellowed, turning abruptly to the others, his injured arm bleeding anew from the exertion. "Relay my orders, contact all factions within the city, and seal the city gates. Even if it requires digging 3 feet into the ground, we must locate this rogue." A master from the Blood Wolf Gang stepped forward, lowering his voice to Wu Feng. "Master Wu, Zhang Dianshi is dead. This matter cannot be concealed for long." His gaze swept over the corpses on the ground as he continued. "Currently, the county magistrate remains unaware. If we wait for the court to issue a wanted notice, and should he fall into the hands of the officials, that peculiar manual of lightness will likely elude us. Wu Feng's expression darkened as he clenched his injured arm. Do you mean? The Blood Wolf Gang Master's eyes glimmered with insight as he leaned closer to Wu Feng, whispering, Master Wu, the county magistrate has always been on friendly terms with you, and is particularly avaricious. If you take a little initiative and offer him some incentives to suppress this matter, refraining from reporting it to the court, wouldn't that solve our dilemma? Once we acquire the manual, we can fabricate a reason to eliminate any witnesses, leaving the court none the wiser. It would be a win-win situation. At these words, a flicker of intrigue passed through Wu Feng's eyes. He indeed had some rapport with the county magistrate, and he understood the man's greedy nature, as long as the benefits were substantial. Suppressing the news would not pose a challenge. This way, they could avoid court intervention and monopolize that enigmatic skill, which seemed to transport its practitioner in an instant. The mere thought of such extraordinary lightness filled Wu Feng's eyes with insatiable greed, nearly spilling over. Such a remarkable technique could enable the trifling Chu Fan to escape time and again from the watchful eyes of 5th and 6th tier masters. If I were to master it, not only would it solidify the Wu family's position in Haishi City, but it would also lend us a measure of confidence throughout the entire prefecture. Excellent. He suddenly slapped his thigh and gritted his teeth, declaring, I shall proceed as you suggested. I will meet with the county magistrate immediately and ensure that the news remains suppressed. The pain radiating from his injured arm was but a mere trifle compared to the fervent desire he harbored for that technique. After making up his mind, Wu Feng instinctively began to rub the hilt of his sword, only to pause momentarily in contemplation. He turned to the Blood Wolf Gang expert and instructed, send another message to your leader, Lin Tianlang. The reason Wu Feng decided to have the Blood Wolf Gang expert relay a message to Lin Tianlang was due to deeper considerations. There were already members of the Blood Wolf Gang present, and they were well aware of today's events. It was utterly impossible to keep this matter secret. Rather than conceal it and provoke suspicion, it would be wiser to openly invite their collaboration. This not only allowed him to leverage the Blood Wolf Gang's influence to enhance their search efforts, but it also served to silence them, preventing any leaks that could put him at a disadvantage. Thus, inviting Lin Tianlang to join the cause became the most prudent course of action. After a brief pause, a glimmer of calculation flickered in his eyes. After all, the leader is my son-in-law. There is some familial obligation there. The Blood Wolf Gang boasts many skilled members, and with your assistance, our chances of capturing that young man and seizing the manual will be significantly enhanced. The Blood Wolf Gang expert nodded in acknowledgement and replied, Master Wu has considered this thoroughly. I shall take care of it once. Wu Feng watched the direction in which the expert disappeared. A fierce glint flashing in his eyes, his fists clenched tight, producing a cracking sound. That lightness technique is imperative for the Wu family. He hissed under his breath, his tone brimming with resolute determination. Whether for the ascendance of the Wu family or to avenge today's humiliation, he must acquire that elusive technique that could transform him into smoke, appearing and disappearing at will. He was prepared to pay any price, even if it meant sharing the spoils with the Blood Wolf Gang or risking the ire of the court. He was resolute in his intent. Send the orders forth. Spare no effort in locating that individual. We must see the man alive and the manual in hand. Wu Feng commanded the Wu family disciples beside him, his voice imbued with undeniable authority. In unison, the disciples replied, yes. They accepted their orders and swiftly dispersed, an aura of lethal intent enveloping them. Wu Feng remained rooted in place, watching the departing figures of his kin. Subsequently, he turned and returned to the Wu residence, not out of fear of the county magistrate, but rather because stabilizing the situation and preventing news of Zhang Dian's death from reaching the court was of utmost importance. The county magistrate had always shown deference to the Wu family, driven more by greed for wealth than anything else. Wu Feng instructed the steward, retrieve some silver from the storeroom, and select a couple of exquisite jade pieces to send to the county office. His tone was unremarkable, as if he were merely assigning a commonplace task. Make it clear to the magistrate that the news of Zhang Dian's death must not be reported upwards. The benefits he reaps are undeniable. I shall personally express my gratitude later. As long as the county magistrate is willing to cooperate and submits a fabricated document to the court, it is feasible to temporarily cloak the truth. For him, such an expenditure is but a trifling matter, as long as the court remains uninvolved. He could buy time to locate Chu Fan and acquire the secret manual. Everything is worth it. Just as these words left his lips, a sound of weeping echoed from outside the courtyard. A young woman, clad in a plain skirt, stumbled in. It was Zhang, Wu Feng's concubine. Her hair was disheveled, and her face bore the marks of tears. Upon seeing Wu Feng, she collapsed to the ground, exclaiming, "Master, I implore you, please seek justice for my father. He was well this morning. How could he suddenly?" Chapter 19. The Pinnacle of Genius. Wu Feng regarded the sobbing Liu with a furrowed brow, his irritation mounting. Although she was a concubine, she had enjoyed his favor and held a respectable position within the household. Her current display of despair, however, tested his patience. Zhang Qingwan's cries pricked at Wu Feng, igniting a flicker of anger within him. Abruptly, he withdrew his hand, the last vestige of warmth evaporating from his countenance. His voice, heavy as lead, resonated. "What are you crying about? Your father passed due to a sudden illness." With an impatient wave of his hand, he cast a disapproving glance her way. "You are now a member of the Wu family. You ought to understand decorum. This is not a place for your tantrums. Either return to your chamber or assist in the arrangements for the aftermath. Do not linger here to vex me." Startled by his outburst, Zhang Qingwan's cries ceased. Though her eyes grew redder, her lips bitten in silence. Wu Feng, disinterested in her further, turned to the steward and commanded, "Take her away. Do not delay matters here." Once that matter was resolved, he irritably loosened his collar. Were it not for the necessity of concealing the sudden demise under the guise of illness to the court, he would lack even the patience to deal with her. At present, the only thing worthy of his attention was that manual of lightness. On the desolate mountain, Chu Fan, illuminated by the hazy moonlight, carefully examined two manuals spread across his lap. One was Hun Yuan Gong, complete and intact, detailing the methodical progression through the 72 meridians, ensuring a steady ascent into the sixth realm of postnatal cultivation. While the technique was straightforward and lacked any extraordinary elements, Chu Fan, after perusing it, remarked with a hint of indifference, "It is solid enough, sufficient for my needs." The other manual, Longing Ironcloth Shirt, was also a complete edition. Although the corners of the pages showed signs of wear, the content remained clear and legible. This method focused on physical refinement, honing the body from flesh to bone, enabling one to withstand blades and spears upon reaching mastery. As Chu Fan's fingers traced the explanations of the training techniques, a glimmer of excitement sparked in his eyes. This is quite a valuable resource. He meticulously folded the two manuals and tucked them away, formulating a plan in his mind. First, to practice Hun Yuan Gong to break through his current realm, and once his foundation was solidified, to then engage in Longing Ironcloth Shirt to strengthen his physique. A dual approach, nurturing both internal and external prowess. If worst came to worst, he could resort to shattering his own heart meridians, allowing the remnants of his body to dissipate into smoke, which he would absorb. Not only would this accumulate power, but it would also prove far more reliable than consuming medicinal pills. While those pills may assist in cultivation, they inevitably lead to the accumulation of toxic residue. How could it compare to the purity of self-destruction and rebirth? Endless suicide, endless absorption, he murmured softly, a flicker of madness dancing in his eyes. Was it not akin to possessing an inexhaustible supply of elixirs for my indulgence? Why should I fear failing to master these two tomes? With such thoughts swirling in his mind, the last vestige of his hesitation dissipated like smoke. Settling into a cross-legged position, he resolutely activated the techniques of the Hun Yuan Gong. After all, death was not the end. He could boldly take the plunge and hasten his breakthrough. The night enveloped him like ink, and the mountain breeze swept through Chu Fan's hair, carrying a chill. He sat cross-legged on a smooth green stone, his fingertips delicately tracing the pages of Hun Yuan Gong, his gaze lingering upon the diagram of the 72 acupoints for a prolonged moment. As the night deepened, Chu Fan no longer hesitated. He immediately followed the chart of Hun Yuan Gong to channel the power of the azure smoke within him to strike at the acupoints. A series of soft sounds echoed within him as two blocked acupoints were forcefully opened by his internal energy, a warm current coursing through his body, signifying a subtle advancement in his cultivation. Yet, with the opening of the acupoints, the azure smoke that had supported his multiple rebirths completely dissipated, leaving no trace behind. Without a moment's hesitation, he raised his hand and struck his chest. A soft thud echoed as his heart meridian shattered. In a fleeting moment before his consciousness faded, his remnants transformed into a wisp of azure smoke, surging into the newly materialized form of himself. The freshly coalesced body radiated a gentle warmth, having absorbed the remnant's power. His internal energy felt even more robust than before. Chu Fan opened his eyes, disregarding the need to catch his breath, and promptly settled into a cross-legged position. His gaze sharp as a blade. To him, death was merely a stepping stone for cultivation. Gradually, Chu Fan began to grasp the essence of his practice. His internal energy flowing with increasing familiarity. Just over an hour passed when two soft sounds resonated within him, signaling that two acupoints had been smoothly connected. He didn't even need to concentrate deliberately. His internal energy naturally followed the trajectory of Hunyuan Gong, accurately completing the strikes. Then, with a subtle twist of his internal energy, his heart meridian shattered once more. There was no hesitation. Consciousness plunged into darkness only to ignite immediately. The azure smoke from his remnants melding into his new form, bringing with it a familiar warmth. He scarcely took a breath, and the new energy surged forth, instinctively targeting the next two acupoints. The process grew increasingly seamless, as if this cycle of life and death was inherently part of the cultivation journey. From the zenith of the moon to the faint light of dawn, Chu Fan methodically repeated the process, clearing two acupoints, reversing his internal energy, dying and being reborn, and then clearing two more acupoints. As the sky brightened with the blush of dawn, he materialized for the last time. The flow of his internal energy surging like a torrential river. Including the 36 acupoints he had opened the previous night, he had now successfully connected 48 of the 72. His aura suddenly swelling as he firmly stepped into the fourth layer of the postnatal realm. Chu Fan glanced down at his hands. His fingertips still bore a dull ache from the shattered heart meridian, yet felt vague, as if shrouded in mist. After dying 6 times throughout the night, the pain compounded into numbness, and eventually, even that fleeting darkness became familiar. He rubbed his brow, feeling a sense of disorientation. Indeed, after repeated encounters with death, it became as mundane as eating or drinking, losing its initial shock and leaving only a mechanical sense of task completion. A moment of rest was in order. He murmured, tucking the ancient tome back into his bosom, leaning against the stone wall to close his eyes and gather his thoughts. Within him, the internal energy flowed effortlessly, and the path to the 6th layer of the acquired realm was already becoming vividly clear beneath his feet. It is well known that the progression in martial arts becomes increasingly arduous, akin to scaling the heavens. For ordinary practitioners, to advance even a single layer within the acquired realm after 3 to 5 years of diligent training is a luxury. Many remain ensnared in a single tier, languishing for a lifetime without even grasping the threshold. Yet, in merely one night, Chu Fan had firmly stepped from the 3rd to the 4th layer, with the number of acupoints he had opened surging by 12. Such velocity could only be described as that of an unparalleled genius. Even those hailed as prodigies of the century would find it inconceivable to breach barriers overnight, let alone in such a bizarre yet efficient manner. For Chu Fan, the act of cultivation bore no inherent risk, while ordinary martial artists tread cautiously, fearful that a misstep could disrupt their meridians or that a fervent desire for rapid success could lead to madness, culminating in a severed lifeline. He was different. Even if his internal energy surged uncontrollably and shattered his meridians, he could merely reconstruct his heart's channel anew. The ethereal smoke of his former self would mend all, resulting in a pristine new body, devoid of any traces of past injuries. Fear of madness? Damage to the meridians? Dying once would resolve it all. What was there to fear? In Chapter 20, the innkeeper, he even deliberately accelerated the flow of his internal energy, allowing that force to rampage through his meridians. The cost was merely a fleeting death, yet the reward was a swifter ascension. This equation could only yield profit. As dawn broke, a hollow rumble echoed from his stomach. He glanced down, rubbing his abdomen. After a night of tumult, even an immortal could not withstand an empty belly. Carefully securing the tome, he dusted himself off and rose, gazing down at the black stone city. As for the potential traps laid within the city, did those people think they could capture him? Even if surrounded, so what? As his thoughts settled, his internal energy shattered his heart's channel. Upon opening his eyes once more, Chu Fan found himself seated in a private room on the 2nd floor of the Gathering Immortals building. The intricately carved wooden table was immaculate. Devoid of the remnants of yesterday's chaotic feast, even the oil stains at the corners had been polished to a sheen. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a warm glow upon the celadone teacup. Just as Chu Fan settled into his chair, the door of the private room creaked open. The innkeeper entered, carrying a teapot, and upon meeting his gaze, the teapot clattered to the ground, scalding tea splattering across the floor, yet he appeared oblivious. His face turned ghostly pale, lips trembling as he recoiled. You were that person for yesterday." The innkeeper's complexion was ashen, his legs visibly trembling. After this individual had departed yesterday, the Wu family had searched half the night without a trace. How could he suddenly reappear here? Chu Fan reclined leisurely against the back of his chair, observing the innkeeper's quaking form. "What? Upon seeing me, you can no longer serve the tea?" The young attendant suddenly knelt down with a thud, prostrating himself and pleading, "My esteemed guest, spare my life. I have seen nothing. I shall prepare the finest dishes for you at once." "No need for the finest," Chu Fan replied nonchalantly. "Just bring me another serving of what I had yesterday." The attendant dared not utter a word of dissent, scrambling out the door, almost tripping over the threshold. This fearsome figure had taken a life at the entrance the previous day, yet he was brazen enough to return to the establishment today for tea. Did he truly fear no consequences from the authorities, or did he simply regard human life with utter disregard? As soon as the dog meat was placed on the table, Chu Fan picked up a piece and popped it into his mouth. The meat was firm, imbued with a savory saltiness tinged with a hint of spice. And the more he chewed, the more flavorful it became. He, disregarding decorum, swallowed in a few bites and reached for the plate of freshly cooked braised pork knuckle. The knuckle was tender to the point of falling apart at the slightest touch of the chopsticks, the rich, unctuous skin enveloped in a thick sauce, melting in his mouth and filling it with a deep, meaty aroma. Nearby, the hot steam buns were still steaming. Breaking one open released a cascade of oily meat filling mixed with the fragrance of scallions and ginger. It was so hot that he instinctively inhaled sharply, yet he could not bring himself to release it, swallowing it whole as warmth spread through his stomach. He tilted back a pot of strong liquor, downing nearly half of it. The fiery liquid coursed down his throat, causing him to cough a couple of times. Yet it also ignited a flicker of warmth in his chest. The numbness from last night's training began to dissipate under the influence of the food and drink, along with the residual pain from his fractured heart, which had lessened considerably. Only when the dishes on the table were nearly empty did Chu Fan set down his chopsticks, patting his swollen belly and letting out a satisfied burp laced with the scent of alcohol. For him, this moment of ravenous indulgence felt more alive than the hours spent in meditation. After all, death and rebirth were chilling concepts. Only the warmth of food could make him truly feel his existence. Sated and content, Chu Fan retrieved his purse from his waist and casually placed a tin-tail banknote on the table. Just as the attendant entered with an empty plate, he caught sight of the banknote, his eyes widening in surprise. He had expected this fearsome individual to skip out on the bill. After all, who would concern themselves with the cost of a meal after committing murder at the entrance of the establishment? Chu Fan, however, did not acknowledge him, merely pushing the banknote to the edge of the table with his fingertips. "Is this sufficient?" The attendant nodded vigorously, his hands trembling as he reached for the banknote. His fingertips quivered as they touched the bill. Yes, it's enough. You have given more than required. No need for change." Chu Fan rose, brushing off his clothing. To him, killing was one matter, but paying for a meal was a matter of principle. There was no need to quibble over trifles. After all, money could always be acquired again. It was far better than dining and dashing. In his past life, he had been akin to a beast of burden. If he were to evade payment, it would surely be the attendant who bore the brunt of it. Why should one beast trouble another? As he turned to leave, he paused momentarily beside the attendant, his footsteps faltering. "When I return next time, ensure a private room is reserved." The attendant stood frozen in place, watching as Chu Fan's figure reached the staircase before he dared to exhale deeply. This fearsome individual not only returned for a meal, but also paid for it. And it seemed he intended to come back again. The innkeeper furtively observed Chu Fan's leisurely demeanor, his throat constricting as he finally could not contain himself. Whispering in a voice barely above a murmur, "My lord, it's not that I speak out of turn, but you must not reveal yourself at this moment." Chu Fan raised his gaze to him, causing the innkeeper to instinctively retract his neck. Gritting his teeth, he took a cautious step forward and hastily added, "The incident at the entrance yesterday has stirred up quite a commotion in Blackstone City. They're searching for you everywhere, and several armed wanderers are interrogating passers-by at the street corner. I've heard your likeness is plastered all over the eastern and western markets." He fidgeted with the edge of his apron, cold sweat beading on his forehead. "I sense you are an open-minded person, which is why I dare to speak up. Please, you must leave through the back alley." Chu Fan was casually picking his teeth with a toothpick when he heard this, lifting his eyelids to glance at the innkeeper, whose voice trembled with fear. The corner of Chu Fan's mouth curled into a nonchalant smile. Let them search for me. What of it? He cast a glance outside, wary of being overheard, while his fingers nervously twisted the apron. I mean, well, sir, you should really leave quickly. This place is not safe. Chu Fan's gulp, tossing the toothpick onto the table. Not safe. In Blackstone City, is there anywhere I cannot go? He rose slowly, unconcerned by their search. What would happen if they found him? He could die once and find another place. After all, he had ample time to spare. The innkeeper, though timid, had a kind heart. Not wishing to say more, Chu Fan noted the innkeeper's pale face, pausing for a moment over his coin pouch before pulling out a silver note and placing it with a resounding thud on the table. 10 taels of silver, enough for an ordinary family to live on for a year. The innkeeper's eyes widened in disbelief as he instinctively recoiled. My lord, this is far too much. I cannot accept it. Take it, Chu Fan replied flatly, pushing the silver note towards him. Thank you for the warning. The innkeeper, gazing at the silver, then at Chu Fan's impassive expression, swallowed hard, trembling hands finally clenching the note in his palm. He felt a surge of gratitude. This fearsome figure, known for his ruthlessness, displayed such generosity, leaving one utterly bewildered. Without a further glance at the innkeeper, Chu Fan turned and pushed the door open. The wind outside rushed in, carrying the clamor of the marketplace. The innkeeper, clutching the silver note, hurried to the entrance, only to see that figure stroll confidently into the crowd, showing no intention of hiding. Chapter 21, Digesting. Knowing he would be hunted, Chu Fan felt no fear. If one possessed an immortal body and still hesitated, what purpose would traversing this world serve? He was destined to live freely and without restraint. Last night, having refined himself through self-sacrifice, he had finally broken through the 4th layer of the acquired realm. This morning, he feasted in the city and now strolled through the marketplace, treating it as a leisurely digest. He had not abandoned his wave-cutting sword technique. Having engaged in combat frequently over the past few days, his moves had become increasingly familiar, and he could feel significant progress. He harbored a plan to cultivate at night and seek out opponents by day, sharpening his skills through battle, so as not to waste this immortal existence. The streets were bustling with activity when a lowly henchman caught sight of Chu Fan out of the corner of his eye. Inexplicably shuddering, he abruptly halted his steps, retrieving the portrait concealed within his garments, bringing it closer to his eyes for a meticulous examination. His gaze widened in astonishment, and his face erupted with unrestrained joy. Could this be the very person sought by the Wu family? His heart raced like a drum, pounding fiercely within his chest. The Wu family had long declared that any information regarding this young man would be rewarded with 100 taels. And if one could eliminate him, 500 taels. Capture him alive would yield an astounding 1,000 taels of silver. As these figures raced through his mind, the young henchman's grip on the portrait began to tremble, nearly spitting out saliva in his excitement, and he instinctively shrank back. Nevertheless, his eyes remained fixed on the silhouette of Chu Fan, contemplating the fortune that awaited him. The henchman was acutely aware that his own meager abilities were insufficient to confront the target directly, so he stealthily made his way toward the street corner. He belonged to the Brothers Gang of Blackstone City, led by a formidable chief who had attained the 4th level of postnatal cultivation. The gang had accepted the Wu family's commission, and now every faction in Blackstone City was on the lookout for this individual. Serendipitously, the chief was indeed waiting at the street corner. The henchman hurried over, leaning close to the chief's ear and whispering urgently, "Chief, we've found him. The young man wanted by the Wu family is sauntering just up ahead." The chief of the Brothers Gang, who was currently engaged in conversation with a well-dressed member of the Wu family, straightened abruptly upon hearing this, his eyes widening in disbelief. "Are you certain? You didn't mistake him for someone else?" "Absolutely. He bears a striking resemblance to the portrait," the henchman proclaimed, thumping his chest with a fervor laced with impatience. "Chief, that's a reward of 1,000 taels for capturing him alive." The young Wu family member furrowed his brow, casting a sidelong glance at the henchman before responding languidly. "Chief Wang, if you truly have located him, the Wu family's reward will be substantial. However, should word leak and he escape," Chief Wang quickly bent once more, bowing with a smile toward the Wu family member. "Rest assured, young Master Wu, no one can slip past the watchful eyes of my brother's gang within Blackstone City." He then called out, "Brothers, arm yourselves. although the Wu family member was of a collateral branch. At a tender age, he had already reached the 4th level of postnatal cultivation. This prowess earned him significant favor from Wu Feng, bestowing upon him a status within the Wu family far beyond that of a typical collateral relative. After hearing Chief Wang's words, he nodded slowly, his tone calm, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. No need for haste. Let us devise a plan to delay him. I shall return to report to the family head for further instructions. Chief Wang promptly assented. Yes, young Master Wu, you can count on me. I shall ensure he cannot escape. The Wu family member offered no further remarks, turning to depart with his 2 attendants, exuding an air of aristocratic arrogance with each step. Chief Wang observed his retreating figure, then pivoted sharply to glare at the henchman. Where is he? Lead me to him. Chief Wang was mentally calculating, responding to young Master Wu while harboring his own intentions. Young Master Wu suggested a delay, but surely, taking action oneself would yield far more satisfying results. Capturing him alive promised 1,000 taels, while merely delaying him for a report would only fetch 100 taels, an astounding difference of tenfold. It would be foolish to choose the latter, he pondered to himself. As a cultivator of the 4th level, with over 100 capable brothers at his command, a rush of men could easily overwhelm the target. Having heard the Wu family mention it, the opponent is merely at the 3rd level of cultivation. Such a trifling adversary. How could they possibly escape my grasp? With this thought, a flicker of greed sparkled in Wang's eyes as he patted the shoulder of a lowly henchman. Lead the way. Let us summon our esteemed guest. His tone was imbued with a fierce determination to succeed. At this moment, the members of the Brotherhood, having received the signal, converged from all directions, swiftly gathering into a dense throng. Observing this, Wang's confidence surged, and he commanded loudly, Everyone, stay alert. When we encounter the target, encircle him tightly. Not even a fly should escape. The band of followers responded with a resounding agreement, their weapons clanging together with a menacing sound. Satisfied, Wang nodded and waved his hand. Let's proceed. I shall meet this fortune-bringer. With that, he led his entourage towards the street where Chu Fan resided, their footsteps echoing on the stone pavement, causing pedestrians to hastily sidestep. Chu Fan stood at the edge of the street, intrigued by the bustling scene around him. A hawker called out as he passed by, while an elderly man selling sugar paintings twirled a bamboo stick, delighting a group of children who clapped in joy. Observing this lively spectacle, Chu Fan pondered whether the ancient world depicted in the books he had read was equally vibrant before his arrival. The sounds of vendors and playful children, infused with the aroma of street food, were far more tangible than he had ever imagined. As he mused, he caught sight of a menacing crowd approaching, armed and fierce in demeanor. The sight sent a wave of fear through the surrounding onlookers, causing them to scatter in panic, and the once bustling market was suddenly half empty. Chu Fan's interest waned, and his brow furrowed slightly. The delightful atmosphere had been disrupted, extinguishing his earlier excitement. Turning to face the advancing gang, he wore a cold smirk. Just as he had filled his stomach, here came an opportunity to unleash his pent-up energy on willing targets. He flexed his wrists, the joints cracking in anticipation, his eyes glinting with eagerness. It was the perfect occasion to practice the newly refined skills of his breaking waves blade technique. By now, the area was tightly surrounded by the Brotherhood, creating an inescapable trap. From a window on the 2nd floor of the gathering Immortal's tower, the innkeeper peered down, his brow furrowed in worry as he watched Chu Fan. This patron had generously rewarded him with 10 silver notes earlier, displaying both wealth and a pleasant disposition. Despite hearing rumors of the man's lethal capabilities, the innkeeper perceived him as a good person. Gripping the window frame tightly, anxiety gripped his heart. Could Chu Fan handle such a multitude? A lean, wiry man from the Brotherhood stepped forward, slamming his steel blade onto the ground with a loud clang, and shouted hoarsely, "You there? If you know what's good for you, surrender without resistance. Otherwise, my friends will break your legs and drag you back." As soon as the words left his mouth, the surrounding henchmen erupted in raucous cheers, the clashing of weapons and shouts blending into a cacophony. Chapter 22, Practicing the Blade. Master Wang stood at the back of the crowd, arms crossed and a cold smile playing on his lips, his gaze radiating an unwavering confidence. In his eyes, facing a 3rd-tier opponent with his own 4th-tier prowess, coupled with 100 brothers by his side, there was no path left for the adversary other than surrender. The gaunt man shouting had his eyes fixed intently on Chu Fan, already envisioning a mountain of 1,000 taels of silver, his throat involuntarily bobbing with anticipation. His voice dripped with an insatiable greed. Don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a penalty. Come with us, and you shall suffer less, otherwise. The surrounding henchmen were equally eager, their eyes gleaming with avarice as they regarded Chu Fan as a trove of wealth. Capturing 1,000 taels, enough to sustain an ordinary family for a lifetime. Master Wang's smirk grew more pronounced, a fleeting glint of greed flashing in his eyes. What he sought was not merely the reward. Capturing this young man would elevate his standing before the Wu family, ensuring a prosperous future for the Brotherhood in the realm of Haishi City. A cold smile crept across Chu Fan's face as he deftly unsheathed his blade. The sunlight glinting off the steel, dazzling the eyes, and pointed directly at the gaunt man. Spare me the chatter. Come here. His voice, though low, carried an intimidating force, akin to ice shards striking the ground, momentarily silencing the surrounding clamoring. Momentarily taken aback by the blade aimed at him, the gaunt man quickly succumbed to rage. Damn. This brat dares to be arrogant. Master Wang stepped forward, his expression darkening. It seems you prefer punishment to courtesy. Brothers, seize him. Alive. 100 henchmen brandished their blades and charged, the gust of their weaponry slicing through the air, laced with a palpable menace. Chu Fan's gaze turned icy. As he spun the blade in his hand, it emitted a soft, melodic hum. He did not hasten to strike. Instead, he deliberately slowed his movements, dismantling his newly acquired swordsmanship technique. The first assailant swung his blade, and Chu Fan sidestepped gracefully, his wrist twisting as the back of his knife crashed heavily against the opponent's elbow. A sharp crack resounded, followed by a pained cry as the man dropped his weapon. Before he could regain his footing, Chu Fan advanced, the blade piercing precisely into his heart. The first move, raging waves arise. He murmured to himself, as if contemplating the intricacies of the technique. 2 more foes attacked from either side. Chu Fan's footwork expanded, as if dancing on the crest of a wave. The blade slanted to deflect the force of the assailant on the left before delivering a counterstrike. The sound of steel slicing through flesh was unmistakable, and the man on the right collapsed, clutching his abdomen, blood gushing forth. He meticulously honed each maneuver, even when faced with glaring weaknesses in his opponents, executing each phase with utmost precision. At times, a strike would miss, seamlessly transitioning into a new move, using the hilt to shatter an adversary's nose before delivering a lethal blow. On other occasions, he would feign vulnerability, luring his enemy eye first. His movements were still a little stiff, the transitions awkward. Gradually, they smoothed out, growing fluid and natural, and the gale whipped up by his blade became sharper and more vicious with every swing. More and more corpses littered the ground. Some had their necks cleanly severed. Others had been pierced straight through the chest. Every wound corresponded precisely to one form of the wave-breaking saber. Screams, pleas for mercy, and the crunch of breaking bones blended together. Blood pooled across the ground, quickly forming small streams. He never treated them as people. They had come to take his life. There was no reason to show mercy. In just a short while, more than half of the 20-odd men charging at the front had fallen, their bodies piled haphazardly across the ground. The remaining men were terrified, their calves trembling uncontrollably, hands shaking like sieves around their blades. Not a single one dared take another step forward. Chu Fan flicked the blood droplet from his saber and looked toward Guild Master Wang, whose face had gone deathly pale. His voice carried no warmth at all. Next, is it you? Guild Master Wang's heart pounded wildly. This is a post-heaven 3rd level. That ferocity, that saber technique, far more terrifying than his own post-heaven 4th level. Grinding his teeth, he raised his blade and charged. Brat, you're courting death. Chu Fan didn't retreat. He advanced instead. The wave-breaking saber traced a saber flower as he deliberately slowed his movement by half a beat. He was using a post-heaven 4th level expert to sharpen his blade. Only when Wang's saber was about to strike did Chu Fan sidestep. The blade grazed past his shoulder, drawing a string of blood droplets. He didn't pursue. Instead, he retreated half a step, sank his stance, and restarted the first form, rising tides from the very beginning. The saber lifted slowly, then chopped down with explosive force. The gust it unleashed sent dust flying across the ground. Though it didn't wound Wang, it forced him to raise his blade to block. Interesting. Guildmaster Wang was both shocked and enraged as he launched a furious counterattack, every strike ruthless and deadly. Chu Fan, however, behaved like a patient apprentice, dismantling each move of the wave-breaking saber as he responded. When Wang swept horizontally, Chu Fan answered with fine waves piercing, his blade sliding along the opponent's saber, targeting the wrist. When Wang chopped downward, he used waves rolling sand, the saber arcing in a spiral to disperse most of the force. He deliberately exposed small openings, baiting Wang into changing his techniques, then used the momentum of those attacks to refine his own reactions. Sometimes a strike would miss, and he would spin with the motion, smashing the saber hilt into Wang's ribs and forcing him to stagger back. Sometimes Wang's saber wind would graze his shoulder, drawing blood, but Chu Fan's eyes would only shine brighter as he etched the mistake into memory, correcting the angle in the very next move. The longer they fought, the more terrified Guild Master Wang became. Chu Fan's saber technique had clearly been crude at first, yet it improved at an alarming speed, like a sponge absorbing water. Moments ago, he could still gain the upper hand. Now he was being forced purely onto the defensive. What chilled the most was the look in Chu Fan's eyes. It was the gaze one gave a block of stone waiting to be carved. Every strike carried scrutiny and adjustment. His life meant nothing at all. "You're courting death," Guild Master Wang roared, unleashing his ultimate technique, his saber aura surging violently. His attacks grew faster and more desperate, every swing fueled by sheer, reckless resolve. Yet Chu Fan seemed rooted to the ground, always slipping away at the last possible instant. When he did counter, it was unhurried, casually dismantling Wang's techniques, never letting a single corner of his clothes be touched. "Brat, you dare toy with me?" The leader Wang's veins surged on his forehead, his voice hoarse from shouting, and his chest heaved violently. He could sense that his opponent was deliberately slowing down, each block landing precisely where his strength was about to wane, and every evasion perfectly timed to exploit his momentary gaps. This was not a battle. It was as if he were merely a practice dummy for knife techniques. With a furious shout, he stomped the ground, his figure swelling as he unleashed his most powerful move, the Mountain Splitter, the wind from his blade howling directly toward Chu Fan's face. Yet, Chu Fan merely tilted his head slightly, his wrist deftly twisting, allowing his blade to glide smoothly along the opponent's weapon, producing a sharp clang as it struck the hilt. Wang felt a surge of unexpected force, his wrist numbing, nearly losing his grip on the blade, inciting his furious cries and further disarraying his attacks. The surrounding members of the gang stood in stunned silence, mouths agape, paralyzed. This was their leader, a master of the fourth stage of martial prowess. How could he appear so helpless against that young man? Though the young man's strikes seemed leisurely, each one found its mark with uncanny precision, exploiting Wang's vulnerabilities. This was not a fight. It was a demonstration of skill, honing in on the leader's weaknesses. Chapter 23. Opportunity? One individual felt their legs weaken, their sword clattering to the ground, quickly covering their mouth in shock. Observing Chu Fan's calm demeanor, contrasted with Wang's frenzied yet futile attempts to even touch the opponent, a chill ascended from their feet to the crown of their head. Chu Fan, seemingly oblivious to the surrounding commotion, remained focused on Wang's blade trajectory, muttering to himself, "It should be a fraction faster. The force is too abrupt." Suddenly, he twisted his wrist, the long knife slanting to strike the side of Wang's weapon. Wang felt an unexpected force, his blade veering sharply to one side, nearly slipping from his grasp. Clenching the hilt tightly, his knuckles turned white, he roared in retaliation, "I will kill you." Rather than retreating, Chu Fan advanced, the blade gliding along Wang's weapon, creating sparks as it clashed against it, forcing Wang to withdraw his blade for defense. He deliberately slowed his movements, practicing the returning wave technique with added fluidity. Even as Wang's blade drew near, Chu Fan sidestepped with composure, the edge of his sword grazing Wang's throat, the rush of air stinging Wang's face. Wang had completely lost his mind, forgetting all technique and principles, swinging his sword wildly, yet failing to land a single blow on Chu Fan's elusive form. Glancing at the sky, Chu Fan sensed that it was time to conclude the exercise, his gaze sharpening as he accelerated his pace. "You seek death," Wang bellowed, unleashing his ultimate technique, the force of his blade surging. Chu Fan, however, merely exhaled softly, his wrist flipping, the wave-splitting knife suddenly gaining speed, its light cascading like a torrential downpour. Embodying the technique he had just mastered, with a swift motion, the first strike grazed Wang's thigh, the second severed the fingers gripping the sword, and with the third, Chu Fan halted his wrist, the blade poised half an inch from Wang's neck, the force of the wind causing a sharp sting against the skin. "That should suffice," Chu Fan murmured, as if addressing himself, yet also proclaiming it to Wang. Before his words had fully dissipated, the blade descended, clean and decisive. As the leader Wang collapsed with wide eyes, Chu Fan had already turned around, casting a glance at the remaining henchmen who were paralyzed with fear on the ground. Blood droplets from his blade cascading to the ground. The moment Wang fell, the remaining followers scattered like a disturbed hive of wasps, their previous ferocity dissipating entirely. "Run!" someone cried out, and the crowd instantly disintegrated, each individual abandoning their weapons and stumbling in all directions, wishing their parents had blessed them with 2 more legs. Chu Fan scanned the scene, planted his foot firmly on the ground, and propelled himself forward like an arrow. A flash of cold light flickered. The 2 henchmen at the forefront had barely taken 3 steps before they collapsed, clutching their backs, blood seeping through the cracks in the stone pavement. 2 more, in their panic, collided, and as Chu Fan caught up, he swiftly struck with his blade, leaving them to writhe in agony. He dispatched 4 or 5 more, and the remaining men, utterly terrified, fled even faster, some even diving into narrow alleyways, their shadows disappearing entirely. Chu Fan halted, observing the frenzied retreat of his adversaries. His brows slightly raised. Slaying such cowardly foes held no thrill. It neither honed his skills nor inspired any enthusiasm. He flicked the blood off his blade and turned back, allowing the few remaining stragglers to vanish without a trace. The attendant at the Xianxia building stared in astonishment from the window, upon noticing Chu Fan's gaze. He quickly recoiled, his heart racing. Yet Chu Fan paid no mind. Instead, he found a relatively clean stone step to sit upon, methodically wiping his blade with a cloth, as if the preceding chaos were merely dust brushed off his attire. As he cleaned, the blood on the blade gradually faded, revealing its sharp, cold gleam. A smirk crossed his lips. Although the broken wave sword technique seemed unremarkable, when mastered, its potency was far from negligible. The nuances he contemplated during the skirmish began to crystallize in his mind. The initial surge should be deepened. The transitional moves in the returning wave must be more decisive, and the connections between the waves should be tightened. Each adjustment rendered the transitions between movements more fluid. He flicked the blade, producing a soft hum. If he continued training in this manner, he would be nearing mastery. Rising to his feet, he sheathed his sword and brushed off the dust from his clothes. Chu Fan resolved to return to the desolate mountains outside the city, to thoroughly digest his recent insights and refine the broken wave sword technique. Wasting no time, he summoned his internal energy, a surge of power rushing toward his heart pulse. With a faint crack, the pulse shattered. His body swayed but did not fall. Instead, he transformed into a wisp of azure smoke, dissipating into the air. In the next moment, under the sunlight of the desolate mountains outside the city, Chu Fan abruptly opened his eyes, seated on the same blue stone where he had practiced the night before. The night breeze rustled through the pine forest, carrying the familiar scent of grass and wood. He flexed his fingers, feeling the power within him coalesce anew, a faint smile gracing his lips. Meanwhile, in the study of the Wu residence, Wu Feng's face was a mask of incredulity. Clutching several thin sheets of paper, Chu Fan's dossier, his fingertips turned pale from the pressure. Chu Fan, merely a fortnight ago, was not even worthy of being considered a mere mortal in the realm of the postnatal stage. Wu Feng murmured to himself, his voice laced with disbelief. Hailing from the humble Blackstone city, his father had once been a mere shopkeeper in the southern part of the town. As he perused the information, his fingertip pressed heavily upon the words ordinary background, reflecting on the tragic fate of his parents who had succumbed to illness 2 years prior, leaving him an orphan. Such an utterly commonplace origin, akin to a stone one might casually pick up from the roadside, seemed utterly incongruous with the astounding leap from nothingness to the 3rd stage of postnatal cultivation within a mere fortnight. Wu Feng set aside the documents, his fingers lightly drumming against the table as his gaze flickered restlessly. The more mundane the origins, the more bizarre this meteoric rise in cultivation appeared. How could a rootless orphan undergo such a transformative metamorphosis in such a short span? Surely, he must have stumbled upon an extraordinary opportunity. A glimmer of ruthless greed flashed in Wu Feng's eyes as he clenched his fists slowly, realizing that whether it be through techniques, treasures, or fortuitous encounters, it would be a grave waste to let such gifts fall into the hands of a base-born waif. He rose and approached the window, gazing out at the blinding sunlight. 10 days, or a fortnight, to ascend from nothingness to the 3rd stage of postnatal cultivation. A wave of fervent greed coursed through him. Such velocity, not only unheard of in Blackstone City, but unprecedented even throughout the entirety of Heishan County. Without some monumental stroke of fortune, such a feat was utterly implausible. Had he acquired ancient legacies? Or perhaps discovered celestial materials and treasures? As his thoughts spiraled deeper, coupled with that elusive and mysterious lightness in movement, Wu Feng's heart raced with anticipation. If only he could capture this Chu Fan and extract the secrets he harbored. He tightened his grip, knuckles whitening, the shock on his visage long since supplanted by an insatiable greed. Master, master, the butler's voice, heavy with hurried breaths, interrupted his reverie. Accompanied by a young man from the Wu family's collateral branch, both rushing towards him. Chapter 24. One must see the living, and the dead must be seen. Wu Feng set down the documents and lifted his gaze towards the duo. Oh, it is Da Jiang. What has transpired? Wu Dejiang's face illuminated with excitement. His voice brisk. Master, the boy you instructed us to find has been located. He quickly added, the master mentioned that the opponent possesses formidable skills. And fearing he might escape, I have instructed the brothers to delay him as best as they can. Unbeknownst to him, the leader of the Wang faction had already encountered misfortune, and he assumed it to be merely a tough battle, eager to summon reinforcements. Excellent. Splendid. Wu Feng slammed his palm down on the table, a surge of elation flooding through him, his eyes gleaming with intensity. Quickly, he turned on his heel, his voice brimming with uncontainable urgency. Gather the entire guard. Arm yourselves and follow me. Just as the butler affirmed, Wu Feng halted abruptly, his gaze sharp as a blade. Wait. Ensure that the Blood Wolf Gang's Iron Claw Zhang Tong brings along those two capable fighters at the 6th stage of postnatal cultivation. Inform them that Chu Fan has made an appearance. This time, we must capture him alive, and they shall not be shortchanged for their efforts. Iron Claw Zhang Tong, a 7th-stage expert sent by his own daughter from the Blood Wolf Gang, was someone he held in high regard and treated with utmost hospitality. With a mastery of the eagle claw technique capable of shattering stone, and accompanied by 2 formidable subordinates at the 6th level of training, this formidable assembly could easily crush not only a mere 3rd-level practitioner like Chu Fan, but even a 7th-level one, urging them to hasten their actions. Wu Feng recalled the previous incident where Chu Fan slipped away right under his nose, a flicker of ruthless determination igniting within his gaze. This time, he must not escape. In a brief moment, dozens of formidable guards had gathered before the Wu residence, each brandishing sharp blades and exuding an intimidating aura. Wu Feng mounted his horse, poised to set off, when he beheld 3 swift steeds galloping towards him. Leading the charge was a man with a brutish visage and fingers as dark as iron, Zhang Tong, the Iron Claw of the Blood Wolf Gang. Flanking him were 2 equally robust men, both experts at the 6th level of training. Master Wu, the men have arrived. Zhang Tong called out, his voice gravelly like grinding stone. Observing the formidable contingent before him, Wu Feng's lips curled into a triumphant grin. Excellent. Let us ensure that Chu Fan cannot escape this time. At his command, the thunderous clatter of hooves and footsteps merged into a tumultuous chorus. Surging towards the direction of the gathering Immortal's tower, a cloud of dust rising to obscure the sun. However, as they reached the street corner, the sound of galloping abruptly ceased. Wu Feng, pulling on the reins, beheld a scene that froze the joy upon his face, swiftly replaced by a pallor of fury. The ground was littered with shattered blades and remnants of clubs, while blood flowed like a meandering stream. Dozens of corpses lay strewn about, some missing limbs, others with their necks grotesquely mangled. They were the fallen members of the Brotherhood. Most conspicuous among the carnage was the lifeless body of the gang leader, Wang, sprawled in an unyielding position, his eyes forever closed. This is... Zhang Tong furrowed his brow, a flicker of astonishment crossing his features. Wu Feng glared at the chaotic scene, his fists clenched tightly, the sound of cracking knuckles echoing in the air. He abruptly turned to the messenger, Wu Dajiang. His gaze sharp as a blade. Wu Dajiang, did you not instruct them to detain Chu Fan? What in the world has happened here? Trembling with fear, Wu Dajiang collapsed to his knees at Wu Feng's bark, his voice quaking uncontrollably. I did instruct them to hold Wang as he engaged the opponent. Who could have foreseen that it would come to this so swiftly? As he surveyed the sea of corpses, particularly the grotesque state of Wang's body, his stomach churned in turmoil. What manner of monster was Chu Fan? Drawing a deep breath, Wu Feng stifled his seething rage. The culprit had not only escaped, but had also left a trail of death in his wake. This was not merely an affront to his dignity, but a direct challenge to his authority. His eyes narrowed as he surveyed the surroundings, his voice cold and commanding. Search for him. Even if we must dig 3 feet into the earth, we will unearth his whereabouts. He abruptly turned to the head of the guards behind him. His tone, laced with menace, immediately reinforced the city gates. No matter who it is, every entry and exit must be meticulously scrutinized. Not a single fly shall escape unnoticed. Especially that Chu Fan. His height and physical traits are to be memorized. Upon spotting him, take him down without hesitation. We must either see him alive or his corpse, should he manage to flee the city. Pausing, he cast a frigid glance over all present, his voice chilling as ice. You shall each present your heads to me. The crowd was unnerved by the fierce intensity in his gaze, promptly responding to his command and hastily departing. Iron Claw Lao San furrowed his brow and reassured, Rest assured, Master Wu, with the 3 of us on the task, once we locate him, he shall find no escape. However, Wu Feng remained apprehensive, aware of Chu Fan's elusive agility. He had previously allowed him to slip away. This time he had invested heavily, mobilizing all resources of the Wu family, and even enlisting the expertise of the Blood Wolf gang, alongside ensuring all gates were secured. He was determined that Chu Fan would not elude capture. As he observed his subordinates rushing towards the city gates like a surging tide, a singular thought consumed him. He must not escape. Otherwise, all previous efforts would be in vain, and a monumental opportunity would be lost. Wu Feng took a deep breath to quell the agitation within, turning his gaze to the side where Iron Claw Lao Zhang stood. In a low voice, he inquired, Zhang Tong, did you receive any response to the letter sent to Blackstone County yesterday? When can we expect the Blood Wolf gang to send reinforcements? Zhang Tong rubbed his dark hands on the reins, responding gruffly, Rest assured, Master Wu, the letter should arrive today. Chu Fan's rapid advancement must surely be linked to some intrigue, and the gang leader will undoubtedly take notice. He paused, a glint of determination crossing his face. Once the county's men arrive, combined with our current forces, we will weave an impenetrable net. Even if Chu Fan possesses extraordinary abilities, he shall be compelled to submit. Wu Feng's taut expression softened slightly. The Blood Wolf gang of Blackstone County was significantly more formidable than the local factions, far superior to the likes of Wang Bangzhu. Good? He nodded gravely. Inform your leader that should we capture Chu Fan, the promised rewards will be fully honored. However, before that, we must ensure that the boy does not escape, especially outside the city. Otherwise, our efforts will be utterly wasted. Wu Feng watched Zhang Tong turn to organize the search, his fingers unconsciously stroking the jade pendant at his waist. A fair share of the spoils was indeed warranted, if the Blood Wolf gang exerted substantial effort this time. Lin Tianlang would need to be appeased. After all, as a son-in-law, maintaining appearances was essential, and in the future, they would undoubtedly rely on their manpower for matters concerning Blackstone City. However, he felt no fear of them harboring ulterior motives. His eldest son, Wu Xiao, held a prominent reputation as an inner disciple of the prestigious Aojin sect. Not only would the Blood Wolf gang show respect, but even the authorities of Blackstone County would accord him some deference. In a critical moment, such standing would suffice to command respect. He withdrew his gaze, redirecting it back to the disheveled street, his brow furrowing once more. Finding Chu Fan was of utmost priority. Everything else could wait. Chapter 25, Wu Wanqing. In the study of the Blood Wolf gang's headquarters in Black Mountain County, Lin Tianlang had just unsealed a letter when he heard soft footsteps behind him. Husband, is that a letter from my father? Wu Wanqing, clad in an elegant dress, entered with freshly brewed tea, and upon noting the Wu family crest on the envelope, she inquired gently. Lin Tianlang glanced up at her, lightly tapping the table with his fingertip, and smiled. Yes, it is a letter from your father. I have yet to read it. Allow me to take a look first. Lin Tianlang's gaze swept back and forth across the letter twice, his fingers gripping the paper's edge with a slight pressure, turning pale at the tips. Unconsciously, he straightened his posture from the relaxed position against the chair, his throat subtly moving as if a warm current surged from his heart. Wu Wanqing placed the teacup on the table, her delicate brows furrowing slightly. Has my father encountered trouble? Should I? A month from nothing to threefold in 2 days? He murmured, the tension in his voice apparent even to himself. Noticing his unusual demeanor, Wu Wanqing inquired, What is it, my husband? When Lin Tianlang raised his gaze, there was a lingering brightness in his eyes that he had not quite suppressed. He set the letter down and lightly tapped his fingertips on the table, as if restraining something within. It's nothing, just that my father-in-law mentioned a young man named Chu Fan. Rather, extraordinary. As he spoke, he stood up and walked to the window, gazing at the crowd, training vigorously outside, his silhouette appearing slightly more upright than usual. For 10 years, he had been stuck at the 9th level of the innate realm. He had endured hardships and taken medicine, yet that barrier remained unchanged. Sometimes, in the middle of the night, he would awaken and, touching his increasingly stiff meridians, feel as though this was all life had to offer. Yet, those few lines from the letter were akin to a pebble cast into stagnant waters. Lin Tianlang recalled the bizarre phrase about an astonishing leap in lightness, his heart racing wildly. To enable a mere wastrel to undergo such a transformation in a short period, there must be an incredible opportunity behind it. He would not believe otherwise. A technique, rare treasures, or perhaps an ancient legacy. Regardless of what it was, it might be his hope for breaking through the innate realm. Excellent. He uttered a couple of low exclamations, his voice trembling with barely contained excitement, not from fear, but from exhilaration. After 10 long years, he had awaited such an opportunity. Wanqing, he suddenly turned, looking at his wife, who was taken aback, his tone urgent. Prepare the horses. I must personally visit Haishi City. Wu Wanqing was momentarily stunned. My husband, you intend to go yourself? But the county city. Lin Tianlang approached, placing his hand on her shoulder, applying gentle pressure as he gazed into her eyes. His voice grew heavier, yet carried an uncontainable surge. My father-in-law's letter states that this Chu Fan has risen from nothing to threefold in a month. He paused, his throat moving slightly. Such speed can only be attributed to a monumental opportunity that aids one in breaking through their realm. Wu Wanqing's smile gradually faded, her eyes widening in disbelief, her breath caught. Do you mean my husband? I have been stuck at the 9th level for 10 years. Lin Tianlong's voice was soft, yet struck the heart like a hammer. Medicine and remedies had proven ineffective, and his techniques had reached a bottleneck. However, if Chu Fan truly possessed that kind of fortune, even if there were only a hint of possibility, he did not finish his thought. But the meaning was unmistakable. Wu Wanqing's hand suddenly grasped his arm, her fingertips digging into his sleeve, her eyes sparkling with hope, her voice trembling. Is it truly possible? Can it aid you? It's hard to say. Lin Tianlang shook his head, yet the fire in his eyes burned brighter. But I must see for myself. What if? Should fortune allow me to touch the threshold of the innate? Wu Wanqing smiled, her brows and eyes unfurling with ease. The earlier trace of worry vanished. That will be splendid. I shall instruct the servants to prepare at once. As she turned to depart, Lin Tianlang grasped her arm. When she looked back, her eyes sparkled with anticipation. My husband, if it truly comes to pass, our status in Heishan County will be transformed. Indeed, it will be transformed. Lin Tianlang comprehended her unspoken intentions. If he could ascend to the innate realm, the Blood Wolf Gang's position would soar. As the wife of the gang leader, she too would stand tall, and those noble women who had looked down upon her humble origins would be compelled to regard her with deference. Standing at the center of the main training ground, Lin Tianlang surveyed the throng of dark figures before him, his voice resonating like a war drum. Those whose names are called, arm yourselves and follow me. 200 individuals stepped forth, each standing tall and steady. The last to arrive were mostly at the 2nd stage of the acquired realm, many of whom bore the scars of battle. The majority were at the 3rd and 4th stages, the backbone of the gang, with 20 experts at the 6th stage positioned at the front, their blades glinting ominously at their waists. The foremost 10 were elite warriors at the 7th stage, standing like 10 towering iron pillars. This assembly represented the very foundation of the Blood Wolf Gang in Heishan County. My husband, everything is ready. Wu Wanqing, clad in agile attire and sword in hand, approached him with unwavering resolve. I shall accompany you. Lin Tianlang glanced at her, offering no opposition. He understood her nature, once she had made up her mind. Not even the strongest oxen could sway her, especially regarding such a pivotal matter. Let us proceed. He mounted his steed, issuing a long neigh as the horse's front hooves rose. The procession surged forth from the city, a cloud of dust billowing in their wake. Whispers circulated among the crowd, questioning whether leading such a multitude was excessive. Lin Tianlang caught wind of their murmurs, but did not look back. Excessive? He had been stuck at the 9th stage of the acquired realm for 10 years, with no path of retreat. These 200 men appeared to be the foundation of the Blood Wolf Gang. Yet should he seize that opportunity to break through to the innate realm, not merely one Blood Wolf Gang, but 10 or even 100, he would be capable of establishing, even if Chu Fan did not possess the chance to break through. As long as his ninth-stage prowess remained intact, who would dare to challenge the Blood Wolf gang upon his return to the county? What was lost would eventually be reclaimed. He tightened the reins, fixing his gaze on the approaching silhouette of Haishi City, fervor igniting in his eyes. He nudged his horse, quickening their pace. The wind whipped past his ears with a wild vigor, mirroring the fervent thoughts racing through his mind. No matter how one might calculate it, this journey was imperative, and it must yield a resolution. As the convoy progressed, the wind swept up dust, stinging their faces. Wu Wanqing reined in her horse, drawing closer to Lin Tianlang. Her voice low yet resolute, imbued with an undeniable ferocity. My husband, should that opportunity be reserved for but one, remember, do not spare my father's feelings. Lin Tianlang turned to her. Her eyes sparkled not with her usual gentleness, but bore the sharpness of a tempered blade. When the time comes, kinship and affection will pale in comparison to the weight of the innate realm. She paused for a moment, her fingers gently tapping on the saddle. Consider this. If you were to attain the innate realm, who in Black Mountain County would dare to underestimate you? Even my brother, should he find success in the Proud Sword sect, would surely show you due respect upon encountering someone of your caliber. The wind tousled the loose strands of hair by her temples, yet she remained unfazed, her gaze firmly fixed on Lin Tianlang. This is your opportunity, and ours as well. We cannot allow anyone to take it from us. Lin Tianlang tightened his grip on the reins, remaining silent, but the flicker of hesitation in his eyes dissipated with her words. He understood the truth in her statement. The innate realm represented a formidable threshold, a point at which many things would inevitably change. Chapter 26. The dragons roar and Iron Shirt. The movements of the elite Blood Wolf gang towards Blackstone City resonated like a massive stone plunging into the murky waters of Black Mountain County, instantly stirring tumultuous waves. The attention of various factions within the county converged, all eager to discern what prompted Lin Tianlang, a formidable practitioner at the 9th level of the acquired realm, to personally lead the charge. It is worth noting that within the entirety of Black Mountain County, only the county governor's office and the 3 major sects boasted individuals at the innate realm. Aside from them, those at the 9th level of the acquired realm were the pinnacle of power. Consequently, spies from various factions, akin to wolf catching the scent of blood, stealthily trailed behind. Everyone was keen to uncover the reason behind such a significant mobilization by the Blood Wolf gang. Lin Tianlang had already noticed the presence of followers trailing him, but chose to disregard them. Such a grand spectacle heading towards Blackstone City could hardly go unnoticed. The keen eyes of the factions within the county were ever vigilant. Moreover, it was possible that individuals from the county governor's office or the 3 major sects were among them, making it unwise to provoke them at this juncture. He reined in his horse, directing his gaze towards Blackstone City, a flash of determination gleaming in his eyes. At this moment, the utmost priority was to seize the opportunity before anyone else. As for the bothersome young man, according to the information received, he was merely at the 3rd level of the acquired realm. As long as he acted swiftly and decisively, the news would never reach others. By the time the deed was done, even if doubts lingered, what could be done? Chu Fan remained oblivious to the fact that he was already under scrutiny within the county city. Even if he were aware, he would not take it to heart. Not to mention the 9th level of the acquired realm. Even if someone from the innate realm approached, he would not be intimidated. At this moment, Chu Fan was practicing the wave-breaking blade technique on a desolate mountain outside the city, standing atop a large, flat stone on the barren hill. He held an ordinary iron knife with a steady grip. The mountain breeze carried the scent of grass and trees, and he inhaled deeply before suddenly sinking his waist. The iron knife vibrated slightly in his hand, producing a gentle sound. "Ha!" he exclaimed, twisting his wrist, and the iron knife sliced through the air with a flourish. As the blade's edge cut through the air, his figure became agile, at times resembling furious waves crashing against the shore, the force of his strikes powerful and relentless, sending shards of stone flying before him. At times, he moved like gentle waves circling around a reef, his footsteps light and agile, the blade tracing graceful arcs before him, effectively repelling the fierce winds that approached from the front. Sweat from his brow trickled down his chin, splattering onto the parched earth, creating a small, darkened patch. Yet, he appeared blissfully unaware, his gaze solely focused on the trajectory of the blade, his mind replaying the sensations from the previous skirmish in the city. He discerned where to quicken his pace, where to retract, and how to harness his opponent's force to enhance the momentum of his strikes. Suddenly, with a twist of his wrist, the iron blade slanted upward, producing a gust that bore an uncanny resemblance to a surging wave, which effortlessly severed a half-dead sapling beside him. Wood shavings flew from the broken stump, but he merely exhaled, his eyes brightening momentarily before he resolutely resumed his practice. The sounds of the blade, the wind, and the occasional clatter of stones resonated in the desolate mountains, amplifying his unwavering focus. The earlier chaos in the city had not been in vain. His technique had noticeably improved since that encounter. As he pondered, he began to uncover new insights. Upon returning to this wilderness, he could not resist the urge to practice with his blade, the flickering shadows of the blade evoking a sense of rolling waves. When he finally ceased his exertions, Chu Fan wiped the sweat from his brow and gazed at the scattered remnants of shattered stones and wood on the ground, murmuring, "The wave-cutting blade technique. Has this reached its pinnacle?" He himself was somewhat astonished. How could his previous practice ever be so fluid? After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly realized that it must be the result of his self-destructive cultivation, absorbing the remnants of his own body. Not only could it substitute for the elixirs used in cultivation, but it also enhanced his innate potential. Understanding this revelation, he could not help but burst into hearty laughter, patting the iron blade in his hand. What a marvel! This immortal body of mine continues to bring me unexpected delights. Noticing that the day was still young, Chu Fan retrieved the tome titled Dragon's Roar Ironcloth Shirt. This technique could be cultivated through sheer physical endurance to reach the 9th level of postnatal refinement. However, while the concept of endurance training sounded appealing, very few could withstand its rigors in practice. It required immense dedication and suffering, coupled with specialized medicinal baths, all of which demanded considerable financial investment, something the average person could scarcely afford. Yet, for Chu Fan, who feared not even death, would he shy away from the hardships of cultivation? Moreover, concerning the medicinal aspect, with his immortal body, he could simply absorb remnants through self-destruction. The issue of medicine was hardly a concern. His fingertips traced the yellowed pages as he lowered his gaze to peruse the text, his eyes sparkling with eagerness. Finding a sheltered spot against a mountain wall, he carefully laid the pages of Dragon's Roar Ironcloth Shirt upon a stone, removed his outer garment, leaving only a thin shirt. Following the illustrations in the book, he sank his waist into a horse stance, his arms enveloping his chest, fingertips pressing against the acupoint on his shoulders, and began to inhale slowly. A coarse stream of air descended through his throat, and as his throat subtly moved, a sound akin to a low growl of a wild beast emerged, his chest swelling like an iron ball. This method of endurance training emphasized the cultivation of muscles, bones, and skin. With a determined stance firmly established, he seized a thick thorn branch nearby, inhaled deeply, and, with eyes shut, struck it against his arm. A sharp crack echoed as a crimson welt immediately rose on his skin, causing him to clench his teeth in pain, beads of sweat forming on his brow. After a brief respite, he gritted his teeth and struck again, this time with even greater force. The pain elicited a sharp gasp, as if his arm were engulfed in flames, muscles trembling violently. The initial phase of this grueling training was indeed excruciating. The flesh must endure this tearing agony to gradually develop resilience. Cursing under his breath, he lamented the unnaturalness of such rigorous training. Undeterred, he shifted to his other leg, continuing his relentless assault. Each strike from the thorn branch against his leg sent waves of torment coursing through him, nearly unbalancing his stance on several occasions. After breaking 3 branches, he changed his method, delivering powerful punches to his side. The first blow made him grunt, as if his very insides were shaken. The second, the third, each strike landed with a thud, blurring his vision and causing cold sweat to drip from his chin, creating dark imprints on the ground. Yet, a fierce determination surged within him, fueled by the confidence instilled by his indomitable spirit, compelling him to persist. As he continued, the pain in his flesh began to numb, revealing an unusual warmth that coursed through his limbs. Breathing heavily, he gazed at the swollen welts on his arm and smiled, knowing he was on the right path. His body swelled and ached, each movement akin to being pricked by countless needles, while his bones felt as though they were on the verge of disintegration. Unlike others who advanced gradually, he was forcing rapid growth. Aware that he had reached a critical juncture, one that most could not surpass, he steeled himself. Just a bit more. He gritted his teeth and slammed his palm against his chest. Blood spurted forth, the excruciating pain rendering him momentarily blind. His original form swiftly dissipated into tendrils of grayish smoke. In the clearing beside him, amidst the shifting light, a new body gradually coalesced. It bore his likeness, skin unblemished and breath steady, as if he had never been harmed. Upon the new body's awakening, he felt the familiar warmth of the smoke enveloping him, seeping through his mouth, nose, and pores, infusing his being. The warm current surged through his entire being, rendering him even more robust than before. Ecstasy washed over him as he flexed his limbs. The prior agony and fatigue vanished without a trace, replaced by an invigorating vitality. He gathered his energy once more and practiced the dragon's roar iron cloth technique. His fist struck against his body, producing a series of dull thuds, his flesh hardening as if encased in refined iron. The more he practiced, the smoother his movements became, the resonance of the dragon's roar deepening in his throat, while a faint bronze aura began to emanate from his entire being. Suddenly, a gentle tremor coursed through him, as if a barrier within had been utterly shattered, and he felt a concentrated force surging throughout his body. He casually struck a nearby boulder with his fist, producing a resounding thud as a distinct dent emerged in the stone. Observing his own fist and then caressing the firm flesh of his chest, he couldn't help but smile. He had finally broken through to the first layer of the Dragon Roar Iron Cloth. Chapter 27. The fourth layer of horizontal training. The Dragon Roar Iron Cloth consists of 9 layers. The first layer corresponds to the initial stage of postnatal martial arts, and upon mastering all 9 layers, one reaches the pinnacle of horizontal training. With the first layer achieved, the flesh becomes as resilient as thin iron, easily resisting ordinary steel blades, which leave only faint white marks, unable to penetrate the tough skin. In the second layer, the tendons are akin to refined steel, significantly enhancing one's strength. Even a powerful strike from a postnatal second-level practitioner merely feels like a gentle breeze, causing painful reverberations in the opponent's bones. The third layer delves 3/10 into the bone, resulting in a skeletal density that far exceeds that of an average person. Even when struck by a stone pillar as thick as a bowl, one would merely sway, unable to suffer any injury. Upon reaching the fourth layer, one's vital energy surges like a raging torrent, exuding an aura of ferocity. Not only can one withstand blows, but every movement possesses the might to shatter stone and break tablets. In the fifth layer, flesh and bones unify into a singular form, resembling a naturally formed armor. Strikes from postnatal fifth-level internal energy are largely dissipated, causing no fundamental harm. The sixth layer enables one's horizontal training power to penetrate the body, resulting in a clash of metal and stone, with sparks flying, and even the tough skin remains unscathed. By the seventh layer, the body approaches an otherworldly state, effortlessly tearing apart tigers and leopards as if plucking fruit from a tree. When faced with the blades of a postnatal seventh-level practitioner, one can withstand the assault, causing the opponent's weapon to shatter. The eighth layer renders the entire body as if forged from mysterious iron, with internal energy continuously circulating within the flesh, rendering any attack from below the innate level utterly incapable of inflicting harm. The ninth layer represents the ultimate achievement in horizontal training. Merely a step away from the innate realm, blades and spears cannot penetrate, nor can fire or water harm it. Within the postnatal realm, it stands as an impenetrable wall, unmatched by any. Chu Fan ran his hands over his increasingly robust flesh, contemplating that his internal training had already reached the postnatal fourth level. While the Dragon Roar Iron Cloth had just begun its first layer, he needed to hasten his progress. Once his horizontal training caught up and both his internal and external skills were firmly established, he imagined a smile creeping across his lips as he waved his fist, producing a series of crisp cracks from his joints. If both his internal and horizontal training were to reach the postnatal ninth level, encountering someone from the innate realm would likely render him fearless, even without the need for an immortal body. With this thought in mind, Chu Fan continued to push himself in his training. Taking a deep breath, he began a systematic approach to refining his physique. He understood that the essence of horizontal training lies in the stimulation of controlled injuries, prompting tissue repair and thereby enhancing the strength of flesh, tendons, and bones. He selected smooth-edged stones, rhythmically striking the outer side of his forearm, where the muscle fibers are dense and capillaries abundant. Moderate impact could promote the proliferation of the sarcoplasmic reticulum. Initially, as the stone struck, his skin flushed red, accompanied by a slight sting, indicative of accelerated local blood circulation. He maintained a steady rhythm, allowing his internal energy to flow gently through his meridians, acting like a cushioning layer to protect the deeper nerves from excessive damage. With a sharp crack, the jagged stone scraped against his flesh, causing him to instinctively withdraw his arm, leaving a vivid mark. He grimaced, inhaling sharply as he grasped another stone and struck the same spot with increased force. This time, the impact was so severe that it tightened his throat. Yet he stifled any sound of pain, beads of sweat forming at his temples. As his training progressed, he grew dissatisfied with merely striking with his hands and turned his back to ram into a gnarled tree. The dull thud reverberated through the air, shaking loose leaves from the branches. His back felt as though it had been bludgeoned by a heavy object, searing with agony. He could not help but hiss softly, yet stubbornly pressed on, colliding with the tree once more. The desolate mountains soon echoed with muffled cries of distress, at times resembling the whimpers of a wounded wild dog, at other times akin to the wheezing of a broken bellows, mingled with the jarring sound of stone against bone, tightening the hearts of those who listened. Eventually, the cries transformed from mere expressions of pain into a resonant roar, akin to a dragon's lament. His internal energy erupted and coalesced, seeping into his sinews and bones. As the shattered muscle fibers began to reassemble, each entwined with faint, dragon-like tendrils of energy, new bone emerged within the fractured joints, glowing with a metallic sheen. While others required 6 months to a year to master the first layer, he, fortified by his internal energy and audacity to push his limits, endured the excruciating pain until his vision blurred, only to emerge anew, absorbing the remnants of his former self and continuing his practice at an accelerated pace. By the third, fourth, and even the 7th time, as his previous form dissipated into new energy, he perceived a subtle dragon's roar resonating within. Faint golden patterns began to surface beneath his skin, and his fist struck the stone, embedding itself half an inch deep. On the 8th attempt, he refrained from brute force, instead focusing his mind and energy, allowing his internal power to explode within him. This time, the remnants of his previous form transformed into wisps of azure smoke, interspersed with sparks of warmth akin to soaking in a hot spring, sweeping away the accumulated pain of the prior 7 attempts. His entire body felt as though it had been reforged, heavy yet imbued with a newfound agility. As the last wisps of smoke entered his being, Chu Fan gradually rose, raising his hand to strike the nearby boulder. With a thunderous crash, the stone disintegrated into dust. He glanced at his palm, the knuckles radiating a healthy flush, and felt his chest, the flesh taut as if encased in dark iron, the strength beneath surprisingly formidable. The dragon's roar iron garment, 4th layer, was complete. As he flexed his muscles, reveling in the rush of energy coursing beneath his skin, a glint of sharpness flickered in his eyes. Having reached the 4th layer of internal cultivation and horizontal training, the merging of these two forces proved far more solid than mere attainment of the 5th layer in external training. Chu Fan gazed up at the sky, the deep azure night sprinkled with a few distant stars, the mountain breeze carrying the chill of late night. Without a phone to check the time, he estimated it to be around midnight, his stomach growling in protest, reminding him it was time to nourish himself. Disinterested in traversing the mountain path to the city, he resolved to concentrate and shatter the barriers of his heart's pulse. As the corporeal form dissipated into a wisp of azure smoke in the next moment, Chu Fan stood resolutely by the table in a private room on the 2nd floor of the gathering Immortals building. He pushed the door open, revealing the dim, flickering light of lanterns in the corridor. The tables and chairs were neatly arranged, with only 2 attendants in the corner rolling up the door curtain, seemingly preparing to lock up. The familiar daytime waiter was absent, replaced by 2 unfamiliar faces. Positioning himself at the staircase, he called out in a clear voice, "Is business still open, little waiter?" Startled, the 2 attendants fumbled, causing the door to crash to the ground. One of them rubbed his eyes and turned to see a living person before him, his brows furrowing in confusion and surprise. "Esteemed guest, how are you still here?" The other leaned in curiously, peering behind him as if searching for the source of his sudden appearance. "We are about to close. There's no one left in the building." Chu Fan again called out, "Is business still open, little waiter?" One of the attendants, rubbing his hands together with a smile, replied, "Esteemed guest, I apologize, but the kitchen has already shut down. Perhaps you could check elsewhere?" Chapter 28, Infiltrating the Wu Family. Unmoved, Chu Fan gestured towards an empty table. "Just whip up something simple. Whatever you have will suffice." Money is not an issue. Just then, the manager approached. Weariness etched on his face from the closing hour. Upon seeing Chu Fan, he clasped his hands in apology. Esteemed guest, I sincerely apologize, but the kitchen is cold, and the dishes have been put away. Please come back early tomorrow. Before he could finish, hurried footsteps echoed from the staircase, and the daytime waiter hurried over. Upon seeing Chu Fan, his face paled, but he quickly bowed before the manager. Esteemed guest, please wait a moment. I will go to the kitchen to start a fire and prepare your meal immediately. He then nervously tugged at the manager's sleeve, whispering urgently, Manager, this is the hero who dispatched the brothers gang at the street corner. We cannot afford to offend him. Hurry and get the kitchen moving, even if it's just a bowl of noodles. The manager's expression shifted dramatically, his gaze towards Chu Fan now laced with trepidation. The previous politeness transformed into cautiousness as he nodded fervently. Yes, I was blind to your worth. Please sit tight, it will be ready shortly. Chu Fan retrieved a 10-tael silver note from his robe, placing it on the nearby table with a calm demeanor. You may divide the excess. He observed the still-dazed manager and waiter, adding, considering I've delayed your closing, consider this a token of overtime compensation. In his heart, he thought little of it. After all, empathy among workers is natural. He was occupying their rest time, and offering some recompense was only fair. Moreover, the silver note was plunder from the Liu family. A windfall that did not weigh heavily on his conscience. The manager stared at the note, then at Chu Fan's composed expression, sweat beading in his palms as he nodded vigorously. I wouldn't dare refuse. Esteemed guest, please wait a moment while I personally oversee this. With that, he pulled the still-dazed waiter along, rushing towards the kitchen. Chu Fan pointed to the silver note on the table, his tone unruffled. Take it, you must. The other waiters exchanged glances with the chef who had just dashed out from the kitchen, their eyes fixated on the hefty 10-tael silver note. The earlier reluctance to finish their shifts had vanished, eclipsed by the allure of such substantial wealth. 10 taels of silver, divided among them, was no trivial sum. Who could possibly remain discontent? The chef rubbed his hands together with a grin, the creases at the corners of his eyes deepening. Dear esteemed guest, you are exceedingly generous. Please wait a moment. I shall prepare some hearty dishes for you, guaranteed to be piping hot and delectable. The waiters quickly caught on, hustling to wipe the tables, their voices tinged with excitement. Esteemed guest, please take a seat. Tea will be served shortly. Do let us know what you wish to eat. Their previously languid demeanor transformed into one of brisk efficiency, the sparkle in their eyes outshining the lanterns hanging in the establishment. Watching their fervent activity, Chu Fan said little, choosing instead to find a table for himself. After all, the money had come effortlessly. The innkeeper, hearing the commotion from the kitchen, peeked out to glimpse the silver note, only to swiftly retreat. Earlier that day, the Wu family had posted notices throughout the city, offering a reward tenfold or even 100-fold of this sum for the capture of this gentleman. Yet what did it matter? This gentleman had brazenly taken a life in broad daylight, and now sat leisurely dining. There was no doubt he was a formidable character. They would simply accept the 10 taels, serve him well, and once he departed, pretend as if they had seen nothing. The aroma of cooking oil wafted from the kitchen, mingling with the scent of meat. The innkeeper personally emerged with a plate of braised pork knuckle, a broad smile gracing his face as he bowed lower. Esteemed guest, enjoy your meal. 2 more dishes will be ready shortly. No one mentioned the Wu family's notice, nor did they inquire about Chu Fan's origins. These ordinary folk, striving to make a living in this establishment, preferred to keep the violent affairs of the world at bay. After all, no matter how generous the reward, one must have a life to spend it. As the pork knuckle was placed on the table, the rich aroma of oil and sauce enveloped him. Chu Fan wasted no time, picking up his chopsticks to seize a piece of meat, savoring it as he chewed slowly. The meat was tender and succulent, the sauce clinging to his tongue. The hunger that had been momentarily subdued surged back, prompting him to set down the chopsticks and grasp the knuckle with his hands. Devouring it eagerly, the bones cracked audibly as he chewed, and after swallowing the morsel, he looked up at the waiter standing by. Bring me a jar of strong liquor. The waiter responded promptly, racing to the counter and returning with a jar of liquor wrapped in red cloth, deftly uncorking it and pouring a bowl. Presenting it with both hands, esteemed guest, please enjoy. This liquor packs a punch. Chu Fan raised the bowl, tilting his head back to gulp a generous mouthful. The fiery liquor coursed down his throat, igniting a warmth that relaxed his entire body. Wiping his mouth, he then picked up the freshly served stir-fried meat. Relishing it alongside the liquor, the fatigue from a day of practice gradually dissipating with each bite and sip. Having satisfied his hunger and thirst, Chu Fan poured the last sip of liquor into his mouth, carelessly placing the empty bowl back on the table. He wiped his mouth, and as he rose, a gust of wind followed, causing the lantern at the edge of the table to sway. He departed, leaving behind 2 simple words, and strode directly towards the exit. The innkeeper and the shop assistant hurriedly followed him out, bowing and nodding until they reached the entrance. Only when his figure melded into the night did they dare to exhale in relief. Chu Fan strolled down the street towards the western part of the city, his footsteps soundlessly echoing against the cobblestones. Having cultivated the Dragon Roar iron cloth to the 4th layer, he found that the Hunyuan skill could only reach the acquired 6th level. Further advancement of his inner strength felt as though it had been obstructed. The Wu family must possess deeper inner strength techniques to maintain their standing in the city. He pondered this, his gaze drifting towards the brightly lit mansion in the distance, Wu's residence. What ordinary family would keep so many lights ablaze in the dead of night? Most likely, they were still searching for him, which spared him the effort of seeking out their entrance. With his external martial arts established, what he lacked was a method to penetrate the acquired 9th level of inner strength. Once he acquired the techniques, given his reckless practice style, a breakthrough would merely be a matter of time. Chu Fan squinted, his figure flickering as he melded into the shadows by the roadside, stealthily advancing towards the Wu family. He crouched atop the wall, observing the patrolling guards within the Wu residence, his brow furrowing slightly. How he wished he had been here before. If so, he could simply shatter his heart meridian into smoke and reassemble himself within the Wu estate without needing to crouch atop this wall. Contemplating the best point of entry to evade detection, the night breeze carried the fragrance of osmanthus from the courtyard, and he licked his lips, his gaze sweeping over the brightly lit main hall. Regardless, he would proceed undeterred. Adjusting his breath, he leapt soundlessly like a cat, treading upon the shadows of the wall, and quietly landed in the Wu family's rear courtyard. Chu Fan crept along the shadow of the corridor pillars towards the inner courtyard, his steps as light as falling leaves. His purpose was to gather techniques, not to engage in a life-or-death struggle. If he truly intended to kill with his current abilities, he could shatter his heart meridian and be reborn at the Wu family's door, charging in with fists raised. However, such a commotion would leave no time to seek the hidden techniques. If he could overpower them, he would have barged in without hesitation. Yet it was unfortunate that the Wu family boasted experts at the acquired 6th and 7th levels. Chapter 29, Ambush. He held his breath, avoiding the sight of the patrolling guards, and stealthily approached a room that appeared to be a boudoir. As he reached the window and gently opened it, he heard a rustling sound from within. Then, a delicate voice, tinged with reproach yet laced with affection, emerged. "Darling, didn't I say not to come these past few days? The master is currently searching for people everywhere, and the courtyard is on high alert. What will happen if you're caught?" He paused, astonished. Had she mistaken him for someone else? Bathed in the faint moonlight from outside, Chu Fan saw a woman seated by the bed, her hair cascading down, clearly addressing him as a lover. The esteemed head of the Wu family, a prominent figure in Blackstone City, unexpectedly found himself in such a humorous predicament. Suppressing a smile, he remained silent, quietly moving further into the room, hoping to extract some information from this woman, such as the whereabouts of the Wu family head. The woman, noticing the silence, spoke in a delicate tone. "Why are you not speaking? Are you afraid? Since you're here, come closer." As she turned, illuminated by the moonlight streaming through the window, she caught sight of Fan's face. Her pupils instantly contracted, and just as a scream was about to escape her throat, Chu Fan swiftly approached. With lightning speed, he covered her mouth with one hand while the other arm tightened around her neck, forcefully pinning her against the bedpost. Her startled cries were muffled in his palm, leaving only a desperate struggle emanating from her throat, her limbs thrashing about but rendered completely immobile by Chu Fan's iron grip. "Make no sound if you wish to live." Chu Fan's voice was a low hiss, cold as ice. "I will ask, and you will answer." Gradually, he eased his grip on her mouth, leaving 2 fingers poised under her chin, ready to silence her at any moment. The woman trembled in fear, her face pale, her eyes wide with terror, nodding repeatedly, scarcely daring to breathe. Chu Fan relaxed his hold slightly, yet his tone remained frigid. "Which room does the head of the Wu family occupy?" The woman, her teeth chattering, shakily pointed towards the northwest direction outside the window. It's the brightly lit main house, the one with the courtyard." "And the study?" Chu Fan inquired further. The study is in the eastern courtyard, tightly locked. No one is allowed in except for the master. She spoke rapidly, fearful of concealing any detail. Chu Fan scrutinized her eyes for a moment, observing the way they darted, yet did not betray a lie, and then he released her. As he did, his knuckles inadvertently pressed down heavily on the nape of her neck. The woman was about to gasp for breath, when suddenly darkness enveloped her vision, her body slumping awkwardly, her neck hanging at an unnatural angle. The most fragile bone had been silently crushed. Such a woman, caught in a tryst in the back courtyard, posed a potential threat. Who could say she wouldn't raise an alarm the moment he departed? A rasping sound escaped her throat as her limbs twitched twice before she quickly succumbed to stillness. Having completed his task, he brushed off his sleeves as if shaking off dust. Chu Fan turned and slipped out of the window, wiping away the lingering warmth from his hands, his footsteps unwavering as he proceeded toward the eastern courtyard. In the night, the room soon reverted to silence, as though the events that had just unfolded were but a figment of imagination. He crept along the base of the wall to the eastern courtyard, which was indeed quieter than the others, with only 2 guards stationed at the study's entrance, their blades gleaming coldly in the moonlight. Concealed behind a rockery, he observed the heavy wooden door, knowing that ordinary locks would not deter him, yet a forceful entry would inevitably alert the guards. After a brief wait, seizing the moment when the 2 guards turned to change shifts, he swooped out like a nocturnal bird, his fingertips brushing against the doorframe as he quietly scaled the roof. The tiles barely made a sound underfoot, and he lifted one to peer down. The bookshelves occupied 2 entire walls, and in the corner stood a locked wooden cabinet, appearing even more secure than the bookshelves. Chu Fan's instincts were confirmed. Such a place, kept away from outsiders, was bound to conceal something of great importance. He did not hasten to descend, but instead paused to listen intently to the surrounding sounds, ensuring no one was approaching before gently prying open the skylight and gracefully dropping into the study, raising only a wisp of dust upon landing. Chu Fan approached the wooden cabinet, his fingertips tapping lightly on its surface, the wood dense and substantial. The lock, crafted from brass, bore intricate designs, clearly not of ordinary quality. Attempting to force it open would undoubtedly create a considerable noise, one that the guards outside could not possibly overlook. Furrowing his brow, he cast a glance at the bookshelf. Most of the visible tomes were likely mere decoys. The true secrets were most likely concealed within this cabinet. However, Chu Fan felt the weight of the long knife at his waist. His method of rebirth had its limitations. Each time he transformed into smoke to resurrect. He could only carry light personal items. A heavy wooden cabinet, such as this one, could not possibly be moved. When his frail body disintegrated, not even slightly larger objects could be taken along. Only those tightly grasped and hidden close could accompany him into the wisps of smoke. After gazing at the lock for a moment, he abandoned the idea of picking it. Rather than wasting time here, he opted for a more decisive approach. He stepped back half a pace, summoned his inner strength, and struck the cabinet door forcefully with his right palm. Bang! The heavy cabinet door shattered with a resounding crack, splintering wood flying in all directions. The guards outside immediately shouted, "Who goes there?" Chu Fan paid them no heed, reaching into the cabinet, and indeed, his fingers brushed against several bound volumes, precisely the manuals he sought. Beside them lay a stack of silver notes, which he quickly snatched, stuffing both the notes and the manuals into his cloak. Before the guard's shout could fade, Chu Fan surged forward like an arrow released from the bow. 2 steel blades sliced through the air towards him, but he neither flinched nor dodged. With a swift movement, his left hand shot out, deftly grasping the wrist of the guard on his left. A surge of inner strength expelled, and with a sharp crack, the guard's wrist bone shattered, causing the blade to clatter to the ground. Before the man could utter a scream, Chu Fan's right elbow crashed into his throat. The guard's eyes bulged in terror as he collapsed, lifeless, without a sound. The other guard, witnessing this, shouted, "There's an assassin." His cry pierced the night, clearly intending to rouse others. Chu Fan's brow arched, and before the guard could call out a second time, he charged forward, his elbow striking the man's chin. The guard gasped as his jaw dislocated, yet he still struggled to reach for the copper whistle at his waist. Chu Fan would not grant him that chance. With a swift motion, he seized the guard's wrist, yanking it towards him while simultaneously driving his knee into the guard's abdomen. The guard doubled over in pain, but Chu Fan did not relent. The edge of his palm struck cleanly at the back of his neck. With a thud, the second guard crumpled to the ground. His neck twisted at an unnatural angle, lifeless. In the span of mere moments, both guards had met their end. Chu Fan lifted his gaze towards the northwest, where the lights of the main house flickered, clearly indicating that someone had been alerted. Rather than rushing directly to the main house, he instead retreated a few steps on the tips of his toes. He perched at the corner of the wall, his form darting up the adjacent rooftop like a gecko, lying low on the tiles, concealed by the shadow of the ridge. The secret manual in his arms was pressed firmly, his fingertips tracing the texture of the pages. He held his breath, listening intently to the approaching footsteps and shouts, a glimmer of cold light flashing in his eyes. Wait for that old man to come personally. Eliminate him. At that moment, shatter the heart meridian and be reborn beside the Wu family patriarch. In the instant of his opponent's bewilderment, strike him down. This would be retribution for the meddling that had ignited a burning hatred within him. The night wind swept the voices across the rooftop, and Chu Fan's gaze was fixed on the end of the corridor, resembling a lurking wolf, poised for its prey to fall into the trap. Chapter 30, Wu Feng, D. The guard's shout echoed like a stone cast into water, instantly sending ripples throughout the Wu family estate. As commotion erupted in the eastern courtyard, lights flickered to life in the western wing, followed by the creaking of doors throughout the premises. Guards armed with knives and clubs surged forth from the corner gate and the firewood room, the torchlight swirling into a sea of flickering flames against the night. Pursue them this way. Do not let the assassin escape. The cacophony of footsteps, shouts, and clashing weapons intertwined, even causing the lanterns in the corridor to rattle. Several men clad in agile attire stood out, their steps light and swift, evidently the Wu family's adept practitioners at the 6th and 7th levels of the acquired realm, converging towards the study. On the rooftop, Chu Fan narrowed his eyes, listening to the increasingly chaotic sounds, and instead found himself more composed. The greater the turmoil, the more likely the Wu family patriarch would personally intervene. He licked his lips, his gaze still locked on the inevitable corridor. Soon, with a creak, the main door swung open, and Wu Feng emerged, clad in a dark brocade robe, his face marked by irritation at being disturbed. Just as he donned his outer garment, a flustered steward rushed towards him, his pant cuffs still dusted with grass. Patriarch, it's dire. The eastern courtyard, the study has been breached. The guards have been killed, and the cabinets have been pried open. Wu Feng's expression darkened instantly, the drowsiness in his eyes vanishing, replaced by a fierce glare. Useless. A bunch of inept fools. You can't even secure a study? He took a couple of steps forward, his imposing aura radiating fiercely. Though merely a practitioner at the 5th level of the acquired realm, he exuded the authority of one accustomed to commanding others. Have the assassins been captured? What was lost? Not yet caught. We rushed over as soon as we heard the commotion, the steward stammered. As for what was taken, I dared not investigate. Only saw the cabinet doors shatter. Wu Feng clenched his teeth, turning swiftly towards the eastern courtyard. Lead the way. I wish to see who dares to disturb my Wu family. As Wu Feng reached the corridor, he encountered 3 figures approaching him. The foremost man, with prominent knuckles and sharply trimmed nails, was none other than Zhang Tong, the Iron Claw of the Blood Wolf gang. Zhang took a couple of steps forward, his hoarse voice lowered. Master Wu, what has transpired? Wu Feng's complexion darkened, glancing towards the east courtyard. He squeezed out a few words through clenched teeth. The study has been robbed, some vital items are missing. He paused, his gaze suddenly turning fierce. I suspect it was that scoundrel Chu Fan. Aside from him, no one in Haishi City would dare such audacity. You have arrived just in time. Wu Feng looked at him, his tone carrying an unyielding command. You take these 2 brothers and immediately secure the front and back doors. Not a fly must escape. His fists clenched, knuckles turning white. Today, I shall capture this thief, extract his secrets, and then shred him to pieces. He was certain that Chu Fan had not fled far. As long as they guarded the exits, it was only a matter of time before they ensnared him. Especially upon recalling Chu Fan's opportunities, Wu Feng's eyes glimmered with greed. That lad must not leave the Wu family alive. Zhang rubbed his knobby hands together, his tone polite. Rest assured, Master Wu, securing the entrances is in our capable hands. The front door, back door, and even those small openings in the side courtyard. We will ensure they are tightly blocked, guaranteeing he cannot escape. Just as Zhang was about to turn away, he paused once more, a smile on his face. Bowing his hands. Master Wu, should we leave one of our brothers by your side for protection? That Chu Fan seems rather sinister. Having extra hands would be prudent. Wu Feng scoffed at his words, straightening his back with a hint of arrogance. No need for that. Though I am merely at the 5th level of postnatal cultivation. Dealing with a mere fledgling is more than sufficient. If I do encounter Chu Fan, It would be a perfect opportunity to apprehend him myself. With my ample guards, surely I can handle one Chu Fan. Seeing his resolute attitude, Zhang ceased further argument, simply nodding. Since Master Wu is confident, I shall proceed to secure the entrances. With that, he hurried away accompanied by 2 6th-level experts from the Bloodwolf gang. Wu Feng watched them depart, taking a deep breath, and spoke in a low tone to the guards behind him. Let us head to the study. As Wu Feng reached the middle of the corridor, he suddenly halted, instinctively touching the back of his neck. For some inexplicable reason, a chill swept through him just then, as if something lurked in the shadows, watching him. He furrowed his brow, glancing around. The corridor was only illuminated by the flickering lanterns, and the sound of his guards' footsteps echoed from afar. Nothing seemed amiss. Perhaps it was merely the night breeze. He shook his head, dismissing the inexplicable unease, and urged his guards, "Let us hurry, we are almost there." Just as Wu Feng turned the corner of the corridor, not yet able to ponder the strange chill, Chu Fan atop the roof had already grasped the long knife behind him. Without a moment's hesitation, he reversed his internal energy, not projecting it outward, but rather shattering his own heart vein. In the next instant, his form transformed into a wisp of pale blue smoke, accurately reappearing just half a step away from Wu Feng's side. "What is that?" Before the guard could finish his exclamation, Chu Fan had materialized beside Wu Feng. Wu Feng felt a gust of wind sweep past him, catching a glimpse of a blade's glimmer from the corner of his eye, and he was startled to the core. Chu Fan's grip on the blade was astonishingly steady, fueled by an unstoppable momentum from his rebirth. He swung the long knife horizontally, the blade grazing the corridor pillar as it aimed directly at Wu Feng's neck. This strike was both swift and ferocious, perfectly timed to intercept the guard's attempt to intervene. Wu Feng felt a chilling breeze at his throat, the blinding glare of the knife filling his peripheral vision, rendering him voiceless, save for the bone-deep terror that whispered for salvation. In the instant the blade grazed the side of his neck, Wu Feng abruptly twisted his body. Though he narrowly avoided a fatal blow, the edge of the blade forced him to stagger backward. A deep gash opened at his neck, blood instantly soaking through his brocade robe. The excruciating pain elicited a scream from his lips, the internal energy of his 5th-level cultivation surging chaotically within him, barely keeping him upright. He caught sight of Chu Fan's face, a tempest of shock and rage, and cried out in desperation, "Zhang Tong! Zhang Tong, save me!" His voice pierced the night, directed toward the entrance. He understood that he was no match for Chu Fan at this moment, and could only hope that someone from the Bloodwolf gang would hear his call and come to his aid. Chu Fan, undeterred by his initial failure, regarded Wu Feng with an even colder gaze. With a deft flick of his wrist, he thrust the long knife toward Wu Feng's heart, asserting, "Your cries are futile." The guard, finally reacting, swung his blade toward Chu Fan's back in a desperate attempt to break the siege. The sound of the slicing air filled the space as the guard's blade descended, but Chu Fan did not flinch. With a swift twist of his wrist, he parried the attack, the back of his blade clashing against the guard's weapon with a resounding thud. The impact caused Chu Fan to sway slightly, but he harnessed the recoil to propel himself forward, transforming his sweeping motion into a piercing strike aimed directly at Wu Feng's chest. The guard, shaken and with a numb arm, watched helplessly as Chu Fan closed in on the master of the house, desperately shouting, "Master, be careful," enduring the searing pain at his neck. Wu Feng gathered his remaining strength to unleash a palm strike, the force behind it formidable, yet diminished by his injury. Chu Fan did not evade. He let the gust of energy strike his shoulder as he drove the long knife deep into Wu Feng's abdomen. With a sickening sound, Wu Feng expelled a mouthful of blood, his complexion turning as pale as parchment as he staggered against the pillar. His eyes filled with incredulous resentment as they met Chu Fan's bloodied visage. Blood continued to trickle from his neck, the agony in his abdomen igniting like fire. Yet, amidst the torment, he felt an absurd sense of bewilderment. How could this happen? He was the head of the Wu family, a master at the 5th level of cultivation, surrounded by guards, with the Bloodwolf gang stationed outside. How could he fall to Chu Fan, and in such a bizarre manner, ambushed in the corridors of his own residence? As Chu Fan withdrew the long knife, a cascade of blood droplets followed. Wu Feng slid down the pillar, his hand futilely pressing against his wound, unable to halt the slow ebbing of life. He gazed at Chu Fan's blood-stained face, his lips trembling as he attempted to articulate something, ultimately producing only a gasping sound. The last glimmer of light in his eyes was a mix of disbelief, resentment, and a trace of fear he was unaware of, until his final breath. He could not comprehend how he had met such a fate. Master, the guard watched in horror as Wu Feng collapsed into a pool of blood, his eyes instantly reddening with rage, nearly bursting with grief. He swung his blade towards Chu Fan with frenzied abandon, his every move devoid of restraint. The very air resonating with a blood-curdling roar. I will slay you. Chapter 31, A Dual Breakthrough. The guard accompanying Wu Feng was a specially trained martial artist from the Wu family, having cultivated his hard skills to the 4th level of postnatal mastery, impervious to ordinary blades. In this moment of despair, having witnessed the tragic demise of the family head, his eyes burned with rage. In the distance, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed, the light of torches surged like a tidal wave, and the cacophony of battle cries filled the air. Clearly, the Wu family's defenders and the experts rushing to their aid had arrived. Stop him. Do not let the assassin escape. The family head is in peril. Quickly subdue that brat. Shadows flitted about, the clashing of weapons drawing ever closer, the very atmosphere seemingly suffused with a murderous intensity. The guard, consumed by fury, continued to fight recklessly, his grief fueling his relentless assault on Chu Fan. You seek death. Chu Fan pivoted to parry, his long blade intertwining with the guard's steel weapon. The guard bellowed as he lunged forward, discarding his weapon to unleash a powerful punch, the force of it slicing through the air towards Chu Fan's face. This blow harnessed the entirety of his internal energy, and should it land, it would undoubtedly shatter bones and sever tendons. Though Chu Fan was also at the 4th level of postnatal mastery, he possessed an additional layer of internal energy. Sensing the guard's reliance on brute strength, he focused his gaze, advancing rather than retreating. As the guard's iron fist descended, Chu Fan deftly evaded the collision, his wrist twisting to allow the long blade to glide along the guard's arm, channeling his internal energy into the sword. The strike targeted the gaps in the guard's formidable defenses. With a sharp sound, the soft armor at the junction of the shoulder and arm was cut open, blood gushing forth. The guard, taken aback by the unexpected penetration of his defenses, let out a muffled grunt, his momentum faltering. Seizing the opportunity, Chu Fan pressed the attack, his footwork fluid as he maneuvered to the guard's side, his left fist coalescing with internal energy, delivering a fierce blow to the side of his waist. A dull thud resonated as the guard was struck, his body bending in agony, his face flushing crimson, the metallic taste of blood rising in his throat. His once esteemed hard skills faltered under the combined onslaught of Chu Fan's internal energy and martial prowess. The guard, reeling from the impact, struggled to regain his stance. But Chu Fan was already upon him like a shadow. The long blade sliced through the air as Chu Fan's wrist twisted sharply, the blade avoiding the guard's hardened chest armor, precisely targeting the collar exposed by his pain. The guard instinctively raised his arm to block, neglecting the fresh wound on his shoulder. Chu Fan channeled his internal energy through the blade, instantly exacerbating the shallow injury into a gaping wound, blood gushing forth like a fountain. The excruciating pain momentarily stilled the guard's movements, allowing Chu Fan to close in swiftly, his left hand gripping the back of the guard's neck firmly. The simultaneous eruption of internal energy and hard skills bore down upon the guard, compressing his ironclad body by half a foot. Before the guard could resist, Chu Fan reversed his grip on the long blade, using the momentum of his downward pressure to pierce the blade through the guard's jaw, driving it straight into his skull. A muted thud resonated as the blade penetrated the cranium, drowned out by the surrounding battle cries. The guard's eyes widened in terror, a rasping sound escaping his throat as the strength he had cultivated over the years dissipated in an instant. His massive form collapsed with a thunderous thud, falling silent forever. As Chu Fan drew his blade, its edge was already soaked in crimson. He cast a fleeting glance at the twitching guard on the ground, and without a moment's hesitation, he turned and cleaved through the 2 approaching guards, racing toward the side courtyard. When Zhang Tong of the Blood Wolf Gang arrived, accompanied by 2 formidable experts of the 6th layer, they stumbled upon Wu Feng lying in a pool of blood, the Wu family patriarch. Zhang Tong's eyes fixated on the corpse, instantly turning a shade of crimson, as if blood would spill from them. The 2 men behind him shared expressions of horror, their knuckles whitening as they gripped their blades. Wu Feng was the patriarch's father-in-law. The 3 of them had been dispatched to protect him at the behest of their leader. Now, with the master of the house lying dead, returning would surely invite severe retribution. Find him. Zhang Tong's voice was cold as ice, his fingers clenched like iron claws. Cracking ominously, "I will have him torn to shreds." The two experts exchanged glances, recognizing the grim determination in one another's eyes. The oppressive aura of their sixth-layer energy surged forth, causing the very air around them to thicken. One knelt to examine the body while the other darted to the courtyard wall, his gaze piercing like that of a hawk, scanning the alley beyond. Chu Fan watched the searching guards of the Wu family with a glimmer of amusement in his eyes. Suddenly, he directed his inner strength inward, forcibly shattering his own heart pulse. His body transformed into a wisp of azure smoke, vanishing without a trace before the multitude of witnesses. When Chu Fan reappeared, it was within the chamber of a concubine, a place devoid of life. In the corner lay the still form of a woman, the very concubine he sought. Feeling the surging energy within him, a culmination of his many rebirths, he sensed the tendrils of power coursing through his meridians. It was sufficient, enough to break free from his shackles. He glanced at the corpse of the concubine, then strained to hear the distant sounds of the search outside, a cold smirk curling at the corners of his lips. What did it matter if they breached the Wu estate? It was the perfect opportunity for those hunting him to experience the taste of his burgeoning power, mastering both internal and external forces. He pondered whether he could vanquish the seventh-layer adversary along with the two sixth-layer experts. Without further delay, Chu Fan settled cross-legged at the center of the bed, his hands cradling his dantian as he exhaled a breath of stagnant air. As he channeled his technique, the energy amassed within him surged forth like a roaring river, rapidly circulating through the dragon's roar ironcloth method. A sudden tremor coursed through his body, a faint dragon's roar resonating from deep within his bones. This was a unique manifestation of the dragon's roar ironcloth. The deeper the mastery, the more formidable the dragon's might. The threshold of the fifth layer loomed close, and with his eyes tightly shut, Chu Fan immersed his consciousness entirely within himself. At this moment, the energy accumulated from numerous rebirths erupted without reservation. His flesh glistened with a metallic sheen under the refining force of his energy, as if scales were gradually forming beneath his skin. A suppressed growl escaped his throat, akin to a young dragon testing its power for the first time. As the final barrier shattered, a visible wave of energy erupted around Chu Fan, causing the bed curtains to flutter violently. Dragon Roar Ironcloth, fifth layer, achieved. He slowly opened his eyes, a fleeting brilliance flashing within them. Raising his hand into a fist, he felt the concentrated force at his fingertips, the toughness of his flesh and skin vastly enhanced, several times stronger than before. Having just stabilized his mastery of the fifth layer of the Dragon Roar Ironcloth, Chu Fan sensed that there remained untapped energy within him. A spark ignited in his eyes. With such abundant vitality, he decided to seize the moment and simultaneously break through to the next level of the Hunyuan skill. He adjusted his breathing, changed his methods, and formed the seal for Hunyuan skill with both hands. The residual energy within him converged swiftly towards his dantian, flowing along the meridian pathways of the Hunyuan skill. Unlike the sheer force of the Dragon Roar Ironcloth, the inner strength of the Hunyuan skill exuded a more harmonious essence. At this moment, his inner strength was already at the peak of the acquired fourth level, merely a step away from a fifth. With his physical training having solidified and his meridians expanded several-fold, the time was ripe for a breakthrough in Hunyuan skill. Chapter 32, Sudden Strike. Turn, Chu Fan shouted, guiding the gathered energy to merge with the inner strength within his dantian. The two forces intertwined and spiraled, accelerating in their rotation, gradually coalescing into a grayish vortex. With each rotation, strands of energy were refined, causing the total amount and density of his inner strength to surge dramatically. As time passed, the gray airflow thickened, transforming from fine threads into sturdy ropes, purifying and harmonizing the originally chaotic inner strength. Achieved, Chu Fan's eyes flew open. A surge of inner strength, far more robust than before, erupted from within him. He had reached the fifth level of the acquired stage. He clenched his fist, feeling the fluidity of his inner strength. It could manifest as powerful punches to withstand direct confrontations or coalesce in a needle-like precision to exploit his opponent's weaknesses. This explosive growth, encompassing both internal and external mastery, bolstered his confidence. Well, the seventh level of the acquired stage, and those two at the sixth. A cold smile crept onto Chu Fan's lips as he pushed open the door, his figure darting forth like an arrow. heading towards the source of the most intense sounds of pursuit. Today, the Wu residence would become their burial ground. His reckless combat style was perfectly suited to these life-preserving martial artists. In true combat, he could endure a few blows with his hardened body and then engage in close quarters, exhausting the strength of these three foes. At that point, who cared about the disparity in levels? A single strike could still draw blood. Chu Fan licked his cracked lips, a glint of wild anticipation flickering in his eyes. After all, he could not die. If worse came to worst, he could return and continue to wear them down. With this thought, a wave of ferocity coursed through him. What did it matter if they were at the 7th level or 2 at the 6th? He would charge forward with his blade, endure a few hits, push his inner strength to the limit, and fight to the death. Even if they perished together, it would still be worth it. After all, he could not die. Lost in thought, his footsteps quickened, the blade glinting coldly in the dim light as he advanced towards the sources of the most potent auras. Zhang Tong, accompanied by 2 subordinates of the 6th level of postnatal cultivation, was currently spreading out in a triangular formation within the Wu residence, their footsteps echoing on the bluestone tiles. Laden with suppressed fury. Damn it, how dare this brat act against the Wu patriarch right under our noses? The subordinate on the left kicked a flower pot by the roadside, shattering it into a myriad of pieces, declaring, "Search thoroughly. We must drag him out, even if we have to dig 3 feet into the ground." The man on the right, his face ashen, pressed his hand against the hilt at his waist, knuckles whitening as he vowed, "Once we catch him, I'll make him pay dearly." Zhang Tong, positioned centrally, glared with bulging eyes, nostrils flaring as he breathed heavily. Wu Feng had perished within their jurisdiction. If word of this leaked, the name of Iron Claw would surely be tarnished. Abruptly halting, he strained to listen to the surrounding sounds, emitting a low growl. "Everyone, stay alert. He can't have gone far. He's surely still within the estate." The 3 of them radiated their auras, akin to a wide net closing in on every corner. Not a single room or shadow was overlooked, their determination set on capturing Chu Fan and tearing him limb from limb. Concealed in the shadows, Chu Fan observed the 3 men fanning out. A glint of icy resolve flickered in his eyes. Without a moment's hesitation, he severed his own meridians. In an instant of excruciating pain, his form transformed into a wisp of azure smoke, vanishing into the darkness. In the next heartbeat, the smoke coalesced behind the left subordinate of the 6th level, with his long blade unsheathed, taking advantage of the inertia from his unsteady form. He unleashed a fierce downward strike towards the opponent's back. Who? The expert realized too late, hastily raising his arm to block. The blade met flesh with a sickening ease, slicing through the arm as if it were mere tofu, severing it cleanly and sending blood spraying forth like a gushing spring. "Brother, help!" he cried, staggering forward in a panic, pallor draining from his face. Zhang Tong and the right-hand expert turned in shock and fury, rushing towards him with furious shouts, their palm winds and blade energies already enveloping Chu Fan. Yet, Chu Fan was swifter. Seizing the moment, the wisps of blue smoke had long since coalesced in the shadows of the artificial hill 100 meters away. As Chu Fan emerged, the long blade in his hand still dripped with blood. He regarded the 2 furious figures in the distance, a flicker of mockery glinting in his eyes. Once more, the game had merely begun. The nearby expert, a 6th-level practitioner, turned pale, his grip on the hilt trembling slightly, his voice tinged with undeniable trepidation. "Brother, that lad is exceedingly sinister. Just now, he severed the 3rd brother's arm with a single stroke. In my estimation, he possesses at least the 5th or 6th level of postnatal mastery. What more perilous is his agility? He vanishes without a trace and reappears at will. What is there to fear?" Zhang Tong abruptly waved his hand, the gust from his eagle claw stirring the surrounding foliage into a rustle. He may hide for a moment, but can he conceal himself forever? Together, if he dares to show himself, I can claim his heart with a single strike. Search thoroughly. Leave no stone unturned. The other man, drenched in cold sweat, felt his throat constrict involuntarily. The 3rd brother's skills were on par with his own, both at the 6th level of postnatal mastery. Yet he had been cleaved without even a chance to retaliate. If that boy could slay the 3rd brother, what was to stop him from doing the same to me? He furtively glanced at Zhang Tong's enraged profile, instinctively slowing his steps, and as his gaze swept over the surrounding shadows, he felt the piercing chill of those icy eyes lurking within. "Brother, perhaps we should report back to the gang and ask the leader to send more men?" His voice trembled, lacking conviction even to his own ears. Zhang Tong whipped around, his hawk-like eyes piercing into him. Coward, are you frightened by this little commotion? When we return and the leader holds you accountable, do you think you can escape? Despite his words, the fear in the other man's heart remained unabated. Zhu Fan, concealed behind the rocks, observed the tumultuous Zhang Tong and the cowering demeanor of the sixth-level expert, a cold smirk curling at the corners of his lips. One was eager to fight, while the other had succumbed to fear. Perfect. Chu Fan gently caressed the hilt of his blade, his gaze sharp as a hawk, patiently awaiting the opportune moment to strike. The two men's thoughts were in disarray, and their vulnerabilities would only multiply. He, on the other hand, had ample time to play with them. Chapter 33. Brother, save me. Chu Fan observed the two from the shadows, noting how their search gradually created a slight distance between them. A glimmer of cold light flashed in his eyes. Without a shred of hesitation, he severed his own pulse once more, his form transforming into a wisp of blue smoke, instantly coalescing beside the sixth-level expert. The long blade surged with a chilling intent, aimed directly at the back of the opponent's neck. The expert, already on edge, caught a glimpse of the blue smoke materializing in his peripheral vision, his soul nearly escaping him in fright. In a frantic motion, he turned to block with his sword. Brother, quickly! He screamed, his voice laced with terror. Just in time, Zhang Tong's sinister laughter echoed from a distance, his footwork propelling him forward, the eagle claw technique ready to unleash, finally prepared to reveal himself. The clash of blades resonated with a piercing metallic sound. The sixth-level master felt an unparalleled surge of power rush towards him, causing his arms to tingle. Zhu Fan, having perfected both internal and external disciplines, combined the inner strength of the fifth level of the mixed elemental technique with the fifth layer of the Dragon Roar Ironcloth, overpowering his opponent. Within mere exchanges, a sharp crack echoed as the master's grip on the blade fractured, blood gushing forth, and the long knife nearly slipped from his grasp. Elder brother, help! Panic-stricken, he turned to flee. Yet, Chu Fan would not afford him such an opportunity. Even as a cut from the desperate thrashing of his opponent opened a wound on his shoulder, he remained undeterred, countering with a fierce thrust of his long knife that plunged deep into his adversary's abdomen. The master emitted a muffled groan, his eyes wide with shock, collapsing to the ground. Almost simultaneously, Zhang Tong lunged forward, bellowing in rage, his darkened eagle claws slicing through the air, striking fiercely at Chu Fan's back. The sound of flesh being rend was excruciating, revealing 5 deep gashes that bled profusely, soaking his garments. Zhang Tong, grinning maliciously, sought to shatter Chu Fan's heart with another claw. However, Chu Fan reacted with swiftness, severing his own vital energy in an instant to evade the impending strike. Wisps of azure smoke arose as his form dissipated beneath Zhang Tong's talons. Zhang Tong, grasping at empty air, glanced at the blood on his palm and then at the lifeless body on the ground, a storm of fury swelling within him. His eagle claw struck the nearby rock formation, tearing off a substantial fragment. Chu Fan, I curse your ancestors. If you possess any courage, come forth and face me in single combat. Meanwhile, concealed in the shadows of the eaves, Chu Fan coalesced his form, his gaze as frigid as ice. Only one adversary remained, Zhang Tong, at the 7th level of postnatal mastery. The game was nearing its conclusion. Zhang Tong continued to rage in place, spewing profanities, veins in his forehead bulging like coiling dragons. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed from all directions as the guards of the Wu residence, lanterns in hand and weapons drawn, rushed forth, illuminating the courtyard with flickering flames. Upon discovering the 2 lifeless bodies, especially recognizing them as the 6th-level experts from the Blood Wolf gang, a collective gasp arose, and the grips on their weapons tightened instinctively. Are these truly the individuals from the Blood Wolf gang? One guard stammered, his gaze sweeping over the gaping wounds at the neck and severed limbs, a chilling sensation surging from his feet. To sever an arm with a single stroke and kill so decisively. This rogue's skills were extraordinary. Even the 6th-level postnatal masters fell so swiftly. Another guard swallowed hard, instinctively drawing closer to his comrades, scanning the surrounding shadows warily. As Zhang Tong noted the increase in numbers, his fury subsided slightly. He pointed at the corpses. Barking orders, search thoroughly. Turn the entire Wu residence upside down to find that scoundrel. The guards exchanged glances, their hearts sinking at the thought of facing an individual capable of slaying a 6th-level master. This was no mere search. It was clearly a gamble with their lives. Hidden in the dark, Chu Fan observed the throng of guards below, his expression growing solemn. Though these individuals wielded weapons, their breaths were chaotic and disordered. The strongest among them barely reached the third or fourth level of postnatal mastery, rendering them no more significant than mere trifles in his eyes. The only one deserving of concern was the still-raging Zhang Tong, a formidable master at the 7th level of postnatal prowess. A flicker of doubt crossed his mind. How could the head of the Wu family, merely at the 5th level of postnatal cultivation, summon such a personage? Masters at the 6th or 7th level are beyond the means of an ordinary family, let alone 3 appearing at once. However, this was not the time for contemplation. Chu Fan licked his lips, his gaze once again fixated on Zhang Tong. No matter how many trifles there were, they would be of no consequence. Once he dealt with this final adversary at the 7th level, the account for his wanted status would finally be settled. A glint of cold light flashed in Chu Fan's eyes. Without hesitation, he abruptly severed his own meridians. In a wisp of azure smoke, he had already materialized beside Zhang Tong, his long knife humming ominously, unleashing the exquisite techniques of the breaking wave blade technique. The blade's light crashing forth like furious waves against the shore, aimed directly at Zhang Tong's face. Excellent. Zhang Tong reacted with astonishing swiftness, almost sensing Chu Fan's emergence in the very instant it occurred. With a sinister grin, his 10 darkened fingers suddenly morphed into claws, revealing the brutal ferocity of the eagle claw technique. The clash of claw winds and blade light erupted violently. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal against metal rang out densely, like a barrage of exploding beans, as the 2 figures swiftly intertwined within the courtyard. The force of their collision stirring up clouds of dust from ground. Although Chu Fan was well-rounded in both internal and external cultivation, he ultimately fell short by 2 levels compared to the 7th level Zhang Tong. The breaking wave blade technique, though rapid, was systematically dismantled by Zhang Tong's eagle claw, failing to inflict even a scratch upon him. In merely a dozen exchanges, Chu Fan found himself forced to retreat 3 steps, his arms stinging from the claw winds that had swept across it. The surrounding guards dared not advance. The residual waves of their confrontation emanated with a fierce energy. A few audacious souls who ventured too close were either left with broken arms or sent flying by the backlash. Fearful, the others retreated, forming a distant circle, helplessly observing the deadly duel before them. Zhang Tong became increasingly enraged, the eagle claw technique growing ever more ferocious. Boy, is this all you've got? A mere 5th level dares to seek death. The claws danced about, each strike aimed relentlessly at Chu Fan's vital points, clearly intent on a swift resolution. Chu Fan felt his arm grow numb. Each collision with Zhang Tong's eagle claw bore the overwhelming might of a 7th level master, akin to iron hooks scraping against stone, sending jolts of pain through his grip. The disparity of 2 levels felt like an invisible chasm. Even with his balanced cultivation, the pressure surged immensely. This is somewhat intriguing. Chu Fan chuckled softly, yet his eyes ignited with even fiercer battle intent. Under the weight of pressure, he fully unleashed his potential, executing every technique of the breaking wave blade without reservation. The blade shadows layered upon one another, sweeping forth with a howling wind. With each clash against Zhang Tong's claws, his understanding of the breaking wave blade technique was rapidly advancing. Gradually, he began to grasp the true essence of breaking, not only to shatter the enemy's attacks, but to transcend his own limitations. The blade flashed with increasing speed and fluidity, reminiscent of a surging tide, sometimes crashing like thunderous waves against the shore, at other times flowing gracefully like a hidden current around jagged rocks. What once required deliberate recollection now emerged instinctively, as if it were second nature, imbued with a profound rhythm that seemed to pulse within the very essence of the technique. This swordplay was indeed a breakthrough in the heat of battle. Zhang Tong grew increasingly alarmed. He could distinctly sense that Chu Fan's sword techniques were becoming more formidable. The once secure suppression he wielded gradually eroding. With a fierce shout, he unleashed the full extent of his eagle claw technique, the shadow of his claws expanding ominously. Imbued with a ferocity capable of rending flesh and bone, aimed directly at Chu Fan's wrist, intent on disabling his weapon. Chu Fan's gaze sharpened. Instead of retreating, he advanced, twisting his wrist sharply as his long blade sliced upward through the gaps in the claw shadows, executing the most perilous maneuver of the breaking wave sword technique, the piercing wave. The blade grazed the claw's tip, sparks flying in their wake, and both combatants took half a step back. Steadying his grip on the sword, Chu Fan's heart was enlightened. The breaking wave sword technique had subtly approached the realm of perfection. The surrounding guards had long retreated several paces, their faces pale as they beheld the two figures moving so swiftly that they seemed to leave only afterimages. The clash of blade and claw unleashed a surge of energy that carved deep grooves into the courtyard stones. Who would dare approach and court death? Chapter 34. The Demon. Zhang Tong fixated on Chu Fan, his slanted eyes narrowing to mere slits, the sinister grin in his gaze gradually giving way to apprehension. He had never anticipated that a mere cultivator of the fifth layer could, through an uncanny body technique and a combat breakthrough in swordplay, contend with him, a seventh layer practitioner, for so long, even beginning to suppress his eagle claw technique. Kill. Zhang Tong growled lowly, his murderous intent more fervent than before. Such a genius must not be allowed to live. He surged forward, his 10 fingers cracking ominously, the eagle claw technique pushed to its utmost limit. The shadows of his claws now suffused with a faint, metallic scent, clearly indicating the use of his most lethal techniques. The claw winds no longer sought raw power, but instead became deviously acute, targeting every vulnerability in Chu Fan's defense. The spaces between his fingers even carrying the sharpness capable of tearing through internal energy. Chu Fan focused intently, the breaking wave sword technique flowing seamlessly, the blade illuminating like a protective wall around him. Yet, the disparity in their realms was a challenge too great to fully overcome. Zhang Tong's claw strikes accelerated, their angles growing increasingly treacherous. With a soft sound, Chu Fan's left shoulder was caught by the claw wind, his garment instantly shredded, revealing 5 deep gashes that exposed bone. Blood cascading down his arm and staining the hilt of his sword. He let out a muffled groan, his form swaying slightly, but leveraging the impact. He spun away from a subsequent claw strike, his long blade slashing back, forcing Zhang Tong to momentarily retreat. "You little brat, prepare to die." Zhang Tong, seeing him wounded, grinned even more fiercely, his assault growing increasingly savage. Chu Fan gritted his teeth, allowing blood to drip freely, his gaze sharpening with intensity. Wounded? It mattered not, for he had countless opportunities to begin anew. The blood from his left shoulder continued to flow, yet his eyes burned with a feverish madness. Suddenly abandoning his defensive stance, he advanced with his long blade, striking fiercely towards Zhang Tong's center, refusing to flinch or evade, even as Zhang Tong's claws near Zhang Tong was both astonished and furious. He had labored to attain the 7th level of postnatal training, and he was unwilling to trade his life for that of a madman at the 5th level. He hastily withdrew his claws for defense, attempting to evade the impending mutual destruction. Yet, Chu Fan's blade was swifter. Seizing the moment of Zhang Tong's retreat, the edge of the knife grazed his arm, drawing forth a cascade of blood droplets. Hissing in pain, Zhang Tong was about to retaliate when he noticed that Chu Fan paid no heed to his wound. Instead, the blade aimed directly for his lower abdomen, determined to exchange injury for injury once more. "Get lost," Zhang Tong bellowed, retreating further, horrified as he beheld the gaping wound on his arm, revealing bone. This young man was utterly unpredictable, unfazed by the disparity in their realms, and with reckless ferocity, he forced Zhang Tong to retreat incessantly. "Chu Fan zelentens pusa," never straying from Zhang Tong's vital points, even as he accumulated numerous claw marks on his own body, seemingly indifferent to the blood that flowed from his wounds. He was intent on employing this deranged fighting style to provoke a flaw in Zhang Tong's defenses. After all, he could afford to die, but Zhang Tong could not. "You are insane." Zhang Tong found himself retreating yet again, a chill creeping into his heart as he observed Chu Fan, drenched in blood. This was no mere fight. It was a death sentence. Yet this lunatic remained armed, capable of dragging him down at any moment. Blood dripped from Zhang Tong's fingertips as he watched Chu Fan, undeterred and fighting for his life, finally igniting a deep-seated fury within him. If this continued, he would surely be dragged to his demise by this madman. "Damn it, I'll fight back," Zhang Tong roared, ceasing his evasions. With 10 eagle claws shielding his heart and throat, he unleashed a desperate assault, his claws growing ever more ferocious. He was willing to endure a wound from Chu Fan's blade, if it meant leaving a fatal mark on him. Clang! The blade collided with the eagle claws once more, sending Chu Fan reeling backward, his chest throbbing with pain. Although Zhang Tong's claw did not find its mark, the force of the strike caused his vital energy to surge, a metallic sweetness rising in his throat. Yet he pressed on, pivoting to sweep his blade horizontally, the glimmer of steel grazing Zhang Tong's side, resulting in a spray of flesh and blood. Puff! Zhang Tong let out a muffled groan, swiftly countering with a claw that latched onto Chu Fan's right arm. 5 deep gashes appeared, nearly severing the limb. Chu Fan felt darkness closing in, but he summoned every ounce of strength to thrust his long knife forward, its tip piercing Zhang Tong's skin, embedding itself half an inch into his shoulder. Zhang Tong screamed, jerking back in shock and fury as he beheld the bloody puncture on his shoulder. Chu Fan, now on one knee, could barely lift his right arm. Blood poured from both his left shoulder and chest, rendering him as if he had emerged from a sea of crimson. Yet, as he gazed upon Zhang Tong's bleeding shoulder, a blood-stained smile crept across his lips. To exchange injury for injury, he could afford the sacrifice. But what of Zhang Tong? Seeing Chu Fan kneeling, bloodied, and nearly devoid of the strength to wield his knife, a flicker of wild joy crossed Zhang Tong's eyes as he barked. He is severely injured. Attack! Finish him! The guards surrounding them, having been thoroughly intimidated by the earlier confrontation, momentarily gathered their courage upon witnessing Chu Fan's grievous injuries. With a fierce battle cry, they charged forward, blades glinting ominously as they descended upon him. Just then, Chu Fan abruptly lifted his head, casting a glance at Zhang Tong. A peculiar smile curling at the corners of his lips, blood trickling down his chin, yet there was an unmistakable mockery in his expression. A sense of foreboding gripped Zhang Tong's heart, and as he attempted to strike again, the figure of Chu Fan transformed into wisps of blue smoke before the eyes of all present. In an instant, the smoke coalesced 3 yards away, revealing him unscathed. His wounds vanished, his gaze sharp as that of an eagle, wielding a long sword that shimmered with a chilling light, showing no trace of his previous injuries. How could this be possible? The foremost guard, paralyzed by fear, faltered, and before he could utter a word, Chu Fan retaliated with a swift stroke, ending his life in an instant. How could he be unscathed? What sorcery is this? The guard were thoroughly thrown into disarray, their once dying adversary now revitalized, exhibiting powers that surpassed their comprehension. Yet, Chu Fan offered them no respite to collect their thoughts. His sword swept through the air like a tempest, and those guards charging forward fell in droves, blood soaking into the courtyard's bluestone tiles. Zhang Tong stood frozen, his limbs icy as he beheld the blood-soaked figure. What manner of creature is this? Blood droplets from the blades splattered onto the stones, creating dark crimson stains. Chu Fan flicked the blade, surveying the carnage around him, and suddenly flashed a grin, revealing a row of pearly whites against the backdrop of drying blood, an image that was particularly chilling. He then fixed his gaze on Zhang Tong, whose complexion had turned a ghastly shade, and spoke in a voice that, though soft, resonated throughout the now silent courtyard. The riffraff had been dealt with. Now, it is your turn. As his words lingered in the air, he moved with the swiftness of a released arrow, the gust of wind stirred by his passage lifting the blood-soaked remnants from the ground. His longsword pointed directly at Zhang Tong, and the madness and resolve in his eyes sent an involuntary shiver down Zhang Tong's spine. How could this be mere post-heaven fifth layer? This was clearly an unkillable specter. Chapter 35. What use are you to me? Zhang Tong surveyed the sea of corpses before him, then glanced at Chu Fan's fearless countenance, realizing that there was no hope for a peaceful resolution today. With a fierce determination, he clenched his teeth, bloodshot eyes ablaze with madness. I'll take you down with me. Kill! Both men roared simultaneously, their figures colliding once more. Chu Fan's wave-cutting blade technique grew increasingly ferocious, each strike infused with the intent of mutual destruction. Zhang Tong's eagle claw technique had no path of retreat, the shadows of his claws striking like a violent storm. Each attack aimed at Chu Fan's vital points. The sounds of clashing weapons, muffled groans, and explosive energy intertwined, as the two men fought like wounded beasts, employing the most primal and frenzied methods of combat. The dance of blades and claws wove chaotically through the courtyard, both abandoning all defense, exchanging blows with relentless ferocity, each strike soaked in blood, each move a desperate gamble for survival. With a claw from Zhang Tong, Chu Fan's left shoulder was grievously torn, exposing bone amidst the mangled flesh, yet he remained silent. Countering with a swift arc of his blade that carved a deep gash into Zhang Tong's side, instantly soaking his garments with crimson. Zhang Tong roared, unleashing another claw strike that left Chu Fan's right arm drenched in blood, while he too felt the bite of the blade across his chest, stirring a rain of blood. After exchanging dozens of blows, both men were riddled with wounds, resembling figures drawn from a blood-soaked abyss. However, it was evident that Zhang Tong's strength was waning. His breath came in labored gasps, akin to a bellows, each claw swing requiring a grimace of effort, his steps faltering, and the madness in his eyes gradually yielding to exhaustion. In contrast, despite his greater number of injuries, Chu Fan's gaze remained sharp as an eagle's, and the force behind his strikes showed no sign of diminishing. As long as he wished, he could start anew. Fatigue was far from a concern. With a resounding clash of blade and claw, Zhang Tong was forced to retreat, clutching his bleeding abdomen, coughing violently, nearly collapsing. "What's wrong? Are you finished?" Chu Fan wiped the blood from his face, a smile laced with unreserved mockery. Before his words could fade, his eyes narrowed, and he severed his own vital energy once more. Ethereal azure smoke began to rise, coalescing nearby, the dissipating strands drawn into his form, merging seamlessly within. When he re-emerged, all his wounds had healed, his aura steady as a mountain, devoid of any trace of fatigue from battle. He appeared more vibrant than at the onset of their clash. Witnessing this, Zhang Tong felt a chilling dread seep through his veins. Clutching his wounded abdomen, he knelt, blood-streaked phlegm escaping his lips, struggling to maintain his stance. How could Chu Fan so easily renew himself? No, it was impossible. Zhang Tong shook his head, the last glimmer of madness in his eyes shattered, leaving only profound despair. This was not a contest. It was a one-sided torment. The longer he endured, the more excruciating his demise would be, while his opponent always possessed the chance for rebirth. Chu Fan advanced, each step echoing in the blood-soaked ground, as if treading upon Zhang Tong's very heart. "Now it is your turn." "No, spare me." Zhang Tong collapsed in utter despair, kneeling before Chu Fan, heedless of his own wounds, bowing repeatedly. "I pledge my loyalty to you. From this day forth, I shall follow only you." All remnants of his former pride as a seventh-tier master were gone. He now sought only to preserve his life. Confronted by a foe who could not be killed, could not be harmed, and could return indefinitely, resistance meant certain death, while submission might offer a glimmer of survival. Chu Fan continued his march, the blade scraping the ground with a piercing sound, closing the distance to Zhang Tong, a cold smile curling his lips. "Ha! What use are you to me?" "No, I am of use. I truly am of use." Zhang Tong wept in terror. Chu Fan pressed forward. Gazing into the placid depths of Chu Fan's eyes, Zhang Tong realized that pleading for mercy was futile, extinguishing the last flicker of hope. "I shall drag you down with me." Yet at this moment, he was already exhausted, his breath erratic like a broken bellows. The power of his eagle claw technique diminished to a mere 30% of its peak. The shadow of his claw, accompanied by a sharp wind, aimed directly for Chu Fan's face. This claw strike exhausted his remaining strength, yet still exuded a hint of fierce momentum. Chu Fan's gaze sharpened. Instead of retreating, he advanced, blocking with his left arm while simultaneously executing a horizontal slash with his long knife, the blade's light grazing Zhang Tong's claw wind as it sought his neck. With a swift sound, Zhang Tong's eagle claw struck Chu Fan's arm, tearing through his clothing but lacking the strength to penetrate further. Meanwhile, Chu Fan's knife moved like lightning, leaving a crimson line across Zhang Tong's neck. With a muffled groan, Zhang Tong staggered backward from the impact, attempting to raise his claw once more, only to find his internal energy depleted, his arm too heavy to lift. Chu Fan, unwilling to grant him a moment's respite, surged forward, the back of his knife crashing down upon Zhang Tong's chest. With a crisp snap, Zhang Tong's ribcage fractured, blood spewing forth as he collapsed, utterly limp upon the ground. He stared at Chu Fan, his lips moving, yet no sound emerged, the last flicker of light in his eyes extinguished. As Zhang Tong's corpse quivered on the ground, Chu Fan averted his gaze. He wiped the blood from his face and resolutely severed his own vital vein. In a flash of azure smoke, when he reappeared, the bloodstains and fatigue had vanished, leaving him revitalized and vigorous. He wandered through the Wu residence, discovering a chamber that appeared to be a guest room. Upon entering, he found several exquisitely crafted brocades hanging in the wardrobe, evidently prepared for esteemed guests. Chu Fan casually selected a moon-white long shirt to don, fastening a jade belt around his waist, then glanced at his reflection in a bronze mirror. It suited him well, presenting a tall and upright figure. Were it not for his eyes, still carrying the aura of slaughter, he might easily be mistaken for a scion of a noble family. With the troubles resolved and his gains considerable, he stretched lazily, a glimmer of yearning crossing his gaze. This small Blackstone city was ultimately too confined. The bustling metropolis of Xianxia County, 100 kilometers away, was where true prosperity thrived, brimming with martial families and bustling markets for rare treasures. It was time to behold it. The Wu residence was already deserted. Those servants who had not been swept into the chaos had fled in terror long before midnight, leaving behind even their valuables. Standing in the middle of the courtyard, Chu Fan surveyed the desolation around him, casually picking up an oil lantern from a corner. The flame flickered in the wind, casting shadows upon his serene face. "Burn it all," he murmured, tossing the lantern toward a nearby wood shed. The dry kindling ignited immediately, the flames fanned by the wind quickly licking at the eaves, thick smoke billowing upward, staining half the sky crimson. Chu Fan turned and exited through the gate. The blaze roaring behind him, the crackling of burning wood and the thunderous collapse of beams echoing in the distance. Yet he did not glance back. Outside the Wu residence, he observed the towering inferno, weary of waiting for the flames to spread further. With a flicker in his eyes, he severed his vital vein once more, his form dissolving into azure smoke, coalescing upon the desolate mountains outside the city. The mountain breeze caressed his skin, carrying the fresh scent of grass and trees, dissipating the last remnants of worldly smoke from his being. He stretched his limbs, reveling in the abundance of vitality coursing through him, a nonchalant smile gracing his lips. Having burned down the Wu estate and taken the lives of its inhabitants, he knew that inquiries would inevitably arise, perhaps even a manhunt. But what of it? He possessed the power of rebirth. Should trouble arise, he could merely begin anew. Adjusting his garment, he set forth in the direction of the county town. Black Mountain County. Here I come. Chapter 36. Mastery of the blade. Chu Fan required no slumber. The benefits afforded by his immortal body allowed him to remain invigorated and alert, even after 10 days and nights of relentless travel. It was the perfect opportunity to journey through the night and behold the grandeur of Black Mountain County. He murmured to himself, his footsteps unwavering. The recent skirmish with Zhang Tong flooded his mind with insights into the wave-cutting blade, surging forth like a tide. Soon, he would reach the pinnacle of mastery. Chu Fan could distinctly sense that the seemingly unremarkable sword technique was becoming increasingly harmonious with the vital energy flowing within him. Each movement of the blade's trajectory crystallized into clarity. Although the wave-cutting blade was merely a commonplace technique among martial artists, its true power, once perfected, would far surpass that of ordinary practitioners. Countless warriors spend their lives ensnared at a particular level, unable to advance further. To achieve perfection in any martial art is a rarity, a feat accomplished by but a few among the myriad. Once I attain the peak of the wave-cutting blade, I shall witness the transformation for myself. Thus, as Chu Fan hastened towards Black Mountain County, he contemplated the essence of the wave-cutting blade. His mind replayed the variations of the techniques, each pivot and exertion becoming increasingly vivid. Occasionally, he would raise his hand in a feigned strike, the force generated by his arm growing heavier and steadier, producing a sharp sound as it sliced through the air. The gravel by the roadside was scattered, shattered into dust. Unbeknownst to him, his steps began to synchronize with the rhythm of the blade's momentum, advancing and retreating, grinding and treading, seemingly random, yet in harmony with a certain cadence. Each step enhancing the fluidity and ferocity of his strikes. The blade's momentum became ever more refined, while his movements melded seamlessly with the technique, devoid of any stiffness. It was close. Chu Fan felt a surge of joy, quickening his pace as he darted through the night like an arrow. The interplay of his vital energy and movements intertwined flawlessly, the seemingly ordinary technique undergoing a remarkable metamorphosis in his hands, now just a step away from perfection. As the night waned, the horizon began to blush with the first light of dawn, the sun quietly ascending above the horizon. Chu Fan, wholly absorbed in the realm of the blade, remained oblivious to the gradual changes in the sky. In every gesture, the swordplay and footwork became increasingly harmonious, as if responding to the very breath of the world around him. At that moment, a sudden crack resonated in his mind, as if an invisible barrier had shattered, and a profound sense of clarity flooded through his limbs. Every movement of the wave-cutting blade, every strike has now become strikingly clear. From the initial stance to the final retraction, every subtle twist, every exertion of muscle, and every pulse of energy flows with utmost precision. The footwork synchronizes seamlessly with the blade's maneuvers. Each step taken allows the arm to unleash its maximum force. A swift pivot perfectly harnesses momentum to direct the blade at the most intricate angles. The sensation is akin to a decade's worth of training suddenly coming to life. Each gesture flowing without a hint of hesitation, as if this technique was always meant to be executed in such a manner. A state of perfection. Jufan abli hatet, gazing down at his hands, which felt slightly warm from the surge of energy coursing through them. Instinctively, he raised his hand to perform a mock slash. The movement so swift it left only an afterimage. The gust of wind generated by his motion sliced through a small tree, 2 meters ahead, as if it were a mere twig. Success. He reveled in the surging power within him, feeling the rhythm of the blade's technique harmonizing with his limbs. A sharp smile gracing his lips. What of ordinary swordplay? Mastered to perfection, it can easily surpass those superficial and flamboyant techniques. He lifted his gaze toward the direction of Heishan County City, quickening his pace. The exhilaration of perfecting the wave-cutting blade still coursed through him when suddenly he smacked his forehead in realization. He had yet to assess the stolen manuals and silver notes from the Wu family. Without pausing, he reached into his robe, retrieving a thick stack of silver notes. His fingers deftly flicked through them, and to his astonishment, there were nearly 20,000 taels. The crisp paper bore the crimson seal of the county's largest moneylender, its weight making his head spin. Damn those affluent families. Chu Fan muttered under his breath, a glimmer of coldness flashing in his eyes. Such wealth must have extracted the sweat and blood of countless commoners. Perfect. I shall rob the rich to aid the poor. He tucked the silver notes back into his robe, and then pulled out 3 bound manuals. The first, titled Songlong Gong, contained methods for refining internal strength, capable of opening 108 meridians, allowing cultivation to reach the 9th level of the acquired stage, perfectly addressing his shortcomings in internal energy. The second, Binlei Blade, featured a fierce and domineering blade technique, with each strike targeting vital points, complementing the wave-cutting blade's balance of rigidity and fluidity, thus serving to validate each other. The final manual, Yulong Shenfa, detailed light-footed techniques, vividly illustrating the essentials of agile movement and transitions, promising to enhance his speed if mastered. These are indeed valuable resources. Chu Fan carefully wrapped the manuals once more and tucked them into his robe. Since he was on the move, it was an opportune moment to test the Yulong Shenfa. He decided to pause, using the soft morning light to lay the manual open in his palm for closer inspection. The pages not only contained diagrams of footwork, but also outlined essential techniques for harnessing breath, lightening the body, leveraging momentum, and stepping lightly as if gliding. The illustrations and text complemented each other, making it quite comprehensible. As he perused, he began to practice the footwork on the spot, adjusting his pace and center of gravity according to the diagrams. Initially, each footfall felt somewhat clumsy, and as he attempted to gather his breath, his rhythm became disordered, causing him to stumble after just a few steps. However, he had just attained the pinnacle of the breaking wave blade, and his grasp of momentum was particularly keen. In the span of merely half a stick of incense, he began to discern some nuances of the technique. The power must be concealed within the waist and legs, and the transitions should flow as gracefully as a vine entwining a tree, with each step in harmony with the breath. Thus it was revealed. As Chu Fan closed the manual and tucked it back into his bosom, he found his movements markedly lighter upon taking another step. His feet barely made a sound upon landing, and when confronted with the low branches, he could deftly pivot around them with a gentle tap of his toes, truly exhibiting the grace of a dragon weaving around a pillar. With each stride, he found himself increasingly at ease. His steps became increasingly buoyant, leaving only faint imprints upon the blades of grass beneath him. Unbeknownst to him, his speed quickened, embodying the fluidity of a dragon frolicking in water. This was intriguing. Feeling a surge of inspiration, Chu Fan decided to fully immerse himself in practicing the dragon winding technique while on his journey. Training while traveling proved to be a double benefit. Elated within, he continued onward, hastening toward the direction of Heishan County. In less than half an hour, he felt his footwork suddenly smooth out, the initial awkwardness dissipating entirely. His movements began to subtly embody the essence of the dragon depicted in the illustrations, signifying that he had entered the threshold. He realized that, Having just perfected the breaking wave blade, the techniques within already contained numerous principles that complemented the blade forms. Although the paths differed, the shared momentum and strength bridged the two. With such a foundation, he was able to connect the dots with remarkable speed. After traversing several miles, as the morning light grew brighter, Chu Fan's form glided effortlessly through the thicket. When encountering ditches, he would leap lightly, dissipating the impact with a gentle touch of his toes upon landing. In the presence of dense trees, he would sidestep and swirl, his shoulders subtly shifting to avoid the branches, the entire process flowing like water, and his speed increased by nearly half. Clearly, the dragon winding technique had reached minor success. Indeed, with a slight smile gracing his lips, he continued unimpeded, like a fish slipping through a cluster of low trees. It was evident that he had made connections. Chu Fan felt the synchronization of his internal energy and footwork growing ever more harmonious, silently commending himself. His prior mastery of the breaking wave blade had etched the understanding of power and weight shifting deep into his bones. Now, practicing the dragon winding technique felt like traversing a pre-existing bridge, where a mere contemplation could reveal the pathway. As he walked with increasing ease, his silhouette elongated and shortened in the morning light, and the sense of buoyancy and grace in his movements became increasingly pronounced, as if a true dragon was stretching its form in the wild. At this rate, upon reaching the county, he might very well grasp the threshold of mastery. Of course, this was also owing to his many rebirths, which had enhanced his innate understanding after absorbing remnants of his former self. Chapter 37. Heishan County. While he was progressing, a sudden cacophony of galloping hooves approached from ahead, accompanied by rugged shouts, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Moments later, a large contingent of riders rushed forth. At the forefront was none other than Lin Tianlang, the leader of the Blood Wolf gang. Beside him rode a woman on a chestnut horse, her anxious demeanor unable to conceal her beauty. It was none other than Wu Wanxing. Behind the two individuals trailed over 200 robust men, each exuding a fierce aura, their swords partially drawn at their waists, unmistakably the elite forces of the Blood Wolf gang. Chu Fan stood by the roadside, observing the approaching cavalry with a raised brow. The leading burly man radiated a menacing presence, while the woman beside him, though displaying an air of urgency, possessed an undeniable elegance. The warriors following them were equally formidable. Such a display clearly indicated that they were not ordinary folk, yet Chu Fan had never encountered them before, stirring a sense of curiosity within him. Lin Tianlang and his companions galloped past, casting a cursory glance at Chu Fan. Noticing him merely as an ordinary traveler, they paid him little heed, their horses' hooves pounding the ground with urgency. Since last night, Wu Wanxing had felt an inexplicable sense of unease growing stronger, and by morning, her worry was evident on her face. "What is the matter?" Lin Tianlang inquired, noticing her unusual demeanor with a rough voice. Nothing at all," Wu Wanxing replied, shaking her head as she suppressed her anxiety, though an unsettling feeling lingered in her heart. Lin Tianlang grinned. "Your father is astute. Nothing will go awry. You're merely overthinking it. Relax." With that, he urged his horse onward, and the group hastened their pace, swiftly vanishing down a fork in the road. Chu Fan watched their retreating figures, scratched his head, and continued on his way to the county city. However, after walking a short distance, he sensed something amiss. Along the roadside, figures began to emerge from the woods and bushes. These individuals, clad in various attire, mostly armed and displaying vigilant expressions, were hastily making their way in the direction from which Lin Tianlang and his group had departed, evidently trailing behind. Though not numerous, they traveled in small clusters, maintaining distance from one another, yet all sharing the same objective, moving with remarkable speed. Chu Fan furrowed his brow, his pace unrelenting. It appeared that there was more than one wave following the earlier group. Indifferent to the unfolding drama, he quickened his steps, employing the agile technique of the Dragon-S movement, soon leaving the pursuers far behind. Meanwhile, Lin Tianlang and his entourage raced toward the Wu residence, closely followed by the trackers, who remained fixated on the movements of the Blood Wolf gang, oblivious to the young figure they had inadvertently left behind. The two groups, one advancing forward and the other pursuing, perfectly missed each other on the road. Little did they know that the target they fervently sought was presently moving in the opposite direction. As the sun climbed higher in the sky, casting a warming glow, Chu Fan lifted his gaze to the horizon, where the outline of Black Mountain County City became distinctly visible. The towering city walls resembled a great black dragon lying in repose, with soldiers faintly visible moving between the battlements. The city gates teemed with a bustling crowd, and the distant sounds of commotion reached his ears. Finally nearing his destination, Chu Fan exhaled with relief, wiping the thin sheen of sweat from his brow. He had not anticipated the journey to be so lengthy, even with the newly acquired technique of the Dragon S movement. He had run tirelessly throughout the night and into the morning before finally reaching the foot of the city. Fortunately, he had not paused along the way, allowing his mastery of the technique to grow ever more proficient. As he navigated the undulating terrain, he harnessed the wind's strength, gliding effortlessly without touching the ground, soaring nearly 10 feet, with only a thin veil separating him from mastery. At this moment, Chu Fan's breath had stabilized several folds compared to his arrival. His steps were as light as a falling leaf, and even amidst the throngs on the official road, one would scarcely perceive his approach or departure. The energy within him flowed harmoniously with his movements, not only revealing no signs of fatigue, but rather instilling a sensation of exhilarating clarity. He gazed at the city gate, a faint smile gracing his lips. His agile, dragon-like movements were on the verge of perfection. His wave-slicing blade reached its zenith, and he possessed both silver notes and martial arts techniques. After this relentless journey, he looked forward to indulging within the city. The cacophony at the city gate grew increasingly vibrant, the essence of Heishan County wafting toward him. Upon entering, Chu Fan was captivated by the sights before him, irresistibly slowing his pace to take in the surroundings. Flanking the broad street were numerous shops, banners fluttering in the breeze, the sounds of vendors hawking their wares and lively bargaining echoing in the air. The throngs of pedestrians jostled against one another, far exceeding the prosperity of the Blackstone city he had previously known. The silks of the textile shop shimmered brilliantly, while the weaponry store glinted with the cold light of iron blades. Even a troupe of performers had set up a stage at the street corner, eliciting cheers from the gathered crowd. Indeed, it was a county city exuding grandeur. Chu Fan mused quietly. Though curiosity danced in his eyes, he felt little astonishment. Having witnessed the bustling thoroughfares and towering edifices of the modern world, this level of commotion did not faze him. As he continued on, a nimble boy clad in a gray cloth short jacket approached, his eyes sparkling with eagerness, a grin plastered across his face. "Sir, it appears this is your first visit to Heishan County, is it not?" Chu Fan cast a sidelong glance at him, but remained silent. Undeterred, the boy's enthusiasm only intensified. "Our county city is vast, the streets twisting like a labyrinth. If you're in search of places or goods, I am exceedingly familiar. Just a few copper coins, and I guarantee you'll be well accommodated." Reflecting on his unfamiliarity with the locale, Chu Fan decided that having a guide would indeed alleviate many of his concerns. He produced a small piece of silver from his pocket and tossed it to the boy. "Is this sufficient? Lead me to a clean inn and recommend a decent restaurant." The boy deftly caught the silver, weighing it in his hand, his face lighting up with delight. "Sufficient. More than enough. Follow me, and you shall be satisfied." He turned, leading the way, his chatter unceasing as he narrated. "Just up ahead on the left is the Welcome Inn, run by an honest proprietor. If you seek fine dining, you must visit the Xianxia building. Their signature braised pork knuckle is simply divine." As Chu Fan trailed behind, he listened intently while discreetly observing the street scenes. "Sir, I am Ma San, and I've been navigating this county city for nearly a decade. There is nothing I do not know." The boy continued to lead the way, his steps light and nimble, choosing paths less trodden. Before long, they arrived at a two-story wooden building at the street corner, the words Xianxia building gleaming in gold above the entrance. As they approached the door, the rich aroma of meat wafted out to greet them. "Behold, this is the place," Ma San exclaimed, pushing open the wooden door, which instantly revealed a cacophony of lively chatter from within. Seated at a table by the window, Ma San, well acquainted with the establishment, promptly ordered several signature dishes and inquired if a flask of wine was desired. Upon receiving a nod from Chu Fan, he scurried off to the counter. Moments later, he returned with braised pork knuckle, stir-fried kidney, a plate of sauce beef, and a warm jug of sake. The pork knuckle was tender and easily separated from the bone, its sauce a vibrant red, while the kidney was perfectly cooked, crisp and devoid of any unpleasant odor. Chu Fan, indeed famished, wasted no time and enthusiastically dug in with his chopsticks. Meanwhile, Ma San accompanied him, occasionally interjecting with tales of the dish's origins or amusing anecdotes about the county town, which proved to be quite entertaining. After indulging in a satisfying meal, Chu Fan brushed his hand against the knife at his waist. The handle, long polished by sweat, gleamed, while the blade was riddled with fine nicks. After having dispatched so many foes, an ordinary iron knife could scarcely withstand such wear. Chapter 38. Listening to melodies at the brothel. Ma San glanced up and inquired, "Which weapon shop in this county town is the most reliable?" As he gulped down the coarse tea offered by the establishment. He immediately set his bowl aside upon hearing the question. "A weapon shop, you say? That would be Iron Courage Workshop. The owner is an old blacksmith. And the weapons crafted there are exceptionally solid, though they might be a bit pricey. But you, sir, strike me as a practiced individual. You surely require a fine blade. Do you not? You'll find not that hapfi my see. Lead the way." "Absolutely." Ma San perked up, guiding Chu Fan westward while enthusiastically extolling the merits of Iron Courage Workshop. "Rest assured. Sir, the owner Liu is quite straightforward. Seeing that I brought a customer, he will surely offer a discount." Chu Fan, keenly perceptive, deduced the situation. This lad must be earning a commission for bringing in customers. However, he bore no ill will, as long as he could procure a useful item, allowing Ma San to earn a little for his efforts. Upon arriving at Iron Courage Workshop, the bearded Liu greeted Ma San with bright eyes, exchanged pleasantries, and then eagerly showed Chu Fan the blades, quoting fair prices. When Chu Fan selected a long knife, forged from refined steel, and settled the payment, Liu discreetly slipped a small handful of coins to Ma San. Clutching the coins with a beaming smile, Ma San remarked, "Sir, this new blade feels 30% heavier in hand than your previous one, ensuring more forceful strikes." Chu Fan weighed the new knife, finding it solid and the edge gleaming with a cold light, a truly fine weapon. Noticing Ma San's furtive gesture with the coins, he smiled subtly, choosing not to expose him. With such a familiar guide at his side, navigating the county town proved quite convenient. Was Ma San not akin to a modern intermediary, utilizing his local knowledge to forge connections and earn a bit of commission? "Ma San," Chu Fan said, fastening the new knife at his waist, "lead me to the finest inn in the county town." Upon hearing this, Ma San's eyes sparkled with excitement, as if the glimmer of silver was reflected in his pupils. The finest inn? That would be the Yueli residence, where the cost of a single night could sustain an ordinary family for half a month. If he could escort someone there, his commission would likely surpass the profits from selling the knife earlier. "My lord, you are truly generous," Ma San exclaimed, his voice elevated in pitch, bowing even lower. The Yueli residence stood majestically on East Street, with intricately carved beams and painted rafters, offering hot water around the clock, and a storyteller entertaining guests downstairs, ensuring a most comfortable stay. As he spoke, he took the lead without hesitation, quickening his pace, fervently extolling the virtues of the Yueli residence, fearing that Chu Fan might change his mind. Chu Fan followed closely behind, observing Ma San's enthusiasm with a faint smile curling at the corners of his lips. It seemed this venture would provide enough joy for the lad for several days. Upon reaching East Street, they indeed found an impressive 3-story building towering at the street corner, with the bold characters of Yueli residence inscribed above the entrance, where well-dressed attendants awaited to greet guests. Ma San guided Chu Fan inside, passing through intricately carved wooden screens, revealing a charming and elegant courtyard. The courtyard boasted several banana plants, with a stone-paved pathway, and in the corner stood an ancient well, while a few guests sat beneath a grape trellis sipping tea and engaging in light conversation. "My lord, look." Ma San gestured towards a row of rooms on the east side adorned with moon gates. These rooms come with their own private courtyards, featuring warm alcoves and bathing facilities, offering tranquility, though the price, just this one, Chu Fan interjected, striding directly towards the innermost room, its courtyard door marked with a wooden plaque that read "Listening to the Wind." Upon entering, he was greeted by a hidden paradise. The courtyard was planted with orchids, while the main room housed a pair with table and chairs, with steam still rising from the hot water in the bathing tub. The innkeeper, upon hearing the news, rushed over, and upon seeing Chu Fan unhesitatingly choose the most expensive room, smiled broadly, his eyes narrowing into slits, and discreetly slipped Ma San a piece of silver. Clutching the silver, Ma San beamed at Chu Fan, saying, "My lord, staying here ensures you will not be disturbed, making your practice of martial arts quite convenient." Chu Fan nodded, surveying the small courtyard. Henceforth, this would be his refuge in Heishan County. Ma San rubbed his hands together, his face adorned with utmost eagerness, bending like a wheat stalk swaying in the breeze. "My lord, do you have any other commands? In this area, There is no corner where a small person is not known. He patted his chest, his eyes gleaming with readiness. Clearly, he sought to earn a bit more for his errands while hoping to forge a friendship with this generous patron, finding his demeanor rather amusing. Chu Fan waved his hand dismissively. There is nothing else for now. You may return and come by tomorrow morning. Ma San's eyes gleamed as he leaned in closer, lowering his voice to a conspiratorial whisper. If my lord finds himself idle this evening and wishes to unwind, our county's Hongxiu Tower is the finest destination. He smacked his lips as if recalling something delightful, adding with a grin. The ladies there are not only charming in appearance, but their skill with the pipa can linger in the air for 3 days, and their songs are irresistibly enchanting. As he spoke, he quickly added, of course, it's quite tranquil there. One can simply listen to music and sip tea without any commotion. If a master wishes to go, I am well acquainted with the way and can ensure everything is arranged meticulously. Upon hearing Ma San's vivid description, Chu Fan felt a flicker of curiosity arise within him. Listening to music at a brothel? Such a term he had only encountered in ancient texts. Surely, such places no longer existed in the modern world. He stroked his chin, realizing that he had nothing to occupy his time this evening. Having just grasped the essence of the dragon's movement technique, it would be the perfect opportunity to take a break. Is that place more savory or vegetarian? Chu Fan casually inquired, his tone already tinged with intrigue. Ma San chuckled, rubbing his hands together and leaning in closer, lowering his voice further. Master, you are indeed perceptive. What is presented outside is a vegetarian establishment where one can enjoy music, admire dance, and drink tea, all very refined. However, if one harbors other intentions, there are private rooms at the back. Just send a word through the madam. As long as the silver is in order, anything can be arranged. It's entirely up to your preference. He winked, the insinuation unmistakable. Chu Fan suddenly understood the underlying game at play. A smirk played on his lips. Let us first go and listen to the music. Very well, Ma San replied eagerly, though inwardly he chuckled, knowing that while the master spoke of merely enjoying the music, once he arrived and heard those alluring melodies, his mind might very well change. The stirrings within Chu Fan became increasingly evident as Ma San's words brushed against his heart like a feather. As for concerns about illness, what was there to fear? Having already faced death, what could possibly intimidate him? In this life, with family scattered and romantic entanglements deemed too extravagant and troublesome, it seemed far more sensible to relish the present moment, to listen to music and witness the vibrant tapestry of life. Ma San glanced up at the sun, gauging the time, and addressed Chu Fan, Master, it is still early. The revelry at the Red Sleeve Tower does not commence until nightfall, and we must wait a few more hours. Shall I return later to escort you? Chu Fan, feeling somewhat fatigued, nodded in agreement. That sounds good. Come back later. After a journey and practice of his technique, a rest was indeed warranted to restore his energy for the evening's adventures. Ma San acknowledged with a respectful yes, then diligently instructed the attendants to take good care of the master before bowing and exiting. The courtyard returned to silence, and Chu Fan settled beside the soft couch in the main room, closing his eyes to rejuvenate. Sunlight streamed through the window, bathing him in warmth, gradually dissolving the tension that had accumulated over the past few days as he awaited the arrival of night to experience the pleasures of this realm of Black Mountain County. Chapter 39, A Home Lost. At this moment, Lin Tianlang, accompanied by the elite members of the Blood Wolf Gang, had arrived at Haishi City. Lin Tianlang reined in his horse, and behind him, over 200 elite members of the Blood Wolf Gang stood resolute, their blades gleaming coldly at their waists. He lifted his gaze towards the distant silhouette of Haishi City. With a sigh, the horse snorted, and Lin Tianlong's rough hand patted the horse's neck, turning his attention to Wu Wanqing at his side. Wu Wanqing, adorned in a flowing gown, sat gracefully upon her chestnut steed, gazing at the familiar city gate. A gentle smile graced her lips, and a hint of nostalgia flickered in her eyes as she reflected, since marrying you a year ago. It has indeed been a while since I returned to Haishi City. Ha ha ha. Lin Tianlong's laughter boomed like a resounding bell, his jovial tone causing the leaves nearby to rustle. Once we settle matters here, I shall accompany you to linger in the city a while longer and spend time with your father. He, now 40, was 2 decades her senior. In his youth, he had devoted himself entirely to martial arts, rising from a street thug to the leader of the Blood Wolf Gang, ultimately achieving the pinnacle of the late stage of martial mastery. Yet, such dedication had delayed his marriage. It was only when he felt stifled by a bottleneck that he was persuaded to wed the esteemed Miss Wu of Haishi City. Perhaps it was a sense of compensation, or perhaps it was the unique charm of Wu Wanqing, distinct from that of the ordinary women of the martial world, that captivated him. Thus, Lin Tianlang had always indulged his delicate wife. Upon hearing his words, a glimmer of intrigue sparkled in her eyes, but she quickly concealed it. Responding softly, "I shall defer to my husband." She cared little for the 20-year age gap. It was Lin Tianlang's formidable late-stage prowess and the power of the Blood Wolf gang that attracted her. As for romantic sentiments, they held little significance in her view. Noticing her demeanor, Lin Tianlang interpreted it as joy and waved his hand decisively. "Let us proceed into the city to pay our respects to your father, and then inquire about that individual." Before he finished speaking, he had already spurred his horse forward, the magnificent steed galloping with ferocity toward the city gate of Haishi. Behind him, a cadre of elite followers trailed closely, the thunderous sound of hooves shattering the midday tranquility and startling a flock of returning birds. Beneath the city gate, 2 squads of constables leaned against their long spears, dozing off. Suddenly, the rapid clatter of hooves approached, jolting them awake. Upon recognizing the approaching figures, the 200 formidable men, each wielding a curved blade, bore expressions akin to that of hungry wolves. The burly, red-faced leader exuded an imposing presence, causing the constables to break into a cold sweat, their grips tightening reflexively around their spears. "Halt! Identify yourselves!" the squad leader shouted, though his legs trembled uncontrollably. At that moment, the woman in purple atop the snow-white steed lifted her gaze, the ornamental flowers in her hair glistening in the setting sun. "Is it Miss Wu?" The squad leader's pupils dilated, and his complexion shifted dramatically. He recognized her as the sole daughter of the esteemed Lord Wu of Haishi City, who had married Lin Tianlang of the Blood Wolf gang a year prior. Yet, seeing Wu Wanqing amidst this formidable entourage, he hesitated to voice any concerns regarding the Wu family's safety, fearing the repercussions of alarming her. The reputation of the Blood Wolf gang loomed large in the vicinity of Haishi City. Who could say whether informing Miss Wu would bring fortune or calamity? He dared not risk incurring the wrath of others, knowing full well that even the county magistrate would likely not come to his aid. Casting a furtive glance at Lin Tianlang's rugged visage, the squad leader felt as though the man's gaze cut through him like a knife. He quickly lowered his head, signaling to his comrades with a glance, and hoarsely commanded, "Open the gates. It is Miss Wu and her husband returning. Let them pass." Several constables hurriedly unlatched the door, not daring to utter even the customary inquiries. Lin Tianlang reined in his horse, casting not a glance at the bustling officers, and smiled at Wu Wanqing, saying, "It seems your influence is quite formidable, Wanqing." Wu Wanqing offered a gentle smile, flicking her riding crop lightly. "Let us go first to meet my father." The sound of hooves echoed across the drawbridge of the city gate, and the guards, drenched in cold sweat, murmured if they were to discover that Lord Wu has passed. One can only imagine the chaos that would ensue. Upon entering the city, the rhythmic clatter of hooves on the bluestone pavement resonated like a hammer, striking the hearts of the citizens of Blackstone City. Over 200 elite members of the Blood Wolf gang, clad in black, bore swords at their waists, their sheaths adorned with wolf-tooth patterns glinting ominously in the sunlight. Such a display in the typically tranquil Blackstone City resembled a famished wolf invading a flock of sheep. Street vendors hastily packed up their wares, while pedestrians recoiled, retreating into alleys, and even the cries of children suddenly ceased. "Isn't that the young lady of the Wu family?" someone whispered, peering through a narrow window and recognizing the figure in purple atop the snow-white horse, gasping in shock. Wu Wanqing's reputation in Blackstone City far eclipsed that of her father. Many years ago, she had caught the eye of the Blood Wolf gang's leader, and her grand wedding, adorned with a 10-mile-long bridal procession, remained a topic of conversation among the townsfolk. Yet, at this moment, no one envied her. Instead, they sensed the palpable ferocity emanating from the robust men behind her, as if it could solidify into a tangible force. Members of the Blood Wolf gang. A glance at their badges revealed them to be the core elite of the regional Blood Wolf gang. Whispers spread like wildfire through the streets, and more people recognized the origins of this formidable entourage. Gazes were cast their way, some filled with curiosity, others with fear, but most bore an odd mixture of emotions. Especially among those in the know, the expressions were tinged with panic. News spread like wings, and in less than half an hour, it permeated every corner of Blackstone City. Wu Wanqing had returned with the Blood Wolf gang. It was said that she brought over 200 capable fighters, all masters of combat. This was dire. The Wu family had faced calamity just yesterday. The patriarch was gone, and the ancestral home lay in ruins. The heads of several prominent families, gathered together, dropped their teacups in shock upon hearing the news. Her return at this moment, accompanied by the Blood Wolf gang, was alarming. The patriarch of the Leaf family turned pale, although they had not interfered in the Wu family's affairs. Who could say whether this young lady might suspect their involvement? At the headquarters of the Black Tiger Hall in the western part of the city, the Hall Master, who had been toying with an iron ball, crushed it with a single snap. The Blood Wolf gang has arrived in Blackstone City. It appears the Wu family's troubles are about to escalate. On the street, Wu Wanqing sat confidently atop her horse, seemingly oblivious to the averted gazes, her fingertips unconsciously tracing the intricate patterns on her sleeve. She could sense that the hidden stares carried not only fear, but also a profound uncertainty. Excellent. This was precisely the fear she sought. She relished this sensation. It was akin to a triumphant return home. Lin Tianlang cast a glance at his delicate wife beside him. Noticing her calm demeanor, he broke into a grin and reined in the horse, slowing their pace. We are nearing the Wu residence. No need to rush. Wu Wanqing nodded slightly, her gaze already directed towards the distance, where her former home lay. Just as the sound of hooves was about to turn the corner, several disheveled figures suddenly stumbled out from the alleyway. They were dressed in the coarse, short robes of the Wu household servants, yet at that moment, their garments were charred and blackened, their faces streaked with tears and soot, gasping for breath through their sobs. Second miss. Second miss. The leading old servant spotted Wu Wanqing atop the white horse and cried out in a voice grating like sandpaper. He fell to his knees before the horse, his forehead striking the cobblestones with a resounding thud. Second miss, you have returned. Our home is gone. Chapter 40, Revenge. The other servants knelt in a chorus, weeping with hearts torn asunder. The master is gone. Last night, a fiend set fire to the residence. We barely managed to escape. Their wails echoed painfully in the stillness of the street, causing even the elite members of the Blood Wolf gang to instinctively rein in their horses, their gazes sharp and alert. Wu Wanqing sat resolutely on her horse, her previously tranquil eyes now veiled in a frost-like chill. Her fingers tightened around the reins, knuckles paling. She did not glance at the weeping servants, but instead fixed her gaze on the distant charred ruins, her voice as cold as ice. Explain. Those 3 words brought the cries to an abrupt halt, as if the very air had thickened with tension. The old servant trembled, choking back his sobs as he replied. It was one person. One person? Lin Tianlong's brows shot up, his inner energy nearly overwhelming him as it threatened to shatter the saddle. With the trio he had dispatched, even if they could not withstand a top-tier master, it was inconceivable that one individual could annihilate their household and set it ablaze. It is true. The old servant, in his desperation, knocked his head against the ground repeatedly, blood seeping from his forehead. A single young man charged in last night. He was merciless. None of the guards lasted beyond 3 moves. I hid in the window and heard it all. That man. His name seemed to be Chu Fan. Chu Fan. Lin Tianlang's voice rose sharply, a flicker of astonishment flashing in his eyes. The old servant hurriedly nodded. Yes. It is Chu Fan. The master was even offering a bounty for him in Blackstone City not long ago. I could not have misheard. Lin Tianlang recalled the urgent letter he had received, his brows furrowing once more. He turned to Wu Wanqing, his voice low and grave. The letter I received yesterday stated that this man is merely at the 4th layer of postnatal. Boom! Lin Tianlong's inner energy surged violently, his robe billowing without wind, as the surrounding elite members of the Blood Wolf gang sensed a formidable pressure enveloping them, holding their breath in anticipation. 4th layer of postnatal? Nonsense. To have slain one at the 7th layer of postnatal, and to have 2 at the 6th layer collaborating, he must possess the strength of the 8th layer. How could Chu Fan have made such a terrifying advancement in such a short span? Suddenly, Lin Tianlang broke into a wide grin, his laughter growing louder, causing the windows around him to resonate with the vibrations. In his eyes sparkled a fervor akin to that of a ravenous wolf spotting its prey. Splendid. Truly splendid. He found himself at the pinnacle of the 9th realm, acutely aware of the arduous nature of martial breakthroughs. This Chu Fan, despite his youth, had experienced an absurd surge in his cultivation. He undoubtedly harbored an extraordinary opportunity, whether it be a supreme martial arts technique or a treasure of profound significance. Lin Tianlang licked his lips, his voice betraying unabashed greed. Wonking, we have not erred in our pursuit. If we can seize this Chu Fan and extract the secret of his fortune, he suddenly struck the back of his steed, causing the ebony horse to emit an excited whinny. Issue a command to seal off all the inns in the city. Even if we have to turn Blackstone City upside down, we must unearth that Chu Fan. Understood. The elite members of the Blood Wolf gang responded in unison, their voices reverberating, shaking the very streets beneath them. Wu Wonking abruptly reined in her horse, tears cascading from the corners of her eyes without warning, trailing down her cheeks and soaking into her garments, leaving darkened stains. She gazed at the charred ruins, her voice choked with emotion, nearly unrecognizable. Husband, you must capture him. After we force him to reveal his fortune, I shall personally make him pay with 1,000 cuts. He shall atone for my father, for the entire Wu family. Having uttered these words, she fiercely wiped away her tears, yet a horrifying hatred ignited in her eyes. A fierce intensity that even startled the nearby elite members of the Blood Wolf gang. This seemingly gentle Miss Wu, when enraged, was truly fearsome. Observing this, Lin Tianlang dismounted, striding forward to her horse, his rough hand gently resting upon hers that grasped the reins. In a grave tone, he said, Wonking, do not let your anger harm your health. He raised his gaze, cold light flashing in his eyes, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Fear not. Since this lad dares to provoke the Wu family and has slain my father-in-law, I will not allow him an easy demise. I shall first cripple his cultivation, shatter his limbs, and extract his secrets piece by piece. Lin Tianlang's voice was as sharp as a poisoned icicle. Let him experience the Blood Wolf gang's bone extraction punishment, ensuring that he finds neither the will to live nor the desire to die. Wu Wonking then felt a slight calm wash over her, with tear-filled eyes. She looked at Lin Tianlang and nodded gently. Thank you, husband. Lin Tianlang patted her hand reassuringly, turned and mounted his horse, proclaiming loudly, Brothers, let us hasten our pace. The first to capture that Chu Fan shall be rewarded with 1,000 taels of silver and marked for great merit. Understood. The elite of the Blood Wolf gang echoed in unison, their momentum akin to a raging tide. The sound of hoofbeats surged forth again, even more urgent and fierce than before, carrying with it a monstrous intent to kill, sweeping across Blackstone City in all directions. Before the charred remnants of walls and pillars, the wind whirled the ashes in spirals. Wu Wonking gazed at the half-burned doorpost, the very place where she had once etched her height as a child. Her eyes instantly reddened as if they might bleed, her nails digging deeply into her palm. Husband, her voice trembled, yet radiated unwavering resolve. I must write a letter, summoning my brother back from the Proud Sword sect. My father's affairs must be attended to. My elder brother must be present. Lin Tianlang furrowed his brow sharply, instinctively retorting. The Proud Sword sect? Your brother is now an inner disciple. Should he learn of the fortune that Chu Fan possesses, he had not finished his words. Yet the implication was unmistakable. The Proud Sword sect was a major sect, and if they truly intervened, what place would there be for their Blood Wolf gang? Wouldn't the opportunities at hand vanish? Wu Wanqing turned her head, her tear-streaked face now displaying a semblance of calm. I only instructed him to return alone, stating in the letter that our family had encountered misfortune and that my father had fallen victim to malicious deeds. Your people are diligently pursuing the culprits. She paused momentarily, gently tapping the intricate patterns on her sleeve with her fingertip. As long as we do not mention that Chu Fan has any opportunities, my brother, being overly protective, will undoubtedly assist in seeking vengeance upon his return without any second thoughts. Once we secure the opportunity, even if he becomes aware of it, would he dare to compete with you? Lin Tianlang stroked his chin, a flicker of hesitation crossing his eyes. He could not underestimate the reputation of the Proud Sword sect. However, Wu Wanqing's reasoning held merit. Although her brother was an inner disciple, he was a perfected practitioner of the 9th level, and in terms of strength, he was not to be trifled with. Furthermore, Wu Wanqing leaned in closer, her voice lowered, with my brother present. Those families and factions lurking in the shadows will also exercise restraint, lest they stab us in the back when we capture Chu Fan. This remark thoroughly dispelled Lin Tianlang's concerns. He broke into a grin and patted Wu Wanqing on the shoulder. You truly think ahead, Wanqing? Then it is settled. Let your brother return swiftly, so he may witness firsthand how we avenge our father-in-law. Wu Wanqing nodded slightly, turning to a clever guard behind her. Fetch paper and ink. I need to write a letter. Chapter 41. selling skills, not the body. The night enveloped the city of Heishan like spilled ink, silently creeping over the rooftops. In the courtyard of the inn, Chu Fan slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his gaze before settling back into tranquility. He stretched, the joints of his body cracking like a well-oiled mechanism coming back to life after a long dormancy. The weariness accumulated from the previous night's journey dissipated completely during this brief respite, and the inner energy within his dantian became increasingly refined, pulsating with vibrant vitality. Exhaling a breath of turbid air, a faint mist formed before him, dissipating moments later. He rose to his feet, stretching his limbs, feeling a delightful lightness throughout his being. Indeed, he'd slept deeply. A light chuckle escaped him as he glanced at the pitch-black sky outside the window, a hint of anticipation curling at the corners of his mouth. This slumber had carried him from the blazing sun to the starry night. As for the turmoil he had stirred in Haishi City, the elite members of the Blood Wolf gang, who were frantically searching for him, remained oblivious to his presence. He adjusted his clothing, stepped out of the door, and contemplated visiting Hongxiu Tower to explore the intricacies of the entertainment scene in Heishan County. Outside the courtyard, Ma Sen had long been waiting. Upon seeing him emerge, he promptly bowed. "Master, everything is arranged. Shall we head to Hongxiu Tower now?" "Zhu Fan note that." His steps light as a willow catkin, gliding out of the courtyard, leaving only a faint word behind. The night was deepening, a perfect time to act. Outside the inn, a dark wooden carriage stood quietly at the alley's entrance, its compartments adorned with intricate lotus vine carvings and inlaid with delicate silver pieces, exuding a lustrous sheen in the moonlight that spoke of its considerable value. The two noble steeds were magnificent and tall, their harnesses wrapped in shark skin and embellished with silver rings, more exquisite than those of the average wealthy household. Ma Sen stepped forward briskly, lifting the embroidered curtain of the carriage with a smile, and said, "My lord, I made arrangements at the Hongxiu Tower this afternoon, informing them of your esteemed visit, and they sent this special carriage for you. Do you find it suitable?" Chu Fan cast a glance at the carriage, offering no further comment as he bent to enter the compartment. Inside, a thick carpet covered the floor, and a burner filled with calming incense smoldered in the corner, its tendrils of smoke curling up to entwine with the glass lantern hanging from the ceiling, creating a more comfortable ambience than the inn itself. One could certainly conduct business while here. Chu Fan leaned against the soft cushions, a subtle smile gracing his lips. To manage the pleasures of the night in a place like Heishan County so elegantly, the proprietor of the Hongxiu Tower must be an extraordinary individual. Ma Sen called out from outside. "Drive to the Hongxiu Tower." The wheels rolled over the cobblestone path, producing a steady rumble, mingled with the distant sounds of strings and flutes, heading towards the most vibrant parts of Haishi City. Chu Fan closed his eyes to rejuvenate, listening to the rising clamor outside, his fingertips unconsciously tapping against his knee. The night in Heishan County promised to be more intriguing than he had anticipated. The carriage halted before a brilliantly illuminated pavilion, and a rich fragrance of perfume intermingled with the scent of wine wafted through the air. Chu Fan lifted the curtain and alighted, gazing upon the Hongxiu Tower, which was far grander than the average tavern. The vermilion gate displayed a gilded plaque, the three characters for Hongxiu Tower written in an elegant script, hinting at the allure unique to such establishments. Lanterns adorned with images of beautiful women hung on either side of the entrance, their lights flickering as if they had come to life. Two maidens clad in red skirts awaited at the door. Upon seeing Chu Fan descend, they immediately curtsied gracefully, their voices soft and melodious. "Esteemed guest, please enter." As he stepped through the threshold, a wave of melodic strings enveloped him, accompanied by the playful banter of men and women and the crisp clinking of wine glasses, crafting a tapestry of exquisite revelry. The main hall was ablaze with light, filled to capacity with numerous tables where elegantly dressed men courted beautifully adorned women amidst an atmosphere thick with unspoken flirtation. On the second floor's corridor, several exquisitely attired women leaned over the rail, their eyes sparkling as they occasionally cast flirtatious glances at the patrons below, eliciting bursts of laughter. Ma Sen followed closely behind Chu Fan, whispering, "My lord, tonight the star performer Miss Su is gracing the stage at Hongxiu Tower, and I have reserved the finest private room upstairs." Chu Fan's gaze swept across the vibrant scene, a faint smile curving his lips. Indeed, the pleasures of Heishan County were far more animated than those of an ordinary town, the very air tinged with a sense of indulgence. "Lead the way," he replied nonchalantly, his steps unhesitating as he made his way towards the staircase. The private room was elegantly furnished, with a window seat directly facing the stage below. Chu Fan reclined on the soft couch, his fingers idly swirling the amber liquid in his glass, creating delicate ripples within. The atmosphere below suddenly grew quieter, and the sounds of stringed instruments softened. The beaded curtain at the center of the stage was gently parted, revealing a slender figure who gracefully stepped forth. Clad in a gown of moonlit white gauze, the young woman wore little makeup, yet exuded an air of ethereal charm. It was none other than Miss Sue Meyer. A low murmur of admiration arose from below. Chu Fan lifted his gaze, and, as Sue Meyer began to sing, her voice flowed like crystal-clear water over stones, resonant and otherworldly. Although her song spoke of love and longing, it carried an elusive sense of detachment. As Chu Fan beheld the enchanting Sue Meyer on stage, he could not help but acknowledge her beauty, particularly the enchanting glimmer in her eyes, which surpassed that of ordinary women. He lightly tapped the rim of his cup with his fingertips, suddenly reminded of moments spent scrolling through TikTok in his past life, a faint smile curving his lips. In terms of appearance, Sue Meyer eclipsed those internet celebrities by a considerable margin, as her allure was entirely natural, unmarred by artifice. However, when it came to exuberance, those young women on the screens were far bolder than the dainty Sue Meyer on stage. With the application of filters, their faces transformed into flawless, chiseled visages. Regardless of their true appearances, their lively performances of energetic songs and dances were 100 times more vibrant than this leisurely tune. "Sir, what brings about your smile?" "Masan inquit, noticing Chu Fasha Suden Amusen." As Chu Fan observed Sue Meyer retreating behind the curtain, he hesitated with his cup in hand and called out to Ma San, inquire about the cost of this young lady for the evening. His voice was not loud, yet it carried an air of casual indifference that rang clearly in the private room. Ma San's expression stiffened at the request, and he stepped closer, forcing an awkward smile. "Sir, this young lady is a courtesan of Hongxiu Zhao. She only sells her art, not her body. The rules are quite strict, regardless of the amount of silver offered." "Oh." Chu Fan raised an eyebrow, retracting his gaze from the vanished figure of Sue Meyer behind the curtain. He casually set his cup down on the table, the bottom making a soft clink against the surface. He had not come seeking refined pleasures. Rather, he wished to experience the revelries of Heishan County. Learning that even this small convenience was unattainable, his initial curiosity waned significantly. Furrowing his brow, he spoke with newfound decisiveness, then summoned a few who were willing to sell themselves. Chapter 42. The Young Master's Desires. He cast a glance at the curtain behind the stage, a smirk of derision playing on his lips. Only selling art, not the body? Such words were pleasingly deceptive. In reality, it was merely a tactic to entice and fetch a higher price. Did they truly believe themselves to be of noble lineage? In his previous life, he had encountered many who feigned superiority while scheming to extract value. Chu Fan had no intention of becoming a fool here, nor did he wish to play the sycophant. He had come to the pleasure quarters seeking straightforwardness. He had no patience for such pretentious games. Ma San paused for a moment, then quickly responded, "I'll make the arrangements at once." Having discerned the gentleman's straightforward nature and his aversion to beating around the bush, I dared not delay. I promptly descended the stairs. Within the establishment of Hongxiu, numerous young ladies awaited the company of patrons. However, the usual clientele were enamored with Sue Meyer, rendering the others rather inconspicuous. It was an opportune moment to summon them for service. Before long, the sound of jingling ornaments echoed from the staircase. Ma San led a group of young women into the private room, each adorned in delicate gauzy skirts, their eyes and brows radiating a deliberate charm. Upon seeing Chu Fan, they collectively curtsied, their voices dripping with sweetness. "Greetings, young master." A brief glance revealed that these ladies possessed exceptional beauty and figure. In contrast to the previously aloof Sue Meyer, they exuded a more direct allure, aligning well with his current inclinations. Without hesitation, Chu Fan's gaze swept over the young women, and he pointed decisively at the one clad in a green dress. Your legs are quite admirable." The girl, tall and graceful, blushed at his words and timidly stepped forward. Chu Fan then indicated the one in the red dress, whose slender waist and ample bosom swayed enticingly as she moved. "And you." The remaining ladies, witnessing this, displayed a flicker of disappointment but refrained from voicing it, lowering their heads and stepping back. Ma San, sensing the atmosphere, waved his hand. You may take your leave for now. To the two remaining ladies, he instructed. Serve the young master well. Ensure his satisfaction. The girl in the green dress and the one in the red dress readily complied, one pouring more wine for Chu Fan while the other obediently stood by, gently massaging his shoulders, their eyes glimmering with eagerness to please. Reclining on the soft couch, Chu Fan toyed with his wine glass, glancing at the two young women before him, and remarked nonchalantly, Come closer. The girl in the green dress, her figure tall and elegant, stepped forward to refill his glass, her fingers inadvertently brushing against his hand, imbued with a hint of intentional warmth. The girl in the red dress, more audacious, seated herself at the edge of the couch, the fragrance of her cosmetics mingling with the scent of wine as she spoke in a soft, flirtatious tone. You seem rather unfamiliar here. Is it your first visit to Xianxia? Chu Fan acknowledged her with a slight nod, his gaze lingering on her ample bosom, which indeed bore a striking allure, more authentic than the contrived poses of internet celebrities. He raised his glass and downed its contents, addressing the girl in the green dress. Sing a tune for me. But spare me the melancholy ones. I desire something lively. The girl in the green dress hesitated momentarily before responding. Then allow me to sing Picking Lotus, a lively piece. Chu Fan halted his fingers on the rim of the glass, lifting his gaze to her, a playful smile gracing his lips. Let us forego Picking Lotus. It lacks excitement. His eyes roamed over the girl's slightly flushed cheeks, his tone imbued with a teasing frankness. Can you sing 18 touches? Perform that. And should you excel, there shall be a reward. The girl in the green dress was momentarily taken aback, her face flushed crimson, even her ears tinged with pink. Her fingers, clutching the hem of her skirt, twisted nervously together as she stammered, Master, that tune is far too vulgar. Such songs are not favored in the Red Sleeve Pavilion. Beside her, the girl in the red dress, sensing the awkwardness, quickly interjected with a playful smile. If it is lively entertainment the master desires, allow me to perform a dance. I assure you it will be far more exhilarating than mere music. His gaze still fixed on the green-dressed maiden. His fingers tapped lightly on the table, conveying a clear message. Either sing or leave. He had no patience for pretense. If he sought amusement, it would be on his terms. The distinction between high and low culture seemed trivial to him when confronted with straightforward honesty. The green-dressed girl trembled under the chill of his stare, biting her lip, fully aware that this gentleman was not easily trifled with. Bracing herself, she finally murmured then, I shall embarrass myself for your amusement. Taking a deep breath to steady her nerves, she timidly began to sing. Initially, her voice quivered, tinged with embarrassment. But as she continued, she gradually loosened up. The explicit lyrics, combined with her deliberately softened tone, indeed carried an alluring undertone. The girl in the red dress watched enviously, swaying her hips in rhythm, adding suggestive gestures to the melody. Occasionally, she cast glances at Chu Fan, her eyes brimming with flirtation. Leaning back against the couch, Chu Fan observed the vibrant scene before him, raising his cup and downing its contents, a nonchalant smile gracing his lips. Now, this was more like it. Compared to Su Mayer's coy games of seduction, this direct approach to pleasure was far more to his liking. His fingers slowed, his gaze lingering on the trembling lashes of the green-dressed girl before sweeping over the red-dressed maiden's swaying form. The explicit lyrics intertwined with the girl's soft tones were like hooks, teasing at his heartstrings, especially with the reality of their presence, her shy, eager glances, the warmth of skin brushing against skin. This was infinitely more vivid than the filtered images he had previously viewed through a screen. A wave of heat crept up his neck, and as he set down his cup, he felt a barely perceptible warmth on his fingertips. Suddenly, he reached out, pulling the girl in the red dress into his embrace. She gasped, then melted into him, her breath fragrant like orchids, murmuring, Master. Chu Fan remained silent, merely lowering his gaze to her reddened eyes, inhaling the sweet scent of her hair. This vibrant sensation, the proximity of her breath, was indeed far more enticing than the cold screen of technology. The green-dressed girl's song abruptly ceased as she witnessed the scene unfold, her face reddening further, unsure of where to place her hands. Continue singing, he commanded, not lifting his gaze, his voice gravelly as his fingers lightly caressed the waist of the girl in red. The green-dressed girl bit her lip, steeling herself to continue. Though her voice now trembled with heightened shyness, her eyes averted from the couch. Chu Fan twirled the strands of hair from the girl in his arms, listening to the sultry melody, a smirk of indulgence curling at the corners of his mouth. Indeed, nothing compares to the directness of a real person. Suddenly, he rose to his feet, scooping the girl in the red dress in his arms, startling her into a gasp before she melted into his embrace, giggling. "You're quite the rascal." Chu Fan leaned down, breathing softly into her ear, his voice husky. "Rascal? Soon you shall discover what true mischief entails." With that, he cast a glance at the girl in the green dress, raising his chin slightly. "What are you standing there for? Come here." Chapter 43, Indulgence. Chu Fan, still holding the girl in the red dress, stood up, his fingers gently lifting her chin with an undeniable languor in his tone. "Lead the way." The girl's cheeks flushed crimson, her eyes sparkling with excitement, as she obediently took his hand, guiding him toward the private chamber. Observing this, the girl in the green dress followed suit, her steps tinged with shyness, yet devoid of hesitation. The interior of the chamber was simply adorned, featuring a spacious wooden bed against the wall, draped with low-hanging curtains, through which the candlelight filtered, casting a hazy glow. As soon as the door was shut, the girl in the red dress eagerly wrapped around him, her fingers teasingly grasping his collar, her breath fragrant. "Do not rush, my lord. Allow me to assist you in undressing." The girl in the green dress blushed deeply, clutching her skirt as she hurried to keep up, her heart racing as if it might leap from her throat, yet she dared not hesitate for a moment. With a casual flick of his hand, Chu Fan lifted the curtains, drawing both girls into the soft embrace of the bedding. The candlelight flickered in the breeze, casting shadowy patterns of entwined branches upon the fabric. The girl in the red dress leaned in to kiss his Adam's apple, her fingers deftly unfastening his buttons, while the girl in the green dress timidly knelt beside them. Eager to assist, yet unsure of how, she was suddenly pulled in his arms by Chu Fan. "Stop pretending. We are here now. Why maintain such decorum?" He nibbled her earlobe, causing her to shiver and nestle closer to him. Outside, the sound of silk and bamboo instruments had faded, leaving only the increasingly heavy breaths and the soft, seductive murmurs of the women within. Chu Fan savored the warmth of the body in his arms, inhaling the fragrance of her hair, feeling the heat within him find its release. This vibrant sensation was far more gratifying than any fabricated images seen through a screen. The candlelight danced, the curtains swayed gently, and the room gradually filled with the soft rustle of clothing and the sultry whispers of the women, effectively shutting out the clamor of the outside world. The night was deepening, perfect for indulgence, as dawn's light streamed through the window, casting mottled shadows on the floor. Chu Fan slowly opened his eyes. The remnants of his inebriation had dissipated, leaving him feeling refreshed and invigorated. He shifted slightly, only to find his arms somewhat numb from being pinned. Beside him, the girl in the red dress lay curled in his embrace, her long hair a tousled cascade on the pillow, her cheeks flushed from their previous encounter, her breathing steady. Meanwhile, the girl in the green dress lay on his other side, her alabaster leg draped over his waist, her brow furrowed, as if utterly exhausted, completely unaware of his awakening. Clearly, both had been thoroughly exhausted, their bodies languid and soft against him, resembling two weary cats seeking solace. Chu Fan lowered his gaze to the delicate beauty nestled in his embrace, a subtle smile gracing his lips. The indulgence of the previous night had indeed been exhilarating. In contrast to the ephemeral pleasures of his past life, this tangible experience was undeniably captivating. He cautiously withdrew his arm, rising with utmost care, ensuring not to disturb the two slumbering figures. After dressing, Chu Fan approached the table, poured himself a cup of cool tea, and drank it in one gulp. The icy liquid coursed down his throat, completely rousing him from his stupor. He lamented the wasted hours of practice, contemplating a vow of abstinence starting the following day. His gaze swept over the two deeply asleep on the bed as he retrieved 200 silver notes from his pocket and placed them on the bedside cabinet. A token of gratitude for last night's company. He had undoubtedly been rather generous, but it mattered little. Pleasure was worth the price, and after all, money was easily acquired. As for affection, it was merely a matter of mutual benefit. Chu Fan adjusted his collar and pushed the door open, stepping outside. The morning at the Red Sleeve Pavilion was particularly tranquil, with only a few servants busily tidying up. Upon seeing him, they merely bowed their heads in respect, refraining from any further inquiries. As Chu Fan exited the pavilion, he spotted Ma San, who was on tiptoe peering inside. Upon noticing him, Ma San's face broke into a wide grin as he hurried over, rubbing his hands together. "Master, You finally emerged. How did you find last night as companions? Chu Fan said little, casually producing a 10-tael silver note from his pocket and tossing it towards him. Ma San deftly caught it, and a smile spread across his face, his wrinkles deepening with joy as he eagerly expressed his gratitude. Thank you for your generosity, master. Thank you. Chu Fan brushed off non-existent dust from his attire, his tone unembellished, far more straightforward than the usual performers who sold their skills without their virtue. Ma San quickly chimed in, of course. It is their fortune to be favored by you. Shall I prepare the carriage to take you back to the inn for some rest? Chu Fan acknowledged with a nod and led the way towards the alley's mouth. Ma San, tucking the silver note away, followed closely behind, secretly astonished. 10 taels of silver could sustain an average family for a year. This master was indeed extravagant, suggesting that last night had been quite the affair. Inside the red-sleeve pavilion, the girl in the red dress was the first to awaken, feeling as if her body had been thoroughly exhausted, every movement sending pain through her bones. Lazily opening her eyes, she caught sight of 2 silver notes on the bedside cabinet. Initially indifferent, she reached out to inspect them, but upon recognizing the amount, her eyes widened in disbelief. 200 taels, she exclaimed, her voice trembling with astonishment. The girl in the green dress stirred awake at the commotion, rubbing her eyes. What is the matter? She inquired. Look. The girl in the red dress handed over the silver note, her fingers quivering. The green dress girl took it and gasped in shock. In their line of work at the red sleeve pavilion, a customary tip ranged from 10 to 8 taels, and the most generous patrons would offer no more than 20 or 30 taels at once. 200 taels was a sum they had never encountered. This young master is remarkably generous, the girl in green murmured, her heart racing with a mix of surprise and delight. The young woman in the red dress delicately caressed the engraved banknote, suddenly realizing, to be so generously tipped with 200 taels, this gentleman must possess considerable stature. We served such a distinguished figure last night. The two exchanged a glance, both astonished by the revelation, initially believing him to be merely a lavishly spending merchant from afar. It now appeared that he was far more significant than that. The young woman hastily folded the banknote with care and tucked it into her fragrant pouch. Come now. We must remember this esteemed person. Should fate allow us to cross paths again, we cannot afford to be remiss. The young woman in the green dress nodded, suppressing her weariness as she rose, yet her mind was abuzz with contemplation. This young gentleman, though seemingly youthful, conducted himself with such decisiveness, a stark contrast to those stingy patrons who reveled in their airs. The surprise brought by the 200 taels swiftly alleviated their fatigue, and the pair busily tidied up, their conversation laced with uncontrollable mirth. As the wheels of the carriage ceased their creaking over the cobblestone path, a rich aroma of meat wafted towards Chu Fan, mingled with the robust scent of wine from the neighboring tavern. Having toiled through the night, his stomach now empty, the enticing fragrance surged into his throat, stirring his very insides. He paused. Lifting a corner of the carriage curtain, he cast a glance at the tavern next door, his voice calm, yet imbued with undeniable authority. Just as the driver reined in the horses, Chu Fan stepped down onto the footstool, followed closely by Ma San. Let us go in and fill our stomachs. Chu Fan ascended the tavern steps, the hem of his long robe brushing against the threshold, stirring a gentle breeze. You should join me, don't just stand there. Ma San's eyes brightened, and he quickly responded affirmatively, hastening to follow. Welcome, esteemed guest. We have a private room available upstairs, if you would like. The waiter, draped in a white towel, noticed Chu Fan's distinguished demeanor and immediately donned a beaming smile. Chu Fan glanced at the vacant table in the corner of the hall and replied nonchalantly, That one will do. Very well. The waiter swiftly wiped the table. What would you like to order? Our marinated beef is unparalleled, infused with flavor, and sliced to perfection, truly delightful. 3 jean of marinated beef, and a stir-fried dish of kidney with scallions and sweet and sour cabbage. As Chu Fan settled into his seat, the dark fabric of his robe brushed the bench, accompanied by a subtle whisper of air, alongside a jar of aged liquor. Excellent. 3 jean of marinated beef, stir-fried kidney, sweet and sour cabbage, and a jar of 10-year-old liquor. The waiter elongated his tone as he called to the kitchen, then turned to Ma San. Would the gentleman like to add a couple of hearty dishes? Our braised pork knuckle is also authentic. Ma San was about to decline when Chu Fan lifted the coarse porcelain teacup from the table, his fingertips grazing the rim. Then let it be. Of course. The waiter dared not say more, bowing slightly as he retreated, secretly marveling at the young guest's commanding presence. Soon, the 3 gene of perfectly sliced marinated beef was brought forth, glistening with oil, the aroma wafting irresistibly into the air. Shortly thereafter, 2 plates of hot dishes were placed on the table, culminating in a jar wrapped in red cloth, which landed heavily on the table. Chu Fan unsealed the jar, and the rich aroma of the liquor instantly wafted through the air, causing patrons at the neighboring table to turn their heads in intrigue. He poured himself a bowl of the liquor and pushed an empty bowl towards Ma San, signaling him to sit. Only then did Ma San dare to take a seat, accepting the liquor jar with both hands and pouring himself a modest half-bowl, though his eyes could not resist glancing at the plate of sauced beef. Chu Fan raised his bowl and tilted his head back to take a sip. The fiery spirit coursed down his throat like flames. His hand, poised to grasp the beef, paused momentarily as his gaze fell upon the swirling liquid in the bowl. He had already mastered internal energy techniques and developed his physique and his technique. The breaking waves blade was perfected, yet he still lacked proficiency in joint locks and leg techniques. Was there a place in this prefecture where such techniques could be acquired? He raised his eyes to Ma San, his voice low yet imbued with an undeniable authority. Ma San, caught mid-chew, swallowed hastily, his face revealing discomfort. Sir, these techniques are the foundation of the major sects, families, and martial arts schools. They cannot be casually sold. A common martial artist would be grateful to obtain even a rudimentary body refinement technique. He paused, as if suddenly recalling something, and added, however, I have heard whispers that some techniques occasionally surface on the black market, though their authenticity is hard to discern and could lead to trouble. Oh, Chu Fan raised an eyebrow, lightly tapping the table with his fingertips. Or might that be? He was unperturbed by the prospect of trouble. Ma San's face flushed, and he lowered his head, somewhat embarrassed. I, being of lowly strength, have only dared to roam the city. I have never approached such places as the black market. But rest assured, give me 2 days, and I will certainly uncover the location and regulations of the black market. Chu Fan drained his bowl in one gulp, the heat of the liquor igniting a sharper gleam in his eyes. Very well, I shall grant you 2 days. If you find out the details, a generous reward awaits. His tone remained calm, while his fingers deftly picked up a piece of beef, leisurely bringing it to his mouth. Ma San's eyes sparkled with newfound determination, his posture straightening. He now understood the nature of this gentleman. When he promised a generous reward, it would not merely be a trifling sum of silver. The earlier scene of tossing out a 10-tael banknote still lingered in his mind. Rest assured, I shall go at once. I will not sleep tonight until I have gathered all the information. Ma San exclaimed, attempting to rise, only to be halted by a glance from Chu Fan. First, let us dine. Chu Fan pushed the liquor jar closer to him. Business must be attended to, but one's belly must also be filled. Ma San chuckled, no longer holding back, seizing his chopsticks to devour a large piece of beef, savoring it with delight. Yet internally, he felt as if he were carrying a ball of fire. Chu Fan's internal energy flowed gently through his meridians, accompanied by a warm sensation, while his honed physique exuded a subtle yet formidable strength. This was the feeling of possessing power, more reassuring than gold or silver. 2 days will suffice, he murmured to himself, tilting his head back to finish the fiery liquor in his bowl, his Adam's apple bobbing as he swallowed. First, I will convert the Hunyuan Gong into Tsanglong Gong, while the Longyan Ironcloth shirt has already reached its 5th level. These 2 days are perfect for enhancing these 2 martial arts to the fullest. At that time, regardless of the techniques acquired from the black market, whether they pertain to hands or legs, he will confidently grasp the fundamentals in the shortest possible time. The journey of martial arts is akin to a snowball effect of improvement. A swift step leads to a series of rapid advancements. Eventually, he will directly practice the new techniques, and the daily thrill of progress captivates him. Ma San, noticing his focused demeanor, wisely refrained from further conversation, instead immersing himself in his food and drink. However, he calculated that once the meal was finished, he would hastily spread the news, ensuring that he did not impede this gentleman's important matters. At that moment, a ruckus erupted from the staircase as several drunken men, their chests exposed, staggered forward, surrounding a young man clad in fine garments who emerged from a private room. The young man, with a pale face and a delicate jawline, walked with an air of deliberate frivolity, the jade pendant at his waist jingling loudly, clearly inebriated. As he passed by Chu Fan's table, his gaze seemed to linger, scrutinizing Chu Fan with an unspoken lewdness, a smirk playing on his lips as he intentionally paused his steps. "Oh, this young man is rather handsome," he remarked with a voice tinged with alcohol, sharp and high-pitched, reaching out as if to pat Chu Fan's shoulder, suggesting a drink at his residence. Before he could finish his sentence, a grip like a vice seized his wrist. Without lifting his gaze, Chu Fan continued to leisurely chew on his beef, his fingers already exerting pressure. Chu Fan harbored a profound disdain for such individuals, particularly those who dared to cast their eyes upon him. His anger was palpable, and the consequences would be dire. Even if a master of innate realms were present, he would not hesitate to act. The smirk on the young man's face faltered instantaneously, a pained gasp escaping him as the veins on his forehead bulged. You dare to strike? Do you know who I am?" Chapter 45. The Clownish Fool. "How dare you be so presumptuous?" A burly, bearded drunkard slammed his palm on the table, the stench of liquor wafting through the air. "Do you know who this is? He is the sole heir of the Qing Shui gang in the city of Heishan County. If our young master has taken an interest in you, can you possibly escape?" Another gaunt man joined in, sneering. "Those who are sensible should accompany the young master. Otherwise, we'll break your arms and feed you to the dogs." Chu Fan's grip on his wine cup tightened suddenly. He had clearly observed the lewdness in that young man's gaze, an insufferable repugnance. He had intended to avoid trouble, but this fool had audaciously set his sights on him. Annoying. He widened his eyes in shock, his mouth gasping for breath, hands clutching his throat as blood and foam erupted uncontrollably. With a thud, he collapsed to the ground, convulsing twice before falling silent. The once raucous tavern was suddenly enveloped in an eerie stillness. The well-dressed young man, struck by terror, lost all inebriation, his legs giving way as he crumpled to the floor, his trousers soaked. Gone was the earlier lewdness, replaced by a trembling akin to a sieve. "Why you dare to kill? My father is the leader of the Qing Shui gang. You are doomed." Chu Fan glanced over the drunken men, a slight shift in his internal energy allowing him to perceive their essences clearly. They were merely of the third or fourth layer of postnatal strength. It seemed this gang was not particularly formidable. The Qing Shui gang? A faint, cold smile graced his lips as he continued to slice the beef without pause. Having never heard of them, before he could finish speaking, a glint of cold light flashed like a streak of lightning, too swift for the eye to follow. With a series of soft yet decisive sounds, akin to cutting through tofu, the once boisterous henchmen, along with the young man sprawled on the ground, had their heads severed, blood gushing half a foot high from their necks, splattering the floor tiles in vivid crimson. The knife returned to its sheath, and Chu Fan did not cast a glance at the lifeless bodies, merely wiping the droplets of blood from his fingertips with indifference. The patrons of the tavern had long since been paralyzed by fear. The sounds of overturned tables and frantic screams echoed, yet none dared approach this table. Ma San's eyelids twitched violently, yet he remained silent. It appeared that this gentleman had a heavy heart for killing. Such a figure could not be restrained by the usual rules of the martial world. Chu Fan lifted his wine cup, tilting his head back to drain it, the fiery liquor soothing the agitation stirred by the slaughter. A troop of foolish clowns. He set the empty cup down with a resounding clang that pierced the oppressive silence of the hall, continuing his meal. Ma San hastily complied, his hands trembling slightly as he grasped his chopsticks. He understood that this matter was far from settled. The Qing Shui gang had operated in Black Mountain County for many years. Having slain the sole heir of their leader, a fierce confrontation was likely to ensue. Yet, Chu Fan remained utterly unconcerned, as if he had merely crushed a few flies. He picked up another piece of beef, chewing slowly, his gaze serene and undisturbed. Those who dared provoke him always met a singular fate. Though a life had been lost in the hall, no one raised a voice to report it to the authorities. The innkeeper cowered behind the counter, trembling, while the servants huddled in the corners, not daring to breathe. Everyone understood that such individuals, armed with blades and quick to violence, were beyond the jurisdiction of the government. Chu Fan poured himself more wine leisurely, having grown accustomed to such realities. This world operates thus. The court manages taxes and population records, maintaining basic order within the city, while sects and gangs govern the rules of strength. The authorities would never risk offending the formidable martial artists for the lives of a few rogues. The sects and large factions were equally disinterested in meddling in worldly affairs, each maintaining their own territory in tacit agreement. After all, when an individual possesses the power to crumble walls with a single fist or cleave rivers with a mere stroke. The so-called laws of the realm appear utterly impotent in the face of absolute strength. Each day, the number of lives lost in the underworld reaches no less than 80. And should the authorities seek to intervene in every matter, even an increase in the number of constables would prove insufficient. Gradually, an unspoken understanding emerges. Matters of the underworld remain within the underworld. Of course, one must refrain from indiscriminately slaying officials, for the court would swiftly impart a lesson in propriety. The great Jin dynasty still reigns supreme, yet dares not recklessly eliminate the prominent sections. After all, should the major sects unite, even the court would find itself beleaguered. Chu Fan drained a bowl of wine, his gaze sweeping over the gradually cooling corpse on the ground, his expression unfaltering. What having slain the vice leader of the Clearwater gang? Those who dare provoke him, even if they're the son of a county governor, must face death. Ma San had long since regained his composure. He now picked up his chopsticks, mimicking Chu Fan's manner of picking up beef, though he chewed with exaggerated force. In this world where might is paramount, a strong fist is the essence of existence. Philosophy? That is for the weak. Eat quickly, Chu Fan urged, setting down his chopsticks, the scent of blood dampening his appetite. Ma San nodded eagerly, finishing his meal in a few swift bites. Chu Fan produced several pieces of silver, placing them on the table as he rose to leave. The two pushed open the tavern door. Sunlight cascaded upon them, yet it failed to disperse the lingering stench of blood. Passers-by on the street caught sight of the commotion within the tavern and had already distanced themselves, no one daring to intervene. Chu Fan looked up at the sky, his long robe fluttering gently in the wind. Inquire about the black market. Be thorough. Once you have the information, return to the inn and find me. Yes, master, Ma San replied, clasping his hands in a respectful gesture before swiftly exiting the tavern, his steps brisk and purposeful. On his way back to the inn, pedestrians instinctively veered away from him, sensing his cold demeanor, none daring to engage in conversation. Chu Fan remained indifferent to their avoidance, his mind already engrossed in the pursuit of martial cultivation. He resolved to dedicate the next few days to enhancing his martial prowess, postponing any indulgence in entertainment. As for the Clearwater gang, a smirk curved at the corners of his mouth. If they were wise enough to refrain from approaching him, all would be well. But should they recklessly seek confrontation, he clenched his palm with sudden intensity, generating a faint crackling sound in the air. Then, he would eliminate them entirely, allowing the father and son to reunite in the netherworld. Upon returning to the inn, Chu Fan prepared for his cycle of death and rebirth in training. Yet, his expression bore a hint of unease. It was not fear, rather, the monotony of dying and resurrecting day after day had begun to wear on even the most resolute of men. Discomfort aside, when his internal energy surged through his meridians like a torrent, and his sinews became resilient enough to withstand the edge of a blade, the exhilarating sensation outweighed all discomfort. Damn this wretched method, he muttered under Chu Fan's old body was consumed by invisible flames, transforming into wisps of azure smoke at a visibly rapid pace, rising delicately before being entirely absorbed by the new form seated in meditation. With a sudden exhalation, Chu Fan expelled a cloud of turbid air, the force colliding against the opposite wall, resonating with a dull thud. He gradually opened his eyes, a fleeting brilliance igniting within their depths, as an internal energy surged through him like a torrent, far more potent than before. He had broken through to the 6th level of postnatal cultivation. Chapter 46, Cultivation. Next, it was time to practice the Dragon Roar Iron Cloth. As Chu Fan felt the internal energy surging within him, a glint of sharpness flickered in his eyes. This formidable technique was notoriously difficult, requiring ordinary practitioners years of dedication. However, endowed with the secret of rebirth, he was destined to carve his own path. With a subtle shift of internal energy, he silently severed the heart meridian. The remnants of his former body transformed into ethereal smoke, which flowed like fledgling swallows returning home, merging seamlessly into the new form nearby. Seated in meditation, with eyes firmly shut, Chu Fan commenced his practice of the Dragon Roar Iron Cloth. Every muscle quivered slightly, as if countless delicate dragon scales were burgeoning beneath his skin, accompanied by an exquisite agony that felt both itchy and torturous. With his eyes closed and hands forming intricate seals, his internal energy surged wildly according to the principles of the technique. Each cycle through his meridians felt as if steel needles were piercing through, the muscle fibers undergoing relentless cycles of tearing and reconstituting, even droplets of blood oozing from the seams of his bones. Ordinary practitioners would immerse themselves in herbal baths to alleviate such torment. Yet Chu Fan defied this norm. It was through the utmost pain that latent potential could be awakened. Having been reborn, he sought to extract every ounce of possibility for enhancement. Every muscle continued to tremble slightly. The sensation of burgeoning dragon scales beneath his skin was an intoxicating blend of raw agony and yearning. Time slipped away unnoticed until he abruptly opened his eyes, a flicker of fatigue flashing before being swiftly overtaken by unwavering determination. It was still insufficient. Once more, he unleashed his internal energy, severing the heart meridian anew. Smoke reemerged, as his new form absorbed the essence of the remnants, continuing the arduous practice. This time, the internal energy flowed faster, crashing against the barriers of his meridians like galloping steeds. The muscle fibers grew even more resilient through their cycles of tearing and reforming. While faint golden patterns appeared on the surface of his bones, a spectral dragon shape weaving through flesh and blood. Chu Fan clenched his jaw tight, welcoming the waves of excruciating pain that washed over him. The essence of the dragon roar iron cloth lay in the refinement of the body through extreme suffering. Once more, the remnants turned to smoke as the new form drew strength anew. In this third rebirth, the internal energy began to form subtle vortices within the meridians, each cycle resonating with a deep, sonorous hum, akin to the snoring of a dragon. Chu Fan could distinctly feel his bones and tendons being meticulously reforged, their density enhanced several-fold, even the skin emanating a sheen reminiscent of jade. This time, as the internal energy coursed through him, a faint dragon's roar echoed within. Deliberately slowing his pace, he allowed the internal energy to intertwine gradually with his sinews and blood, akin to pouring molten iron into a mold, where every change was palpably felt. As the internal energy coursed through his spine, he could distinctly sense the subtle cracking sounds emanating from each vertebra, akin to a dragon's spine unfurling slowly. With a sudden force, Chu Fan struck the ground, propelling himself like an arrow, his fists alternating in a relentless assault against the wall. Thud, thud, thud. The impact of his fists against the brick produced a deep, resonant sound, yet left no trace of damage. Instead, spiderweb-like cracks rapidly spread across the surface, with debris cascading down. Chu Fan withdrew his fists, standing still, reveling in the surging power within him. His flesh felt as though it were clad in dark iron, his bones imbued with the strength of a hidden dragon. As the internal energy flowed, the sound of a dragon's roar grew increasingly vivid. It was time. He closed his eyes once more. The internal energy, swirling in accordance with the sixth layer of the dragon roar ironcloth technique, suddenly erupting into motion. This time, he did not deliberately sever his meridians, but allowed the internal energy to fully merge with his physical form, inciting a profound transformation. Countless golden specks burst forth from the remnants of his body, mingling like stars within every inch of his new flesh. A low, resonant roar erupted from within, and a golden wave enveloped Chu Fan, shattering the furniture around him. The surface of his skin revealed distinct dragon scale patterns, and when he opened his eyes, a fleeting slit pupil shimmered briefly. He slowly clenched his fist, feeling an explosive power coursing through his limbs, as if a single punch could shatter mountains. The sixth layer of the dragon roar iron cloth had been attained. A cold, fierce smile curled at the corner of Chu Fan's lips as his fingertips grazed his arm, leaving a fleeting white mark that vanished almost instantaneously. At this moment, his physical form was impervious to ordinary blades and swords. He raised his hand and struck a nearby iron pillar, producing a sharp clang that resonated painfully in the ears. The point of impact only bore a deep imprint of his fist, while his fingers felt not a hint of discomfort. Internal and external harmonized, becoming one. Chu Fan murmured to himself, sensing the dual barriers formed by his physical body and internal energy. A cold smile graced his lips. If that postnatal seventh-layer claw master from the Wu family attempted to breach his defense, he would likely shatter his own claws in the process. Chu Fan retrieved a weathered blade manual, its cover emblazoned with the words Thunderbolt Blade, inscribed with vigorous strokes that exuded an aura of swift ferocity. This was something he had casually acquired from the Wu family earlier, but had yet to examine in detail. His fingertips traced the pages, his gaze sweeping over the introductory principles. Both being blade techniques, the Thunderbolt blade emphasized speed akin to lightning and the force of thunder, each strike imbued with the power to rend wind and shatter stone. In contrast, his perfected breaking wave blade prioritized continuity, like the relentless surge of waves upon the shore. Though their paths diverged, they ultimately stem from the same source of blade artistry. While the breaking wave blade may not match the Thunderbolt blade in ferocity, its foundation was undeniably solid. A slight smile graced Chu Fan's lips as he laid the manual upon the table, confident that his established mastery would facilitate the practice of the Thunderbolt blade, saving him considerable effort. Before he could finish his thought, he had already drawn his dagger. With a swift motion, the blade gleamed, not bearing the dense weight of the breaking wave blade from before, but instead producing a sharp, cutting sound that echoed like the first rumble of thunder. The first stance erupted with the sound of spring thunder, the blade's momentum fierce and abrupt, cleaving directly towards the wooden pillar ahead. As with chips scattered, the pillar bore a charred mark, a clear testament to the internal energy infused to its utmost limit. Chu Fan sheathed his blade and stood still, sensing the slight sluggishness of the internal force flowing through his meridians, a result of the newly learned sword technique. His brow arching slightly. Indeed, it was sufficiently intense. A low chuckle escaped his lips as he swung the blade once more. This time, the blade's light flickered faster, akin to a torrential downpour, each strike embodying the might of thunder. At times it roared like a thunderclap, fierce and unparalleled. At others, it flashed like lightning, swift and enigmatic. As he became increasingly engrossed in his practice, he unleashed his internal strength to its zenith, transforming himself into a mere afterimage. The blade's light wove into an impenetrable net of thunder, enveloping the space around him. Bang, bang, bang. The blade's energy collided with the walls and beams, producing a resounding thud, leaving the S room in utter disarray. Yet, Chu Fan remained oblivious, wholly absorbed in intertwining the fundamentals of the breaking wave blade with the essence of the Thunderbolt blade, the interconnected principles of power and the nodes of internal energy circulation, akin to seeds long buried, swiftly took root and sprouted under the nourishment of a new sword technique. In less than half an hour, he had practiced the 12 fundamental moves of the Thunderbolt blade with considerable proficiency. Although he had yet to reach a state of mastery, he had already grasped the spirit of thunder. With the breaking wave blade as his foundation and the Thunderbolt blade as his edge, Chu Fan wiped the thin sweat from his brow, weighed the blade in his hand, and his eyes sparkled with determination. It would not be long before he achieved perfection with the Thunderbolt blade. Chapter 47. Changing rooms outside the courtyard, the innkeeper made his appearance. A slightly plump middle-aged man. He stood at the courtyard entrance flanked by 2 robust men, his brow furrowed in concern. The earlier sounds of blade energy slicing through the air and the shattering of pillars had led him to believe that a violent conflict was occurring within the inn. He had hastily summoned 2 adept practitioners from the back of the inn to maintain order. Operating a sizable establishment in Black Mountain County required a modicum of strength to command respect. However, upon stepping outside, he discovered that it was merely Chu Fan practicing with his blade. The chaos strewn about was, in fact, the result of his training. The 2 men exchanged glances, each recognizing the wariness mirrored in the other's eyes. The ability to generate such an impressive display of blade energy indicated that he was no ordinary opponent. Once Chu Fan ceased his practice and stood with his blade sheathed, the innkeeper forced a smile and cautiously approached. His gaze swept across the scattered wood chips and the charred pillar, his throat constricting slightly before he tentatively spoke. "Young master, the commotion from your training is quite substantial. It seems this courtyard has been nearly ruined. Might I offer you a change to a better room?" The 2 adept practitioners behind him remained silent, standing at attention, their eyes never straying from the blade at Chu Fan's waist, clearly maintaining their vigilance. Chu Fan cast a glance at the 2 men, a slight stir of internal energy allowing him to discern their capabilities. They were indeed of the innate 7th level, far superior to those from the Qing Shui gang. Chu Fan surveyed the chaotic scene before him. Shattered wooden pillars and cracked tiles, the courtyard was indeed no longer tenable. When the innkeeper had suggested changing rooms, a thought crossed his mind. "Let us change to another room," he stated calmly. "Do you have one with a private training chamber?" The innkeeper paused momentarily, then eagerly nodded. Yes. There is a room in the back courtyard, complete with a quiet chamber paved with bluestone, specifically for guests to practice their skills. It's quite sturdy, Chu Fan retrieved a silver note from his pocket and casually tossed it to the innkeeper. This will cover the damages to the courtyard, and the remainder can offset the room fee. The amount was substantial, more than sufficient to cover the repairs. The innkeeper's eyes brightened as he quickly pocketed the note, his face breaking into a broad smile. This is more than enough. You are too generous, sir. I shall lead you there at once. The two skilled practitioners behind him remained silent, yet their gazes towards Chu Fan carried a newfound respect. Such lavishness, combined with evident prowess, indicated that he was no ordinary wanderer of the martial world. With a simple travel bag in hand, Chu Fan followed the innkeeper to the back courtyard. He did not even glance at the disarray as they passed through two moon gates, arriving at the secluded chamber. Upon opening the side door, he found indeed a serene space of over 100 square meters, the floor elegantly laid with polished bluestone, and the walls sturdier than elsewhere, with several stone posts for training placed in the corners. Sir, what do you think of this space? Is it to your liking? If it feels small, I can find you a larger one, the innkeeper inquired eagerly. That will suffice. Chu Fan nodded, affirming his choice. The innkeeper, sensing his satisfaction, quickly took his leave, saying, I shall not disturb your practice further, sir. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to summon the staff. He bowed and retreated, reminding his servants to keep their distance from his chamber. As they turned the corner, one of the sturdy men whispered, Innkeeper, this fellow is no simpleton. The blade aura he exhibited concealed a thunderous energy. His technique seems on the verge of reaching a significant threshold. Wiping the sweat from his brow, the innkeeper replied with a wry smile, Let him be. As long as he does not bring chaos to my inn, I shall be content. Once alone, Chu Fan closed the door to the training chamber, his gaze fixed on the stone posts. With this space, he could diligently hone his thunderblade. Just as the innkeeper was heading to the accounting office with the silver, a flustered servant rushed toward him. Innkeeper, trouble. There are a dozen men loitering outside the inn, armed and appearing to be from the Clearwater Gang, peering in. The mention of the Clearwater Gang darkened the innkeeper's expression, reigniting the anger he had managed to suppress. His inn had stood in Black Mountain County for many years, backed by connections with the county's military governor. What audacity did these gangs have to act recklessly at his doorstep? A bunch of blind fools. The innkeeper snorted, slapping the arms of the two guardians behind him. Let's see what they want. The two men responded promptly, and as the trio reached the inn's entrance, they found a group of armed men blocking the steps. Leading them was a one-eyed rogue, animatedly barking orders to his subordinates. Keep a close watch. The audacious scoundrel dares to slay the young deputy. Escape will be impossible. Once he emerges, he shall be swiftly dealt with. The one-eyed dragon was in a fervent tirade when he glanced up to see the innkeeper standing at the entrance, flanked by two formidable men. The palpable aura of internal energy radiating from these two made his eyelids flutter. Are you from this inn? The one-eyed dragon barked with an intimidating tone. Hand over the culprit, or I shall raze your dilapidated establishment to the ground. The innkeeper let out a cold laugh and stepped onto the stairs, declaring, My esteemed inn of welcoming guests has operated for 20 years, and never has anyone dared to create a ruckus at my door. Ah, the Clearwater Gang. Do you truly believe my inn is a soft target? No sooner had he spoken than the two adept warriors behind him stepped forward, their internal energy surging outward. An invisible wave of force swept through the entrance, causing dust to swirl, and the expressions of the dozen or so thugs from the Clearwater Gang turned pale, their hands trembling around their weapons. This presence was unmistakably that of formidable practitioners, at least at the 7th level of postnatal mastery. Sweat beaded on the one-eyed dragon's forehead, yet he persisted. We are indeed from the Clearwater Gang. The murderer of the young deputy is hiding within your establishment. Do you dare to shelter him? In my inn, all who reside are guests, and it is not for you to dictate. The innkeeper's voice sharpened. I grant you 3 breaths of time to depart. Otherwise, do not blame me for being impolite. The two guardians stepped forward in unison, drawing their blades slightly, their cold glint piercing the eyes like daggers. Gazing into the emotionless eyes of those two, the one-eyed dragon could no longer maintain his composure. With a clenched jaw, he relented. Fine, we shall leave. But this matter is far from over. With a parting threat, he retreated in disgrace, not daring to look back. The innkeeper observed their departing figures, snorting disdainfully. What audacity! To behave so recklessly here. One of the guardians murmured, Innkeeper, the Clearwater Gang will not let this matter rest. Should we? Unnecessary. The innkeeper waved his hand dismissively, his gaze flickering. That young Master Chu is no easy adversary. Let them contend amongst themselves. We shall uphold the rules of the inn, and anyone who dares to transgress shall see the consequences." With that, he turned and re-entered the inn. Chapter 48. The Thunderous Blade Technique achieved completion. The one-eyed dragon dashed into the headquarters of the Clearwater Gang, falling to his knees before the gang leader, Wang Yuan, who sat in a tiger-skin chair. With a thud, he brought his sword sheath to the ground, exclaiming, "Leader, I am incompetent. I failed to apprehend the murderer of the young deputy." Wang Yuan, without lifting his gaze, drummed his fingers lightly on the armrest. Approaching 50 years of age, a scar etched from his brow to his chin bore testimony to his years of authority, exuding a menacing air. His internal energy remained restrained, indicative of his 8th level of postnatal mastery. "Explain yourself," he rasped, his voice carrying an undeniable weight of authority. The one-eyed dragon hurriedly recounted the events outside the inn, emphasizing the presence of the innkeeper and his 2 7th-level masters. The inn of welcoming guests. Wang Yuan stroked the stubble on his chin, his expression darkening. Though the Clearwater Gang was not the most formidable in Black Mountain County, it was certainly stronger than the average faction. However, compared to the military officials wielding power behind the inn, he was still leagues away. Daring to protect the murderer of my son simply because they have the backing of officials? Wang Yuan slammed his palm on the armrest, causing a crack to form in the sturdy mahogany chair. Given the connection to the garrison commander behind the inn, a direct confrontation would yield no favorable outcome. He rose and paced a few steps, the scarred visage flickering ominously in the candlelight. Yet there would come a time for him to emerge. He issued a command, and Wang Yuan abruptly halted, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. He instructed his brothers to establish surveillance around the inn, keeping watch day and night. "The moment that scoundrel steps out of the inn, alert me immediately. I shall see how long he can evade capture." "Yes." The subordinate promptly bowed in acknowledgement and swiftly departed. Wang Yuan gazed at the empty doorway, his fists clenched tightly, producing a cracking sound. The tragic death of his son could not be swallowed down, no matter the cost. He vowed to make the killer endure every torment of the world, paying for his son's life. The flickering candlelight cast a stark shadow of his contorted profile, while a heavy scent of blood hung in the air within the Qing Shui gang. Inside the quiet chamber, the stone floor bore countless shallow marks etched by the blade's energy. Chu Fan moved like a phantom, the sword in his hand transforming into a series of afterimages. At times, he struck with the ferocity of thunder, unmatched in might. At other moments, he darted like a lightning serpent, swift and unpredictable. The 12 forms of the Thunderblade were practiced repeatedly, the gusts of wind generated by his strikes reverberating in the confined space, producing a haunting whistle. He had long lost count of how many times he had practiced. The sweat beading on his brow evaporated in the fierce winds, his clothes soaked through, clinging to his robust back. Oblivious to the undercurrents outside the inn, Chu Fan was unfazed. Slaying a few minions from some gang was trivial. Even if he were to eliminate a prodigious disciple of the Ao Jian sect, he would not flinch. In a world where strength reigned supreme, worry and fear were futile. Only the speed of the blade in his hand and the solidity of his skills were the true foundations of survival. With a swift flourish, the blade's light shifted, and the 7th form was unleashed. Inner strength surged along the blade, severing a stone pillar half a foot thick with a resounding crack. The surface is smooth as a mirror with a hint of charred aroma. Chu Fan sheathed his sword, standing still, his chest rising and falling gently as he sensed the increasingly fluid circulation of inner strength within his meridians, a flicker of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. He had progressed further compared to before. He shook off his slightly numb arm, not pausing for a moment, and raised the sword once again. The blade's brilliance reignited, the momentum of thunder cascading continuously. He sought not merely to master this sword technique, but to refine it to the same level of perfection as his breaking waves blade in the shortest time possible. As the sun gradually dipped in the west, the crisp sound of blade clashing against stone never ceased, echoing relentlessly like tireless thunder within the secluded courtyard. In the dead of night, the winds of the blade abruptly ceased. Chu Fan stood in the midst of shattered stones, one hand gripping the sword, his chest rising and falling steadily, betraying no hint of breathlessness. The cold glimmer upon the blade faded, leaving behind a layer of warm sheen, as if it had melded with his arm. As the final move concluded, the wind generated by the blade stirred a visible ripple across the azure stone floor, scattering fragments of rock in all directions. Chu Fan gazed intently at the knife in his hand, feeling the seamless fusion of his internal energy and the technique. A faint, cold smile gracing his lips. The Thunderblade had reached perfection. From novice to mastery, merely within a day. Such swiftness, if revealed, would undoubtedly leave the martial artists of the entire Heishan County astounded. Yet for Chu Fan, this progression was entirely expected. With the solid foundation laid by the Breaking Waves blade and the constant extraction of potential through the Rebirth secret technique, such advancement was only natural. He casually swung the blade, its light carving a flawless arc before him. The resultant gust struck a copper coin at the corner of the wall with precision, cleaving it in half, the cut as smooth as a mirror. Compared to the Breaking Waves blade, the lethality of the Thunderblade indeed surpassed it. Chu Fan sheathed his knife, his fingertips tracing the patterns on the hilt. Now, with the Dragon Roar iron cloth at the 6th layer and his internal energy firmly established at the 6th level of the acquired realm, combined with this perfected Thunderblade, he felt confident to contend even against practitioners at the 8th level of the acquired realm. As Chu Fan pushed open the door to his quiet chamber, he spotted a servant peering cautiously from outside and called out, "Bring a table of food and wine here, swiftly." The servant promptly acknowledged, his footsteps quickening as he turned away. The shopkeeper had instructed that any request from this esteemed guest in the back courtyard should not be delayed in the slightest. Half an hour later, the voice of the servant echoed from outside, "Young master, the food and wine have arrived." Chu Fan reined in his aura and replied indifferently, "Come in." As the door swung open, the servant entered with a food box, his eyes widening at the sight before him. The azure stone floor appeared as if it had been ravaged by a heavy hammer, pockmarked and uneven. He dared not linger, hastily placing down the food box before retreating. Chu Fan looked at the spread of food and, feeling a twinge of hunger, picked up his chopsticks and seized a piece of tender, braised beef. The moment it touched his palate, the savory saltiness enveloped him. After rigorous training, his stomach was long empty, and even simple fare now bore a delightful flavor. He poured himself a bowl of strong liquor, tilting his head back to drink it down. The fiery warmth coursed down his throat and spread through his belly like a surge of heat. The glistening braised pork on the table caught his attention, and he grasped it with his hands, tearing into it with gusto. The meat was succulent against his teeth, the rich sauce dripping from his fingertips. But he paid it no mind, focusing solely on satiating his hunger. For him, this was not merely a meal, but a means to replenish his strength for the upcoming training. With a satisfied belch, after finishing a bowl of rice, Chu Fan set down his utensils and rubbed his slightly bulging stomach. Rising, he pushed open the window, gazing at the dimming twilight outside, his expression growing solemn. Ma Xin had mentioned that the black market would be open for 2 more days, providing the perfect opportunity to further elevate his realm during this time. Practicing both the Sanlong technique and the Dragon Roar iron cloth, advancing in tandem. He resolved to persevere in his training over the next 2 days to break through to the 7th level of the acquired realm. The surging power coursing through his bones, the increasingly profound inner strength within his meridians, and an invincible sensation beneath the skin as the dragon chant iron cloth technique circulated, all of this relentless enhancement, akin to the most potent wine, utterly captivated him. Chapter 49, Mastery of Movement. From the initial struggles upon his rebirth to now expertly navigating this method of cultivation, he had long grown accustomed to trading death for leaps in strength. Each time his frail body turned to ash, each time a new form coalesced, signified a profound transformation. The postnatal 7th level of inner strength flowed within him, the Sanlong skill and dragon chant iron cloth complementing one another, infusing his breath with a subtle, oppressive sensation. This mastery over his fate brought a slight curve to Chu Fan's lips, his eyes shimmering with a fervent light, more exhilarating than anything else. The scars on the walls of the quiet room flickered in the twilight, silently narrating his ambition. Chu Fan raised his hand, gently resting it on the hilt of the dagger at his waist. It was not enough. He needed more strength, enough to cleave through all obstacles. As the night deepened, the low hum of inner strength resumed in the quiet room, accompanied by a faint echo of dragon chanting. The following day, outside the inn, the one-eyed dragon squatted by the wall across from the welcoming inn, clutching his dagger, his bloodshot eyes fixated on the entrance. The sun gradually ascended, the street bustling with pedestrians, and guests entered and exited the inn in waves, yet the figure who had slain the young deputy remained elusive. Damn it! That brat must be terrified, hiding inside and too afraid to come out. The one-eyed dragon spat on the ground, his voice rife with malice. He had stood vigil all night, his eyelids heavy with fatigue, yet the fire of anger within him only intensified. A lackey beside him, rubbing his frozen face, cautiously inquired, "Brother, it's almost noon. Shall we take a shift and rest? What if he truly doesn't come out today? Rest?" The one-eyed dragon kicked him violently, exclaiming, "I haven't avenged the young deputy yet. What rest? I refuse to believe he can hide in there forever. He must emerge one day." Cursing under his breath, he rose and turned his gaze toward the gathering fortune building across the street. That tavern had been seized by the Clearwater gang, and the second-floor window provided a clear view of the entrance to the welcoming inn. "Let us head upstairs and wait." With a wave of his hand, the one-eyed dragon led several subordinates toward the gathering fortune building. Upon entering, they found the tavern's proprietor clinging to the edge of the counter, his face pale as he surveyed the throng of men filling the hall. These individuals had occupied the tavern since yesterday, not only paying nothing, but also driving away all the customers. He dared not voice his anger, standing there trembling, even afraid to breathe. "Bring me a pot of hot tea." The one-eyed dragon slammed his dagger onto the table, causing the dishes to clatter. The proprietor nodded eagerly, hurrying over with a teapot, his hands shaking as he poured. "Sir, please enjoy. Take your time." The one-eyed dragon disregarded him, his gaze fixed intently on the entrance of the inn outside the window. He squeezed out a few words through clenched teeth. "Kid, if you dare to come out, today you will enter standing and leave horizontal." The men on the second floor swiftly drew their blades, wiping the edges with cloth. Their eyes filled with a fierce intensity as they glared across the room, the atmosphere thick with an impending storm of hostility. At that moment, a figure emanating a chilling aura entered, the formidable Wang Yuan. Following him were 4 robust men, the finest warriors of the Clearwater gang, 1 at the 7th layer of the postnatal realm and 3 at the 6th. Upon seeing them, the gang members in the hall rose in unison, not daring to breathe. The one-eyed dragon hurriedly approached, bowing respectfully. "Gang leader." Wang Yuan acknowledged with a grunt, his gaze sweeping over the assembled subordinates before settling on the direction of the inn's entrance where the scarred face glimmered coldly in the sunlight. "No movement?" Reporting to the gang leader, "That kid is like a turtle hiding in its shell. He hasn't shown himself since yesterday." The one-eyed dragon gritted his teeth. "But the brothers are watching. If he dares to step out of the inn, he won't escape." Wang Yuan said nothing and ascended directly to the second floor. The stairs creaked under his weight, each step resonating like a heartbeat among the crowd. Inside the inn's quiet chamber, the thin wisps of blue smoke had yet to dissipate, and Chu Fan sat cross-legged in his new form. The last remnant of smoke from his former body was inhaled into his abdomen, his internal energy surging through his meridians like a raging tide. With eyes tightly shut, his fingertips formed seals, the techniques of the Canglong art operating at a frenzied pace, each cycle of energy circulation more vigorous than the last. The walls of his meridians throbbed with dull pain, but were continuously strengthened and expanded by the essence contained within the smoke. The energy mass in his dantian grew increasingly solid, its hue shifting from pale green to a deep azure, resembling a miniature lake, rippling with waves as the technique flowed. "Now is the moment," Chu Fan exclaimed internally, his internal energy erupting fiercely against the barrier of the 7th layer of the postnatal realm. A low hum resonated through his meridians, as if something had been utterly shattered. Following that, a surge of power far greater than before surged from his dantian, coursing through his body along the meridians. Wherever it flowed, the sluggish sensation vanished, replaced by an overwhelming sense of comfort. He slowly opened his eyes, a fleeting glimmer of azure light flashing in his gaze. The 7th layer of the postnatal realm had been achieved. Raising his hand, he concentrated his internal energy into a swirling mass of azure in his palm, gently pushing it to send an empty wine bowl on the table, lifting half a foot off the ground, hovering momentarily before descending slowly. His mastery of internal energy had finally progressed further. He rose to stretch his limbs, the bones cracking with a series of crisp sounds, a cold smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. Both sword techniques were perfected, and his dragon swimming technique had also accelerated. If his agility could not keep pace, even the finest sword techniques would be rendered unfulfilling. With a gentle pivot of his foot, the dragon swimming technique unfurled. The figure clad in blue suddenly retreated, his toes barely touching the bluestone ground before he floated away like willow fluff, deftly avoiding the protruding stone pillar at the corner. This seemingly gentle step conceals the profound energy flow of the Songlong technique, perfectly harmonizing with the trajectory of his movements. Swift, even swifter, with a low command, Chu Fan's figure abruptly accelerates. At times, he weaves like a nimble serpent around trees, darting between the beams and columns of the quiet chamber. The air stirred by his garments producing a soft, whirring sound as it grazes the wooden pillars. At other moments, he glides like a startled swan, skimming the water, his toes dancing gracefully through the gaps of the scattered debris, deftly avoiding any stones. He integrates the momentum encapsulated in the two perfected blade techniques into his footwork, transforming the relentless aftershock of the breaking wave blade into the resilience of his movements, while the swiftness and ferocity of the thunderbolt blade become the agility of his direction changes. The internal energy circulates through his meridians at an ever-increasing speed, resonating with the rhythm of his steps, rendering him almost as if he has truly become a swimming dragon, elusive and unpredictable. This is the sensation. A glimmer of brilliance flashes in Chu Fan's eyes as he suddenly spins, twirling like a top for 3 rotations. The gusts of wind he generates lifting the scattered wood shavings into the air. When he finally halts, he stands perfectly centered in the quiet chamber, his breath steady. Not a single strand of hair out of place. The internal energy and movement have reached a transcendent state. Each inhalation and footfall flows seamlessly, devoid of any stiffness. The dragon's glide technique has also reached perfection. A faint smile graces his lips as he steps forward, though it appears slow. He covers a distance of several feet in mere moments, arriving at the courtyard entrance. With the 3 techniques now perfectly mastered, what fear could a practitioner at the 9th level of the acquired realm possibly harbor? Chapter 50, Ma San is captured. With 1 day remaining, is the perfect opportunity to advance towards the 7th level of the dragon's roar ironcloth. As Chu Fan's words fall, his internal energy surges abruptly, decisively severing his heart meridian. His old body becomes limp, immediately transforming into wisps of azure smoke, carrying the refined essence from his former body, which is wholly absorbed by his newly formed physique. As the new body stabilizes, he instantly begins to operate the heart technique of the dragon's roar ironcloth. The internal energy flows like fine steel needles, penetrating the gaps between his bones, each inch of his bone membranes enduring extreme pressure and refinement, a sensation akin to a delicate spider's web spreading throughout his body. The 7th level is inherently designed to render the bones as resilient as mysterious iron, demanding even more mental focus than the previous 6 levels. He grits his teeth, allowing the excruciating pain to wash over his consciousness. He can distinctly feel the impurities on the surface of his bones being gradually stripped away by the internal energy, the density silently enhancing, even causing his body to feel several pounds heavier than before. He must exert even more effort. In less than half an hour, Chu Fan once again severs his heart meridian. Azure smoke reemerges, and his new body receives an even purer essence, continuing the arduous training. This time, the internal energy pushes deeper into the marrow, each circulation imbued with a grinding force, as if to completely reforge his bones. The bones throughout his limbs and torso tremble slightly, emitting faint creaking sounds, a sign of the skeletal density reaching its peak. During his 3rd rebirth, he deliberately slows the rhythm of his internal energy, allowing the essence and bone. As the 7th wisp of smoke dissipated, Chu Fan abruptly raised his hand, delivering a powerful punch to the stone pillar beside him, which stood half his height. With a resounding thud, the pillar shattered, yet his fist emerged unscathed, the skin unmarred. Feeling the dense power within him, akin to a mountain, he sensed a solid and profound weight in his bones. Realizing that the 7th level of the Dragon's Roar Ironcloth was within reach, this was the final attempt. A flicker of determination shone in his eyes as he summoned his inner strength once more. In the instant of his heart meridian's rupture, he distinctly felt something deep within his bones stabilize completely, embodying the resilience and heft forged through countless trials. As his new form coalesced, Chu Fan gradually rose, stretching his neck, the bones emitting a series of crisp cracks, accompanied by an unprecedented sense of solidity. The 7th level of the Dragon's Roar Ironcloth was nearly his. He pressed his hand against the wall with a slight exertion. His fingertips embedded half an inch into the brick, while his palm remained unaffected. Just 1 more day was sufficient for him to fully stabilize this realm. The following day, The sun climbed to its zenith, heating the wooden windows of the gathering fortune pavilion to a searing warmth. Wang Yuan sat in the elegant chamber on the second floor. The tea before him long since gone cold, untouched. His scarred face twisted in the sunlight, eyes fixed fiercely on the entrance of the inn across from him, practically radiating fury. It was the second day. His fingers, gripping the teacup, turned pale, knuckles cracking. Was that boy truly planning to hide away for a lifetime? Beside him, the one-eyed dragon stood silently, hands at his sides, not daring to breathe. The leader's temper had grown increasingly volatile over the past 2 days, and none dared provoke his wrath. He killed my son. How could this debt simply be overlooked? Wang Yuan slammed the teacup onto the table, porcelain shards scattering. Hide? I shall see how long he can evade. Just then, a lackey reported from downstairs. Leader, there is still no movement from the inn. The food box sent and came back empty, indicating he remains inside. Still inside? Wang Yuan's gaze turned colder. Was he honing his skills within, waiting to emerge stronger? Huh, such naivety. He approached the window, peering at the tightly shut door of the welcome inn. As if he could penetrate the wooden barrier to the news from the black market has finally been pieced together. This mission has been executed splendidly, and a reward is certainly forthcoming. As he approached the corner of the inn street, 2 sentinels from the Qing Shui gang stationed at the entrance of the Ju Fu building brightened at the sight of him. Wasn't that the fellow who had previously entered the inn with that young man? One of the thugs tugged at his companion's sleeve and whispered. The other examined him closely and nodded repeatedly. Indeed, it is he. They exchanged a few words back then, so they must be acquainted. Without a moment's delay, one stood guard at the intersection, while the other hastened towards the Ju Fu building, bounding up the stairs 2 at a time. Boss, we have a lead. Wang Yuan, perturbed, paced back and forth until he abruptly turned. What is it? I just spotted a man heading towards the inn. The thug, breathless from his sprint, pointed out the window. The brothers recognize him. He entered the inn with that young scion of the killer gang. They are undoubtedly in cahoots. Wang Yuan's gaze sharpened, and he dashed to the window, indeed spotting a lean figure making his way towards the entrance of the Ing Kulai Inn, seemingly intent on entering. Excellent. This is fortuitous. A sinister smile crept across Wang Yuan's face. If he could not capture the main target, seizing an accomplice would suffice. A brief interrogation would surely reveal the youth's background. He turned on his heel and strode outside, his voice as cold as ice. Take 5 brothers with me. Block the inn's entrance, alive or dead. I want him. Upon hearing the commotion, the one-eyed dragon swiftly grasped his blade and followed. Boss, shall we storm the inn and seize him? Fool. Wang Yuan shot a glare at him. Have you forgotten the inn's backing? Engage at the entrance, but do not set foot inside. A throng of men hastily descended the stairs, causing the innkeeper of Ju Fu building to shrink beneath the counter in fear at their fearsome approach. Meanwhile, at the street corner, Ma San was just about to push open the door to the inn when he suddenly felt a chill at the nape of his neck. He spun around to find himself surrounded by a dozen men wielding knives and clubs. The leader, a scarred-faced brute, bore a fierce expression, suggesting he was no ordinary adversary. A sense of dread washed over Ma San, and he instinctively reached for the dagger at his waist. However, before he could DRA, Ma San clutched his chest, coughing, and when he raised his head, he caught sight of the scar on Wang Yuan's face, sending a chill through his heart. Yet he still attempted to maintain his bravado. Spare me, brave sir. I truly do not know that fellow. I merely came to stay at the inn. Bravado? Wang Yuan sneered, giving a kick to the oilcloth bag on the ground. My associate has seen you entering and exiting the inn with him. Ma San's eyes flickered, and he dared not respond. The one-eyed dragon stepped forward, twirling his dagger like a windmill, its cold glint dazzling Ma San's eyes. Listen well, boy. The grievance of the young master has yet to be avenged. Do you wish to take that fellow's place? Speak wisely, or else my blade delights in carving the bones of the living. The chill of the dagger made beads of sweat form on Ma San's forehead. He was well aware of the ruthlessness of the Qing Shui gang. Just last year, the butcher from the west side of the city was merely obstructing the young master's path. And the next day, he was found dead in his home, flayed alive. Just as he hesitated, Wang Yuan's boot came down hard on the back of his hand, crushing it mercilessly. The agonizing pain shot up his arm, sending tremors through his entire body. Ma San writhed on the ground like a fish out of water, cold sweat soaking his clothes. He knew he could not endure much longer. If he continued to resist, his hands would surely be ruined. I'll speak. Ma San trembled like a leaf in the autumn wind, his voice quavering. I have a business relationship with him. He hired me to investigate things. His entire body shook with fear, his hands stinging from the pressure. I merely make a living in the city, guiding people, running errands, earning a few coins to survive. I truly have no ties to that fellow. His forehead pressed against the cold blue bricks, sweat mingling with snot as it streamed down his face. His terror unmistakable. Brave sir, please see reason. That guest appeared formidable. How could I dare to entangle myself with him? It's all business, purely business. Wang Yuan increased the pressure of his foot, listening to the grinding of bones with a cold sneer. Business? I see you're eager to throw away your life, daring to conduct business with the enemies of the Xianxia gang. Ma San's scream was as sharp as a cat's caught underfoot, piercing to the ears. Wang Yuan slowly lifted his foot, the blood of his adversary staining his shoe, his voice laced with frost. Regardless of your connections, today you must die. He bent down, seizing Ma San by the hair, pulling his pained, contorted face close. The scarf flickered with menace under the candlelight. I want everyone to witness that those who dare oppose the Xianxia gang, along with their pets, shall descend into hell. Spare me. Ma San struggled like a madman, his fingers clawing at the blue bricks, leaving behind streaks of blood. I'm merely a lackey. Grant me my life, and I shall bow before you. Wang Yuan violently released his grip on Ma San's hair, sending him crashing against the wall, darkness clouding his vision. Bring him across to the inn and execute him. Wang Yuan dusted off his sleeves, his tone as calm as if he were discussing the squashing of an ant. Let that fellow in the inn watch carefully. Two henchmen approached with sinister grins, lifting the limp Ma San as if dragging a dead pig. He emitted a hoarse, mournful cry, his legs flailing helplessly on the ground, devoid of any strength, forced to watch as he was pulled towards the door. Inside the inn, the sunlight flickered, casting a faint golden glow around Chu Fan. He sat cross-legged on the bed, his vital energy surging like a rushing river, each circulation accompanied by a low, dragon-like roar. He was at the 7th level of the dragon roar iron cloth, on the verge of breaking through. The invisible barrier within his meridians trembled precariously under the pressure. The ache in his bones intensified, yet he was still lacking that final opportunity. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed from outside, vaguely pleading for mercy. At the moment that wretched cry reached his ears, Chu Fan's heart jolted, as if a taut string had snapped. The pent-up vitality within him surged forth like a flood breaking through a dam, crashing violently against that barrier. Crack! The sound of shattering glass reverberated within him, and the 7th barrier shattered. In an instant, a more formidable surge of vitality erupted from his dantian, coursing through his body along an extraordinary path. Where it flowed, his bones crackled, and the golden light on his skin blazed fiercely, revealing the faint outline of dragon scales. A subtle aura of dragon might permeated the air, causing the windows to tremble violently. Chu Fan slowly opened his eyes, a fleeting golden glint flashing within, and as he lightly waved his fist, a muffled roar akin to a dragon's echoed forth, causing a fine crack to appear on the wooden table beside him. He had succeeded in breaking through to the 7th level. In that moment of transcending the 7th level of the dragon roar ironcloth, Chu Fan felt his entire being infused with a tremendous, unstoppable power. It was as if an invisible armor of dragon scales enveloped his skin, and even his breath resonated with a sound akin to metal striking stone. He raised his hand and lightly tapped the bedpost, producing a crisp sound as the hard pear wood was dented, yet his fingertips felt no pain. This defensive power. A sharp glimmer crossed Chu Fan's eyes as he assessed the situation. Ordinary blades would scarcely mar his skin, and even the mightiest strike from an 8th-level practitioner would only stir his vitality. But to harm his bones? Impossible, he murmured to himself, his fingertips gliding across his arm, feeling the iron-like hardness, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Outside, however, there was a commotion. He rose slowly, his clothes fluttering without wind, gazing towards the direction of the gathering fortune tower, a cold glint dancing on his lips. With a swift movement, he glided to the window like a silent cat, parting the thin window paper to peer outside. Across the street, illuminated by bright lights, several men in black were forcefully holding down a short, plump figure on the ground, none other than Ma San. His face was ashen, his trousers soaked with cold sweat, his neck held firmly by someone, while a wickedly curved knife was raised high. It must be the Clearwater gang. They have come knocking? A glint of cold light flashed in Chu Fan's eyes. The breakthrough of the dragon roar iron cloth enveloped him in an aura of impenetrable strength, his gaze radiating an intimidating sharpness. Seeking death? They wish to kill Ma San before my eyes? They have surely miscalculated. As soon as his words faded, his right hand had already settled upon the windowsill. Chapter 52. Do you wish to die? Chu Fan's gaze fixed upon the henchman, brandishing the knife. With a deft motion, he twisted the splinter of wood on the windowsill, producing a sharp crack as it snapped into his palm. The innate energy within him, honed to the 7th level, surged forth, merging with the formidable strength of the 7th tier of the Dragon Roar Iron Cloth technique at his fingertips. The confluence of these two potent forces caused the ordinary piece of wood to shimmer with a faint dark light, its edges sharpening to a lethal point. Go! With a flick of his fingertip, the splinter transformed into a fleeting shadow, slicing through the air with a piercing sound. At that moment, the henchman, grinning maliciously as he raised the ghostly-headed knife above his head, suddenly found Ma San's face drained of color, his eyes closing in despair. A muted thud echoed, sharper than the knife's blade. The henchman's movements froze abruptly, his sinister grin solidifying into shock as a gaping wound appeared in his forehead. The splinter had pierced through the back of his skull, cascading thick streams of blood as he toppled down. The ghostly-headed knife clattering to the ground and sparking against the stone tiles. Ma San felt the wind above him cease and opened his eyes, witnessing the henchman's fall. Trembling in fear, left in a state of stunned disbelief by this sudden turn of events. Across the street, Chu Fan withdrew his finger, leaving only his cold, frosty gaze where the paper had been pierced. In the private room on the 2nd floor of the Gathering Fortune building, Wang Yuan sneered as he observed the scene across the street, his peripheral vision catching sight of his subordinate collapsing. The sight of the splinter embedded in the henchman's forehead caused his pupils to constrict in horror. Seeking death, with a thunderous roar, he surged forward like an arrow released from its bow, crashing through the window amidst a flurry of wood shavings. He leaped from the railing, plummeting directly to the street below. With a resounding thud, he landed on the bluestone pavement, sending dust swirling into the air. Wang Yuan glared fiercely at the inn window where Chu Fan was situated, his scarred face contorted with rage, bellowing like thunder. You cowardly rat. I know you're hiding inside. Come down and face your death if you dare. He drew his steel knife with a swift motion, the blade gleaming with a bloodthirsty sheen under the moonlight. The surrounding henchmen, upon witnessing this, unsheathed their knives, creating an atmosphere thick with murderous intent, encircling Ma San. Yet none dared to advance. The inn window remained eerily silent, as if the earlier cataclysmic strike had merely been an illusion. Wang Yuan's fury intensified. He swung his steel knife violently at the nearby wine flagpole, cleaving through the thick wooden post with a sharp crack. Roaring, he shouted, turtle hiding its head. Still thinking of evading? Come out. Oomph. A cold snort emanated from the inn window, resonating with a clear, metallic tone that overshadowed Wang Yuan's fury. In the next instant, a figure leaped from the 2nd floor window like a hawk swooping down on its prey. Describing a graceful arc in the air, he landed almost soundlessly, stirring only a whisper of dust, none other than Chu Fan, standing with his hands clasped behind his back. The breakthrough of the Dragon Roar Iron Cloth technique enveloped him in a faint golden aura, his gaze sweeping over Wang Yuan and his men as if regarding a troop of buffoons. Searching for me? With a cold, disdainful smile curving at the corners of his mouth, Chu Fan's voice, though not loud, resonated clearly in the ears of all present. Do you wish to die so desperately? As his words lingered in the air, a subtle surge of energy coursed through him, emanating the intimidating aura from the 7th level of his martial training. The henchmen surrounding Wang Yuan felt a sudden weight in their hearts, their hands gripping their blades, trembling slightly, as if they were confronting not merely a man, but a dragon poised to strike. Wang Yuan's pupils constricted sharply, fixating on the flickering golden light enveloping Chu Fan. Gritting his teeth, he spat. It is you. You dare to show your face after killing my son? Chu Fan cast a casual glance at the corpse on the ground, then shifted his gaze to Ma San, who lay incapacitated nearby. His tone remained indifferent. You dare to touch my people? Ma San, lying on the ground, gazed up at Chu Fan, whose descent resembled that of a celestial being. The lifelessness in his eyes ignited with a sudden brilliance, tears streaming down his flushed cheeks as his lips quivered, rendering him speechless. He never anticipated that this fleeting acquaintance would truly come to his rescue. Seeking death, Chu Fan's nonchalant demeanor ignited a powder keg of rage within Wang Yuan. With a fierce roar, he brandished his steel blade, pointing it directly at Chu Fan. Kill him. Turn him into minced meat. Though his words were fierce, instinctively, Wang Yuan took a half step back. The precision and force displayed in that wooden shard's lethal trajectory were far beyond the capabilities of an ordinary opponent. It would be wise to let his subordinates test the waters first, to wear down Chu Fan's stamina. Kill! For figures surged forth in response. Leading the charge was a robust man at the 7th level of martial prowess, wielding a ghostly blade that sliced through the air with a whistling sound aimed directly at Chu Fan's face. The fierce gust of the blade was a clear indication of a forceful approach. Behind him, 3 experts at the 6th level flanked him in a triangular formation, their daggers glinting ominously, effectively sealing off Chu Fan's escape routes. The one-eyed rogue also lunged forward with a dagger in hand, although he was merely at the 5th level. He was particularly sinister, targeting Chu Fan's vulnerabilities and hoping to land a few strikes amidst the chaos. The henchmen from the Qing Shui gang clamored and rushed in, wildly swinging their steel blades, attempting to overwhelm their adversary with sheer numbers. Across the street, at the 2nd floor window of the Welcome Inn, the innkeeper squinted his eyes, flanked by 2 formidable martial artists at the 7th level. The trio observed the scene from a distance, the innkeeper stroking his beard and murmuring, "This young man is intriguing. He dares to challenge the Qing Shui gang alone. By his stance, he appears to be a skilled practitioner of martial arts." One of the martial artists replied gravely, "Wang Yuan is at the 8th level, and his subordinates are no weaklings. If he can withstand this onslaught, he is truly worth noting." As they spoke, Chu Fan had already made his move. Facing the descending ghostly blade, he neither flinched nor dodged. With a slight lowering of his left shoulder, he fully activated the 7th level of the Dragon Roar Iron Cloth, a faint golden dragon scale illusion manifesting upon his shoulder. With a thunderous clash, the ghostly blade struck Chu Fan's shoulder, only to be deflected high into the air. The robust man at the 7th level felt a sharp pain in his grip, nearly losing his weapon. "Is that all the strength you possess?" Chu Fan scoffed coldly, his right fist launching forth like a cannonball, striking the man squarely in the chest. A resounding crack echoed through the air. The sound of bone cracking echoed clearly, as the robust man was sent flying like a broken kite, toppling 3 henchmen and spitting blood before losing consciousness. In the blink of an eye, one had fallen. The sharp intakes of breath resonated throughout the crowd. Both the assailants from the Qing Shui gang and the 3 onlookers from the inn were left in shock, their pupils dilating in disbelief. That was a practitioner at the 7th level of postnatal mastery, yet the strike against Chu Fan's shoulder felt as though it had struck a monument of solid steel, merely sparking a flurry of embers without even breaking the skin. How could one's defense be impenetrable? The one-eyed dragon, clutching a dagger, trembled uncontrollably. Disbelief etched across his features. A full-force strike from a 7th level master could not breach the opponent's defenses? How is this even conceivable? Wang Yuan's expression shifted dramatically. He had assumed the opponent was merely at the 7th level of postnatal mastery, yet the astounding defensive prowess rendered his previous strategy, testing the waters with his subordinates, utterly foolish. Chapter 53. It's your turn. However, Chu Fan did not grant them the luxury of time to recover from their astonishment. The moment he deflected the ghostly blade from his shoulder, he charged forth like a ferocious tiger into a flock of sheep. To his left, a 6th level postnatal warrior lunged at him with a short blade aimed at his waist. Chu Fan sidestepped gracefully, allowing the blade to pass, and with a swift elbow strike, there was a dull thud as the warrior's ribcage caved in, collapsing to the ground without a sound. 2 others approached from the right, daggers aimed at his ribs. Chu Fan remained unfazed, allowing the 2 daggers to pierce his flesh. With a resounding clang, the blades were deflected, their edges curling inwards. Is this sorcery? The remaining henchmen, frightened beyond measure, turned to flee. With a swift kick, Chu Fan struck his knee, producing a sharp crack, and the henchman cried out in agony as he fell to his knees. A swift backhand sent him flying, blood spewing forth as he crashed against the wall and slid down lifelessly. In the span of mere breaths, 3 of the 4 foremost fighters had been dispatched, leaving only the one-eyed dragon frozen in place, his hand trembling around the dagger, stripped of the ferocity he had displayed moments before. Chu Fan rolled his neck, the joints cracking lightly. Wang Yuan let out a thunderous roar, his voice laced with a frenzied madness, declaring that he would crush his enemies. Under the allure of a generous reward, the already terrified thugs felt a flicker of ferocity ignite in their eyes. Over 100 men howled as they brandished knives and clubs, surging towards Chu Fan from all directions, their weapons creating a chaotic web of glimmering blades that nearly ensnared him entirely. Wang Yuan himself sprang into action. He stomped his foot onto the ground, shattering the stone tiles beneath him, and leaped forth like a leopard, his steel blade slicing through the air with the ferocity of a raging tempest. Aimed directly at the back of Chu Fan's neck. This strike was infused with the formidable energy of his innate 8th level. The sound of the wind howling was a testament to its overwhelming power, surpassing that of the previous 7th level brute by more than a fold. The shopkeeper, Wang Yuan, has made his move. A martial artist within the inn murmured. The innkeeper squinted, a furious strike from an innate 8th level. Let us see how this young man responds. In the face of this encirclement, Chu Fan did not retreat. Instead, he advanced. His footwork shifted seamlessly as he navigated through the forest of blades and clubs with remarkable agility. Occasionally, a weapon would graze him, producing a cacophony of clinks and clangs without so much as breaking the skin. Bang, bang, bang. His fists rained down like a torrential storm, each blow resonating with a deep, dragon-like roar. The thugs he struck were either slain or grievously injured, their anguished cries echoing as they fell like autumn leaves. Embrace your doom. Wang Yuan's steel blade was now poised behind him. Chu Fan suddenly pivoted, his left arm raised in defense, the illusory dragon scales swelling upon his arm. Clang! The deafening sound of metal clashing erupted, sparks flying up to 3 feet high. Chu Fan felt a tingling in his arm, the internal energy surging, forcing him to retreat a half step. This is intriguing. A glint of sharpness flickered in Chu Fan's eyes. Wang Yuan was indeed far superior to those previous minor adversaries. Yet Wang Yuan was taken aback. His full-force strike had only pushed the opponent back half a step. This level of defense was utterly absurd. Kill! His eyes reddened as he swung his blade anew, each slash brutally precise, each strike aimed to end lives. Chu Fan no longer held back. He fully activated his Dragon Roar iron shirt, standing firm like an iron tower, allowing Wang Yuan's relentless attacks to rain down upon him while he unleashed his fists, sending the surrounding thugs flying one after another. In that moment, the entire street was a chaotic blend of flashing blades and flying fists, the clanging of metal, screams of agony, and the cracking of bones resonating incessantly. Chu Fan appeared as an unyielding war god, advancing steadily amidst the chaos, each step treading upon the fears of the Clear Water Gang. Amidst the fierce battle, as Wang Yuan's strikes grew increasingly fierce, the thugs, though easily dispatched, were annoyingly persistent. A glimmer of cold light flickered in Chu Fan's eyes. Having had enough of their pestering, he swiftly evaded Wang Yuan's descending steel blade, and with a deft motion, seized a ghost-headed knife from a thug's waist. Clang! The blade spun in his palm, tracing an arc that conjured a gust of wind, compelling the surrounding thugs to instinctively step back. This was a moment of realization for the innkeeper. It appeared that Chu Fan was now prepared to unleash his true strength. As soon as Chu Fan grasped the knife's hilt, the internal energy of his innate 7th level surged into the blade, and the essence of 2 perfected sword techniques fused instantaneously. The technique of the breaking wave blade is as profound as the surging tides, while the thunder blade technique strikes with the swiftness of lightning, creating an extraordinary resonance in his hands. With a low shout, Chu Fan swung his blade. As the blade's light first emerged, it resembled the tranquil depths of water, imbued with a weighty force that was almost overwhelming. But in an instant, it transformed into a thunderous eruption, moving so swiftly that it left only an afterimage. The 2 utterly distinct styles of the blade seamlessly intertwined, producing a piercing shriek that ripped through the air. With a soft hiss, the 3 foremost henchmen, caught unawares, were severed in half before they could even comprehend the trajectory of the blade, their blood and entrails splattering the ground. Wang Yuan's pupils constricted sharply, feeling as if even breathing had become laborious within the blade's radiance. He hastily raised his sword to block, but was met with a resounding clash, the steel blade bending grotesquely under the force. A fierce and violent power surged through the blade, causing his palm to split, blood gushing forth. What kind of blade technique is this? Wang Yuan was filled with both astonishment and fury. He had never witnessed such an enigmatic swordplay, where weight and speed coexisted. Rendring prédiction impossible. Yet, Chu Fan afforded him no respite, the blade's momentum relentless. At times, it crashed like angry waves against the shore, the blade's wind pressing down with suffocating weight, and at other moments, it struck with the suddenness of thunder, the speed of the blade shattering one's resolve. The two perfect forms of the blade were deftly wielded by him, seemingly on the verge of fusion. Cries of anguish echoed as henchmen fell in droves, none able to withstand a single strike. The one-eyed dragon, terrified to his core, turned to flee, only to be pursued by a flash of the blade. With a sickening thud, his head soared into the air, blood spraying over 30 feet high. In the blink of an eye, over half of the 100 henchmen lay dead or injured, the streets awash in crimson, leaving only Wang Yuan standing before Chu Fan, blood-soaked and clutching a curved knife, his eyes radiating fear and despair. Chu Fan stood poised with his blade, the weapon untouched by blood, a faint golden aura swirling around him, starkly contrasting the gruesome scene. As he calmly remarked, "It is your turn." Chapter 54. Do not reckless the strike encapsulated all the strength he had amassed through the burning of his foundation. As the blade sliced through the air, it carved deep grooves into the stone tiles beneath. Chu Fan's gaze sharpened, acutely aware of the terrifying power contained within this blow. It was more than 30% stronger than before, yet the cost was devastating. His foundation lay in ruins, his realm regressed, and he might even suffer a loss of vitality. There was a certain ferocity to it, but alas, it was futile. The ghost head blade lay firmly across his chest, the full force of the breaking wave blade technique coalescing within it, the blade standing as steadfast as a mountain, resolutely absorbing the ferocious impact. Clang! Sparks erupted, soaring half a foot into the air, and the stone tiles beneath Chu Fan cracked, yet his form merely swayed slightly. Seizing the rebound force, Wang Yuan spun and struck again, his technique transforming into a cunning thrust aimed directly at Chu Fan's ribs, a vulnerable point in his horizontal training. A fine opportunity indeed. Chu Fan advanced rather than retreating, his left foot slamming down with force, his body miraculously shifting sideways by half a foot, narrowly evading the blade's tip. In that same motion, his wrist twisted, the ghost head blade transforming into a bolt of lightning, slicing toward the opponent's neck with a swift hiss. Wang Yuan, drenched in cold sweat, hastily leaned back, the blade's edge grazing perilously close to his nose, the force of the wind stinging his face. Using this momentum, he twisted his body, his right leg sweeping horizontally like a battering ram, aiming at Chu Fan's knee. Chu Fan bent his knee to block, and with a resounding thud, he was forced back half a step. Wang Yuan let out a sinister laugh, taking advantage of Chu Fan's unsteady footing, raining down blows with his steel blade like a tempest, each strike aimed at vital points in a desperate frenzy. The clash of metal rang out like a torrential downpour. The two engaged in rapid attack and defense within a space of mere feet, their blades weaving a tapestry of light, the surrounding corpses trembling under the pressure of their energies. At times, Chu Fan would steadfastly employ the breaking wave blade technique, his blade as stable as a mountain, absorbing the onslaught with unwavering resolve. At other moments, he would unleash the thunderbolt blade technique, his strikes as swift as lightning, forcing Wang Yuan to retreat defensively. In the blink of an eye, 13 exchanges had transpired. Wang Yuan's vitality waned rapidly, his complexion turning as pale as parchment. Yet he continued to roar and swing his blade, his eyes aflame with the desire to kill. Chu Fan, discerning the moment when Wang Yuan's old strength had been expended and his new strength had yet to manifest, suddenly altered his attack. Wang Yuan, expending all his energy to block, found his wrist twisting abruptly, and in a flash, Chu Fan's blade grazed past his arm. With a sickening sound, blood burst forth as Wang Yuan's right arm was severed at the elbow. The excruciating pain momentarily halted his movements, but Chu Fan had already surged forward, his left fist gathering 7 layers of horizontal training strength, crashing down upon Wang Yuan's chest with a thunderous impact. Crack! The sound of collapsing ribs mingled with Wang Yuan's agonized scream as his body was sent flying, crashing through the 3rd floor of the Gathering Fortune Pavilion in the face of formidable adversaries. How could a practitioner at the 7th level of acquired mastery slay one at the 8th level, who had ignited the explosive powers of their blood? Who indeed is this young man? As the sounds of battle subsided, hurried footsteps approached, growing louder with each passing moment. At the street corner, a group of officials escorted a man clad in a black official's robe. This man stood tall and imposing, a long blade hanging from his waist, his demeanor as profound as the abyss unmistakably a master of the 9th level of acquired mastery. His gaze swept over the scattered corpses and pools of blood, his brow furrowing slightly. Yet he refrained from immediate outburst, instead striding directly to stand before Chu Fan, regarding him with a penetrating stare. His eyes, sharp as a knife, seemed to pierce through to the very soul. "Friend, I am Yang Fan, the head constable of the 6 doors in Heishan County." His voice remained steady, devoid of any discernible emotion. Such matters of enmity in the martial world are not for the 6 doors to meddle in. However, given the tumult caused in the city, it is customary to record a name. As Chu Fan toyed with the ghostly-headed blade in his hand, a faint smile graced his lips. Within him, the internal energy of the 7th level surged forth, while the 7th layer of the dragon roar iron cloth reverberated with all its might. 2 potent forces converged in his palm, surging violently into the blade. With a sharp crack, the finely forged ghostly-headed blade shattered into countless iron shards, littering the ground. Yang Fan's pupils contracted, instinctively tightening his grip on the hilt. Shattering a steel blade with sheer force is not a difficult feat. However, achieving such an effortless display of power, reducing the entire weapon to mere fragments through the fusion of internal energy and physical training, is a mastery that even he at the 9th level may not easily replicate. The surrounding officials gasped in astonishment, their gazes toward Chu Fan tinged with newfound respect. Chu Fan brushed the iron shavings from his hands, his smile serene. "I am Chu Fan." Just 4 simple words, yet they resonated with an undeniable authority. Yang Fan took a deep breath, suppressing his astonishment, and clasped his fists. "Brother Chu, your skills are remarkable. The 6 doors will handle this matter. However, I must advise you to be mindful of any future disturbances." He refrained from probing further into the grievances of the Qing Shui gang. A single strike that could obliterate a practitioner at the 7th level and contend with one at the 8th level. Such an individual was beyond his capacity to manage. Yang Fan watched Chu Fan's retreating figure, his brow still furrowed. Beside him, an official murmured, "Head Constable, Chu Fan's methods are excessively ruthless. The Qing Shui gang has been nearly uprooted." "Ruthless?" Yang Fan cast a glance at the corpses strewn about, his tone indifferent. The martial world is one of flashing blades and bloodshed. This young man, possessing such formidable skills and swordplay at his age, surely has an extraordinary background. He stroked the hilt of his long blade, his voice grave. The way he shattered that sword demonstrates a sublime fusion of internal energy and physical prowess. A practitioner at the 7th level exhibiting such combat strength could easily outmatch many at the 9th level. Pausing, he gazed in the direction where Chu Fan had vanished, adding, "Unless we can summon a master of innate level from the county. Yet, what kind of person of innate mastery would so readily intervene in mere martial disputes?" Thus, Yang Fan retracted his gaze, solemnly stating, "Take note of the name Chu Fan. In the future, do not provoke him lightly within the county." Chapter 55. News from the Black Market. On this day, Chu Fan's reputation soared in Heishan County. The gang circles were rife with trepidation, and each faction issued stern orders. No one was to provoke Chu Fan. Should anyone dare to cross him, the gang would not extend a helping hand. The dismal fate of the Qing Shui gang served as a stark warning, leaving no one willing to gamble. They were a power that could extinguish lives at will. No one was foolish enough to risk the entire gang's resources against such a formidable opponent. Ma Xin dutifully followed Chu Fan back to the inn. As soon as the door closed, he fell to his knees with a thud, his knees striking the floor with a resounding impact. "Master Chu, I cannot express my gratitude. You are like a second father to me." He prostrated himself repeatedly, his forehead reddening from the repeated blows. "If it weren't for you, my life would have been forfeit long ago. From now on, I shall follow your every command, be it through water or fire. I will not hesitate." Chu Fan glanced at him before sitting at the table. "Rise," he said. "I save you not to let others think that those around me can be easily manipulated." Yet, Ma San remained prostrate, unwilling to rise. "Regardless of the circumstances, you have saved my life. From now on, should you require any assistance in the county, gathering intelligence, running errands, or delivering messages, I will ensure it is done flawlessly." His voice trembled, a mixture of fear and the exhilaration of having narrowly escaped death. Chu Fan lightly traced the rim of his cup with his fingers, his gaze drifting to the window. "What have you discovered about the black market?" Ma Xin straightened up eagerly, a fawning smile on his face. "Master Chu, I have uncovered all the details. The black market is concealed 10 miles outside the city. At Hafing Ridge, while it may appear to be a desolate mountain, there is in fact an ancient forest within where the market operates deep inside. He paused, leaning in closer and lowering his voice. The rules are quite stringent. It opens once every 7 days. To gain entry, one must have connections, either through a regular patron or by possessing a token. However, I have managed to secure a route and obtained a token. He continued, inside, one can find everything: elixirs, weapons, martial arts techniques, and even some illicit goods, though the prices can be quite steep. As he spoke, Ma-san retrieved an oilcloth pouch from his bosom, carefully unwrapping it to reveal a palm-sized black wooden token. The edges of the token were rough, with a crooked symbol etched on one side, and the other side vaguely displayed root-like patterns, resembling something hastily carved from an ancient tree. Master Chu, this is the token for the black market, he said solemnly, presenting it with both hands. Hold on to this, and tomorrow at dawn, at the entrance of Hafing Ridge, someone will guide you inside. Chu Fan accepted the wooden token, weighing it in his hand. It felt solid, exuding a faint aroma of pine resin. He traced the symbol with his fingertip before looking up. Where's the entrance? Beside the old gnarled tree at the foot of Hafing Ridge. Tomorrow at the hour of the rabbit, a man in gray attire will be waiting there. Simply showing the token, Ma-san replied quickly, eager not to overlook any detail. Very well. Chu Fan nodded, tucking the token into his robe. We shall depart tomorrow morning. He glanced at Ma-san. Let's go downstairs for a bite to eat. Ma-san promptly agreed, trailing behind Chu Fan as they descended the stairs. After ordering several hot dishes, the two dined in silence. Occasionally, Chu Fan would inquire about the trivial matters of the county, to which Ma-san responded dutifully. Once they finished their meal, Chu Fan retrieved a banknote of 200 taels from his pocket and placed it on the table. This is a reward for you, he stated. Ma-san's eyes widened in disbelief as he hastily waved his hands. Master Chu, this is too much. You saved my life. I did these things out of obligation. How could I take your money? He attempted to return the banknote. Take it, and do not refuse, Chu Fan replied in a calm tone that brooked no argument. I can venture into the black market myself tomorrow. You deserve this for your hard work. Ma-san gazed at the silver note, then at Chu Fan. His face filled with gratitude. His lips moved, but he ultimately refrained from further protest. With both hands, he accepted the banknote and deeply bowed his head. Thank you, Master Chu. Rest assured, should you ever need my assistance, whether in water or fire, I will not hesitate. Chu Fan waved his hand dismissively. Go now and rest well. Ma-san performed a respectful salute before carefully stowing the silver away and leaving the inn with a light step. Chu Fan then rose to return to his room, preparing to gather his strength for his solitary expedition to the black market the following day. Within the confines of Blackstone City, the elite members of the Blood Wolf gang scoured every street and alley, yet there was no sign of Chu Fan. Lin Tianlang stood before the ruins of the Wu residence, his fists clenched tightly, his eyes bloodshot with fury. We have searched every inch of this place. How can there be no trace of him? Wu Xiao, having returned from the sword sect, stood beside him, his expression equally fierce. He surveyed the devastation and said through gritted teeth, Brother-in-law, should I send word to the sect immediately and request the elders to intervene? With the sword sect's power, a mere Chu Fan cannot evade Black Mountain County. Lin Tianlang exchanged a glance with Wu Wanqing, who promptly grasped her brother's arm and spoke softly, Brother, let's not hastily involve the sect. Why not? Wu Zhao's brow furrowed in urgency. We cannot delay in avenging our father. Wu Wanqing sighed, smoothing his clothing gently. I understand your impatience, but you have only recently joined the inner sect, and your foundation is not yet solid. Causing trouble for the sect over family matters may lead the elders to question your intentions, jeopardizing your future within the sect. After a moment of silence, Wu Xiao studied the serious expressions of his sister and brother-in-law before finally nodding. Very well, I will wait for 10 days. If there is no news by then, I shall return to the sword sect and demand they issue a warrant across the entire county. I refuse to believe he can hide forever. Lin Tianlang took a deep breath, his voice steady. In these 10 days, I will ensure the Blood Wolf gang conducts another thorough search of Blackstone City. Once Wu Xiao departed, Lin Tianlang began to pace anxiously, his hands clasped behind his back, his footsteps echoing on the ground. What to do? He abruptly halted and turned to Wu Wanqing, his tone laced with urgency. 10 days. Only 10 days remain. If we cannot find Chu Fan, and your brother truly calls upon the sword sect, what chance will we have? His eyes flickered with unabashed greed. That boy managed to kill Zhang Tong at the 4th level of his cultivation. He must be concealing some secret. Either it is a supreme technique or a rare treasure from heaven and earth. If such an opportunity were to be seized by the proud sword sect, what chance would we have? Wu Wanqing furrowed her brow, her fingers unconsciously twisting the handkerchief. Am I not aware of that? Yet, Chu Fan's movements are shrouded in mystery, and it is impossible to track him down. Wu Wanqing's expression remained tense as she continued. I can't shake this feeling of unease, since Chu Fan was able to silently destroy the Wu residence. He may have already departed from Haishi City. Should we not send a team of elite warriors to scout the county city? Lin Tianlang halted his steps, pinching his palm sharply. You are right. We cannot put all our eggs in one basket. He raised his gaze towards the courtyard outside, speaking in a solemn tone. I will summon 20 skilled fighters to head to the county city overnight and discreetly investigate Chu Fan's whereabouts. Once there is news, they must report back immediately. At this juncture, we can only cast a wide net. He turned his attention to Wu Wanqing, a glint of ruthlessness in his eyes. No matter where he hides, this time he must be dragged out. That opportunity must not fall into the hands of others. Chapter 56. How absurd. Just as dawn broke and the eastern sky began to lighten, Chu Fan abruptly opened his eyes. Outside the window, the chirping of insects still carried a hint of sleepiness, yet he sprang from his bed with the agility of a leopard, moving with a fluid grace devoid of any hesitation. After a brief wash, he secured a waste blade at his side and stepped out. The breakfast stall at the alley's entrance was already bustling with activity, the sizzling oil crackling as it released the fragrant aroma of scallion pancakes, permeating the street. Chu Fan remained silent, walking directly to the stall, where he produced a few copper coins from his pocket and placed them on the wooden counter. The stall owner, a lean old man, glanced at the coins and promptly used bamboo tongs to lift 2 freshly fried scallion pancakes, their crispy exterior and tender interior still steaming, and handed him a bowl of soy milk. Eat it while it's hot. Chu Fan accepted the offering and swiftly consumed the pancakes and soy milk, warmth coursing down his throat, a gentle warmth beginning to stir in his dantian. He spoke little, turning to leave, and as he took a couple of steps, his figure suddenly became light as a feather. With a slight push off his toes against the bluestone pavement, he floated out of the alley like a dandelion seed, landing soundlessly. The dragon soaring technique had been perfected, leaving behind a faint afterimage as he dashed towards the direction of Hafeng Ridge outside the city. The morning mist had yet to clear, and the occasional startled birds flitted up in the forest. Yet Chu Fan remained focused, the inner energy within his dantian flowing along a specific path, each breath drawn with perfect timing. His figure darted between the shadows of the trees, moving so swiftly that he appeared as nothing more than a blurred gray shadow. Hafeng Ridge, with its treacherous terrain, would take an ordinary person 2 hours to traverse. But for him, it was merely the time it took to burn a stick of incense. Even as the morning fog lingered, the mountain path at the foot of Hafeng Ridge was already teeming with figures. Most of these individuals were cloaked in gray robes, their hats pulled low, or their faces covered with coarse burlap, deliberately lowering their voices when speaking, their eyes alertly scanning the surroundings, clearly reluctant to reveal their identities. Black market dealings are inherently clandestine. Those who come here either seek forbidden techniques or wish to dispose of illicit goods, making the concealment of their activities a common practice. Unperturbed, Chu Fan moved forward with a confident stride, his azure garment fluttering in the breeze, revealing an unmasked visage. A few masked figures caught sight of his demeanor, their steps faltering momentarily, eyes reflecting a blend of astonishment followed by hints of ridicule or wariness. Chu Fan Feigen in Godang. A cold smile curling at the corners of his lips, mere rodents, hiding yet exposed. Should anyone dare to provoke him, he would swiftly unsheathe the long blade at his waist and deal with them decisively. As for encounters beyond his prowess, a smirk graced his lips. He feared nothing that could not kill him. After traversing 100 paces or so, he came upon a gnarled old pine tree, beneath which stood a burly man, his gaze sharp and predatory as it scrutinized each approaching figure. Chu Fan approached directly, producing a black wooden token from his robe and presenting it to the man. The burly figure weighed the token in his hands, casting a fleeting glance at Chu Fan's face. His brows arched slightly, clearly taken aback by the audacity of this youth to appear so openly. In the realm of the black market, those who dared to reveal their identities were either skilled practitioners with confidence, naive fools unaware of their surroundings, or individuals backed by formidable connections. This lad did not seem to fit the profile of a mere fool. The burly man offered no further inquiries, gesturing for Chu Fan to follow as he turned toward the concealed path behind the tree. As they rounded the corner, the scene before them opened up magnificently. The valley stretched wide, filled with numerous stalls, tattered cloths laid out upon the ground, showcasing rusted weaponry, yellowed ancient texts, and ceramic jars containing venomous creatures. The air was thick with a peculiar blend of rust, mildew, and the metallic tang of blood. Shouts, whispers, and arguments intermingled, enveloping them in the unmistakable atmosphere of the black market. As the man led Chu Fan deeper into the throng, he spoke without turning. No violence permitted within the market, regardless of past grievances. Should anyone draw a blade here, they must face the consequences alone. Unfazed, Chu Fan continued, his peripheral vision catching the sturdy silhouette of the man before him. At the moment the man had spoken, a surge of concentrated internal energy rippled from a distance. Though fleeting, it stirred something within Chu Fan. This was the aura of someone at the 9th level of postnatal refinement. He acknowledged this with a calm nod, his expression remaining inscrutable. What a 9th level? As long as the man did not seek conflict with him, they could coexist peacefully. However, should hostilities arise, he would not hesitate to wield his blade, whether in this market or within the Emperor's Grand Palace. With his spine straightened, Chu Fan pressed forward into the chaotic crowd, disregarding the odd glances cast his way, and headed straight for the stalls displaying the ancient texts. Care to take a look? Young sir, just received the authentic fiery palm manuscripts, top-tier techniques that can ignite flames in the palm with deep practice. A stall owner cloaked in black called out in a hushed tone as Chu Fan approached, clutching a tome with a nearly detached cover, his eyes alight with urgency. Reaching out, Chu Fan accepted the book, but upon touching the fragile paper, his brow furrowed. The material was brittle, and the ink lay too superficially, unmistakably a recent imitation. He flipped through a couple of pages, discovering numerous errors in the energy pathways. One practicing this would surely risk falling into madness within 3 days. Utter trash, he scoffed, tossing the booklet back onto the stall. The vendor's expression darkened, yet he refrained from reacting, merely muttering a low curse about the buyer's ignorance as Chu Fan turned away. After visiting several stalls, the situation remained largely unchanged. Some boasted of ancient legacies, but upon inspection, they revealed only superficial breathing techniques. Others claimed to shatter the void. Yet even the foundational diagrams for internal energy circulation were flawed. With each glance, Chu Fan's brows knitted tighter, despite the vendor's grandiose claims. None of the offerings were worthy of his attention. Indeed, in the black market, 9 out of 10 items were mere traps. Chu Fan Muset Intanali, casually tossing a so-called mysticalized technique back to the vendor, the booklet arcing through the air before landing with a thud on the stall. The vendor huffed disdainfully, but could only watch as Chu Fan confidently strode towards the next stall. The rules of the black market prevailed. None dared to act out of line at that moment. Out of the corner of his eye, Chu Fan caught sight of the vendor's clenched fists, a cold smirk playing at his lips as he continued his search among the indistinguishable stacks of texts, fingertips grazing a booklet titled 9 Heavens Mystical Art. He flipped to the last page, where he was astounded to find minuscule print indicating it was a reprint from an Eastern City grocery store, nearly causing him to laugh in exasperation. What nonsense! He flung the booklet back onto the stall with a light snap. Nearby vendors cast furtive glances at the sound, but none dared to speak. This journey had truly opened his eyes. Some tomes had covers stained dark with pig's blood, claiming to be unique blood-drinking sorcery. Others contained chicken feathers, audaciously boasting of being phoenix feather techniques. With such audacity, they dared to present themselves as genuine. What waste of time! Chu Fan muttered under his breath, his initial expectations having diminished significantly. He had thought that despite the chaos of the black market, he might stumble upon some authentic items, only to be met with this disheartening reality. Chapter 57, A Fool's Errand? Continuing to the next stall, Chu Fan hoped to find something of true value. He traced a circle over a pile of manuscripts at one stall, his gaze sweeping over the worn and pristine covers alike, eventually landing on a burly, masked man behind the stall. A dark cloth obscured much of the man's face, leaving only a pair of shrewd eyes visible. The goods here are guaranteed to be genuine, the man said, his voice gravelly and deep like gravel rolling over stone. Chu Fan raised an eyebrow, choosing silence as he reached for the top booklet. Powerful eagle claw technique. The pages were yellowed and brittle, the corners naturally worn, yet the hurried handwriting inside exuded a unique vigor characteristic of a practitioner. Upon further inspection, he returned the eagle claw technique and selected a slimmer, blue-covered book titled Cloud Flip Leg. This one appeared even more worn, its pages glossy, as though they had been repeatedly caressed. "What is the price for these two?" Shu Fan inquired, gathering the booklets together and tapping the cover with his fingertip. The burly man's eyes shifted beneath the black cloth, his throat bobbing. "These are solid goods. For both, it's 1,000 taels." Zhu Fan Zhuge Sopti, lifting the corner of the cloud flip leg to the light, pondering the authenticity of black market wares, where genuine and counterfeit were indistinguishable. Absolutely genuine. The robust man forcefully slapped his chest, causing the scrolls on the stall to tremble. "I assure you by my name." Shu Fan, weary of engaging with him, lightly tapped his fingertip on the characters of the mighty eagle claw technique. The ink still bore a sheen, clearly freshly copied. "How long has your stall been set up? Who knows how many copies of these two books have already been sold? 200 taels. If you want it, let us finalize the deal." The burly man stared at Shu Fan for a moment, his cheeks beneath the black cloth puffing out, and finally, through gritted teeth, he managed to squeeze out the words, "Fine, you're quite shrewd." This masked vendor had been selling for quite some time, having copied this version for countless patrons, and he had already earned many times over. At this moment, closing the deal for 200 taels appeared to be a loss, yet in truth, it was still a net gain. After all, a stack of paper and half a block of ink hardly held any value. Shu Fan rolled the two scrolls and tucked them into his sleeve, tossing over 2 banknotes. The burly man caught them and glanced at them, a flicker of satisfaction crossing his eyes, yet he still feigned a pained expression, turning his head away and waving his hand. "Hurry up and leave. Don't let me see you again." As Shu Fan placed the banknotes on the stall, several idle onlookers nearby widened their eyes. They quickly exchanged glances, the greed bubbling beneath their smirks, their gazes like hooks ensnaring Shu Fan's back. Shu Fan tucked the scrolls into his bosom and prepared to depart. The black market was such. Having acquired the items, he should promptly return to ponder over his martial arts, without unnecessary lingering. He did not hasten his steps, yet his keen ears caught the faint patter of footsteps behind him. A few individuals had followed, the sound of their heels crunching on gravel faintly discernible amidst the din. A cold smirk crept upon Shu Fan's lips as he maintained his leisurely pace. Exiting the black market, he cast a glance over his shoulder. Indeed, the idle men trailed him at a safe distance, their figures flickering in and out of the trees like wild dogs waiting for the right moment to pounce. Those in the black market had noticed the following figures, their eyes reflecting a glint of intrigue. It was obvious that trouble was brewing. The black market was rife with fools eager for easy gains, as well as desperate men willing to spill blood for mere tales. No one was inclined to intervene. After all, it had become an unwritten rule that after each black market gathering, a few new corpses would inevitably grace the outskirts of the city as graveyard. Shu Fan brushed the scrolls in his bosom, his fingertip gently tapping the cover of the mighty eagle claw technique. However, his feet changed direction, heading towards the desolate graveyard outside the city. Since some were intent on courting death, he had no qualms about clearing out some trash. The men lingered behind Shu Fan, the burly leader stroking his stubble, his eyes gleaming with intent. He was already at the 5th level of postnatal cultivation, a notable figure among the ruffians surrounding the black market. Boss, a wiry man beside him, rubbed his hands, his voice trembling with excitement. "I saw how much silver he had when he took out the banknotes. At least 1,000 taels. He.S. definitely a fat sheep." Another short, stout man slapped his thigh and chuckled lowly. "We're going to strike it rich. With this money, we could live comfortably for a long time." "Enough noise." The burly man barked, glaring fiercely at the two. "You both need to tone it down." The young man appeared unfamiliar, yet he dared to wander the black market alone, suggesting he might possess some hidden skills. "Stay close. Do not let him notice. We shall act when we reach the forest ahead." The group swiftly fell silent, crouching behind Shu Fan like ravenous wolves eyeing their prey, waiting for the opportune moment to pounce. "Ah, boss, why is that fellow heading towards the potter's field?" the stout one whispered, peering on tiptoe. The graves obscured by wild grass shimmered ominously in the sunlight, sending a chill down his spine. Beside him, the lanky one scoffed. Perhaps he has been frightened into a stupor, stumbling towards his own demise? Is he preemptively selecting his burial site? Silence. The burly man barked suddenly, his brow furrowed. Shu Fan's silhouette paused at the entrance of the potter's field. Rather than displaying any semblance of panic, he He strolled in as if meandering through a park, exuding an air of unshakable confidence that weighed heavily on the man's heart. Something felt amiss. He grasped the short dagger at his waist, lowering his voice further. This young man dares to venture into the black market alone and stroll into such a place. He may have contingencies. I suspect he has an accomplice waiting. We must act now before they surround him. No sooner had he spoken than he drew his dagger, its cold light flickering in the dusk. The lanky one and the stout one exchanged glances, each brandishing their weapons, and the trio darted forward like nimble weasels, lunging towards Chu Fan's back. Chu Fan turned slowly, the fading light of day casting a gentle glow on half of his face, a faint smile barely visible at the corners of his lips. There are countless paths in life. Why have you chosen the one leading to your demise? The burly man brandished his dagger horizontally, its blade glinting ominously in the twilight. Enough of your prattle. Hand over your banknotes and the recently purchased manuals, and we shall spare your life. The lanky one, emboldened by the silence surrounding them, chimed in. Listen, kid, don't wait for reinforcements. This desolate place is devoid of help. Who would come to your rescue? Hand over your belongings quickly, or my friends, and I will ensure you do not last a minute. Chu Fan cast a glance at his palm, where the lingering scent of ink from a book he had been reading remained. When he raised his eyes again, the smile had vanished, replaced by a look of scorn. Since you are so eager to meet your end, I shall oblige. Chapter 58, The Understanding Ma-san. Curse it, seeking death. The scar-faced man, seeing Chu Fan maintain his calm demeanor, felt his last shred of doubt dissipate in a surge of fury. He bellowed, attack. Eliminate this oblivious fool. Before his words had fully escaped his lips, he lunged forward like a ferocious tiger, his dagger aimed directly at Chu Fan's heart. The lanky one and the stout one followed closely behind, one wielding an iron ruler to strike at Chu Fan's neck, while the other raised a cleaver to slash at his waist. Chu Fan's gaze darkened, a cold snort escaping his lips. In an instant, the deliberately restrained aura surrounding him erupted like a volcano, an overwhelming pressure that felt like an invisible hand descended upon the three assailants. The pressure of the seventh layer of the postnatal realm. The scar-faced man's dagger froze mid-air, his complexion draining of color as disbelief and terror flooded his eyes. At that moment, they had rushed before Chu Fan, with no retreat possible. They could barely utter a word, their eyes pleading desperately, their throats emitting hoarse cries. Yet, Chu Fan remained utterly unmoved. Dealing with such insignificant foes was not worth the exertion of drawing his blade. In a fleeting motion, he glided like a specter among the three men. A series of crisp slaps echoed sharply, each strike landing precisely on their faces. The sound were not loud, yet the force was astonishing. The three men's heads flew back like kites severed from their strings, the sickening crack of broken necks mingling with the wind, their bodies crashing onto the mound of graves, twitching a couple of times before falling silent. Chu Fan brushed off non-existent dust from his hands, glanced at the lifeless bodies on the ground, and turned to leave. The wind swept through the graveyard, lifting a few dry leaves, as if nothing had ever occurred. After dispatching the trio, Chu Fan flicked away the remnants of grass from his clothing, lightly pressed his foot down, and his form lifted gracefully like a paper kite. He made no deliberate effort to channel his energy, merely following his accustomed method to elevate his spirit and lighten his body. His toes grazed the branches of a low tree, sending a few leaves spiraling to the ground. His steps were as light as if he were treading on the wind. As he made his way back along the dirt road leading out of the city, occasionally leaping onto the old locust trees by the roadside before gently descending, his figure shimmered in the sunlight, drawing him closer to the Black Mountain County city. Preoccupied with the freshly acquired secret manual, his pace quickened involuntarily. As he approached the city gates, Chu Fan slowed his steps, retracting his lightness technique, walking steadily among the crowd towards the entrance. One of the bearded guards cast a glance his way, pausing momentarily on Chu Fan's face, his pupils narrowing, a fleeting look of astonishment crossing his features. He recognized this man. The previous day's uproar concerning the Qinghe gang had made waves, and this individual had single-handedly taken down the entire faction. His prowess was beyond compare, akin to that of a ninth-tier expert. As Chu Fan drew near, the guard hastily sheathed his long knife, donning a polite smile. He gestured for him to pass, foregoing the customary inquiries, and softly said, "Young Master Chu, please proceed." Chu Fan nodded slightly, his pace unbroken, ambling leisurely into the city. Beside him, a young guard noticed Old Li's extraordinary courtesy towards the man in the green robe and couldn't help but leaned in to inquire softly. Li Gu, who is that? Why are you so polite today? Old Li smacked his lips, lowering his voice. You don't know? That S. Chu Fan. The one who wiped out the Qing Shui gang yesterday. The young guard gasped, his eyes widening in disbelief. It's him? He quickly stood on his toes to catch another glimpse, imprinting Chu Fan's silhouette in his mind, silently vowing to remember that face. Such a formidable individual was not one to offend lightly. As Chu Fan reached the entrance of the inn, he spotted Ma San fidgeting at the steps, eagerly approaching him with a beaming smile. Ma San, what brings you here? Chu Fan raised an eyebrow and turned towards the back courtyard of his residence. Ma San hurriedly caught up, lowering his voice only upon entering the courtyard. Master Chu, didn't you take down the Qing Shui gang yesterday? He chuckled softly, observing that you hadn't gone to their headquarters, so I thought to make a trip for you. Guess what? Saying this, he produced a hefty cloth bundle from his bosom, unveiling a stack of pristine silver notes amounting to 30,000 taels. Beneath, it lay a meticulously bound manual, its cover dark and inscribed with the bold characters Lia Shan Dao, mountain cleaving blade. Fortunately, Master Chu, your renown has instilled fear, for now. No factions dare encroach upon the Qing Shui gang's territory. I uncovered this from their main stronghold. What do you think? Ma San presented the items forward like a treasure, his eyes gleaming with eagerness. So much? Chu Fan remarked, lifting the notes for a brief count, his brows arching slightly. 30,000 taels of silver. A sum that would take an ordinary wanderer a lifetime to amass. Truly, the spoils of a gang that holds sway over the county town. He casually withdrew 2,000 taels and handed them over. You worked hard. Take this. Ma San, quick to react, caught the notes but flinched as if scalded, hastily shaking his head. No, Master Chu, this is all thanks to your fortune. Had it not been for your decisive display yesterday, I wouldn't have dared approach the Qing Shui gang's headquarters even with 10 lives. He was acutely aware that he was merely riding on Chu Fan's coattails to snatch a bargain and dared not accept so much. Chu Fan, uninterested in his protests, pressed the notes into his hand with a nonchalant tone. Take it, I insist. He placed the Lia Shan Dao on the table, his fingers idly tracing the thick stack of silver notes, a faint smile gracing his lips. Ma San was indeed a clever fellow, understanding the boundaries and proactively presenting benefits. Although not particularly concerned with wealth at the moment, such discernment was rare. Flipping through the Lia Shan Dao, he found a script robust, with detailed explanations of the techniques. It was a commendable manual. Not bad, Chu Fan murmured, tucking the tome and notes into his bosom. After some contemplation, he realized that he had no use for elixirs in his training. Thus, keeping the money felt superfluous. Why not seize the opportunity to indulge at the finest establishment in town, the Hongxiu Lu? After all, isn't the essence of cultivation to enjoy life? He called out to Ma San, who was about to exit. Tonight, we shall go to the Hongxiu Lu, make the arrangements. Ma San halted, his face instantly brightening with a smile. Of course. Observing his exuberance, Chu Fan added, you come along too. I'll cover all expenses tonight. Enjoy yourselves. Ma San's eyes sparkled, his features radiating joy, and he quickly bowed. Thank you, Master Chu. You are too kind. The honor of being invited by Chu Fan to revel at the brothel was beyond mere monetary value. Overjoyed, Ma San promptly bowed again. Please wait. I will arrange everything at once. I promise you will be satisfied. With that, he turned and exited the courtyard briskly, almost dancing with excitement. Already plotting to find Madame Lu at the Hongxiu Lu, announcing Chu Fan's name to secure the best private room and the finest courtesans. At the zenith of his power, having just vanquished the Qing Shui gang, Lord Chu was not to be trifled with by the Red Sleeve Tower. Chapter 59, I shall select 10. With a while yet until nightfall, Chu Fan sat upon a stone bench in the courtyard, unfurling the text of the mighty eagle claw technique and the cloud flip leg. The afternoon sunlight streamed through the window lattice, illuminating the pages with clarity. He first grasped the mighty eagle claw technique, his fingertips gliding over the illustrations of the movements. From the fundamental iron finger technique to the advanced techniques of shredding clouds and cracking stones, the annotations meticulously detailed the pathways of energy flow during execution, far surpassing the usual manuscripts in thoroughness. As he perused, he curled his fingers into a claw, making a feigned grasp in the air. The joints emitted a faint, crisp sound as he sensed the flow of his vital energy in harmony with the movements. Upon turning to the cloud flip leg, he rose to his feet. This manual placed greater emphasis on practical application, depicting figures executing kicks and sweeps blending ferocity with finesse. Following the illustrations, he practiced several moves. The wind generated by his kicks sweeping across the ground and stirring a few fallen leaves. He focused intently on the mechanics of engaging his core and coordinating his legs, occasionally pausing to ponder, and upon resuming, his movements became noticeably smoother. As the sun began its descent, the figure in the courtyard oscillated between stillness and dynamic motion. Engrossed in the exploration of his newfound techniques, oblivious to the passage of time, when twilight descended, Chu Fan ceased his practice, exhaling deeply. He lowered his gaze to his hands, the knuckles tinged with a faint blush from repeated exertion. A gentle twist of his fingertips caused a half-foot square piece of bluestone in the corner of the courtyard to crack with a sharp sound. The mighty eagle claw technique had reached a level of mastery, evidently approaching the threshold of success. He rolled his neck and tested the cloud flip leg. Initially awkward in his movements while referencing the illustrations, he now executed a kick that sent a gust of wind, dislodging leaves from the nearby trees. On his third kick, his toes grazed the blue bricks of the courtyard wall, shattering several upon impact. Surprised, he chuckled softly. It was not that these techniques were particularly simple, but rather that he had thoroughly mastered the previous martial arts forms, achieving completion. The principles of exertion and energy manipulation were interconnected. Coupled with the enhancements from absorbing residual energy, his innate talent and comprehension had significantly improved. Now, as he learned new martial techniques, it felt as if he had unblocked the vital pathways, the nuances of exertion and energy flow becoming clear with minimal contemplation. It was akin to having learned arithmetic, whereupon encountering addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division, one naturally processes them more swiftly than others. While ordinary practitioners might require months of arduous training to grasp such thresholds, he, with his profound understanding, had achieved a small success in merely half a day. Adjusting his attire, ruffled by the night breeze, a faint smile graced his lips. He brushed off the dust from his trousers and turned to enter the house. Just as he donned a fresh garment, the voice of Ma San echoed from outside. "Lord Chu, the time is nearly upon us. The Red Sleeve Tower is fully prepared." Chu Fan adjusted his cuffs, a hint of a nonchalant smile dancing in his eyes. In recent days, he has devoted himself entirely to his training, the tension within him having reached an unbearable pitch. It is indeed time to relax a little. Having mastered the 7th layer of the Dragon Roar Iron Cloth, he is impervious to ordinary blows, his physique remarkably robust. The few young ladies accompanying him often lose their vitality within half an hour, hardly sufficient to satisfy his vigor. He raised his chin towards Ma San. "I have heard that the ladies of Xianxia Tower each possess their unique charm. Tonight, do not hold back. Bring forth 10 spirited ones." Ma San, momentarily taken aback, quickly regained his composure, his face blooming with a smile. "Rest assured, Master Chu, I guarantee they will all be exceptional. I shall arrange for them to await you in the finest private room." With a curt nod, Chu Fan stepped outside. The night breeze carried a hint of wine and the fragrance of cosmetics, prompting him to inhale deeply, the corners of his lips curling into a more pronounced smile. Training is a laborious endeavor. An occasional indulgence serves as a fitting reward for oneself. Ma San guided Chu Fan to the inn's entrance, where a luxuriously adorned carriage awaited by the roadside, its curtains embroidered with entwined lotus patterns, unmistakably the designated vehicle of Xianxia Tower. "Master Chu, please," Ma San said, eagerly drawing back the curtain. Chu Fan bent slightly to enter, the carriage's interior lined with soft cushions and infused with a gentle incense, dispelling the night's chill. Ma San followed him inside. Just as he was about to speak further, the carriage began to move slowly. The wheels rolled over the flagstone road, producing a light, cheerful sound, while the distant strains of silk and bamboo music and laughter grew ever closer. Ma San's excitement was palpable as he rubbed his hands together. "Master Chu, Madame Lu specifically reserved the moon viewing pavilion on the top floor for you, offering the best view, and the ladies are already waiting there." Chu Fan reclined against the soft cushions, eyes closed, listening to the sounds outside, a faint smile playing upon his lips. As the carriage halted at the entrance of Xianxia Tower, Ma San eagerly leapt down, calling out, "Madame Lu, come greet the guests." At that moment, several elegantly dressed young gentlemen, who were about to enter, halted, casting scornful glances back at him. A middle-aged man, sporting a goatee, scoffed and muttered, "What a country bumpkin," not even aware of where he is. Just as he was about to reprimand Ma San, someone beside him discreetly tugged at his sleeve. Suddenly, a woman in a delicate pink qipao emerged briskly from the building. It was Madame Lu of Hongxiu Tower. She wore a warm smile, bowing deeply towards the freshly disembarked Chu Fan from a distance, her voice sweet and melodious. "Oh, is this not Master Chu? We have been eagerly awaiting your arrival." She approached with eyes full of flattery. "Yesterday, Master Chu single-handedly annihilated the Clear Water Gang, who in the entirety of Heishan County does not admire you. That was truly impressive. Even I felt relieved just hearing about it." The murmurs around them abruptly ceased. The mention of Chu Fan and the demise of the Clear Water Gang rendered those who had intended to speak out instantly silent, their gazes shifting from disdain to wariness. The words that had been lodged in their throats were swallowed back with difficulty. Who was unaware that yesterday the Clear Water Gang had been completely wiped out, with none other than Master Chu himself responsible, rumored to be exceptionally ruthless, leaving no one daring to offend him lightly? Chu Fan paid no heed to the surrounding commotion, merely casting a fleeting glance at Mother Lu. "Is everything arranged?" he inquired nonchalantly. Mother Lu promptly nodded and stepped aside to lead the way. The elegant Langhua pavilion on the top floor was already prepared, with the young ladies eagerly awaiting his arrival. "Please, Master Chu, after you." Listening to Mother Lu's flattery, Chu Fan laughed heartily, his laughter resonating with a carefree spirit. Casually, he drew a 100-tael silver note from his pocket, deftly slipping it into Mother Lu's bosom while giving it a gentle squeeze, his movements exuding an air of ease. "A little something for you," he said, his tone casual, though his gaze caught the instant illumination of her face. With a delighted exclamation, Mother Lu pressed her hand against her chest to secure the silver note, her eyes crinkling into joyous crescents. "Thank you, Master Chu. You are so generous. Please, come in. The ladies are eager to pay their respects." As she spoke, she affectionately sidled closer to Chu Fan, leading him inside with a noticeably lighter step. Those around them observed in silence, acutely aware that such generosity, coupled with the formidable reputation of the Mingqing Water Gang, commanded respect. As they ascended to the top floor, Mother Lu's face radiated eagerness. Upon pushing open the intricately carved wooden door of the Langhua Pavilion, a gentle, fragrant breeze wafted over them. A dozen beauties, adorned in elegantly tailored silk skirts, occupied the space, some furrowing their brows in concentration over chess, others tuning instruments by the window, and a few sipping tea delicately. Upon their entrance, all eyes turned towards them, shimmering with a blend of bashful shyness and deliberate allure. The two leading ladies quickly approached, their hairpins swaying as they curtsied, greeting, "Good day to you, Master Chu." Among the gathering were the two young women who had previously caught Chu Fan's attention. Their eyes sparkled with surprise at his arrival, and they subtly advanced a step, their jeweled hairpins gently swaying in rhythm. At this moment, their enthusiasm surpassed that of the others, their gestures imbued with a cautious anticipation. Chu Fan's generosity had left a profound impression on them. He threw his head back and laughed, his voice echoing through the chamber, stirring the aromatic air into a delightful frenzy. Without a care, he unfastened his jade belt, letting the hem of his brocade robe sweep across the table where a wine jug rested, producing a series of delightful clinks that he paid no mind to. Instead, he settled into the cluster of beauties, casually draping an arm over one lady's shoulder, his fingers playfully tugging at her cascading locks. "Why are you all just standing there?" he asked, raising an eyebrow with a playful grin. Without waiting for a response, he seized a wine jar from the table and drank deeply, the liquid trickling down his chin and soaking into his garments. Yet he remained unconcerned. "Let us enjoy ourselves." He waved dismissively, recognizing the moment. Mother Lu discreetly closed the door behind her, the soft creak of the hinges soon overshadowed by the sounds of Chu Fan's boisterous laughter mingling with the gentle replies of the ladies. The air was thick with the enchanting melodies of plucked strings, intertwining with a warm, fragrant ambience. At the corner of his eye, Chu Fan caught sight of Ma San leaning against the door, his hands twisting the hem of his garment, his face flushed a deep crimson, and his gaze darting nervously amid the vibrant atmosphere, resembling a clumsy bear thrown into a thicket of flowers. With a chuckle, he reached out and playfully nudged two enchanting ladies beside him, guiding them towards Ma San with just the right amount of force, causing them to stumble into him. "Look at you, so timid," Chu Fan teased with a laugh, not caring as the wine splashed onto his clothes. "Tonight, let loose and enjoy yourselves." The two ladies, quick-witted as they were, immediately understood, each taking hold of one of Ma San's arms and softly inviting, "Come, young sir, sit with us. Feeling the warmth of their presence against him, and the sweet scent of their perfume wafting around his nose, Ma San's face grew even redder. Unsure of where to place his hands and feet, eliciting another round of hearty laughter from Chu Fan. The two ladies who had previously caught Chu Fan's eye were particularly perceptive. Sensing his high spirits, one of them gracefully stepped forward, her eyes sparkling with a hint of innocence. "Master Chu, may I sing a verse of 18 touches to alleviate your boredom?" The other quickly chimed in, her waist gently twisting, the hem of her skirt flowing gracefully. "Then I shall dance to entertain Master Chu." Splendid. Chu Fan lauet her ti li. Retrieving 200 tael silver notes from his pocket, flicking them with his fingers so they soared through the air. "A gift for you." The ladies, quick on the uptake, deftly caught the notes, their fingers brushing against the intricate patterns, their smiles growing even more fervent as they curtsied in gratitude. "Thank you, Master Chu." As soon as the words left their lips, the two began to perform. The singer stood poised, her ruby lips parting as a melodious tune, laced with a soft, plaintive tone, unfolded. The dancer twirled, her flowing skirt fluttering like a butterfly, her waist seeming to lack bones, each glance directed towards Chu Fan, rich with allure. The surrounding ladies watched, their eyes glistening with envy. After all, merely responding had earned them 100 tael silver note. Who wouldn't be envious of such fortune? In an instant, the earlier decorum was cast aside, and they flocked around him. One poured wine for Chu Fan, her fingertips deliberately brushing against his hand, while another leaned close to whisper sweet nothings, her breath fragrant as orchids. Some even leaned into his embrace, the scent of flowers brushing against his garments, the air thick with eagerness that nearly overwhelmed him. Chu Fan, thoroughly entertained by the attention, laughed heartily, wrapping an arm around the lady who offered him wine, exclaiming, "Very well, everyone shall be rewarded." His gaze swept across the eager faces in the room, and suddenly he turned to Ma San, smiling at the two ladies who were shelling seeds for him. "You two, be clever and take good care of my little brother, and you shall also be rewarded." Ma San felt the wine cup at his hands tremble, and upon meeting Chu Fan's mischievous gaze, his face turned a deeper shade of red. The two ladies, encouraged by his words, leaned in closer, their eyes brightening with renewed enthusiasm. Meanwhile, Chu Fan's other hand slipped beneath the delicate fabric of the lady's skirt, his fingertips grazing her soft skin through the sheer material, though his eyes wandered elsewhere as he teasingly asked the singer, "What number were we on? Why not shed your garments and allow me to count for myself?" Upon these words, an immediate silence enveloped the room, so profound that one could hear a pin drop. The woman playing the pipa dropped her instrument with a clatter, her face flushed as if it might bleed, her lips trembling, unable to utter a sound. The woman held captive at his waist was on the verge of tears, yet the grip around her waist remained unyielding, forcing her to bite her lip as she endured his fingers wreaking havoc beneath her skirt. However, Chu Fan remained indifferent, one hand clutching a wine goblet while the other casually lifted the chin of another woman. His fingertips grazed her delicate skin with a gentle caress, his eyes glinting with undisguised mockery. "You were quite audacious while singing 18 touches, yet now you cower?" Such brazen provocation, bordering on intimacy, was unparalleled by the subtlety typically exhibited in such a brothel. Even the most seasoned courtesans felt their ears burn. Some clutched their handkerchiefs to shield their faces, while peeking through their fingers at Chu Fan's antics. Others wished to retreat, yet their feet felt as if they were nailed to the ground, their eyes betraying a mixture of embarrassment and a hint of clandestine fervor. This reckless abandon stirred the heart far more than the pretentious posturing of the wealthy young masters. Observing their flustered and timid demeanor, which concealed an unmistakable yearning, Chu Fan suddenly erupted in laughter, the sound reverberating through the window panes. He took a generous swig from the wine jar, the liquid trickling down his neck, his gaze laced with mockery. "Is this too much for you? Compared to the antics you usually perform for those pompous scholars, my behavior is quite courteous." He found the scene amusing. These women, adept at navigating the intricacies of the pleasure quarters, were rendered utterly flustered by a few playful jests and minor gestures. Their feigned composure, overshadowed by genuine chaos, added a vibrancy that surpassed their deliberately displayed charm. In Chapter 61, young Master Lu, while Chu Fan was engaging in merriment with the ladies at the Lanyo Pavilion, a commotion from below seeped through the window. "Why are we not allowed in? I demand the Lanyo Pavilion today." A brazen shout reverberated, shaking the stairs, echoing from the main hall below. It turned out that the Lanhua Pavilion was the finest establishment atop the Hongxiu building, not only for its panoramic views, but also for its exquisite interior, making it a coveted spot among the elite. Young Master Lu, in a fit of rage, was informed that the upper floor was reserved for esteemed guests, and the attendants dared not offend. Esteemed guests? What guest could be more esteemed than me, Lu Qingyu? He kicked over a nearby flower stand, the shattering of porcelain ringing sharply in the air. Get them to come down. Otherwise, I shall wreck this Hongxiu building. The troublemaker was Lu Qingyu, a scion of the Lu family from Heishan County, a renowned lineage with two formidable practitioners of the 9th level of martial arts residing within, wielding significant influence in the region, compelling even ordinary nobles to show deference. Lu Qingyu had been pampered since childhood, and today, accompanied by his entourage, he had intended to host a banquet at the Lanhua Pavilion. Upon learning it was occupied, he had immediately flown into a rage. Madame Lu found herself cornered by Lu Qingyu at the staircase, cold sweat trickling down her temples, the smile on her face long faded. But the Lu family was no ordinary clan. Beyond the two postnatal warriors of the 9th rank in the family, the real threat was Lu Qingyu's elder brother, Lu Xianxia. He was a prodigy from the inner sect of the prestigious Yuchuan sect, having reached the 8th rank of postnatal cultivation at merely 25 years of age. A figure with prospects of attaining innate realm, even the county magistrate would show him some respect. Though Hongxiu Tower had its own influence in the county town, facing such a powerhouse backed by a sect was a gamble not worth taking. Madame Lu, desperately blocking Lu Qingyu's path, spoke with a quivering voice. Young Master Lu, must you really go to such lengths? The person upstairs is not to be trifled with. We need not jeopardize our peace over a private room. Not to be trifled with? Lu Qingyu retorted, kicking the railing beside him, the solid wood splintering under the force. In Heishan County, what my Lu family desires, no one dares to refuse. My brother is a prodigy of the Yuchuan sect, poised to break into the innate realm. What is he to me? With that, he pushed Madame Lu aside and charged upstairs, declaring, even if the King of Heaven is up there today, he must make way for me. Inside the room, Chu Fan heard every word from below, the jovial glint in his eyes gradually turning icy as he gently tapped his wine glass with his fingers. The women in the room, startled by the commotion outside, exchanged anxious glances, their instruments and wine cups forgotten in their hands, unease evident in their expressions. The Lu family's reputation in Heishan County was well known, and the name of the Yuchuan sect's eldest son resonated like thunder. The ruckus below made even their fingertips tremble. However, Chu Fan seemed oblivious to the approaching footsteps, raising his glass to take a sip, the wine gliding down his throat. Suddenly, he tilted his chin toward the two frozen women, a nonchalant smile gracing his lips. What are you dawdling for? Continue the music, resume the dance. As his words fell, he pulled a frightened girl into his embrace, his fingers toying with the jeweled hairpin in her hair, the teasing glimmer in his eyes undiminished. If the sky falls, I shall bear it. Why panic? The sound of the pipa hesitated before resuming. The dancers' steps rekindled, though the melody and the swish of their skirts betrayed an undeniable tension. Outside, the footsteps thundered up the last few steps. With a resounding crash, the intricately carved wooden door was forcefully kicked open, splinters flying as Lu Qingyu strode in with two attendants. He surveyed the room, filled with beautiful women, his gaze finally settling disdainfully on Chu Fan. In Heishan County, few could instill fear in Lu Qingyu, and those of prominence typically looked down upon establishments like Hongxiu Tower. Thus, he regarded the distinguished guests upstairs with utter contempt, dismissing them as mere nouveaux riche unaware of their own insignificance. At this moment, he boldly declared, "Who dares to intrude upon my territory? Those with sense should leave at once. Otherwise, do not blame me for being ungracious." His attendants echoed his threats. Did you not hear our young master? Depart immediately. The lively atmosphere in the room came to an abrupt halt as the young ladies, terrified, hurriedly sought refuge behind Chu Fan, scarcely daring to breathe. The notorious arrogance of Lu's young master was well known throughout the county. Chu Fan, disturbed by this sudden commotion, felt his earlier joy dissipate, his smile vanishing in an instant, replaced by an icy gaze that seemed to chill the very air around him. Slowly, he lifted his eyes to Lu Qingyu at the entrance, his chilling stare causing the temperature in the room to plummet. Beside him, Ma San rose abruptly, instinctively reaching for the dagger at his waist, his knuckles whitening from the strain. In the past, even with tenfold courage, he would not have dared to confront someone from the Lu family. However, having followed Chu Fan and witnessed his formidable prowess in effortlessly dismantling the Qing Shui gang. His spine had grown a little straighter. He stepped forward, positioning himself protectively beside Chu Fan, and spoke in a deep voice. "How dare you to act unruly before Lord Chu?" Lu Qingyu, momentarily taken aback by the sudden reprimand, quickly erupted into laughter, pointing mockingly at Ma San. "You, a mere bumpkin, dare to speak to me? Seize him." "Enough." Chu Fan's voice cut through the air, low and laced with frost. "Why do fools always rush to their own demise?" The moment those words left his lips, the temperature in the room seemed to drop to the freezing point. Lu Mama, standing at the door, felt a chill run down her spine, her face paling in horror. She was all too aware of Chu Fan's ruthless nature when he annihilated the Qing Shui gang. He was a man who showed no mercy. If he were to harbor murderous intent, Lu Qingyu's life would surely be forfeit today, and the Lu family's retribution would be beyond what the Hongxiu Tower could withstand. Frantically, she rushed in, arms outstretched to shield Lu Qingyu, her voice tinged with desperation. "Lord Chu, please hold on. This cannot be allowed. Young Master Lu is impetuous and lacks understanding. You are magnanimous. Do not stoop to his level." Lu Qingyu, taken aback by Lu Mama's frantic demeanor, felt his anger rise further. "Lu Mama, step aside. Does this scoundrel dare to threaten me? Once I'm done with him, let us see if he dares to be so arrogant." Chapter 62. Young Master Flee. Chu Fan's eyes narrowed slightly, the glint within them flashing with cold light. He gently squeezed his fingers, and the porcelain teacup in his grasp suddenly produced a sharp crack, shattering under the force of his internal energy. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless razor-sharp shards, like arrows released from a bowstring, shot towards Lu Qingyu and his entourage with a piercing shriek. Thud, thud. Two of Lu Qingyu's followers didn't even have time to scream before the shards pierced their throats, blood splattering against the walls as they fell lifelessly to the ground. Oof. Beside Lu Qingyu, an elderly man who had been bowing his head suddenly raised it, his eyes ablaze with brilliance. Unbeknownst to them, his long sword had already been drawn, its blade shimmering like silk, ringing out as it deflected the remaining shards, sparks flying from the blade. "You insolent wretch! How dare you attempt to take the life of my esteemed young master?" The elderly man stood resolute as a mountain, a palpable aura of innate energy emanating from his being, causing the surrounding air to momentarily stagnate. He was none other than Zhang Meng, a guardian specially assigned by the Lu family to protect Lu Qingyu. Upon witnessing the swift demise of a companion, Lu Mama was struck with terror, her spirit nearly fleeing as she rushed forward, frantically gesturing and imploring Zhang Meng. "Master Zhang, cease this. You must not act. He is Chu Fan, the very one who annihilated the Qing Shui gang yesterday, leaving no one unscathed." At this revelation, Zhang Meng's expression shifted drastically, his grip on the sword tightening. Lu Qingyu was momentarily taken aback. The name Chu Fan pierced his mind like an ice pick, momentarily halting his actions. Yet, a surge of indignation soon ignited within him. So what if Chu Fan had vanquished the Qing Shui gang? Did he truly believe himself of any significance? The Lu family could obliterate the Qing Shui gang with but a mere utterance. He fixed his gaze upon Chu Fan, his complexion still pale, yet he defiantly scoffed. "Very well. You possess courage. For the life you have taken, we will settle this score. Mark my words. You shall pay." Though his words were resolute, his feet involuntarily retreated a fraction. He understood that with Zhang Meng present, he could not guarantee his own safety. A direct confrontation would yield no favorable outcome. However, to be publicly humiliated by the death of his subordinate, and to simply retreat would tarnish the reputation of Lu Dajuan. Thus, he clenched his teeth and spat forth threats, attempting to provide himself with an avenue of escape. Lu Qingyu's fists tightened, knuckles whitening, his eyes brimming with malice. As he turned, his steps were laced with hostility, his thoughts already racing. What of Chu Fan's combat prowess? Did he truly consider the Lu family to be of the same ilk as the Qing Shui gang? Upon returning, he would assemble the guard and summon certain esteemed members of his family to take action. Regardless of who Chu Fan was, he would ensure that the wretch experienced the most excruciating tortures, ultimately meeting a fate of dismemberment to avenge today's humiliation. The more he pondered, the more his teeth ground together, his pace hastening, feeling nauseated by the very air of the Red Sleeve Tower. His mind was consumed with thoughts of how in her heart, she berated Lu Qingyu 1,000 times, fearing that Chu Fan might truly harbor murderous intent. cold sweat trickling down her temples. If something were to happen to this young Master Lu here, even the backing of Hongxiu Tower might not suffice to shield her. Chu Fan chuckled dismissively, casually toying with the wine jug on the table, his tone nonchalant. Chu Fan, have not fallen to such depths. Lu Mama's forehead glistened with even more sweat as she bowed repeatedly. Yes, yes, yes. Lord Chu is jesting. It is merely the folly of a humble woman. Chu Fan raised his gaze to Lu Qingyu, whose face had turned ashen, and the smile at the corners of his mouth abruptly turned frigid. How about this? For Lu Mama's sake, let this young Master Lu kneel here and bow 3 times, and we shall let today's matter pass. Lord Chu, Lu Mama's expression changed dramatically, her legs trembling. This was not an act of grace. It was clearly a push towards ruin. Lu Qingyu trembled with rage, his chest heaving violently, his finger trembling as he pointed at Chu Fan. Chu Fan, do you truly believe I lack the courage to fight back? To humiliate me so? My Lu family will ensure you suffer a fate worse than death. He roared, blood vessels in his eyes protruding. Behind him, Zhang Meng tightened his grip on the long sword, his aura suddenly turning ferocious, the innate energy of his 7th level threatening to tear through the air. Yet, Chu Fan appeared to be oblivious to the threat, leisurely placing the wine jug back on the table. His voice flat, as if discussing a trivial matter. It seems you have chosen the second path. Lu Qingyu felt a chill at Chu Fan's gaze, his arrogance crumbling as he shouted hoarsely. Zhang Meng, stop him. He retreated while shouting frantically, his voice laced with unmistakable panic. I will return home to gather men. The humiliation of today, I shall repay 100-fold. This scoundrel shall experience every torture known to man, unable to find death. Before he finished speaking, he turned and fled, his steps faltering yet refusing to pause for even a moment. The light, dismissive gaze from Chu Fan moments ago was more terrifying than a blade. The longer he lingered, the more he feared he would actually kneel here. Zhang Meng's face turned ashen, his sword raised in front of Chu Fan, the innate energy of his 7th level erupting without reservation, his robes billowing without wind. Chu Fan, if you wish to harm my young master, you must first pass through me. He understood that he was not necessarily a match for Chu Fan, but duty compelled him to stand firm, hoping to buy Lu Qingyu time to escape. Want to leave? Chu Fan's voice rang out low, his presence suddenly swelling with a terrifying intensity. He lightly tapped his toes against the ground, soaring into the air like a great rock, the gust of wind sending nearby tables and chairs rattling. Young master, hurry. Zhang Meng, seeing this, had his eyes turn crimson, the long sword in his hand humming as he infused it with a concentrated surge of innate energy from the 7th level. It transformed into a cold beam aimed directly at Chu Fan's heart, the sword's wind fierce enough to slice through the air. Chu Fan's gaze sharpened, his right hand shooting out with a sudden ferocity, fingers curling like claws, executing the recently mastered great strength eagle claw technique. The wind of his fingers whistled, carrying a sound sharp enough to tear flesh, as he accurately seized the incoming spine of the sword. Crack! The collision of finger bones and fine iron emitted a sound that was painfully grating to the ears. Zhang Meng felt an overwhelming force emanating from his sword, causing his hands to tremble and nearly lose grip of his weapon. Before he could react, Chu Fan's left foot struck with the swiftness of lightning. Thud! The kick landed squarely on Zhang Meng's abdomen. Like a kite severed from its string, he was sent hurtling backward, blood gushing from his mouth, colliding directly with Lu Qingyu, who had just taken 2 steps away. Lu Qingyu cried out in anguish as Zhang Meng's weight crashed upon him, both of them tumbling to the ground. Chapter 63. Young Master Lu, I kneel. Zhang Meng lay on the ground, his throat rasping, his eyes wide with disbelief. How could he, a practitioner of the 7th level of the acquired realm, be so easily defeated? The tremendous force he felt when the eagle claw gripped the sword, and the ferocity of that kick were beyond what a martial artist of the same tier should possess. His internal organs felt as if they had been crushed like clay, each breath accompanied by agonizing pain, warm blood oozing from the corners of his mouth. He could feel his life force rapidly ebbing away through the wound, his eyelids growing heavier. It was over. He would surely perish here today. With great difficulty, he turned his eyes towards the figure standing aloof, his heart filled with endless dread. Lu Qingyu, a mere buffoon, had relied on his family's vast wealth of rare materials to artificially elevate himself to the 5th level of the acquired realm. rendering his foundation exceedingly fragile. Now, after being struck by Zhang Meng's substantial form, he had merely stumbled, yet he lay on the ground wailing, as if slaughtered, flailing his limbs in a pitiful display that even Lu Mama regarded with disdain. He was not in pain, he was simply terrified, his cries a desperate attempt to bolster his own courage, his eyes darting nervously towards Chu Fan, brimming with fear. Lu Mama cursed Lu Qingyu in her heart, yet dared not show any sign of negligence. She scrambled towards Chu Fan, nearly kneeling at his feet. Master Chu, please, show mercy. If you truly kill him, the weight of the Lu family will be upon us, and we shan't breathe again. Lu Qingyu on the ground felt the chill of Chu Fan's gaze sweep over him, shattering the last remnants of his bravado. He frantically attempted to straighten himself to kneel, his voice trembling uncontrollably. Please, don't kill me. I will kneel. Right now, I will kneel. He no longer cared for the Lu family's reputation, pressing his hands against the ground to bow, his knees striking the floor with dull thuds. The arrogance he had displayed moments before was now a distant memory, replaced by the primal instinct to survive. Liu Manga, witnessing the scene, hurried to assist him but was halted by a single glance from Chu Fan, left to watch Lu Qingyu weep as he bowed in desperation. It was too late. Chu Fan's voice was as cold as ice, his gaze sweeping over the trembling Lu Qingyu, a smirk curling on his lips. Just now, I asked you to bow 3 times, and you refused. Now, even 100 bows would be futile. Master Chu, this young Master Lu has encountered misfortune in my presence. I cannot bear the consequences. Please, show mercy and spare his life. Lu Mama pleaded, tugging at Chu Fan's sleeve, bowing deeply in supplication. Chu Fan lifted his foot, the heel gently tapping against the floor, producing a dull thud that resonated like a heavy hammer, striking Lu Qingyu's heart. Very well, I shall grant you this favor. Yet while death may be evaded, the punishment for living sins is inescapable. After contemplating for a moment, Chu Fan gazed at the graceful Madame Lu, pinching her ample papaya-like figure. Tonight, you shall kneel here in reflection. Chu Fan spoke coolly, before dawn. If you dare to move, your subordinates shall be your fate. Upon hearing these words, Lu Qingyu was utterly terrified, collapsing to the ground, forgetting even to weep. He could only watch helplessly as Chu Fan turned towards the young ladies, his silhouette looming like the shadow of death, weighing upon him to the point where even his breath quivered. Madame Lu observed with a mixture of fear and astonishment. Yet she dared not utter a single word. The temperament of this gentleman appeared to be far more domineering than the rumors had suggested. Chu Fan cast a glance at the young lady, frozen in place with a pale countenance, raised his glass filled anew with wine, and spoke in a tone as casual as discussing mundane matters. What are you dawdling for? Proceed. His voice, devoid of discernible emotion, carried an undeniable pressure that brooked no dissent. The young women trembled, quickly gathered their wits, suppressing their trepidation to continue serving him. Some carefully refilled his glass, while others picked up instruments, their fingertips trembling yet unwilling to cease, forcing themselves to play melodies that had lost their earlier grace, now infused with a hint of frantic disarray. The melancholic sobs of Lu Qingyu mingled with the discordant music, only serving to enhance Chu Fan's serene composure. Ma San, observing from the sidelines, felt his eyelids twitch and silently marveled. This Lord Chu was indeed tyrannical. Who would dare to disregard the Lu family's influence in these parts? Yet here he was, pressing the eldest son of the Lu family to kneel on the ground as punishment, showing utter disregard for the Lu clan. He glanced at the 2 frightened maidens beside him, and the earlier thoughts that had been interrupted began to resurface as he wrapped an arm around one of their waists. Chuckling softly, who cares about the Lu or Li families? With Lord Chu to shield us, we can simply enjoy ourselves without a care in the world. Kneeling upon the cold floor, Lu Qingyu's knees had grown numb, yet the fire of rage within him scorched his insides. He watched helplessly as Chu Fan embraced the young ladies, their laughter piercing his ears like needles. The leisurely and contented demeanor of Chu Fan made it seem as if he, the eldest son of the Lu family, was merely an unsightly stone upon the ground. Such a profound humiliation. This was an unparalleled disgrace. He clenched his teeth so hard that blood oozed from his gums, a low growl emanating from his throat. His fists so tightly clenched they could have crushed stones. Yet when Chu Fan cast a casual glance his way, it was as if a bucket of icy water had been poured over him, and he instantly wilted, his knees firmly planted on the ground, paralyzed by fear. He was afraid afraid that even the slightest movement would lead to his fate being akin to Zhang Meng's, a cold corpse. This humiliation coiled around his heart like a venomous serpent, driving him to the brink of wishing for death, yet he lacked the courage to act, forced to endure, etching this searing hatred deeper into his bones. Lu Qingyu knelt on the ground, his mind consumed by a single, frenzied thought. Inform the family. They must seek vengeance. He vowed to make Chu Fan experience a torment worse than death, forcing him to kneel and lick his own boots, stealing a furtive glance at Chu Fan's relaxed demeanor. His teeth ground together in frustration, and his nails dug deep into his palms. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed the giggling maidens surrounding Chu Fan, their laughter brimming with malice, almost spilling over. These wretched women. Once, they had flattered him, yet now they fawned over Chu Fan. The scornful glances they cast his way pierced his heart more painfully than a knife. When he eventually rose again, he swore to drag these sycophantic women back with him, making them comprehend the meaning of suffering worse than death. In truth, these courtesans dared not mock him. It was merely his perception that made him feel the weight of their derision. He clenched his jaw tightly, harboring the venomous resentment he felt towards Chu Fan deep within. He could only hope for a swift rescue, longing to repay the humiliation he endured tenfold. Unfortunately, Lu Qingyu's aspirations were destined to be dashed. Mama Lu had discreetly signaled to her confidant at the moment Chu Fan made his move, ensuring that news reached the shadowy proprietor of the Red Sleeve Pavilion. Before long, a response was delivered. Not a word of tonight's events was to escape the confines of the Red Sleeve Pavilion. The proprietor was acutely aware that both the Lu family and Chu Fan were formidable forces. Allowing them to engage in a deadly clash on his premises was out of the question. Should the Red Sleeve Pavilion be dismantled, he would have no place to weep. After all, Chu Fan would depart by dawn, at which point the Lu family could exact whatever revenge they desired. Let them battle it out as they wished, as long as it did not impact the Red Sleeve Pavilion. Even if the heavens were torn asunder, it would have no bearing on the establishment. At this moment, Lu Qingyu remained anxiously awaiting rescue, oblivious to the fact that all channels to the outside world had been decisively severed. The torment of this night was destined to be his alone to bear. Chapter 64. You shall kneel here tonight. Lu Qingyu simmered with rage, gritting his teeth in silence, unable to unleash his frustration. Meanwhile, Chu Fan reveled amidst the throng of women, sharing light-hearted anecdotes that elicited laughter from a crowd. Occasionally, he recounted enchanting tales from a past life, captivating the audience, each maiden's eyes sparkling with joy, creating an atmosphere of harmonious camaraderie. Ma San had fully embraced the moment. He could hardly fathom that he would find himself in such a place. In merely a few days of accompanying Chu Fan, he had not only amassed a fortune, but also found himself indulging in the opulent rooms of the Red Sleeve Pavilion. A sense of elation filled his heart, and he felt increasingly grateful for the day he had approached Chu Fan upon his arrival in Heishan County. Slightly tipsy, Chu Fan beckoned the women around him, intending to retreat to a private chamber. Ma San followed suit, accompanied by two ladies, laughing as they trailed behind. As they passed Lu Qingyu, Chu Fan casually brushed his shoe against Lu Qingyu's garment, the gesture dripping with unmasked disdain. He gazed down at the other with an air of superiority, his tone flat yet laced with menace. Kneel here tonight and wait until I rise in the morning. Only then may you leave. Should you dare to move a single step, do not expect to live. Lu Qingyu buried his head, his hands clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned white. A single word escaped his throat, filled with suppressed hatred. Understood. Ha ha ha. Chu Fan laughed wildly, his eyes brimming with disdain. What nonsense! Lu Gongzi dares to disturb my enjoyment? He spat. The women beside him looked on with admiration, sensing that his unabashed demeanor was far more admirable than the pretentiousness of those who feigned elegance. He exuded a captivating aura that was both intimidating and captivating. Having witnessed insincerity in countless social gatherings, they were now moved by his candidness, their spirits lifting. Chu Fan turned to glance at them, a roguish smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Let us depart, ladies. There is no need to linger here. The women immediately approached him with laughter, some bolder souls leaning closer, teasingly replying, In my opinion, it is you who wishes to retire early. Am I wrong? Indeed, indeed, chimed in another, their tone playful. At these words, the women erupted in hearty laughter, their voices light and filled with joy. Jufan Juka Sopti, his tone casual. Then tonight, I shall trouble you all to keep me company and alleviate my boredom. His straightforwardness caused their cheeks to flush, a rosy hue creeping to their ears. They had long navigated the company of various men, hearing countless polite expressions, yet such candidness stirred something within them. They playfully chided him with gentle taps, their demeanor intimate, their glances filled with natural mirth. Ma San, standing nearby, felt the directness of Chu Fan's words wash over him, causing his ears to redden. He had never witnessed such a scene, feeling both awkward and yet irresistibly drawn to listen, his expression a mix of embarrassment and intrigue. He dared not respond, standing somewhat stiffly to the side, his face alternating between crimson and pale. Although nervous, he could not hide his excitement, the earlier restraint having largely dissipated in the lively atmosphere. Lu Qingyu watched in disbelief as Chu Fan spoke so casually before him, eliciting laughter from the women. The hatred within him surged like rampant weeds. He bit down hard, his nails nearly embedding in his palm. Death was preferable to such humiliation. The disdainful treatment from Chu Fan felt more torturous than death itself. Chu Fan cast a sidelong glance at him, disdain evident in a cold snort. Humph, worthless. With that, he led the group of women into another room. Seeing this, Ma San hastily followed suit, guiding his companions to another chamber. Upon entering, the women gathered around, engaging Chu Fan in light-hearted conversation about amusing anecdotes from various places, the atmosphere vibrant. "Sir, do you think this jade pendant suits me?" asked a woman in green, removing her neck ornament and playfully bringing it closer to Chu Fan. The laughter of those nearby pushed him aside. Go on, after just a few words. "You wish to monopolize Lord Chu?" Amid the playful banter, someone slipped a peeled grape into Chu Fan's palm, their fingertips deliberately teasing him. "My lord, to get a taste? It's quite sweet." Chu Fan savored the grape, praising its sweetness, which made the woman blush and retreat with a smile. As night deepened, the merriment in the room gradually subsided, leaving only soft conversations and occasional laughter. The woman leaning against Chu Fan spoke softly, her hair brushing her cheek, revealing a hint of fatigue. Another woman, just having taken a break, leaned in with a smile. "Sister, are you tired? Let me share some fresh news from the south." Before she could finish, a yawn escaped her lips as she slumped against the chair, declaring her need for a rest. By the latter half of the night, the 10 women had lost their initial vigor. Some slumped over the table, yawning with disheveled hair, lacking even the strength to lift their eyes. Others sat on the brocade quilt, unconsciously twisting the edges of their garments, appearing somewhat weary. Some attempted to engage in further conversation, but were gently persuaded by Chu Fan to lean against the couch, only managing to whisper, "My lord, we truly cannot endure any longer." Chu Fan adjusted his clothing and sat up, observing the weary expressions around him, his eyes showing no trace of fatigue. Having mastered the dragon's raw iron shirt to the 7th layer, his body was as resilient as forged steel. Enduring the night was but a trivial matter for him. "Rest," he said softly, his voice steady and powerful. The woman closest to him managed to lift her gaze, smiling as she remarked, "My lord, your energy is truly remarkable." Chu Fan chuckled lightly, refraining from further conversation, casually pulling over a brocade quilt to drape over the shoulders of the nearest woman. Chapter 65. Ah, still kneeling I see. Outside, Lu Qingyu was trembling with rage, veins bulging on his forehead. The intermittent sounds of laughter and gasps from within felt like blunt knives, cutting into his heart throughout the night. Every sultry moan seemed to mock his helplessness and disgrace. He clenched his teeth, nearly biting through his lips, his knees numb and aching from kneeling, yet he dared not move. Fear consumed him. He was terrified that the madman Chu Fan would indeed follow through on his threats and take his life in a fit of rage. Regret gnawed at him like a venomous serpent, devouring him from within. Had he known this would be his fate, he would have never let his impulsiveness lead him to intrude. Even if his family could avenge him in the future, tearing Chu Fan to shreds. The humiliation he endured tonight, the loss of his dignity, could never be reclaimed. This grievance would likely haunt him for a lifetime. His mind was a tempest of turmoil, questioning why his family had yet to make a move. It had been long enough. News should have reached them by now. Why had no one come to rescue him? The thought of being the illustrious son of the Liu family, reduced to kneeling here, subjected to the sounds of others reveling throughout the night, combined with the pain in his knees and the suffocating shame in his chest, nearly drove him to madness. He clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging deep into his flesh, yet he dared not utter a sound. At last, the commotion within the room gradually subsided. Lu Qingyu's taut nerves began to relax slightly. Instinctively, he shifted his feet, only to be met with a sharp, piercing pain radiating from his knees, as though countless needles were pricking him. He stifled a groan, cold sweat beading on his forehead, yet he did not dare to rise. Chu Fan's ominous words, "Those who leave without permission should not expect to live," echoed like a curse in his ears. Gritting his teeth, he forcefully suppressed the thought of standing, maintaining his position on his knees as numbness and pain spread through his limbs. The following day, just as dawn began to break, Chu Fan awoke. He raised his hand to push aside the several arms tangled around him and the legs resting on his own, his movements not particularly gentle, startling the women beside him from their slumber. They groggily opened their eyes, and upon seeing Chu Fan already up, hurriedly attempted to sit up. However, their bodies were stiff and weak, and the slightest movement elicited low gasps, their cheeks flushing with embarrassment. "Master Chu, you are up so early," one woman murmured, rubbing her sleepy eyes, her voice still thick with drowsiness. Another quickly leaned in, reaching for his sleeve, her tone endearingly naive. "Yes, Master Chu, it's still early. Why not rest a little longer?" One woman, propping herself up despite her fatigue, blushed slightly, her eyes shimmering with a mix of shyness and admiration. Her voice soft and delicate. "Master Chu, you were truly remarkable last night." The others nodded in agreement, their gazes towards Chu Fan filled with admiration and lingering allure. The pleasures of the previous night, coupled with the exhaustion that followed, rendered them both bashful and sincere in their compliments. "Ha ha!" Chu Fan threw back his head and laughed, his tone brimming with arrogance and self-satisfaction. "That is only natural. Don't mention 10. I could handle another 10 just the same." As these words left his lips, several women instantly flushed, some shooting him a playful glare, others giggling softly and turning their faces away, filling the room with a chorus of shy laughter. This burst of laughter roused everyone in the room from their slumber. The women, dragging their weary bodies, approached him, their faces still tinted with the previous night's rosy glow and languor, yet they gathered around, leisurely helping Chu Fan don his attire. One of them picked up an undergarment, her fingertips inadvertently brushing against his back, prompting a light chuckle from Chu Fan that caused her to blush, yet she did not cease her actions. Another, while fastening his belt, deliberately leaned in closer, her hair brushing against his neck, teasingly provocative. Noticing he did not flinch, a glimmer of mischief sparkled in her eyes. Their movements were not particularly swift. Rather, they carried an air of playful indulgence, their skin occasionally touching, a warm fragrance enveloping them like a delicate embrace. "What is this? Is it still not enough?" Chu Fan raised an eyebrow, a hint of mockery in his tone. At this, the women flushed crimson, hurriedly waving their hands in protest, their voices tinged with bashfulness as they pleaded. "Master Chu, spare us. We simply cannot endure any more. Indeed, we are still sore all over." Chu Fan was amused by their appearance and lightly flicked the forehead of the nearest woman, saying, "Just teasing you. Hurry up and tidy yourselves. It's time to depart." The women then exhaled in relief, their faces brightening with smiles as they nimbly assisted him in donning his attire, each subsequently finding garments to drape over themselves. Chu Fan retrieved a stack of silver notes from his pocket, counting them to find exactly 1,200 taels, which he casually handed over, saying, "Take these and divide them among yourselves." Upon seeing such a sum, the women's eyes sparkled with delight, and they eagerly accepted the money, their faces radiating joy. Chu Fan added, "Oh, and remember to set aside the share for those 2 girls over at Ma San's. Don't forget." "Thank you, Master Chu Fan," the leading woman responded promptly, her voice brimming with uncontainable joy, while the others echoed their gratitude, their gazes toward Chu Fan growing increasingly fervent. Holding the silver notes, the women's astonishment was nearly overwhelming, repeatedly exclaiming, "Master Chu Fan is truly extravagant." "Indeed," one woman chimed in, gently caressing the edges of the notes with her fingertips. "Last night, he was generous, and now this. A guest so lavishly generous is a rarity we could scarcely find with a lantern." Chu Fan threw back his head and laughed heartily. "All right, enough flattery. I must take my leave. Master Chu Fan, travel safely. Do visit us again." The women quickly rose to see him off, surrounding him as they walked to the door, each face adorned with smiles, bidding him farewell with enthusiastic waves. As Chu Fan reached the door of the adjoining room, he called out, "Ma San, I'm leaving now. The money has been settled. If you wish to continue your revelry, feel free." A muffled response from within reaches ears. Ah, understood, Master Chu Fan. You go ahead. I'll be right there. Not wishing to linger, Chu Fan turned and strode purposefully toward the exit. Upon stepping into the outer area, he immediately spotted Lu Chengyu still kneeling there, the ground beneath him stained with a small patch of dark moisture, likely from kneeling too long, his clothes damp with sweat. He paused, raising an eyebrow with a hint of mockery in his tone. Oh, isn't this Lu Gongzi? Still kneeling here, I see. Observing his state, Chu Fan felt a twinge of admiration. After being so arrogant the previous night, he was now enduring the entire night on his knees. It seemed he truly feared for his life. Upon hearing the voice, Lu Chengyu stiffened but did not dare to look up, merely gritting his teeth. The numbness in his knees had transformed into a dull pain, and every movement felt like a needle pricking him. Yet he forced himself to maintain his kneeling position. Chapter 66. Remember to say thank you. Lu Gongzi clenched his teeth, his voice taut. Am I allowed to leave? Chu Fan chuckled softly, leisurely responding. Remember to address me as Master Chu Fan. Lu Gongzi lowered his head even further, nearly resting against his chest, squeezing out the words through gritted teeth. Master Chu Fan. May I leave? No sooner had he spoken than his body began to tremble uncontrollably, clearly filled with anger. Chu Fan observed his reaction, intentionally narrowing his eyes. Oh? Are you having a fit? Or perhaps you harbor resentment toward me? Chu Fan elongated his tone, emphasizing the mockery in his voice. I dare not, Master Chu Fan. Master Lu's head hung even lower, nearly buried in his chest. His countenance was as dark as if it could drip water, yet he stubbornly averted his gaze, refusing to allow Chu Fan a glimpse of even a fraction of his expression. How could Chu Fan possibly be oblivious? He understood all too well. However, he relished the sight of others harboring deep-seated animosity towards him, while being utterly powerless to alter their demeanor. Observing Lu's pitiful state, Chu Fan lost all interest in teasing him and waved his hand dismissively. Begone, and remember to express your gratitude. Yes, thank you, Master Chu, Lu murmured, his voice tinged with a barely perceptible choked sob. The corners of his eyes reddened significantly. He slowly pushed himself up from the ground, his knees buckling slightly as he nearly stumbled, managing to regain his balance with much effort. At that moment, Ma San, disheveled, rushed over, leaning closer to Chu Fan and whispering, Master Chu, are we really letting him go? Let him go, of course. I said he could leave after kneeling for an entire night. Do you think I would renege on that? Chu Fan replied in a nonchalant tone, appearing utterly unconcerned. Yet Ma San hesitated, rubbing his hands together as he took a few steps closer, lowering his voice even further. But, Master Chu, this fellow's family. If he goes back and seeks revenge. His words trailed off, his eyes betraying his worry. Chu Fan scoffed, his gaze betraying no emotion. Did he believe that killing him would prevent his family from seeking vengeance? If he spared his life, and the lad were wise, this matter would end here. If he dared to bring his family to confront him, he paused, his tone casual but laced with menace. Then let them all gather in the underworld together. Such trivial matters hardly weighed on his mind. To him, this humiliation was far more gratifying than ending a life. What the scion of a noble family. In the end, he still knelt before him obediently for an entire night. The palpable fear and submission emanating from him brought greater satisfaction than the shedding of blood. Yet, should he truly dare to seek retribution, he would willingly allow them all to join him in death. After all, his own life was secure. There was nothing to fear. Enough, Chu Fan said, casting a glance at Ma San and waving his hand. Attend to your own affairs. I must retreat to cultivate. The attainment of the 7th level of cultivation was still slightly out of reach. It was time to exert more effort and strive for advancement. Although his current prowess, attained through mastery of several martial arts, was comparable to that of a 9th level practitioner, the gap in realms remained a flaw. Having said that, Chu Fan turned and made his way back to the inn. Yes, Master Chu. Ma San replied respectfully to his retreating figure, hastily adding, should you require anything, feel free to command me. I have rented a room next to the inn and informed the staff to send a young attendant to call me. Chu Fan did not look back, merely raised his hand in acknowledgement as his silhouette gradually faded at the alley's entrance. Meanwhile, Master Lu was making his way home in a state of utter disarray. Along the journey, his eyes were bloodshot, and the veins on his forehead throbbed violently. To him, even the casual glances of passers-by felt like silent mockery, their gazes piercing him like needles, leaving him desperate to find a crack in the ground to hide within. The dull ache in his knee still lingered, yet when compared to the humiliation and resentment festering within his heart, this pain seemed utterly insignificant. Upon arriving at the gates of the Liu residence, the gatekeeper was taken aback at the sight of him. Young Master Liu appeared disheveled, his complexion pale as a ghost, lacking any semblance of his former self. "What has happened to you, young master?" the servant inquired anxiously, rushing forward to greet him. "Get lost, all of you. Just leave me be." Young Master Liu felt a flush of heat rise to his face, a torrent of unspent anger boiling within him. He shouted and stormed directly towards his father's courtyard, not even glancing back. The two servants flinched at his outburst, shrinking back, and only dared to whisper among themselves once Liu's figure had disappeared through the moon gate. What could have transpired? He was perfectly fine when he left yesterday. How could he return in such a state? Who knows? He looks as if he has suffered a tremendous injustice. Perhaps he has offended someone formidable while out? They exchanged glances, each reading the other's apprehension, yet neither dared to speak further. They hastily returned to their posts, although their eyes couldn't help but dart towards the direction young Master Liu had taken. In the courtyard, Liu Li, the master of the Liu family, practiced his swordsmanship. With the profound cultivation of his innate strength, he wielded his sword with a steady grace. Though there was no grand spectacle, the leaves surrounding him seemed to defy gravity, suspended in the air as if caught in an invisible force. As the momentum of his sword flowed, they swirled gently, neither scattering nor falling, as if guided by an unseen hand. Only when he sheathed his sword did the leaves lose their hold and drift down to the ground. This effortless control revealed the depth of his martial prowess. Out of the corner of his eye, Liu Li caught sight of a disheveled figure rushing into the courtyard. Upon recognizing his second son, his brow furrowed deeply. "You wretched boy, look at you in such a disgraceful state." He slammed his sword into its sheath, his voice rising sharply, shattering the tranquil atmosphere of the courtyard. "You've been out causing trouble all day, and you return home looking like this, intending to tarnish the Liu family's reputation." The more he spoke, the angrier he became, pointing an accusatory finger at young Master Liu. "Have the lessons I taught you been fed to the dogs? Look at your clothes, your pallor. Were you beaten, or did you roll in the mud? If it weren't for your elder brother's accomplishments, having cultivated to the 8th level of innate strength before turning 25 and being recognized by the Yuling sect as a prodigy, I'd be at my wit's end." With his second son's lack of promise, Liu Li feared that the family legacy would indeed falter with this generation. "Dad, you must avenge me." Young Master Liu burst into tears upon entering the courtyard, his eyes redder than before. He had been humiliated terribly the previous night. That person had not regarded the Liu family at all. He sobbed as he recounted the events at the Red Sleeve Tower, from being cornered in a private room, forced to kneel, to the contemptuous remarks made by that individual, each detail steeped in grievance. He even said that if our family dared to confront him, he would make sure we in the end. His voice trembled as he deliberately uttered harsh words. "Father, you cannot simply let this go." Chapter 67. The storm approaches. "Oh." Liu Li narrowed his eyes, his fingertips unconsciously caressing the hilt of his sword, a glimmer of cold light flashing in his gaze. He could scarcely recall the last time anyone dared to show such disrespect towards the Liu family, ever since his eldest son revealed the potential to challenge the innate realm. Even the lofty figures within the county city treated him with utmost courtesy. "Who is this individual?" Liu Li inquired solemnly, his eyes scanning the disheveled figure before him, his tone tinged with impatience. "Moreover, I instructed you to diligently practice martial arts, yet you chose to ignore my words. Now you find yourself in this disgraceful predicament, utterly tarnishing the Liu family's reputation." The frustration in his words was palpable, his grip on the sword hilt tightening. The adversary was not merely attacking his son. They were directly slapping the Liu family's face. "I wish you would perish there." Liu Li's anger caused the veins on his forehead to bulge as he pointed an accusatory finger at Liu Gongzi, shouting, "When I command you to kneel, you kneel? The backbone of the Liu family has been shattered by your submission." His chest heaved violently as he gazed upon his ineffectual son, feeling an overwhelming impulse to strangle him. Raising such a coward was an unparalleled disgrace to the Liu family. "Father," his name is Chu Fan. Liu Gongzi, under the intense glare of his father, felt a wave of trepidation, his voice shrinking in volume. His head involuntarily lowered. The grievances he had felt earlier seemed to be suppressed by this fiery rage, leaving only a trace of timidity. "Humph." Liu Li, disheartened by his son's lack of fortitude, turned away and called out to the courtyard, "Steward." The old steward hurriedly entered, bowing to receive orders. "Investigate a person named Chu Fan." Lu Li's voice was as frigid as ice. "Ascertain his origins and background." He paused, pressing heavily on the sword hilt, a surge of murderous intent swirling in his eyes. "If it turns out he has no foundation." The latter part of his statement remained unspoken, yet his icy gaze sent a shiver down the steward's spine. "Father, he certainly lacks any significant background. In this county city, I recognize all the prominent figures." Lu Gongzi exclaimed anxiously, a whimper in his tone as he pleaded, "You must avenge me." Silence. Liu Li interrupta sharply, his face a stormy hue. "Go to the ancestral hall and kneel. Reflect on what it means to uphold the dignity of the Lu family. Do not rise without my permission." Lu Gongzi trembled at the rebuke, daring not to utter another word as he reluctantly shuffled towards the ancestral hall, secretly vowing vengeance. "Once father deals with that Chu Fan, let us see who would dare to belittle me again." Lu Li watched his retreating figure, snorting coldly, and turned to the steward. "Be thorough in your investigation. Leave no detail overlooked." The steward bowed in affirmation and quietly exited. Lu Li gazed towards the entrance of the courtyard, his brow furrowed. There were no prominent figures named Chu Fan in the county city. However, what if he was sent by some influential family as a dragon crossing the river? With only his second son's few words, how could he possibly uncover the truth? If it were discovered that Chu Fan had no significant background, the chill in Lu Li's eyes would deepen considerably. How dare he make his son kneel in public at such a place of debauchery? This was an affront he could not swallow. He would ensure that the reckless young man understood that the county town was not a playground for just anyone, and that the Lu family's authority was not to be trampled upon by the likes of him. Meanwhile, the Bloodwolf gang had dispatched agents who unearthed information regarding Chu Fan's presence in the county town. The commotion caused by Chu Fan's annihilation of the Clearwater gang had been so pronounced that nearly everyone in the local underworld had heard of this individual. Initially, the agents anticipated a lengthy search, but to their surprise, a simple inquiry at a tavern led them straight to the inn where Chu Fan was staying, saving them considerable effort. The leader decisively commanded half of his men. "You ride swiftly back to Blackstone City and report this to the gang leader." He signaled to the remaining members, "Let us lie in wait around the inn. We must not let him escape." The activities of the Bloodwolf gang in the county town could hardly escape the vigilant eyes of those who had long been monitoring the undercurrents of the underworld. News spread like wildfire, quickly reaching the ears of several notable factions. "Oh, wasn't the Bloodwolf gang supposed to be in Blackstone City? Why are they searching for Chu Fan?" A man stroked his beard and chuckled lightly. "This Chu Fan has just eliminated the Clearwater gang, and now he finds himself entangled with the Bloodwolf gang. He is indeed a troublemaker. In my view, this unfolding drama will be quite entertaining." Another chimed in, eyes gleaming with anticipation. "The Bloodwolf gang's Lin Tianlang is no trifling character. While Chu Fan managed to withstand the Clearwater gang, he might not endure the wrath of the Bloodwolf gang." None of them intended to intervene. They merely instructed their subordinates to keep a close watch. Before long, news also emerged from the Lu family regarding their investigation into Chu Fan's background. It was said that Chu Fan had forced the Lu family's second young master to kneel at the Red Sleeve Tower for an entire night, thus sealing their enmity. The Lu family had deep roots in the county town, and with their eldest son being the pride of Yuchuan's sect, they could not tolerate such humiliation. Previously contemplating whether to recruit Chu Fan, several factions immediately abandoned their thoughts upon hearing this news. They whispered in disbelief, "This Chu Fan is truly a provocateur. If the Bloodwolf gang seeks him out, they will only further antagonize the Lu family. Does he have a death wish?" Those who had originally hoped to witness a clash between Chu Fan and the Bloodwolf gang were now utterly perplexed. What began as a duel between two dragons had unexpectedly transformed into a three-way entanglement. Yet, as the commotion escalated, it only drew more eyes, all eager to see just how capable Chu Fan was in extricating himself from this quagmire. The leader of the Bloodwolf gang, stationed outside the inn, had just received word from his informants about the Lu family's investigation into Chu Fan, and his expression shifted dramatically. He was acutely aware of gang leader Lin Tianlong's obsession with Chu Fan. If the Lu family were to seize the initiative, their efforts would be in vain. Damn it. Now, the Lu family is getting involved? He muttered under his breath, swiftly instructing a quick-witted subordinate, "You, take another swift horse and ride to Blackstone City. Inform the gang leader that the Lu family has also set their sights on Chu Fan." He must return to the county town post-haste and ensure that Chu Fan does not fall into anyone else's hands. The subordinates did not dare to delay, and the sound of hooves quickly faded at the alley's mouth. In the main hall of the Liu residence, Liu Li held a note handed to him by the steward, which succinctly revealed Chu Fan's background. A solitary figure with no affiliations, his origins shrouded in mystery. All that was known was that he had recently eradicated the Qing Shui gang in the county city. Just as a cold smile began to form at the corner of his mouth, preparing to instruct the steward to gather their men, he heard the steward add, "Master, there is another matter. The Blood Wolf gang is also seeking Chu Fan and is currently watching the inn where he is staying." The Blood Wolf gang? Lin Tianlang? Liu Li raised an eyebrow, his fingers pausing on the note. Had he also set his sights on Chu Fan? His thoughts raced. The Blood Wolf gang had a notorious reputation in Blackstone City, and Lin Tianlang was known for his ruthless demeanor. Since Chu Fan had no notable background, it would be prudent to observe how the Blood Wolf gang fared against him. Should they both suffer significant losses, he could then step in to clean up the aftermath, conserving his own strength and minimizing casualties. He set the note aside and told the steward, "There is no rush. Let us observe for now. Ensure our people keep a close watch and do not allow Chu Fan to escape." The steward bowed in acknowledgement. "Master, you are wise." He understood that allowing the Blood Wolf gang to first probe into Chu Fan's background was indeed a prudent strategy. The fact that Chu Fan could easily annihilate the Qing Shui gang indicated that he was formidable, comparable to someone of the 9th level of postnatal cultivation. Certainly not to be trifled with. If the Blood Wolf gang could eliminate Chu Fan, that would be ideal. If not, the Liu family would naturally have a greater chance of success in their subsequent intervention. Chapter 68. How to write the word escape was never learned. Ma San, who had roamed the streets of the county city for over a decade, had a nose sharper than a dog-ass. The news of both the Blood Wolf gang and the Liu family searching for Chu Fan reached him swiftly. With a sudden jolt of alarm, Ma San sprinted towards the inn, his pant legs flapping in the wind, urgency propelling him forward. Upon arriving at the courtyard where Chu Fan resided, he was about to call out when his steps abruptly halted. In the courtyard, Chu Fan stood bathed in sunlight. His arms were outstretched, fingers slightly splayed. At times, they curled like iron hooks. At others, they bent like an eagle's talons. Each probing motion emitted a sharp whistle, as if the air itself were being violently torn apart, producing a subtle hissing sound. With each deliberate step, the bluestone slabs beneath him trembled slightly, and as he moved, he resembled a majestic eagle soaring through the skies. His gaze sharp as lightning, fixated intently on an unseen point in the void. His hands, at that moment, appeared to truly transform into eagle claws, knuckles taut, glinting with a faint bronze sheen, grasping, tearing, locking, and securing. Each technique was executed with fierce intensity, yet imbued with an indescribable agility. An old locust tree at the corner of the courtyard was effortlessly cleaved in two by a mere swipe of his claw, branches as thick as a bowl severed silently. The cut smooth and clean, faint scorch marks lingering at the edges. This was a clear indication of inner strength manifesting outwardly. Out of the corner of his eye, Chu Fan caught a glimpse of Ma San outside the courtyard, but merely glanced over, continuing his practice without pause. He had been honing this powerful eagle claw technique for several hours, his vital energy surging like a tide, the sensations at his fingertips becoming increasingly distinct, as if he could seize the very currents of force flowing through the air. Ma San, his forehead slick with sweat, palms clammy, felt the oppressive aura emanating from the courtyard and opened his mouth to speak, yet found himself unable to utter a sound. The malevolence concealed within those claws was palpable even from a distance, akin to a mighty eagle poised to take flight in the courtyard. Suddenly, with a sharp exclamation, Chu Fan thrust his claws forward, as if grasping the void itself, producing a deep, resonant explosion. He stood firm, gradually retracting his hands, the ancient bronze hue at his fingertips fading, while his gaze sparkled with remarkable intensity. In that fleeting moment, he felt a profound clarity within. As the obstructions in his body were unblocked, his essence and inner strength merging seamlessly. "Now!" Chu Fan exclaimed fiercely, positioning his claws before his chest, the tips of his fingers glistening with a lustrous sheen, as if radiant light danced beneath his skin. His internal energy surged like a mighty river, the once impeding heaviness dissipating in an instant. With every subtle movement of his fingertips, he could distinctly feel his inner strength responding with precision, grasping, tearing, locking, and pressing, each exertion executed effortlessly and fluidly. Exhaling slowly, Chu Fan released the stagnant energy, which collided against the wall, resonating with a thunderous impact. He glanced at his hands, a faint smile gracing his lips. The great eagle claw technique was perfected. With closed eyes, he took a moment to center himself, and upon reopening them, a brilliant light shone from within. Casually pressing his hand against a nearby stone table, his fingers embedded firmly into the thick granite, leaving smooth, clean indentations as he withdrew them. Just as Chu Fan resumed his composure, wiping his hands with a cloth, Ma San burst in, his face flushed with urgency. "Master Chu," he gasped, his voice strained. "You may not be aware, but the Blood Wolf Gang is watching you outside the inn. Those hat-wearing individuals at the street corner are theirs. Furthermore, the Liu family has taken notice. I've heard that the old fox Liu Li has instructed his steward to keep a close watch. They are likely well prepared." He fidgeted, turning in place with distress, his feet stamping anxiously. These two families have deep roots in the county. The Blood Wolf Gang consists of ruthless outlaws, while the Liu family wields both wealth and influence. No matter how formidable you are, one cannot resist the combined force of many. He glanced towards the door, lowering his voice quickly. "Before they make their move, let us escape over the back wall. I know the way and can ensure we elude them." Ma San's urgency was genuine. He had witnessed the Blood Wolf Gang's ferocity and understood the Liu family's power. No matter how skilled Chu Fan might be, he feared that he could not withstand the assault of these two factions united. Ma San's anxiety was evident, his voice trembling slightly. "Master Chu, heed my advice. You must depart at once." He took a couple of steps closer to Chu Fan, unable to resist glancing back at the courtyard entrance, his tone hushed. "To be candid, I have navigated this county for nearly 20 years, once merely a lackey, grateful to have warm meals. It is only since your arrival that I have shared in your fortune, finding a little financial freedom, allowing me to walk with my head held high." His hands rubbed together, his eyes reflecting genuine concern. These two factions were truly not to be trifled with. "If anything were to happen to you, I would carry a heavy burden in my heart." Ma San leaned forward, lowering his voice with a hint of desperate urgency. "Master Chu, a few years ago, while assisting with cargo transport, I discovered a secret passage in the old brick kiln west of the city. It leads directly to the outskirts, to the mass graveyard, and I assure you, no one is aware of its existence." He grasped Chu Fan's arm, attempting to pull him outside, his palms slick with perspiration. The Blood Wolf Gang has their eyes on both the front and back doors of the inn, while the Liu family is loitering at the street corner. They would never be able to locate that path. "Please, listen to me. We must leave now while there is still daylight. Once we exit the city, they will be powerless." He could not contain his urgency, stamping his foot. "Come quickly, I will lead the way." Upon hearing this, Chu Fan raised his gaze to Ma San and suddenly broke into a hearty laugh, the sound echoing through the courtyard, imbued with a fierce, indomitable spirit. "You wish for me to flee?" His laughter ceased abruptly, his eyes sharpening like blades. "In my lifetime, I have never learned how to write the word escape." His fingertips lightly tapped the stone table, causing the sturdy bluestone to crack with fine fissures. "Many have dared to trouble me," he remarked with a calm demeanor. Yet a chilling aura emanated from his words. "However, they're all dead now." His gaze swept beyond the courtyard, as if he could pierce the walls and see the lurking spies, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "The Blood Wolf Gang? The Liu family? To have set their sights on me is tantamount to courting death." Ma San was momentarily taken aback by Chu Fan's fervor, but quickly grew anxious and waved his hands frantically, his voice tinged with desperation. "Master Chu, you are formidable, but this is not a matter of brute strength." He swallowed hard, counting on his fingers. The Blood Wolf Gang is filled with skilled fighters, and their leader, Lin Tianlang, has reached the pinnacle of postnatal level 9. As for the Liu family, they boast 2 postnatal level 9 experts, not to mention their eldest son, Liu Feng, a prodigy from the inner sect of Yuchuan Gate. It is said he has the potential to reach the innate realm, supported by his sect. Who in Black Mountain County would dare provoke him? Ma San stomped his foot, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. All these individuals combined, even if you are exceptionally strong, 2 fists cannot contend with 4 hands. Chapter 69, Report. Chu Fan waved his hand dismissively and turned towards the stone mill in the corner of the courtyard, his tone revealing no trace of emotion. "Do not worry. I intend to train." He cast a glance at Ma San, who seemed poised to speak again, and added, "You should stay at this inn for now. I have my own plans." His indifferent demeanor caused the words that were on the tip of Ma San's tongue to be swallowed back down. However, he was still eager to persuade, but upon looking up, he encountered Chu Fan's piercing gaze. In that moment, there was not a shred of warmth. It was as if all the world's matters were beneath his notice. A mere sweep of his eyes sent a tremor through Ma San's heart, akin to being crushed under an invisible boulder, rendering his breath momentarily shallow. The unwavering confidence mixed with the notion that those who follow me shall prosper, while those who oppose me shall perish left Ma San's words lodged in his throat, unable to escape. He sighed and clasped his hands together. Then, Master Chu, you may focus on your training. Should anything arise, do not hesitate to summon me. I shall remain at the inn. With that, he retreated, glancing back 3 times, his heart racing with unease. The Blood Wolf Gang? The Liu family? Chu Fan exhaled a cold scoff through his nostrils, the chill in his voice palpable enough to freeze the air. They truly were courting death. He raised his hand and flexed his knuckles, the joints emitting a sharp crack. His gaze darkened. It seemed his realm was still insufficient. Otherwise, how could these insignificant creatures dare to prance about in his presence? All he desired was to practice martial arts in peace and, when leisure permitted, to visit the taverns and listen to some tunes. He murmured to himself, a hint of impatience lacing his tone. Why must they bring their heads close enough for him to strike? How could there be so many seeking their own demise in this world? With a gentle stroke of his fingertip across the stone table, a deep line appeared effortlessly. If they were tired of living, then he would grant them their wish. His eyes sharpened, and an aura of energy surged forth from his body, sending the fallen leaves at the corner of the courtyard swirling into the air. Chu Fan cast a glance outside the inn. Those hidden spies still lurked in shadows, yet dared not approach recklessly. He withdrew his gaze, a subtle coldness lingering at the corners of his lips. Since they had yet to make a move, it spared him the trouble of seeking them out. Returning to the inner chamber, he sat cross-legged and slowly closed his eyes. The internal energy within him flowed like a mighty river, and with each cycle of his cultivation, his meridians grew sturdier. The most pressing matter was to break through his current realm. Whether it was the Blood Wolf Gang or the Liu family, he would eliminate them all without hesitation. A group of oblivious fools, he mused coldly, his aura gradually rising. Once they gathered their numbers, he would deal with them in one fell swoop, thus avoiding the hassle. The wind whispered through the window, causing his robes to flutter slightly, yet it did nothing to disrupt his focused practice. In Blackstone City, Lin Tianlang paced back and forth with his hands clasped behind his back on the bluestone floor, the heavy soles of his leather boots thudding dully against the ground. His eyes were bloodshot, as if he had not slept for several nights. The bristles of his beard stood on end, betraying a simmering impatience. No news yet? He suddenly halted, his voice rough like sandpaper, directing his gaze toward Wu Wanqing. Wu Wanqing, clad in a simple dress, had long lost her usual composure. Her brows knitted tightly, her fingers nervously twisting the hem of her garment. The men we sent out have nearly scoured the surrounding area of Black Mountain City. Yet they have not found a trace of Chu Fan. Where could that boy be hiding? Hiding? Lin Tianlang gritted his teeth and slammed his fist onto a nearby wooden table, the sturdy surface instantly cracking with spiderweb-like fissures. In 4 days. It will be the 10th day. If your brother truly sends word back to the Proud Sword sect, even if there is an opportunity, will it still involve us? He had believed capturing that Chu Fan would be a simple task, but who would have thought the young man was so cunning? Not only evading capture, but also managing to conceal himself? Wu Wanqing, her palms sweating with anxiety, urged, hurry and push the subordinates further. Make them search relentlessly. Even if we have to dig 3 feet into the ground, we must drag Chu Fan out. In the secret chamber, only the 2 of them remained, their breaths hurried, as if the very air was thickened by the impending deadline. Once the 10-day period was up, if they could not capture Chu Fan, the Proud Sword sect would take action, and any opportunities would slip through their fingers. Report. A hoarse shout echoed from outside. Lin Tianlang, in a fit of irritation, kicked over the copper stove beside him, turning sharply at the sound, his eyes bloodshot with fury. What is it? Yes, the people from the county town have returned. The voice of a subordinate outside the door was breathless, announcing that they had discovered the whereabouts of Chu Fan. The news from the county town. Lin Tianlang and Wu Wanqing were momentarily stunned, but their anxiety was swiftly replaced by overwhelming joy. Lin Tianlang strode to the door, pulling the panting messenger inside with such force that it nearly tore the fabric of his clothing. Speak quickly. What does the county town say? Where's Chu Fan? Wu Wanqing, unable to contain her excitement, stepped forward, her voice trembling with anticipation. Is his location confirmed? Have people been dispatched to keep watch? With the 10-day deadline drawing near, the news from the county town fell upon them like a timely downpour. As long as they could pinpoint Chu Fan's location, they could act immediately. The messenger, nearly out of breath from being yanked, finally managed to catch his breath and urgently reported, "Master, madam. Chu Fan is at the Welcome Inn in the county town. Our people are already monitoring the inn." Good, 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 Lin Tianlang exclaimed 3 times, the pent-up anxiety dissipating in an instant. He threw his head back and let out a hearty laugh that sent dust raining down from the ceiling. Releasing the messenger's collar, he clapped a hand on the man's shoulder, laughing heartily. "Well done. Splendid work." He then shouted to those outside, "Pass the word. The brothers in the county town have all contributed. Reward each with 100 taels of silver. Those on watch will receive double." His laughter was filled with uncontainable excitement as he turned to Wu Wanqing, saying, "Wanqing, look, the heavens do not forsake the desperate. Chu Fan is right there at the Welcome Inn. He cannot escape." A smile finally graced Wu Wanqing's face, and her tense shoulders relaxed somewhat. "Now this is splendid. That opportunity is ultimately ours." Lin Tianlang rubbed his hands together, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. "Send the order down. Tell the people in the county town not to act rashly. I will personally lead the elite there. This Chu Fan has some tricks up his sleeve, and it's time I met him face to face." Laughter echoed once more, imbued with a sense of inevitable triumph. Black Mountain County Town this time, they would not allow Chu Fan to slip away. "Brother-in-law, Wanqing, is there news about Chu Fan?" Outside, urgent footsteps approached. Wu Xiao, clad in tight-fitting attire, burst in, his eyes ablaze with fury, his clenched fists turning white with tension. For days, he had been unable to find the murderer of his father, and the pent-up rage within him had reached its peak. Had it not been for Lin Tianlang and Wu Wanqing holding him back, he would have already sought his sect to issue a bounty. Seeing the joy on their faces, he pressed urgently, "Have you found that scoundrel's whereabouts? Tell me. I will go kill him now." As he spoke, his long sword slid half an inch from its sheath with a sharp sound, reflecting a cold light that intensified the murderous intent in his eyes. The enmity for his father's death was insurmountable. Every moment he envisioned tearing Chu Fan to pieces. Chapter 70. Let you experience despair. Just as Lin Tianlang was about to speak, revealing that Chu Fan was being watched in the county town and urging Wu Xiao to remain calm and not to alarm the sect, another hurried footfall interrupted from outside. "Report, master." A subordinate tumbled in, pale-faced, having just received news that the Liu family in the county town was also keeping an eye on Chu Fan. Their people have already set up surveillance outside the inn of welcoming guests, evidently intending to intervene. "What?" The joy on Lin Tianlang's face instantly froze, and he slammed his hand on the table, causing the wooden surface to splinter. "That old fox from the Liu family. How dare he compete with me for a feast?" His gaze darkened ominously, veins throbbing at his temples. With the Liu family's deep-rooted influence in the county and their connection to the Yuling sect, should they intrude, the situation would become exceedingly complicated. "Sister-in-law, what's wrong?" Wu Xiao furrowed his brow, his fierce expression now tinged with confusion. Lin Tianlang gritted his teeth and declared, "The Liu family is also eyeing Chu Fan." Wu Xiao, taken aback, frowned and questioned, "The Liu family? What do they want to meddle for? A wild card with no backing is worth their interest?" His mind was consumed by thoughts of avenging his father, oblivious to other considerations, and he scoffed. "Well, it's fine. They can test Chu Fan's mettle first." Lin Tianlang's heart sank, quickly diverting the conversation, regardless of their intentions. "We cannot allow Chu Fan to fall into anyone's hands." He refrained from mentioning the matter of opportunity, should it reach Wu Zhao's sect. All his plans would be in vain. Anxiously pacing, Lin Tianlang shot a sharp look at Wu Xiao. "We cannot delay. Send word immediately. Gather all our forces and follow me to the county city. We must seize Chu Fan before the Liu family makes a move." Wu Xiao furrowed his brow, sensing that his sister-in-law and her brother-esque reactions were somewhat excessive. However, upon hearing that Chu Fan had been located, his doubts were swiftly overshadowed by a surge of murderous intent. Whatever schemes the Liu family had, he cared not. Sheathing his sword with a crisp sound, his eyes brimming with killing intent, he resolved, "As long as I can find that scoundrel, I shall slay him with a single strike. Anyone who dares to obstruct me shall meet the same fate." To him, Chu Fan's life was of paramount importance. The reasons behind the Liu family's involvement or his sister-in-law's urgency were trivial in comparison. Retribution for his father's death was all that mattered. Let us go. He turned sharply, striding out with urgency toward the county city. Lin Tianlang watched his retreating figure, secretly relieved, signaling to Wu Wanqing. As long as Wu Xiao was singularly focused on vengeance, he would not inquire about the opportunity. This was satisfactory. Amidst the gathering of forces, Lin Tianlang's brow remained furrowed. By the way, why has the Liu family suddenly turned their attention to Chu Fan? Doubts nagged at him. Could it be that the Liu family had sensed the opportunity surrounding Chu Fan? An aide promptly responded, "Chief, our informants have uncovered the truth. At the Hongxiu Tower, Chu Fan forced Liu Qingyu, the second son of the Liu family, to kneel for an entire night and reportedly killed several of their guards." Damn! The clouds of worry on Lin Tianlang's face dissipated significantly. This young man certainly knew how to stir trouble, even daring to lay hands on the Liu family's people. He exhaled in relief, glad it was not due to the opportunity. Very well, a glimmer of calculation flickered in Lin Tianlang's eyes. The Liu family is concerned about their reputation, while we have other motives. That old fox from the Liu family is aware of my pursuit of this young man. He likely won T-act hastily. Everyone, stay alert. Lin Tianlang mounted his steed with a swift motion, striking the ground with his broadsword, causing the blue stone slabs beneath the horse's hooves to crack with a resounding thud. Behind him, over 200 elite members of the Blood Wolf gang were already arranged in formation, clad in black garments and cloaks, their curved blades glinting ominously at their waists, and their mounts were magnificent black stallions, forming a dark torrent from afar. Their target was the guest inn in Heishan County. Lin Tianlang called out loudly, his voice echoing through the night sky, urging haste to prevent the Liu family from getting ahead. Yes, the 300 responded in unison, their voices resonating and making the surrounding leaves tremble. Wu Xiao spurred his horse forward first, his longsword tracing a silver arc under the moonlight. Chu Fan, prepare to meet your end. Lin Tianlang exchanged a glance with Wu Wanqing before following closely behind. The sound of hooves was as thunderous as a drumbeat as they galloped towards the county city. As the Blood Wolf gang's substantial force exited Haishi City, the tense nerves within and outside the city collectively relaxed. The owner of the silk shop in the west of the city peeked through the door crack at the dissipating dust, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and murmured to his assistant, "Finally, they're gone." For days, the streets have been filled with their people, making it impossible to conduct business, even within the government office. The head constable sighed in relief to his subordinates. "Keep a close watch on the city defenses. Just ensure nothing goes awry." With that scourge Lin Tianlang relocating, we can finally catch our breath. None of this concerned Chu Fan. Inside the inn's courtyard, moonlight streamed through the window panes, casting a tall silhouette on the ground. Chu Fan stood quietly within the room, surrounded by a faint azure mist. It was the residual essence from his previous body's dissolution, now being gradually absorbed into his new form. This marked his 20th rebirth. As Chu Fan remained still, the last wisp of azure smoke was drawn into his new body, causing a sudden upheaval of energy within him before it swiftly stabilized. The internal force of the Canlong Gong and the vitality of the Longyin iron cloth surged within him simultaneously. The former roared like a vast ocean, generating crashing waves within his meridians, each surge imbued with a tearing intensity that grew ever more magnificent as it broke through barriers. The latter resembled a slumbering dragon awakening, its vitality rushing forth like thunder, coursing through his skeletal structure, producing subtle, crackling sounds as if being reforged, rendering it increasingly resilient. The two distinct energies did not clash. Instead, they intertwined at his dantian, forming a spiraling force that violently collided with the barrier of the 8th level of postnatal cultivation. A resonant hum emanated from within Chu Fan, as the barrier shattered like fragile glass struck by two palms. In that instant, the Canlong internal force surged exponentially, swirling with a howling wind, and upon brushing against the meridian walls, it emitted a faint blue glow. The defensive energy of the Longyin iron cloth erupted outward, accompanied by the faint sound of a dragon's roar. He slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, and the air column condensed into a white ribbon under the moonlight, shooting forth a distance before dissipating. Chu Fan, feeling the tumultuous power within him, experienced a fleeting moment of satisfaction. As both the Canlong Gong and Longyin iron cloth had ascended to the 8th level of postnatal cultivation. In that moment, Chu Fan's physique radiated an unparalleled and formidable essence. The figure stood there like a statue forged from tempered steel. Motionless, he exuded a calmness akin to a mountain. Yet when he moved, he unleashed a formidable power akin to thunder, embodying a harmonious blend of strength and agility. Why had those two factions yet to engage? Stretching lazily, the sound of cracking bones echoed as he mused that if they remained inactive, he might as well continue his practice. He turned and took a seat beside the stone table, pouring himself a cup of cool tea, sipping leisurely. The longer this group delayed, the more desperate their situation would become. When they finally acted, they would face an adversary far stronger than they had anticipated. The dramatic shift from expectation to astonishment, and then to despair, promised to be quite intriguing. Chapter 71. Just a little more. Without a trace of hesitation, Chu Fan unleashed his internal energy with a thunderous roar. Resolutely severing his own meridians, he intended to tear apart the barriers of the postnatal realm with this audacious act of self-sacrifice, shattering this obstacle. At that moment, his internal energy surged like an ocean, while his external prowess remained unmatched, with various martial arts reaching perfection. Below the innate realm, he, Chu Fan, was invincible. And what of those above the innate realm? With his immortal body, he could exhaust his opponent until they were utterly depleted. Several hours slipped by in silence, and the eastern horizon began to glow with the faintest hint of dawn as the soft light of morning gradually dispelled the darkness of night. Chu Fan's new form slowly coalesced in the gentle glow, the subtle sounds of his bones restructuring nearly drowned out by the sound of dew dripping. Once his body stabilized, he silently practiced his mental techniques, absorbing the residual energy around him, then sat cross-legged, his eyes gently closed, and immediately immersed himself in cultivation. His internal energy surged like a rushing river, howling through his meridians, sometimes roaring like thunder, other times flowing gently like a hidden dragon, each circulation imbued with immense power, cleansing his limbs and bones. Simultaneously, his externally trained sinews and flesh were being refined in tandem. The crisp sounds emanating from within resembling countless small hammers rhythmically forging every inch of his being into greater resilience. Beneath his bronze skin, the mingling of internal energy and external training shimmered subtly, radiating strength and refinement. He seemed to transform into an unceasing furnace, emanating an increasingly formidable aura in the morning light. Just a little more. Chu Fan suddenly opened his eyes, a glint of sharpness flashing within. As he spoke softly to himself with a hint of certainty, before his words could fade, he closed his eyes once more, and his internal energy surged even more violently, the sounds of his sinews becoming increasingly dense. He resembled a furnace brimming with potential, immersing all his focus into cultivation, determined to break through that final barrier. Outside the city of Black Mountain County, dust arose at the end of the official road, the sound of hooves striking the ground like a relentless drumbeat. The Blood Wolf Gang, led by Lin Tianlang, had hastened their approach, over 200 men forming a dark torrent, blocking the city gates. Each individual bore blades and weapons, their faces weathered by the trials of travel, exuding an air of ferocity cultivated through years of bloodshed. Lin Tianlang reined in his steed, the restless horse pawing the ground beneath him. He narrowed his eyes, fixating on the city gate, his lips forming a cold, hard line, clearly agitated from their hurried journey. Upon noticing Lin Tianlang and his entourage, the guards at the city gate instantly altered their demeanor. These ordinary officials dared not offend the Blood Wolf Gang, hastily waving their whips and shouting sternly at the citizens attempting to enter the city. "Step aside. Clear the way. Allow Master Lin and his men to pass first." Stand azide. The citizens, already startled by the sound of hooves, were further intimidated by the fierce countenances and menacing gazes of the gang members, causing them to retreat in fright. They huddled against the city wall, fearful of being trampled by these formidable figures. In that moment, a path cleared beneath the city gate, leaving only the bowing and scraping figures of the guards. The members of the Blood Wolf Gang erupted in a raucous laughter, their mirth mingling with the clatter of hooves, echoing harshly outside the city gates. Lin Tianlang, gripping his reins, surveyed the bustling guards and suddenly pointed at one particularly eager official driving the citizens away. A cold smile curling at his lips. You, indeed, possess discernment. The singled-out guard froze in fear, quickly plastering a sycophantic grin on his face and bowing low, unable to meet Lin's gaze, his heart racing with trepidation. "I wouldn't dare. Master Lin, please, enter the city first." The guard nodded vigorously, bending so low it seemed he might touch the ground. Laughter erupted from Lin Tianlang, filled with arrogance. He raised his whip, turned his horse towards the city gate. Leading the charge, behind him, over 200 members of the Blood Wolf gang followed closely, their hooves striking the ground with a thunderous rhythm, exuding an overwhelming force as they surged into the city. As Lin Tianlang and his men crossed the threshold of the city gate, news flew swiftly through Haishan County as if on wings. Various factions had already stationed their spies at the entrance, and upon witnessing the Blood Wolf gang's entry, the spies quietly slipped away to relay the information back to their respective strongholds. The Liu family within the city soon received word as well. A subordinate, panting and scrambling, burst into the inner courtyard where the family elders were in conference, urgently reporting, "Master, elders, the Blood Wolf gang has entered the city. Lin Tianlang himself has brought over 200 men through the gates." "Oh," Luli responded with a low voice, his fingers tapping lightly on the table, a glimmer of calculation flashing in his eyes. "Since the Blood Wolf gang has arrived, let's observe the spectacle. Allow them to probe the waters and gauge Chu Fan's strength." His tone shifted, growing colder. Should Chu Fan fall to the Blood Wolf gang, it would spare us much trouble. If he survives, pausing, a chilling light flickered in Lu Li's eyes, then it shall be time for us to act. The elders of the Liu family stood in unison, bowing respectfully. "Yes, master." Among them, 7 had already attained the 8th stage of cultivation, although many among them have forcefully broken through their limits thanks to the vast accumulation of elixirs from their families, resulting in a somewhat unstable foundation. This formidable assembly is enough to reveal the profound heritage of the Liu family. At the forefront stands the esteemed elder, a being of the same rank as Lu Li, possessing the formidable strength of the 9th level of the acquired realm. Despite nearing the age of 70, with hair and beard as white as snow, he remains upright, his gaze sharp as an eagle's, evidently a testament to his enduring vitality and unspent inner strength. Those who insult the Liu family deserve no mercy. The elder slammed his palm upon the table, his voice resonating with a chilling disdain, his white brows knitted tightly, and his eyes ablaze with a terrifying wrath. The aura belonging to the 9th level of the acquired realm subtly radiated outward, compelling the surrounding clan elders to instinctively lower their voices. Lu Li scanned the assembly and spoke in a grave tone. "The Blood Wolf gang will move first. We need not rush to reveal ourselves. Let us observe the situation before taking action." He paused momentarily, his tone sharpening. "After today, regardless of the outcome, we must settle accounts with Chu Fan," making it clear that the Liu family is not to be trifled with. As soon as he finished speaking, the elder beside him stroked his beard and interjected sternly, "The family head is right. Furthermore, once this matter is resolved, it is time to discipline Lu Qingyu properly." His brow was furrowed, clearly displeased with Lu Qingyu's reckless behavior. Had he not acted so indiscreetly, he would not have drawn such calamity upon himself, dragging the family into this significant conflict. This time, he must be made to learn the hard way what it means to let one's words bring misfortune. Such words are misguided. A clan elder clad in a green robe stepped forward, clasping his hands in salute. Though Qingyu's actions may be reckless, he is ultimately a member of the Liu family. It is not for outsiders to dictate our actions. Chu Fan publicly humiliated him, striking at the face of the Liu family. His demise would be of little consequence. As for Qingyu's discipline, that falls under our family laws, and it is not for others to intervene. Chapter 72, the 9th level of the acquired realm. Let us proceed and see for ourselves. Lu Li waved his hand, a hint of fatigue barely concealed in his tone. Ultimately, the root of all this turmoil lies in his son, Lu Qingyu's lack of ambition. He was disinclined to linger on such trivial exchanges, leading the way outside. The clan elders behind him hastily fell silent and followed suit, their group moving with a heavy momentum toward the direction where Chu Fan resided. Lin Tianlang took the lead, his whip cracking sharply, showing no regard for the pedestrians and vendors on the street. The members of the Blood Wolf gang followed closely, their hooves shattering the tranquility of the morning. Stalls along the street were toppled over, fruits rolling in all directions amidst a cacophony of startled cries and angry shouts. Yet, they remained unfazed, charging through the streets with unrestrained ferocity, leaving chaos in their wake. Their target was the inn where Chu Fan was located, intent on demolishing it with their force. As Lin Tianlang and the Blood Wolf gang stormed to the entrance of the inn, the upper floors of the tavern across the street were already filled with onlookers. The Liu family stood by the railing, with Liu Li at the forefront, hands clasped behind his back, his gaze icy as he fixed his eyes upon the inn's entrance. The Grand Elder stroked his beard, his gaze sweeping over the members of the Blood Wolf gang with a discerning eye, while the other clan elders held their breath in anticipation. It was evident that they had arrived earlier to this spacious location, eager to witness firsthand the extent of Chu Fan's abilities. Lin Tianlang reined in his horse before the inn, his eyes inadvertently drifting to the tavern diagonally across the street, where he immediately sensed several prying eyes observing him. He abruptly lifted his head, locking eyes with the Liu family members on the top floor of the tavern. Oomph! A cold snort escaped his nostrils as a flicker of disdain crossed his gaze. He could easily discern the intentions of these old foxes. They merely wished to watch the ensuing conflict, hoping for the Blood Wolf gang and Chu Fan to inflict mutual destruction, allowing them to reap the benefits. A mocking smirk curled at the corners of his lips. They had miscalculated. If these individuals were aware that Chu Fan harbored hidden opportunities, they would have long since been unable to restrain themselves and would have entered the fray personally, rather than idly spectating. With that fleeting thought, Lin Tianlang dismissed the Liu family members above him and abruptly dismounted, delivering a powerful kick to the wooden door of the inn. "Where is Chu Fan? Come out and face your death." The innkeeper felt a cold sweat bead on his forehead, his shirt dampened by anxiety. He shrank back, mustering the courage to step forward, accompanied by two martial artists of the 7th layer of the postnatal realm. At that moment, even these two men hung their heads low, too intimidated to breathe freely. The fierce pressure emanating from the over 200 members of the Blood Wolf gang had obliterated any semblance of bravado they had previously maintained. The innkeeper cursed Chu Fan 1,000 times in his heart. This gentleman certainly had a knack for attracting trouble. Just after dealing with the young master of the Liu family, he had summoned the wrath of the Blood Wolf gang. It seemed the inn would not survive this ordeal. Forcing a smile more grotesque than tears, he clasped his hands before Lin Tianlang, saying, "Lin, esteemed leader of the gang, to what do we owe the honor of your visit? This humble establishment." Before he could finish his words, Lin Tianlang kicked him against a nearby pillar, splintering wood as he barked, "Enough nonsense. Where's Chu Fan? Bring him out." The innkeeper's face turned ashen, yet he gritted his teeth and invoked his connections. Trembling as he said, "Please, esteemed leader Lin, calm your fury. This belongs to the estate of Lord He, the city's military commander." At once, Lin Tianlang's expression darkened. Though commander, he held military power and looked down upon the underworld. He was not someone Lin Tianlang could easily offend. Just then, a young man clad in a brocade robe stepped forward, sneering, "Humph, merely the property of a commander's son." This man was Wu Xiao, who raised his chin proudly, declaring, "I am a disciple of the inner sect of the Proud Sword sect. Brother-in-law, do not hesitate. Let us enter and seize him. I shall report to the sect afterward. What does a mere county commander dare to disregard our Proud Sword sect?" With these words, Lin Tianlang's hesitation evaporated. The Proud Sword sect was a prestigious institution. No matter how arrogant commander he might be, he would not dare to offend them lightly. With such backing, what did he have to fear? Lin Tianlang ceased his futile chatter, shoving the innkeeper backward, causing him to stumble. The innkeeper and the two 7th-level martial artists were so frightened that they shrank to the side, not daring to even breathe. They watched in horror as Lin Tianlang waved his hand, leading the Blood Wolf gang into the inn with a ferocity akin to wolves on the hunt. The sharp sounds of colliding tables and chairs, along with shouts of command, erupted in the lobby. The three exchanged glances, their faces filled with terror. It seemed there was no way to resolve this peacefully, and they could only silently pray that the inn would not be completely demolished. In a guest room on the 2nd floor, Chu Fan sat cross-legged, the flow of energy around him suddenly becoming chaotic. It was the 13th rebirth. His frail body transformed into a wisp of azure smoke, which he inhaled entirely. In an instant, his surging inner strength and formidable external force erupted simultaneously within his meridians, causing a series of crisp cracks in his bones, as if countless forces were breaking free from their shackles. The once dormant inner energy awakened like a slumbering dragon, roaring through his meridians and clearing all obstructions in its path, accompanied by sharp, popping sounds. Simultaneously, the external force tempered his flesh and bones repeatedly. Like iron in a furnace, a faint bronze sheen emerged on the surface of his skin, shimmering as if coated in an indestructible armor. The two forces intertwined and collided, transforming into an even more formidable energy that abruptly shattered the constraints of the 8th level of postnatal cultivation. Boom! An overwhelming aura erupted from Chu Fan, causing dust to rain down from the beams above. The paper on the windows shattered, and even the clamor from below was subdued by this immense force. Chu Fan slowly rose, his form unmoving, yet an unparalleled pressure radiated from him like a mountain pressing down. The members of the Blood Wolf gang who had rushed in from below were momentarily halted by this invisible power, their steps feeling as heavy as if they were mired in a swamp. The closest men to the stairs suddenly fell to their knees with a thud, gasping for breath as if a 1,000-pound boulder lay upon their chests, unable to muster the strength to lift their heads. Lin Tianlang stood at the back of the crowd, a chill coursing through him from his feet to the crown of his head, causing his hand gripping the knife handle to tremble involuntarily. The Liu family members on the top floor of the tavern also changed their expressions in unison. Liu Li clenched his fists tightly, his eyes filled with disbelief. Is this the aura of the 9th level of postnatal cultivation? So powerful. The elder's pupils constricted, his white beard quivering slightly. He could distinctly sense that this aura was not only formidable, but carried a domineering essence far beyond that of an ordinary 9th level practitioner. Chapter 73. Here, to seek death? The 9th level of postnatal cultivation. Lin Tianlang gasped in astonishment, the ferocity on his face instantly replaced by disbelief as he tightened his grip on the knife handle. He recalled that the previous message from his father-in-law had indicated that Chu Fan was merely at the 3rd or 4th level of postnatal cultivation. How long had it been? He had directly stepped into the 9th level? Such a speed of cultivation was simply unheard of. Instinctively, he turned to meet the gaze of his wife, Wu Wanqing, and the same fervor ignited in their eyes. It was an opportunity, undoubtedly, a tremendous opportunity. Otherwise, it would be impossible to achieve such an extraordinary advancement. Lin Tianlang licked his parched lips, the earlier trepidation replaced by an overwhelming greed. If he could seize this opportunity from Chu Fan, not only would the innate realm be within reach, but even the celestial realm beyond it would soon follow. Even the legendary Yuan-Hai realm might not be beyond hope. Wu Wanqing's breath quickened. Her brother's sect, the Aojin sect, had likely never witnessed such a terrifying pace of cultivation. She exchanged a glance with Lin Tianlang, their eyes intertwining with murderous intent and avarice, no longer hesitating. Brother, it's him, the murderer of our father. Wu Wanqing pointed towards the 2nd floor, her voice tinged with a sob, yet her eyes burned with an unquenchable hatred. Wu Xiao was momentarily stunned, his face overtaken by disbelief. The one who killed his father was merely a postnatal 9th level. He himself was only at the 7th level. With such cultivation, he could hardly hope for revenge, let alone withstand a single blow from the opponent. As thoughts raced through his mind, he turned to Lin Tianlang, his gaze pleading for assistance. Even if Lin Tianlang faltered, Wu Xiao gritted his teeth, resolving to return to the Aegean sect for reinforcements. After all, a mere postnatal 9th level was nothing. His sect had 3 innate realm masters. Summoning just one of them would be as effortless as crushing an ant. Fear not, Lin Tianlang assured, patting Wu Xiao's shoulder, his voice carrying a fierce resolve. Today, I shall avenge you. To kill the murderer of his father, who also possessed an extraordinary opportunity, would not only grant Wu Xiao a favor, but also allow Lin Tianlang to seize that fortune. Truly a win-win situation. Kill him, Lin Tianlang commanded, raising his arm and pointing at Chu Fan, his tone brooking no dissent. The members of the Blood Wolf gang immediately drew their weapons, surging forward with murderous intent. Oh, is this a death wish? Chu Fan descended the staircase slowly, each step upon the wooden boards resonating like a drumbeat in the hearts of all present. He flexed his neck, the joints cracking audibly, as a formidable aura, freshly awakened, radiated from him like a tangible force. This presence, unlike Lin Tianlang's brazen display, exuded a refined and extreme pressure, akin to a peerless blade sheathed yet emanating a latent sharpness that thickened the air around him. As the Blood Wolf gang members charged halfway, they were suddenly halted by this invisible aura, their fierce expressions freezing in place. Their gazes towards Chu Fan now tinged with an ineffable fear. Chu Fan's gaze swept over them, his eyes eerily calm, as if surveying a colony of ants. A faint smile graced his lips, his tone devoid of emotion, yet more chilling than any harsh words. Perfect timing. Just broke through. My hands are a bit itchy. Kill. Over a dozen members of the Blood Wolf gang, compelled by the overwhelming pressure, lost their composure. Their eyes reddened as they lunged forward with blades raised, their strikes weaving a tapestry of chilling light. Chu Fan remained rooted, yet his form spun like a top. The dragon roar iron cloth was activated to its utmost, enveloping him in an invisible barrier of energy. The initial strikes of steel blades against his form shattered upon impact, leaving the assailants with broken hands and cries of agony as they stumbled back. Meanwhile, his hands moved with the agility of an eagle's talons, the air around his fingertips slicing with a piercing shriek. The deadly ferocity of the great eagle claw technique transformed into lethal fangs within his grasp. As some sought to retreat, his claw pierced through a throat, blood gushing forth like a fountain. Others raised their arms in defense, only to have their limbs wrenched from their bodies. Writhing in pain upon the ground, they could not even muster a scream. Even more tragically, with a single grasp, his hand shattered the skull of another as if it were fragile pottery. Amidst the carnage, Chu Fan weaved through the crowd, his speed rendering him a mere blur. In the span of a single breath, the assailants who rushed him lay scattered, their fates sealed by broken necks, gaping wounds, and shattered bones, each demise gruesome beyond measure. Warm blood splattered against the pillars and floor of the hall, the heavy scent of iron overpowering the dust-laden air. Standing amidst the heap of corpses, Chu Fan gradually straightened, his bronze skin marred with droplets of blood, yet his composure remained unruffled. He glanced at the blood pooling at his fingertips, his gaze serene and unfaltering, as if the lives he had just extinguished were nothing but a mere swarm of bothersome insects. This merciless display of lethal prowess instilled a paralyzing fear in the remaining members of the Blood Wolf gang, their hands trembling around their weapons, none daring to advance. Lin Tonlang cast a glance at the lifeless bodies strewn across the floor, his expression betraying no emotion, as if those who had perished were merely insignificant refuse. His mind was consumed with the opportunities presented by Chu Fan, paying little heed to the lives of his subordinates. A bunch of worthless fools. Charge forward. All of you. Attack. Lin Tianlang forcefully kicked one of the retreating gang members away, urging them onward with a fierce command. Exhaust him. I refuse to believe he can sustain this for long. He understood that while Chu Fan's swift killings were ferocious, they had to have taken a toll. If he could send wave after wave of his men at him, they would surely wear him down bit by bit. The gang member he had kicked stumbled towards Chu Fan, and the others, driven by desperation, followed suit, albeit with trepidation in their steps, fear overshadowing their courage. Lin Tianlang calculated meticulously, positioning himself at the rear, coldly observing as his subordinates rushed towards Chu Fan like moths to a flame, a glint of cunning flashing in his eyes. To him, the lives of these gang members were mere pawns in the game to exhaust Chu Fan's strength. Once Chu Fan's breathing became erratic and his internal energy waned under the relentless assault, Lin Tianlang would personally step in, confident that with his own cultivation at the 9th level of acquired strength, he could easily subdue this cornered beast. It was a perfect plan, reaping the rewards without risk. However, Lin Tianlang had miscalculated. Chu Fan stood tall in the center of the blood-soaked hall, his presence unwavering and his breath steady, viewing the charging members of the Blood Wolf gang as nothing more than insignificant pests. With a swift strike, the sound of shattering bones resonates. With a fierce claw, blood and flesh scatter in the air. He moves with an agile grace, at times like a dragon weaving through the chaos of blades, at times like a tiger pouncing on its prey. The formidable iron cloth technique he has mastered renders him impervious to ordinary weaponry. Blades may cut into his flesh, yet they leave only faint white marks. His eagle claw technique is ruthless, targeting vital points, and with each strike, a foe falls, screaming in agony. For him, slaying these minions is as effortless as slaughtering chickens. Not only does he expend minimal internal energy, but he also grows increasingly adept, honing the power of his recently attained 9th level of postnatal strength. Chapter 74. Haven't eaten? Lin Tianlang stood in the rear, his initial composure gradually giving way to a hint of disbelief. How could Chu Fan's stamina and internal energy seem like an endless abyss? The bodies on the ground piled up to his knees, the thick stench of blood almost suffocating. The remaining henchmen gazed at Chu Fan, who stood amidst the carnage like a blood-soaked deity, and the terror in their eyes finally extinguished any flicker of hope. Some slumped to the ground. Others discarded their weapons and fled, incoherently shouting about demons. Useless fools. Who dares to flee? Lin Tianlong's fury reached a boiling point as he cleaved the fastest escapee in two, blood splattering across his face. Come back. There are heavy rewards for killing him. Yet, the threat of death had lost its potency. The remaining men, faced with the corpses and Chu Fan's icy gaze, felt that even one more second of waiting would be unbearable. They howled and scattered in all directions. Some crashed through windows, while others bolted through the back door. No matter how Lin Tianlang cursed and slashed, he could not halt the tide of their retreat. In mere moments, the once crowded hall of the Blood Wolf gang was left entirely empty, save for the heaps of corpses and the three individuals, Lin Tianlang, Wu Xiao, and Wu Wanqing, along with the lingering scent of blood in the air. The innkeeper and the two 7th-level martial artists cowered in a corner, terror-stricken. They watched helplessly as Chu Fan stood drenched in blood among the corpses, his visage more fearsome than that of the Blood Wolf gang. The three exchanged glances, each reading the same thought in the other's eyes. It was time to leave this place. Without a moment's hesitation, the innkeeper was the first to react, seizing the two martial artists and dragging them towards the back door. They didn't even pause to collect the fallen abacus and ledger, wishing only that they had 2 more legs to escape faster, vanishing around the corner of the back door in an instant. In the vast hall, only Chu Fan and Lin Tianlang remained, locked in a tense standoff. Wu Wanqing and her brother Wu Xiao exchanged a glance, worry etched upon their brows. They had not anticipated that Chu Fan would prove to be so formidable. Good, very good, Lin Tianlang sneered, his features twisted in a grotesque grin that accentuated his brutish appearance. I never imagined that an inconspicuous caretaker would evolve to this level. He tightened his grip on the broadsword, his gaze sinister as he fixed his eyes on Chu Fan. Today, I shall capture you and unveil the secrets you hold. With that, Lin Tianlang bellowed, fiercely die. The roar echoed like thunder, causing the pillars of the hall to tremble ominously. Clutching the heavy sword with both hands, the veins on his arms bulged as the overwhelming aura of the 9th level of postnatal strength erupted. The surrounding air seemed to grow thick under the weight of his ferocity, descending upon Chu Fan with the might of a collapsing mountain. The broadsword sliced through the air, emitting not merely the sound of wind, but a mournful growl akin to a ferocious beast, its blade enveloped in a shrill cry that could tear everything asunder. Before even closing in, the sheer force had sent the bloodied ground splattering, causing even distant corpses to quiver slightly. Very well, Lin Tianlang has made his move. Luli observed the direction of the inn, murmuring softly, his gaze fixed intently on the blood-soaked eaves. Let us see what capabilities this Chu Fan possesses. Daring to show disrespect to the Lu family. The elder of the Lu clan snorted disdainfully, his tone laced with contempt, yet his eyes were sharp as an eagle, focused intently on the commotion at the inn. The other clan elders also concentrated on the battlefield, hands resting on their weapons, their auras subtly shifting, clearly prepared to intervene at any moment. Come at me. Chu Fan regarded the ferociously charging Lin Tianlang, not retreating in the slightest, but rather breaking into a smile. That smile lacked warmth, and his blood-stained face appeared particularly grim in the dim light, as if he were gazing at a hapless prey. Just as the broadsword, accompanied by a tearing wind, was about to strike his head, Chu Fan shifted slightly, his right hand shooting out. His fingers curled like the talons of an eagle, glinting with a cold, hard sheen, and at the precise moment the blade was mere inches from his brow, he deftly seized the heavy edge with unparalleled precision. A sharp clang resonated, akin to metal striking metal, accompanied by a muted sound of bones shifting. The broadsword's unstoppable momentum was abruptly stifled, its blade vibrating violently, emitting a reluctant hum. Even Lin Tianlong's arms went numb, his palms splitting open as blood flowed down the handle. Lin Tianlong's hand, shaken from the impact, stared incredulously at Chu Fan, who had effortlessly captured the full force of his strike. A burning lump lodged in his throat rendered him speechless. Chu Fan, however, merely scoffed, exerting a slight pressure with his fingertips, causing the broadsword to creak under the strain. Haven't you eaten? You dare to come and seek death with such little strength? Overcome by humiliation, Lin Tianlong's eyes blazed crimson, and the fury within him obliterated all reason. He yanked back the broadsword, using the momentum to spin and sweep horizontally, the blade slicing through the air with a blood-soaked wind aimed directly at Chu Fan's waist, intent on cleaving this disrespectful fool in two. With a nimble leap from a pile of corpses, Chu Fan evaded the fierce blade-esque wind, his movements as agile as a weasel. Before Lin Tianlang could react, He found himself at the mercy of an approaching figure. With a swift motion, Chu Fan's left hand transformed into a palm strike aimed at Lin's wrist, which grasped the knife. Startled, Lin quickly raised his knife to block, but Chu Fan deftly twisted his wrist, converting the forceful palm into a claw that latched onto the back of Lin's hand with precision, twisting it violently backward. A sharp crack resonated as Lin's wrist seemed on the verge of shattering, causing him to emit a suppressed groan, nearly dropping his weapon. Gritting his teeth, he unleashed a powerful kick aimed at Chu Fan's abdomen, hoping to force him to loosen his grip. Yet, Chu Fan stood resolute, as if rooted to the ground, absorbing the blow without yielding. In a fluid motion, his right hand struck like a venomous serpent, fingers targeting Lin's heart. A cold sweat broke out on Lin's brow as he instinctively sidestepped, but alas, it was too late. Chu Fan's fingertips grazed against his ribs, drawing forth a trail of blood, the searing pain radiating throughout his body. Staggering back, he collided with a pile of corpses, finally regaining his balance. His shirt was now drenched in a mix of cold sweat and blood, and the arm clutching his weapon trembled uncontrollably. What? Lin Tianlang is so feeble? Let us go. Today, we shall ensure that Chu Fan meets a fate worse than death. The Liu family members, witnessing the scene, muttered in hushed tones. Liu Li, with a furrowed brow, clearly hadn't anticipated Lin's rapid defeat. The elder's face darkened, slamming his palm against the nearby railing, causing it to rattle ominously, his tone laced with impatience and murderous intent. It is Chu Fan who is exceedingly formidable. Liu Li spoke solemnly, his gaze as steely as iron, fixated on the blood-soaked figure standing in the inn. Observing him effortlessly counter Lin's blade indicated that his martial prowess had undoubtedly reached the 9th level of postnatal refinement. He added, his voice tinged with incredulity, clearly recognizing that Chu Fan's displayed strength vastly exceeded their expectations. Chapter 75, I will fight you to the end. Wait a moment. Liu Li raised a hand to restrain the restless elder beside him, his gaze sweeping around the inn before landing once more on Chu Fan. A sinister smile curved his lips. Let Lin Tianlang exhaust his inner strength and stamina a bit longer. Wu Wanqing and her brother Wu Xiao watched intently, their expressions a mixture of disbelief and shock as Lin Tianlang was swiftly overpowered, rendered incapable of retaliation in mere moments. How could this be? Wu Wanqing murmured, her voice trembling with uncertainty, her eyes wide with confusion. Just days ago, her father had written that Chu Fan's cultivation was at most the 3rd or 4th level of postnatal refinement. How could this be? Before she could finish her thought, Chu Fan once again forced Lin Tianlang back, blood erupting from his chest. Wu Zhao's brow furrowed deeply, his complexion pale, clearly taken aback by the abrupt turn of events. His brother-in-law was at the 9th level of postnatal refinement, having been stuck at this realm for years. How could it be that even he could not withstand this? Wu Zhao's voice quivered, his gaze fixed upon Lin Tianlang's desperate state. Lin Tianlang stared into Chu Fan's unwavering eyes, a chilling dread seizing his heart. He could never have imagined that Chu Fan had become this formidable. Had he known, he would have instructed Wu Xiao to notify his sect. I will fight you to the end. In a fit of frenzied desperation, Lin Tianlang succumbed to madness. His eyes blazed crimson, and with a deafening roar, he channeled all his inner strength into the broadsword, which instantly shimmered with an ominous cold light. He lunged forward, sweeping the blade horizontally along the ground, unleashing a torrent of blood-red fury that shattered wooden tables and benches along its path. Even the hard stone floor was gouged, leaving a deep, winding scar, while debris erupted into the air, accompanied by a piercing howl that tore through the atmosphere. With a deft touch, Chu Fan lightly propelled himself sideways, evading the deadly gust of the blade. Observing this, Lin Tianlang swiftly rotated his wrist, lifting the broadsword in an upward arc, generating a thunderous explosion as he aimed for Chu Fan's abdomen. The force of the blade shattered a nearby wine jar, sending a cascade of wine and shards splattering into the air. Come at me, Chu Fan called out, advancing rather than retreating, his left arm raised to intercept. A resounding clash echoed as the sword struck his arm, producing a shower of sparks. Chu Fan felt a slight pressure in his arm. However, empowered by the dragon's roar iron cloth, his skin glimmered with a bronze sheen, leaving only a faint white mark. Lin Tianlang was jolted by the impact, yet the instinct for survival drove him further into frenzy. He spun around, the broadsword whirling in a deadly dance, aimed at Chu Fan's face with the force to shatter all in its path. The tremendous blow rattled the beams of the hall, causing the entire inn to tremble. With tiles raining down from above, Chu Fan tilted his head to dodge the blade's wind, his right hand shooting out like an eagle's talon, precisely seizing Lin Tianlong's wrist. In that instant, the surrounding air seemed to freeze. Lin Tianlang felt an unparalleled force surging through his arm, his own inner strength crumbling under the pressure. The bones in his wrist creaked in protest as the broadsword slipped from his grasp, crashing into the distant earthen wall, which buckled inward under the immense force. With bricks tumbling down, impossible, Lin Tianlang roared, launching a punch towards Chu Fan's face, his fist enveloped in a gust of wind that dented a nearby wooden pillar. Chu Fan stood firm, absorbing the blow, his forehead barely reddened, while the recoil sent shockwaves of pain through Lin Tianlong's hand, nearly shattering his fingers. Seizing the moment of Lin Tianlong's agony, Chu Fan's left hand transformed into a claw, gripping his shoulder and effortlessly lifting him off the ground. Lin Tianlang howled in pain, but suddenly turned his head, shouting, "Wanqing, run! Let your brother's sect take revenge." With all his remaining strength, he delivered a kick to Chu Fan's abdomen, the force enough to leave 2 shallow impressions in the ground beneath. Chu Fan's gaze hardened. His right hand shot out like a lightning strike, seizing Lin Tianlong's throat with deadly precision. Before the kick could land, Lin Tianlang felt his windpipe crumbling beneath the grip. The last sight that registered in his mind was the fading white mark on Chu Fan's arm, the imprint of his own powerful punch leaving no trace upon his opponent's forehead. In the face of Chu Fan, the 9th-level master of the postnatal realm became a mere jest. Lin Tianlang emitted a hissing sound as air escaped from his throat, his body limp like a severed branch. With a casual flick of his wrist, Chu Fan sent his lifeless form crashing against the precarious beam, which, already weakened, finally succumbed to the burden with a sharp crack, causing half of the roof to collapse in a thunderous roar. Amidst the swirling dust, only Chu Fan's silhouette remained, standing resolutely amidst the ruins. The bronze sheen on his arm gradually fading away. He shook off the droplets of blood from his claws, his gaze drifting over Lin Tianlong's corpse to the pallid faces of the Wu siblings, Wu Xiao and Wu Wanqing. The siblings stood frozen, their eyes wide with horror as they beheld Chu Fan, drenched in blood, standing triumphantly amidst the wreckage. Their pupils constricted sharply, their faces drained of color. That was Lin Tianlang, a master of the 9th level, effortlessly slain by him, reducing half of the inn to rubble. Such power was truly terrifying. "Let us go." Wu Wanqing was the first to react, her voice trembling as she turned to flee, disoriented and desperate to distance herself from the harbinger of death. Yet, just as she took 2 steps, a piercing sound sliced through the air behind her. Without even lifting his eyelids, Chu Fan delivered a swift kick to a steel knife that had fallen at his feet, transforming it into a glimmering projectile that shot towards Wu Wanqing's back like an arrow released from its bow. The sound of the blade piercing flesh was stark and jarring. Wu Wanqing's body stiffened abruptly. Her steps faltered as she looked down at the blade protruding from her chest, blood gushing down the blade, staining her garment crimson. She opened her mouth, seemingly wanting to utter something, but only a spurt of blood escaped her lips. The terror in her gaze crystallized into eternity as her body slumped forward, lifeless. "Sister." Wu Zhao's gaze fell upon his sister's rigid form, and his eyes instantly turned crimson with rage, letting out a beastly roar from his throat. He whirled around to glare at Chu Fan, his eyes ablaze with unbridled hatred. The inner strength of his 7th-level postnatal realm erupted violently, his robes billowing without wind, and the air around him rippled with the force of his fury. "I will fight you," he screamed as he drew his long sword from his waist, the blade humming ominously, unmistakably the standard sword of the Proud Sword sect. With a swift twist of his wrist, the long sword transformed into a sinuous silver serpent, its tip shimmering with a chilling light, embodying the essence of the Proud Sword sect's flowing shadow sword technique. This technique was far more intricate than Lin Tianlong's broadsword skill, with strikes as elusive as an antelope's horns, combining swiftness with cunning. As the sword light intertwined, it sealed off several vital points around Chu Fan, even slicing through the air with delicate crackling sounds. Chapter 76. Is that all? Chu Fan's gaze sharpened slightly. Indeed, Wu Zhao's swordplay was a notch above Lin Tianlong's, and the combination of his 7th-level inner strength with his exquisite technique posed some semblance of a threat. Yet, in Chu Fan's eyes, it was still insufficient. As Wu Zhao's sword approached, the gleaming blade, accompanied by the sound of slicing air, aimed directly at Chu Fan's heart, embodying the quintessence of the proud sword sect's flowing shadow sword technique. However, Chu Fan did not flinch or evade. Just as the sword tip was a mere inch from his chest, his right hand shot out, fingers clamping down on the blade with the precision of an iron claw. With a sharp clang, the sword's blade seemed to collide with an adamantine rock, halting its advance completely. Wu Xiao felt an immense force transmitting from the sword's body, rendering his arm numb. He hastily summoned the inner strength of his 7th level of postnatal cultivation, attempting to pivot the sword and change his attack. Yet, his hand gripping the sword hilt felt as if it were nailed within an iron vise. No matter how much strength he exerted, the blade remained utterly unmoving. What left him even more astounded was that the sword, infused with his internal energy, could not even pierce the flesh of his opponent. Chu Fan's hand, which clasped the sword's blade, bore a faint bronze hue, the razor-sharp edge capable of cleaving solid with left merely shallow white marks on his palm. Not a single drop of blood oozing forth. How could this be? Wu Zhao's pupils constricted, a chilling dread surging within him. His sword, specially crafted by the Proud Sword sect, was capable of injuring any ordinary postnatal martial artist. Yet before Chu Fan, it felt as dull as iron. Pathetic. A cold smirk graced Chu Fan's lips as his fingers abruptly tightened. He had thought the disciples of the Proud Sword sect formidable. His gaze swept over Wu Zhao's astonished face, with disdain lacing his tone like a needle. Is that all? Before the words had fully left his mouth, a crisp snap echoed through the air. The specially forged long sword of the Proud Sword sect was crushed in his bare hands. The shattered tip, carrying a fierce gust of wind, shot forth unerringly and pierced Wu Zhao's chest with a resounding thud. Wu Zhao's body trembled violently, and he lowered his gaze to the protruding half of the broken sword from his chest, blood gushing forth along the blade and instantly staining his garment crimson. Slowly, he lifted his head. The severed sword quivered with each breath, inducing waves of excruciating pain. He fixed his gaze on Chu Fan, the astonishment in his eyes now replaced with a venomous hatred. His voice emerged hoarsely, as if forced from his throat. I am an inner disciple of the Proud Sword sect. I will not let you go. Blood frothing from the corner of his mouth. He appeared oblivious to his own plight, exerting the last of his strength to enunciate, I will be waiting for you below. As his words fell, his neck suddenly tilted, and within his dilated pupils, the last image reflected was Chu Fan's cold visage. His body swayed and then collapsed heavily beside his sister's lifeless form, falling silent forever. Sighing softly, Chu Fan regarded the corpse on the ground, his tone devoid of excessive emotion. He bent down to retrieve a scrap of fabric, meticulously wiping the blood from his claws, his movements imbued with an almost indifferent tranquility. I almost feel pity, he mused, lifting his gaze toward the tavern outside, a faint smile gracing his lips. Alas, some individuals are simply blind, seeking death. Inside the tavern, as Chu Fan effortlessly dispatched the Blood Wolf gang members, the Liu family stood frozen in the shadows, their faces drained of color. They exchanged glances, each rendered speechless. The elder was about to step forward but hesitated, his brow furrowing into a tight knot. Just moments ago, they believed they could profit from the situation. But now they realized that Chu Fan's ruthlessness and strength are tenfold more terrifying than they had anticipated. Lin Tianlong's innate 9th level and Wu Zhao's exquisite swordsmanship appear as fragile as paper before him. Should they truly descend and confront him head-on? The elders beside them have lost their earlier bravado, their hands trembling slightly around their weapons. They had just boasted about personally ending Chu Fan's life, but now, gazing at the devastated inn, their throats tighten. It feels as though Lead has filled their feet, robbing them of any courage to descend. Let us depart. Lu Li scoffed, his gaze darkly sweeping over the wreckage within the inn, his clenched fist slowly loosening. He understood all too well that charging down would likely lead to their demise, given the terrifying strength Chu Fan had just exhibited. Rather than march to their deaths, it would be better to bide their time. Indeed, the head of the family speaks wisely. An elder chimed in, seemingly finding a way out, nodding in agreement. There was no need to engage in a reckless confrontation. They could deliberate further. Absolutely. The elder from the 5 clans echoed, avoiding the sight of the inn, knowing that as long as the mountains remain green, they need not fear the absence of firewood. They would return to strategize, for there would surely come a day to deal with him. A heavy silence fell among them, the earlier bravado extinguished by the cold reality. Indeed, Chu Fan's displayed power was too formidable. They were uncertain how many among them would survive a direct clash. Just moments ago, they had relied on their numbers, but now, looking at the corpses scattered around, a chill ran down their spines. No one dared to believe they could survive 3 moves under such a ruthless opponent. As the Liu family members moved to the lower level of the tavern, 2 figures emerged from the opposing end. Chu Fan stepped forth with hands clasped behind his back, the bloodstains on his dark robe half dried by the wind, his gaze as calm and fathomless as an unfathomable abyss. Trailing behind him was Ma San, whose face bore none of the previous timidity. His eyes sparkled with excitement, his mouth stretched into a grin that reached his ears. The Liu family members halted abruptly, frozen in place, their hands instinctively reaching for their weapons at their waists, a cotton-like sensation clogging their throats, rendering them breathless. Master Chu, those are members of the Liu family. Ma San quickly recognized the opposing group and leaned closer to Chu Fan to whisper a warning. He cautiously raised his gaze to assess Lu Li, then quickly lowered his head, shrinking back behind Chu Fan, yet the excitement on his face remained unabated. Having witnessed Chu Fan's prowess firsthand, he now felt a sense of inexplicable confidence when facing those from the Liu family, who had once seemed so lofty. Oh, Chu Fan replied nonchalantly, his gaze landing on Lu Li, his tone inscrutable. He surveyed the crowd before him. Their hands trembled slightly around their weapons, their eyes darting away. Unable to meet his gaze, a faint, almost imperceptible smile graced his lips. What, one wonders, was the purpose of the Liu family bringing so many people? Though his voice was low, it struck the tranquil surface of the lake like a stone, further thickening the already tense atmosphere. Ma San stood behind him, observing the anxious demeanor of the Liu family, and his excitement swelled, causing him to straighten his posture. Chapter 77. Do you understand? Hee. Lu Li forced a chuckle, unconsciously tightening his grip around the jade pendant at his waist. He quickly glanced at the tavern behind him, his voice somewhat airy. Just passing by. Happened to stop for a meal. The moment the words left his mouth, he felt a twinge of guilt. Yes, merely to dine. Was it so wrong to seek a meal? The elders behind Lu Li, witnessing the scene, stiffened and lent their support, though their words bore a facade of bravado, their hands gripping their weapons tighter, betraying their wavering confidence. 2 of the more timid ones, halfway through their speech, cast furtive glances at Chu Fan, and upon seeing his indifferent expression, hurriedly swallowed their remaining words. And I thought your Liu family was formidable. Chu Fan scoffed, his tone laced with casual derision, revealing that he considered them no more than cowards, akin to that Liu young master. After speaking, his gaze lazily swept over the faces of the Liu family, his demeanor so dismissive that it caused their faces to flush with embarrassment more than a direct rebuke ever could. The elders behind Lu Li trembled with fury, yet not one dared to advance a single step. The bravado they had earlier mustered dissipated in an instant. Do not push your luck. Lu Li's voice was strained with suppressed frustration, veins throbbing at his temples. My son has already knelt to apologize, and we truly came here to dine. Despite his words, the knuckles gripping the jade pendant turned pale. The terrifying power Chu Fan had displayed earlier, the overwhelming force that had crushed Lin Tianlang, still loomed heavily in his heart. He had no doubt that should a confrontation arise, few among his ranks would emerge unscathed. Such strength left him trembling even in his anger. Do you think I believe you? Chu Fan chuckled lightly, his tone casual. Enough chatter. Let your son continue kneeling at Hongxiu Tower tonight, for I intend to go there. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the pallid face of Lu Li, his voice light, yet carrying an undeniable pressure. Otherwise, there will be no need for the Liu family to remain. Ma San, standing behind, was entranced, his eyes alight with fervor. The aura emanating from Chu Fan was utterly domineering. A single statement determined life or death, and the Liu family had to tread carefully even to draw a breath in his presence. Such intimidation was something he had never dared to imagine before. Do not go too far. Lu Li's voice rose sharply, veins bulging on his forehead. My son Lu Feilong is a prodigy of the inner gate of Yaoquan's sect. If you dare to harm my Liu family, do you not fear retribution from Yaoquan's sect? Before he could finish, he found himself ensnared by Chu Fan's sudden, piercing gaze. That look was as frigid as ice, sending a chill down his spine, leaving the remainder of his words trapped in his throat, unable to utter a single syllable. Chu Fan let out a disdainful snort, the chill in his gaze intensifying. Wasn't that just an inner disciple of the Proud Sword sect? The corpse still lay there, unmoving. He raised his chin slightly to gesture aside, His tone is indifferent, as if discussing a trivial matter. Do you wish to take a look? These words struck Lu Li like a heavy hammer, causing him to vividly recall the gruesome death of the proud sword disciple, his blood seemingly congealing in an instant. He intended to invoke the name of the Yuchuan sect for courage, yet he forgot that Chu Fan dared to kill an inner disciple of the proud sword sect. The so-called title of genius must have seemed utterly worthless in his eyes. The words in Lu Li's throat were completely choked off. He opened his mouth, but only the sound of his trembling teeth remained, and the veins on his forehead throbbed, causing his entire being to shrink in stature. Chu Fan let out a cold laugh and slowly approached Lu Li, gently patting his face. The pressure of his fingertips rendered Lu Li rigid. "Do not think I am unaware of your intentions," he said in a low voice, sharp as an ice-coated blade brushing against the ear. "Remember, have your son kneel at the Red Sleeve Pavilion tonight." Releasing his grip, Chu Fan's gaze suddenly swept over the Lu family members, his eyes brimming with a dangerous aura akin to that of a lurking beast, making everyone instinctively hold their breath. "Do you understand?" Lu Li trembled as if caught in a violent storm, each word squeezed out through clenched teeth, laden with overwhelming humiliation. "I understand." The members of the Lu family behind him clenched their fists tightly, knuckles turning white, watching helplessly as their patriarch was humiliated in such a manner. Their faces burning with shame, yet none dared to speak out. It was a fear ingrained in their bones, overpowering all anger and resentment. After this incident, the Lu family's reputation in Heishan County was irreparably tarnished. Once a prestigious clan, even their patriarch was subjected to such open disgrace. "Understanding is all that matters," Chu Fan concluded. Turning to leave, his voice floated back, imbued with a careless yet menacing undertone. "Otherwise," he paused for a moment and added, "by the way, have your Lu family retrieve the assets of the Blood Wolf gang." Without breaking his stride, his final command rang clear. "Ensure your Lu son is delivered to the Red Sleeve Pavilion tonight." As his words faded, his figure had already receded several paces away, leaving Lu Li and his people frozen in place, their faces shifting from pale to flushed, their tightly clenched fists nearly drawing blood. Ma Sen hurriedly followed Chu Fan, a surge of excitement bubbling within him. The fact that the Lu family was being sent to collect the Blood Wolf gang's assets. Was Chu Fan treating them as mere servants? Such grandeur was utterly exhilarating. As they watched Chu Fan's silhouette vanish around the corner, the Lu family members felt as if they were deflated balloons, their pent-up emotions at last erupting. "Patriarch, we cannot swallow this insult," one elder shouted, his eyes reddened and fists crashing into his palm, knuckles turning white. "He clearly considers our Lu family as nothing more than dogs to be ordered about. The Blood Wolf gang's possessions must be retrieved by us, and the second young master is to deliver them to the Red Sleeve Tower. This is an affront that will trample the Lu family's dignity into the mud." Another individual gasped for breath, the humiliation etched on his face almost crystallizing into droplets of blood. Lu Li abruptly shut his eyes, and when he reopened them, only a crimson fatigue remained in their depths. He struck the nearby tree trunk with a fierce punch. The bark splintered and fell away, and pain shot through his knuckles. Yet it paled in comparison to the suffocating sensation of humiliation in his heart. "Silence!" He barked, his voice hoarse. "What good is it to swallow this down now? Did they not witness the fate of the Blood Wolf gang and that arrogant sword sect Scion? If it comes to a confrontation, the Lu family will be erased from the Black Mountain County tonight." His words fell like a bucket of icy water, extinguishing the fire in everyone's hearts, leaving only the sound of heavy breathing reverberating in the air. The dying rays of sunlight cast long, humiliating shadows upon their tense figures. From this day forth, the Lu family shall possess no semblance of dignity within this county. Chapter 78. The Great Jin's Heroes List. Go. Have someone account for and gather the Blood Wolf gang's assets. Lu Li's expression was as dark as a thundercloud, his voice laced with frost. "That rebellious son shall personally deliver them to that young man tonight." Understood. The fifth elder clenched his teeth in response, his voice thick with suppressed indignation. "Master, are we truly to accept this?" Another elder queried, unwilling to concede, his fists trembling with fury. How could it be possible?" A flicker of resentment glinted in Lu Li's eyes as he spoke in a low tone. "Just wait. In 10 days, it will be the governor's 80th birthday." Before he could finish, a cruel smile curled at the corners of his lips, his gaze harboring schemes akin to a venomous serpent lurking in the dark. "Exudinga Shirinyoha." By then, all major sects of Black Mountain County will send elders or prodigious disciples to to pay respects to the governor. This young man has slain a member of the arrogant sword sect. Do you think Lin Bai will let him off? Liuli articulata ominosly. The Grand Elder's eyes suddenly brightened upon hearing this, and he clapped his hands in realization. Indeed, while this fellow possesses strength, Lin Bai ranks as the 70th on the Great Jin's heroes list. Others immediately chimed in, precisely. Each individual on the Great Jin's heroes list is a remarkable talent. Moreover, those occupying the 72nd positions and above are all youthful prodigies, either in the innate realm or on the verge of it, their strength far surpassing that of an ordinary post-natally perfected warrior. Another elder interjected with certainty, stating that no matter how arrogant this Chu is, facing a true genius like Lin Bai is akin to a mantis attempting to stop a chariot. The internal techniques of the arrogant sword sect are far from ordinary. The Grand Elder added, with a hint of reverence in his tone, that Lin Bai practices the profound ice technique, which combines ferocity with a chilling coldness. Only those on the heroes list could withstand his internal energy assaults. He glanced disdainfully at the corpse of the arrogant sword sect disciple on the ground, snorting coldly. This young man merely killed a newly initiated novice. Should he truly confront Lin Bai, a genius steeped in the sect's internal energy for many years, he would undoubtedly find no place to bury his remains. Lu Li felt a stir in his heart, and the taut line of his jaw relaxed slightly. Indeed, how could the wild paths of the Jianghu compare to the orthodox sects? No matter how audacious Chu Fan was, when faced with true prodigies from established sects, he would have to bow his head in submission. Moreover, my son Qingjun will be accompanied by the elders of the sect and his senior brother Qin Xuan. Lu Li's voice dripped with venom, yet his eyes shone with a frightening brightness. That Qin Xuan was also ranked 72nd on the Great Gene Prodigy list. He suddenly slammed his palm down, his knuckles whitening from the force, with 2 prodigies and the elders of the sect present. I refuse to believe that this Chu can survive the governor's birthday banquet. Yes, yes, yes. The crowd echoed in agreement. Their eyes filled with a malice that seemed almost tangible. The humiliation they suffered today would surely be repaid tenfold to that Chu. Hearing the words of the crowd, a sinister smile finally crept onto Lu Li's tightened face. The governor's birthday banquet in 10 days would mark the end for this Chu Fan. By then, he would reclaim every ounce of the humiliation he had endured today with interest. Very well, let us first tally and organize the assets of the Bloodwolf gang, to be delivered to that brat punctually tonight. Lu Li took a deep breath, suppressing his tumultuous emotions, and his voice regained a measure of cold firmness. For now, we must play along with him, avoiding any unnecessary complications at this juncture. He glanced at the still resentful faces in the crowd and added, a gentleman's revenge is best served after a decade. Let him revel in his triumph for these 10 days. Once the governor's banquet commences, there will be ample opportunities for him to learn what regret truly means. The last few words were spoken lightly yet heavily, like an ice shard sinking into the hearts of those present, instantly dousing some of their impulsiveness. The 5th elder was the first to respond. The master is correct. I will attend to this matter immediately. The others nodded in unison, their humiliation gradually replaced by a restrained anticipation. The current act of submission was merely a precursor to a more ferocious retaliation in 10 days. Master Chu, perhaps you should consider leaving Heishan County for a while to avoid the storm? Ma Sen followed closely, his voice laced with anxiety, beads of sweat forming on his brow. After all, you have killed someone from the Ao Jian sect, a formidable sect indeed, should they pursue the matter. He hesitated, swallowing hard, and added, moreover, the eldest son of the Lu family, Lu Chengjun, is also a prodigious figure of the Yuchuan sect. We might find ourselves in trouble. His words trailed off, as he dared not continue, fidgeting with his hands, his eyes filled with concern. No matter how formidable Master Chu is, he is still young. Have we truly offended 2 deeply rooted sects? Chu Fan did not halt his steps, casting a dismissive glance at Ma San. Leave? The word fear does not exist in my dictionary. Seeing that Chu Fan was unyielding, Ma San's heart sank further, and he hurriedly spilled out the news. Master Chu, there is another matter. In 10 days, it will be the governor's 80th birthday, and all sects in Heishan County will send representatives. It is said that Lin Bai from the Ao Jian sect will definitely attend. A well-known figure on the Great Gene Prodigy list. He swallowed hard, his voice tightening. And then there's the Lu family. Their eldest son Lu Chengjun will come alongside the elders and senior brother Qin Xuan from the Yuchuan sect. And Qin Xuan is also on the prodigy list. If those 2 were to join forces against you, what would you do? As he spoke, beads of sweat formed on his forehead, and he anxiously rubbed his hands together, exclaiming, "Those individuals on the talent rankings are said to be the pinnacle of their respective tiers. Are we truly going to confront them head-on? Talent rankings?" Chu Fan continued walking, his tone devoid of urgency, instead infused with a casual curiosity. "What is this list you speak of?" He tilted his head slightly to glance at Ma San, raising an eyebrow. His nonchalance suggested that the impending crisis at the banquet was of lesser concern than the origins of this list. Ma San was taken aback, not expecting Chu to focus on this aspect. He quickly elaborated. "The talent rankings are compiled by the Great Jin Dynasty, specifically featuring top martial artists under the age of 35. It is said that one must possess a cultivation level above the 9th stage of the acquired realm and exhibit extraordinary combat prowess to be included." He clicked his tongue, his voice tinged with reverence. Each individual on that list is a prize gem within their respective sections. Take Lin Bai, for instance, the most outstanding disciple of the Ao Jian sect, whose enhanced sword technique is unmatched. Then there is Qin Xuan, the senior brother of Yuchuan's sect, whose spear techniques have reportedly reached great perfection, despite his lower ranking compared to Lin Bai. Ma San rubbed his hands together, emphasizing that this list spans the entire dynasty, and those who make it are truly the chosen ones. How intriguing! A playful smile graced Chu Fan's lips, his eyes glinting with interest. A ranking of the young martial artists of a dynasty? I am quite eager to witness the caliber of those individuals on the list. Chapter 79. Frustration. His tone bore no trace of trepidation. Rather, it was as if he had stumbled upon an amusing revelation, leaving Ma San utterly speechless. Chu Fan's audacity was astonishing. With a hearty laugh, Chu Fan's intrigue deepened. Well then, how could I possibly miss such an entertaining spectacle? He lifted his gaze toward the governor's residence with a tone of conviction. I certainly intend to attend the governor's banquet. There was no hint of gravity in his words, as if he were merely planning to visit a typical market. His composed demeanor caused Ma San's heart to race. Did this Chu intend to treat those sect geniuses as mere performers on a stage? Ma San's complexion paled, his voice trembling. "Master Chu, this is not advisable. An event like the governor's banquet, there may very well be innate experts present." He grew increasingly frantic, stamping his foot, sweat beading on his brow. Innate experts. They can unleash internal energy, manipulate objects from afar, and harm with a mere leaf. We cannot withstand that. Oh, Chu Fan raised an eyebrow, the interest in his eyes intensifying. Innate experts? How fortunate. I have yet to encounter one. He stretched lazily, his tone as casual as discussing the weather. It's the perfect opportunity to broaden my horizons. After all, I'm not going to die. What is the worst that could happen with an innate expert? Ma San gazed into the depths of his companion's eyes, where an unmistakable fierceness resided, and suddenly found himself at a loss for words of admonition. This Lord Chu, it seemed, harbored an intrinsic disbelief in the concept of reverence, regardless of whether one was a prodigy or an ancestral figure. If he wished to forge ahead, there existed no threshold he would hesitate to cross. Yet, pondering such matters proved futile, for it was time to dine. Chu Fan laughed heartily, casting aside the previous topic, believing that a full belly would provide the vigor necessary for action. In the evening, we shall saunter through the red-sleeved tower and indulge in merriment. His laughter, unrestrained and carefree, rendered the looming crisis of the county magistrate's banquet and the presence of a transcendent master merely as trifling conversation before a meal. Observing him in this light, Ma San felt an odd alleviation of his earlier anxieties, managing only a wry smile and a nod. Indeed, life alongside Lord Chu was never dull. Chu Fan was wholeheartedly engrossed in a feast, his hands glistening with the grease of succulent pork knuckles, oblivious to the splashes of turbid wine that dampened his garments. He relished every bite with unabashed delight. Meanwhile, the spies of various factions in Heishan County had already relayed the news. The Blood Wolf gang, led by Lin Tianlang, had suffered a complete defeat, and even an inner disciple of the Proud Sword sect had succumbed to the afterlife. How audacious of him to target disciples of a sect. Chu Fan truly was without restraint. The Blood Wolf gang was nearly uprooted, and Lin Tianlang had been utterly defenseless. The series of revelations sent tremors through the hearts of all involved. To slay a sect disciple was already a serious transgression, yet it had forced the local tyrant, the Liu family, into submission. In the study of the county magistrate's office, candlelight flickered upon his countenance. Since when had the lives of Proud Sword sect disciples become so devalued in Heishan County? Was the Lu family's retreat out of fear of Chu Fan, or were they awaiting the wrath of the Proud Sword sect? His fingers drummed upon the table. Regardless of the answer, it was evident that Chu Fan was a formidable weapon for the court against the sects, though whether he could be wielded for their advantage remained uncertain. The Lu family's descendants stormed into the Blood Wolf Gang's headquarters, brandishing weapons with fierce determination. What once belonged to Lin Tianlang now served as their outlet for vengeance, as ledgers were overturned in disarray. Boxes of gold, silver, and medicinal herbs were carted away, and even the wine jars in the corners were stripped bare. Meanwhile, Lu Li dismissed his attendants and strode purposefully into the Lu estate. Upon crossing the front courtyard, he delivered a forceful kick to a pillar, the dull thud sending debris tumbling. Shame! What utter humiliation! He growled beneath his breath, veins bulging upon his forehead, as the fury he had previously suppressed before Chu Fan erupted uncontrollably. The thought of himself, the esteemed head of the Lu family, groveling before an unknown youth and performing tasks for him ignited a fire within him, each step taken with gritted teeth and fierce resolve. The steward observed his ashen visage from a distance, too fearful to breathe, and discreetly gestured for the servants to retreat further away. Just then, the second son, Lu Qingyu, rushed in like a whirlwind, his face still alight with unspent excitement. From afar, he shouted, "Father! Father! Has that fellow named Chu met his demise? I heard that the Blood Wolf Gang was dismantled by our family. Did you take action against him?" He rushed before Lu Li, only to see his father's face dark with fury, and he abruptly quelled his smile, his expression turning sour as he lamented, "You have no idea. Everyone outside is saying that our Lu family has been utterly crushed by that brat. I can barely show my face in public. Speak quickly. Had he not been thoroughly dispatched?" Lu Li, already simmering with rage, found his anger ignited further by his son's foolish words, and he raised his hand to deliver a sharp slap. With a resounding crack, Lu Qingyu stumbled back, clutching his face in bewilderment. "Father, why have you struck me? Fool!" Lu Li shouted, jabbing a finger at his son's nose. "You incompetent dolt! Were it not for the troubles you stirred, we would not be in this predicament." Lu Qingyu stood there, bewildered by the scolding, his hands still pressed against his face, eyes wide with confusion and grievance as he stared at his father. "Tonight, you will take the spoils of the Blood Wolf Gang to Hongqiu Tower and kneel before that boy." Lu Li fixed his gaze on him, each word dripping with venomous intent. "What?" Lu Qingyu leaped up as if his tail had been stepped on, his previous grievance morphing into a furious outrage. "I refuse." "Father, have you lost your senses? Did you not vow to dismember that boy?" He stamped his foot, humiliation flooding his features. "Father, you clearly stated that you would make Chu Fan wish for death, so why must I now kneel before him?" The fury in Lu Li's eyes nearly ignited, yet he forcibly tempered it into a chilling calm. Now is not the time to sever ties with him. He stepped forward, gripping his son's arm with a vice-like hold. "Either you kneel, or you leave the Lu family this instant. Choose." "Father," Lu Qingyu's voice fell to a whisper, his countenance shifting from blue to pale, fingers tightly clutching the hem of his clothes. He was not truly foolish. His father's demeanor unmistakably revealed his fear of Chu Fan. But how could this be? This was their Lu family. They had dominated the Heishan County for generations, backed by the support of the Yuling sect. How could they be rendered helpless before a suddenly emerging brat? The humiliation surged within him like a tidal wave. Yet the undeniable ferocity in his father's eyes silenced any defiance. He parted his lips, intending to protest, but it culminated in a muffled groan of frustration, his head bowed. Frozen in place. To kneel before that boy? That was more unbearable than death. HMP, he could hardly fathom how events had escalated to this point. With his head bowed, his nails dug deeply into his palm, a flame of humiliation blazed fiercely within his chest, yet he could only clench his fists and utter hoarsely, "I shall prepare at once." Observing his staggering departure, Lu Li's countenance remained ominously dark. This move felt suffocating, yet as long as he could keep Chu Fan in check. Once his eldest son returned with the men from Yuchuan Gate, there would be ample opportunity to settle the score. Chapter 80. Indulgence in All Things. As dusk descended, the flickering candlelight within the Lu residence offered not a shred of warmth. Master, the fifth elder approached, cradling a stack of silver notes with a hint of trepidation. "The assets of the Blood Wolf Gang have been counted and sold, totaling 60,000 taels." Lu Li cast a glance at the pile of notes, his expression as dark as a stormy sky, and coldly replied, "Understood." He paused, shifting his gaze to Lu Qingyu beside him. Give that ungrateful wretch the money for Xianxia Tower. Yes, father. Lu Qingyu lowered his head, his voice muffled, trembling fingers grasping the silver notes, filled with reluctance and resentment. The mere thought of facing Chu Fan, the source of his humiliation, felt like a weight upon his chest, suffocating him. Tonight, he feared he would again be trampled underfoot. Go. Lu Li watched his younger son's retreating figure, his expression a tumult of emotions. His son endured such indignities, yet the Lu family remained silent. How could he not feel the fire of anger within? Nevertheless, this calamity was of his own making. For now, they could only bow their heads and bide their time. With a heavy heart akin to that of a funeral procession, Lu Qingyu, accompanied by several attendants, rode slowly towards Xianxia Tower. The silver notes pressed against his chest, causing his fingertips to tremble slightly, the weight nearly suffocating him. Upon arriving at the entrance of Xianxia Tower, Mama Lu greeted him, who in the entirety of Heishan County was unaware of the Lu family's capitulation. She scrutinized Lu Qingyu, her face adorned with a somewhat awkward smile, revealing a hint of embarrassment. Young Master Lu. Enough. Lu Qingyu interrupted her before she could finish, his tone laced with impatience. Where's Chu Fan? Mama Lu quickly smiled apologetically. Master Chu has yet to arrive. Would you like to rest in Lanyue Pavilion for a moment? Oomph. Lu Qingyu let out a scoff through his nose, his face twisted with unshakable frustration. Without sparing Mama Lu a glance, he ascended the stairs. The sound of his boots striking the wooden steps echoed, resembling the pent-up frustration lodged in his chest, each step resonating against his heart. His attendants followed closely behind, heads bowed, none daring to utter a word. Watching Lu Qingyu ascend the stairs, Mama Lu seized the opportunity to roll her eyes discreetly, her lips curling in disdain. Internally she scoffed, always so domineering, yet now you've finally met your match. Do you truly believe Heishan County is under your family's control? Suddenly, the hearty laughter of Ma sent pierced through the clamor inside the building. Mama Lu, Lord Chu has arrived. Why not hurry out to greet him? Mama Lu's expression shifted instantly, her previous disdain vanishing without a trace. A charming smile graced her face as she hurried towards the entrance. This exclamation was like a spark igniting a cauldron of boiling oil, causing the entire Xianxia building to erupt with excitement. Guests on both floors, including the jesting courtesans, flocked to the railings, peering eagerly towards the entrance. In the present day, who in Heishan County had not heard of Chu Fan's name? He was the ruthless leader of the Blood Wolf Gang, known for slaughtering the formidable Lin Tianlang as easily as one would kill a chicken. The Lu family, with their connections to the Yuchuan sect, had submitted without daring to utter a word. Even the disciples from the sect were not spared from his merciless wrath. While no one could predict what retaliation might ensue, the entire county was rife with curiosity about this formidable newcomer. Is that really Chu Fan? He seems rather unremarkable, thought a well-dressed merchant on the third floor, squinting out the window to scrutinize the entrance, his tone dripping with skepticism. Shoo, keep your voice down. Someone nearby quickly tugged at him. What do you know? Someone who can make the Lu family bow down is certainly no ordinary person. Have you not seen how the Blood Wolf Gang vanished without a trace? Indeed, it was rumored that the Lu family's second son awaited an apology at the Lanyue Pavilion. Chu Fan, following Ma San, stepped inside under Mama Lu's attentive guidance. Dressed in simple attire, he stood tall, his face devoid of extraneous expression. As his gaze swept across the room, it bore an unspoken sharpness. This prompted even more pronounced whispers among those at the railing. He looks barely in his 20s. Can he truly be that formidable? A young scholar remarked incredulously. What of his youth? Have you not heard that heroes often emerge in their youth? Retorted a burly man, his tone laced with conviction. Anyone who can make Lu Li, that old fox, lower his head is undoubtedly a master. A group of elegantly dressed young women huddled together, their voices a mixture of shock and intrigue. I heard he even killed someone from the Ao Jian sect. That's a major sect. Isn't he afraid of retaliation? Afraid? If he were truly afraid, would Lu family's second son be waiting at Lanyue Pavilion to apologize? Someone scoffed. I believe this Lord Chu is utterly fearless. On the second floor, at a window seat, two young women who had previously been favored by Chu Fan whispered to each other, their words tinged with the intoxicating allure of shared experience. You have no idea of Lord Chu's vigor, said Hong Xiao, partially covering her mouth with a handkerchief, her eyes glistening with a hint of blush. After serving him the other day, I could barely stand upright the next morning. Next to her, Cui Er nodded in agreement, her fingers toying with the hairpin in her hair, unable to conceal her pride. Indeed, he appears so fresh and clean, yet in bed, his vigor could dismantle a person. The two exchanged knowing glances, each recognizing the unspoken understanding in the other's eyes, before hastily quieting down. Yet, their peripheral vision remained fixated on the figure below, imbued with a blend of reminiscence and shyness. Madame Lu led Chu Fan towards the moon-embracing pavilion, turning back to call out to the turtle attendant behind her. "What are you dawdling for? Hurry and summon some people. Gather a dozen or so well-mannered, charming young ladies to await at the moon-embracing pavilion." Chu Fan, upon hearing this, burst into hearty laughter, casting a teasing glance at her. "Madame Lu, you are becoming increasingly attuned to my desires." With that, he drew a silver note from his pocket and casually tucked it into Madame Lu's bosom. The coolness of the note slipped against her clothing, prompting an "oh" from her as her eyes sparkled with mischief. Pressing her hand to her chest, her voice turned soft and sweet, almost syrupy. "Why, Master Chu, how could I not attend to your needs?" "Indeed, indeed," Chu Fan replied with a smile, suddenly reaching out to gently pinch her waist. Madame Lu's body softened, her sultry gaze flickering towards him, though her lips playfully scolded. "Master Chu, you flatter me." Withdrawing his hand, a playful tone lingered in his voice as he strode towards the moon-embracing pavilion. Madame Lu, covering her waist, felt a rush of warmth to her cheeks, alternating between crimson and pale, yet she could not help but giggle, urging her companions to hasten to the pavilion. Internally, she chided, this Chu Fan is truly unrestrained. Nevertheless, the weight of the silver note was undeniable, and she stifled a smile, hastening her steps. As Chu Fan reached the entrance of the moon-embracing pavilion, he found a dozen flamboyantly dressed young ladies waiting in the corridor. Their eyes sparkled as they knelt in unison, addressing him with soft voices. "Master Chu, welcome. Please, come in." Chu Fan waved his hand dismissively and strode inside. The ladies immediately surrounded him, some helping to remove his cloak, others preparing tea, while still others offered him peeled fruit. The atmosphere was lively and enchanting, filled with fragrant breezes and soft whispers, making the moon-embracing pavilion a scene of delightful chaos. Chu Fan settled into the main seat with an air of authority, accepting a cup of hot tea as his gaze swept across the room, a faint smile playing on his lips. Lu Qingyu and the others, having heard the commotion outside, stood rigidly, not daring to breathe. Upon seeing Chu Fan comfortably seated amidst the ladies, Lu Qingyu clenched his teeth, his face alternating between red and pale, glancing at the curious and mocking looks around him. He steeled himself and suddenly knelt down, holding high a stack of silver notes above his head. His voice trembled. "Master Chu, the Blood Wolf Gang's assets have all been converted into silver notes, totaling 60,000 taels." Each word was forced out through gritted teeth, laced with undeniable humiliation. As the veins in his forehead throbbed, as Lu Qingyu knelt, the few attendants behind him, not daring to hesitate, quickly followed suit, bowing their heads, not daring to breathe. The sound of their knees striking the floor echoed sharply in the perfumed air of the moon-embracing pavilion. Chu Fan nonchalantly responded with a murmur, not even lifting his eyelids, merely gesturing towards Ma San beside him. "Ma San, hold this for me." "Yes, Master Chu," Ma San replied as he stepped forward. Upon reaching Lu Qingyu, his face could hardly conceal his excitement. The Lu family had been so arrogant in the county town, yet now they had Lu heir Gongzi kneeling here, presenting silver notes. He took the stack of notes with a firm grip and turned to present it to Chu Fan. Standing tall and straight, kneeling on the ground, Lu Qingyu felt the sting of humiliation as he listened to Ma San's triumphant tone, his nails nearly digging into the earth. The indignity pierced him like needles, causing a deep ache throughout his body. "Look at you, not content with your situation?" Chu Fan cast a sidelong glance at Lu Qingyu on the ground, his tone flat yet imbued with a suffocating pressure. "How wouldn't he dare?" Lu Qingyu's heart tightened, and he hastily responded, his voice trembling even more. He was genuinely frightened. The current state of his family clearly could not protect him. Yet, his clenched fists tightened in silence, hoping fervently for his elder brother to return swiftly with the men from Yuyuan Gate. When that time came, he would surely make Chu Fan pay a bloody price. "Huh!" Chu Fan scoffed, his gaze sweeping over Lu Qingyu on the ground, his tone dripping with disdain. "Your Lu family is truly spineless." He paused, lifted a cup of tea from the table, took a sip, and continued blandly, "Remember, all my expenses here tonight will be charged to your Lu family." "Understood." Lu Qingyu gritted his teeth in response, the veins on his forehead throbbing. And Chu Fan glanced at the young women in the room, a playful smile gracing his lips. Each one of you will receive a reward of 200 taels. Understood. Master Chu. Lu Qingyu almost forced the words through clenched teeth, his palms marked deep by his nails. At this proclamation, the room erupted with excitement. The young women sparkled with delight, cheering, "Thank you, Master Chu. You're magnificent." The exuberance of a dozen young women filled the room, some clapping and laughing, while others approached Chu Fan with deep bows of gratitude, their voices tenfold sweeter than before. "Master Chu, you truly care for us. Please come often. Only by following Master Chu can we enjoy good fortune." The chorus of cheers nearly threatened to lift the roof off the Lanyu Pavilion, and the excitement on the young women's faces was impossible to hide. In a flurry of voices, they surrounded Chu Fan, making Lu Qingyu, who remained kneeling, appear as an unnecessary ornament. Listening to the jubilant cheers, Lu Qingyu felt a deafening buzz in his ears, his heart weighed down as if crushed by a boulder, each breath accompanied by pain. This was not merely a reward. It was a mockery, a blatant display of disdain for the Lu family. "Enough, go kneel outside." Chu Fan waved his hand impatiently, as though dismissing an unsightly nuisance. "Very well," Lu Qingyu replied in a low voice, devoid of any remaining anger, merely resigned. He slowly rose from the ground, each step laden with reluctance, bowing his head as he exited the Lanyu Pavilion one step at a time. Outside, he stood on the cold stone steps, the evening breeze brushing past, carrying the laughter from the Hongxiu building like knives across his face. Lu Qingyu retreated to the entrance, closing his eyes, and knelt rigidly upon the cold stone steps. His posture resembled that of one who had utterly relinquished the will to struggle. "Oh, is that not Lu's second son? He truly kneels." A chorus of astonished gasps erupted outside Hongxiu Pavilion as passers-by and curious patrons peered out in disbelief. Who among them was unaware of the Lu families standing in Heishan County? The sight of the second son kneeling publicly in such a place would undoubtedly spread throughout the city within the hour. Some murmured in dismay. This Lu family will surely find it hard to hold their heads high in the future. The night breeze carried the murmurs into the Lanyu Pavilion, where Chu Fan, holding a wine cup, listened to the commotion outside, a cold smile gracing his lips. This was precisely the effect he desired. Initially, Lu Qingyu's kneeling might have been perceived as a personal misfortune, yet now it was evident that the entire Lu family was aware of the situation, rendered powerless to intervene as they watched their second son kneel before Hongxiu Pavilion. This transcended mere personal vendetta. It was a palpable display of cowardice. In the esteemed families of Heishan County, reputation and integrity were held in the highest regard. With this act of submission, Lu Qingyu shattered not only his own dignity, but also that of the Lu family, which had accumulated prestige in the county over generations. Henceforth, wherever they went, those who encountered a member of the Lu family would likely whisper among themselves, "Ah, that is the family whose son kneeled in silence." Perhaps it would even be accompanied by derisive laughter. This humiliation would surely be etched into the very essence of the Lu family's legacy. Noticing Lu Qingyu dutifully kneeling outside, Chu Fan chose to spare him another glance, as if he were merely an inconsequential object. Upon arriving at Hongxiu Pavilion, the traces of his earlier vexation gradually dissipated, replaced by a sense of ease, especially with the young ladies beside him. Their words were as sweet as honey, each calling him Master Chu with unabashed admiration in their eyes. "Master Chu, behold this wine. It has only just been drawn from the cellar. Worthy of a hero, such as yourself." Their praises continued. "Your demeanor earlier truly subdued the Lu family, bringing clarity to our hearts. If only you would visit often. We would serenade you with new melodies every day." Surrounded by their melodious voices, Chu Fan's hand holding the wine cup trembled slightly, revealing genuine amusement on his face. Regardless of the Lu family or their clan, it was the warmth, laughter, and delightful company that brought him the greatest joy. Chapter 82. You may leave. Chu Fan tilted his head back, draining the cup, and placed it on the table. He then embraced the waist of the lovely Hong Xiao, smiling as he inquired, "What new songs do you have for today? Sing for me." Hong Xiao's eyes sparkled as she leaned closer into his embrace, responding sweetly, "Whatever Master Chu wishes to hear. I shall sing. If you do not mind, my sister Chuier plays the pipa beautifully. Let us enjoy a few drinks together and create some merriment." "Excellent," Chu Fan replied with a hearty laugh, picking up the wine jug from the table to fill the cups of the ladies around him. "Do not hold back. Tonight at Lanyu Pavilion, Let us revel to our heart's content." The young ladies erupted into laughter, and soon the sound of the pipa filled the room, accompanied by the soft, melodious singing and the crisp clinking of wine cups, effectively banishing the humiliating figure outside. Chu Fan reclined on the soft couch, listening to the music and observing the cheerful banter around him, feeling a sense of relaxation wash over him. Indeed, the pleasures of the Red Sleeve Pavilion were far more delightful than the chaos of battle. As the wine flowed after several rounds, the flickering candlelight cast a warm glow on Chu Fan's face, which was tinged with a slight flush, while his eyes sparkled with increasing brightness. He set down his cup, gently tapping the table with his fingers, and surveyed the room filled with charming ladies, casually suggesting, "Merely drinking is rather dull. Shall we move to the inner chamber for some amusement?" The young women burst into laughter, with the quick-witted Hong Xiao stepping forward to take his arm, her fingertips lightly brushing against his sleeve as she spoke in a sweet, syrupy voice. "Master Chu decides. We shall serve you as you wish." Kui'er joined in, adjusting his garments, the scent of her fragrant powder mingling with the aroma of wine, creating an intoxicating allure. A dozen beauties surrounded Chu Fan as they made their way to the inner chamber, the sound of jingling hairpins and the rustling of skirts filling the air. The inner room had already been prepared with a soft brocade couch, fragrant incense wafting through the air, warm curtains hanging low, and the flickering candlelight casting a hazy and ambiguous glow over everything. As soon as he crossed the threshold, Chu Fan instinctively pulled Hong Xiao into his embrace, leaning down to whisper something in her ear, causing her cheeks to flush crimson as she playfully hit him. The other girls, witnessing this, busied themselves, some loosening his belt, others spreading the brocade quilt, while still others offered him fruits and sweet delicacies, their soft, teasing voices melting his resolve. "Take it slow, master. Shall I feed you? Look at this canopy. It's adorned with new Sioux embroidery," they cooed. Laughter and soft gasps gradually drowned out the crackling of the candles, as a pair of strong hands gathered the warm curtains, completely shutting out the outside world. That night, the candles in the moonlit pavilion flickered until the dawn began to break, before finally dimming away. Under the fierce midday sun, golden rays streamed through the window, directly illuminating the brocade quilt, making it almost blinding. Chu Fan stirred, lazily opening his eyes, feeling a lingering heaviness in his head. The revelry of the previous night had left his throat parched. Beside him, Hong Xiao was still deep in slumber, her hair tousled across the pillow, her cheeks flushed with the remnants of wine and warmth. Not far away, Kui'er lay curled up on a soft couch, casually draped in a loose outer garment, her breathing steady. He propped himself up, the quilt sliding off to reveal several suggestive lip marks on his shoulder. The sounds of the bustling market outside contrasted sharply with the profound silence within the room. Chu Fan rubbed his temples and hoarsely called out, "Water." As soon as his voice faded, Hong Xiao stirred, rubbing her sleepy eyes as she sat up, her hair tousled around her neck, exuding a charming languor. "Master Chu, you're awake?" Before she could finish her sentence, Kui'er also awoke, seeing that the sun was already high. In a flurry, she grabbed her clothes from the side and hurried over to attend to him. As the remaining young women in the inner quarters gradually awoke, some went to fetch hot water while others retrieved clean garments, bustling around with eager hands. Hong Xiao personally wrung a warm cloth and handed it to Chu Fan, saying, "Master, wipe your face and refresh your spirit." Kui'er, holding a cup of cleansing tea, knelt beside him, her gaze still tinged with the shyness of the previous night. Chu Fan took the cloth and wiped his face, then rinsed his mouth with the tea offered by Kui'er before slowly rising to his feet. The young women hurried forward, some assisting him in donning his inner garments, while others tied his belt, their movements gentle yet swift. Occasionally, their fingertips brushed against his skin, causing their cheeks to flush, yet they dared not lift their eyes to gaze at him too long. Sunlight streamed through the window screens, illuminating Chu Fan's upright figure and the faces of the young women, which, though weary, still radiated brightness. The lingering allure of the previous night seemed to hang in the air, accompanied by a faint scent of powder. Once Chu Fan arranged his attire, he turned to leave, with the young women trailing behind him, each reluctant to part ways. They chattered among themselves, some cautioning him to be careful on his journey, while others expressed their hope that he would visit frequently, their glances filled with longing. Upon reaching the entrance of the Lan Yu Pavilion, Chu Fan glanced back to see them standing in the corridor, their hair slightly disheveled, but all gazing at him. He raised an eyebrow and said, "All right, you all go back and rest." He strode out, and from behind, the voice of Hong Xiao floated to him. Master Chu, do remember to visit often. As Chu Fan approached the door, he caught sight of Lu Qingyu and others still kneeling on the stone steps, and paused momentarily. Turning back to the young women in the corridor, he subtly gestured with his chin, his voice low yet clear enough for Lu Qingyu to hear. Make sure he gives you your reward. The young women were momentarily taken aback, but quickly responded with cheerful agreement. Thank you, Master Chu, for your consideration. Lu Qingyu, trembling, handed the silver notes to the approaching Gui Nu, saying, distribute these to the young ladies. Gui Nu accepted the money with a smile and called for the young women to come forward to claim their rewards. Each of them beamed with delight as they received their share. Chu Fan then pinched Lu Qingyu's chin, forcing him to lift his head, and lightly slapped his cheek with his palm, the gesture imbued with a palpable disdain. Not bad. You truly understand. The sensation of his fingertips bore the searing weight of humiliation. Lu Qingyu's face turned crimson, yet he dared not resist, gritting his teeth as he endured the lingering touch. The surrounding gazes pricked at him like needles, accompanied by the soft laughter of the young women, making him wish desperately for a place to hide. After enough teasing, Chu Fan finally released him, straightening his attire and chuckling lightly as he turned to leave with Ma San, not glancing back. All right, you may disperse now. Chu Fan's voice echoed distantly, laced with a hint of indifference. If only you had been obedient sooner, you wouldn't have had to endure this humiliation. The word struck Lu Qingyu's ears like a whip across his face. His fists clenched tightly, knuckles cracking as he leaned on a servant for support, staggering to stand. His knees had long since lost feeling, and as he straightened, the world spun around him, threatening to topple him over. Young master, the attendant quickly steadied him. He took a deep breath and, with a hoarse voice, commanded, let us go. The group turned awkwardly, their silhouettes elongated and thin under the sun, devoid of their former dignity. This pent-up frustration weighed heavily on the Lu family, yet they found themselves unable to express it. Chapter 83. The completion of the Three Gates Sword Technique. Upon exiting the Hongxiu building, Chu Fan rubbed his temples and said to Ma San, let us find an inn to rest. The previous one was destroyed beyond recognition and is uninhabitable. Ma San immediately nodded, Master. There is a newly opened Wanyue Inn in the south of the city. It has been recently renovated by a reputable old establishment. The courtyard is spacious, and the rooms are clean. Shall we go there? Chu Fan replied with a nonchalant hum, and began to stride forward, lead the way. Arriving at the entrance of Wanyue Inn, the innkeeper was squatting by the threshold, counting the freshly delivered ingredients. Upon recognizing the visitors, the bundle of herbs he held fell to the ground with a clatter, as party ginseng and goji berries scattered everywhere. His complexion shifted rapidly from a sickly yellow to a ghostly white, and he abruptly rose, his knees still caked with mud, frozen in place. In the present day, the residents of Heishan County were well aware of Chu Fan's reputation. His name had become synonymous with a formidable presence. Who could forget that this man feared neither heaven nor earth, capable of subduing even the Lu family? The innkeeper's heart raced at the thought of this vengeful spirit residing in his establishment. He feared that one day, retribution would come knocking, and his newly refurbished inn might meet a fate akin to the previous one. However, upon reflection, the thought of refusal was utterly unfathomable. Did he not witness the Lu family's second young master kneeling publicly under Chu Fan's pressure? If he were to utter a negative word, he might very well meet his demise on the spot. The innkeeper's teeth chattered as he forced a smile, bowing deeply as he approached Master Chu. Please come inside. We have reserved the finest rooms for you. As he spoke, his back was already drenched in cold sweat. Chu Fan cast a sidelong glance at the innkeeper. Remaining silent, but slightly lifting his chin, Ma San promptly stepped forward, giving the innkeeper a firm pat on the shoulder, neither too light nor too heavy. Our master requires a room with a private courtyard, and the courtyard must be spacious. The innkeeper, not daring to delay, nodded vigorously, certainly. The suite at the very back of the courtyard is perfect. It includes a small training ground, clean and tranquil. Allow me to lead you there. He bent forward, guiding them through the corridor toward the back courtyard, all the while assuring, rest assured, tea and refreshments will be sent over shortly. If you have any requests, just call out. Chu Fan followed behind, his expression calm as his gaze swept over the stone locks and wooden stakes in the courtyard, finding himself satisfied. Ma San paid the fee, and the innkeeper expressed his gratitude profusely, retreating with hurried steps, fearful of inciting the displeasure of this master. As the door creaked shut, Chu Fan stood in the courtyard, stretching his limbs. He halted and turned to Ma San, waving him off. "All right, you may return now." Ma San replied, "Yes, master." Just as he was about to turn away, Chu Fan added, "Remember to remind me on the day of the governor's birthday banquet." He paused momentarily, a cryptic smile gracing the corners of his lips, expressing his desire to witness the formidable talents listed on the so-called Heavenly Pride ranking. "Noted," Ma San promptly responded, bowing as he exited and gently closing the courtyard door behind him. Alone in the yard, Chu Fan approached a wooden stake, raising his hand to test his strength, his knuckles cracking ominously. Heavenly Pride? He was eager to see if anyone could breach his defenses. Once Ma San departed, an enveloping silence fell over the courtyard. Chu Fan turned back to his room, retrieving a bound ancient text from his robe. The cover, albeit somewhat worn, still emanated a fierce aura with the inscription Mountain-Splitting Blade Technique. This martial arts tome had been acquired by Ma San during a recent raid on the Qing Shui gang. Sitting by the window, his fingertips glided over the pages, his gaze fixating on the illustrations. His previous practice of the breaking waves and thunderbolt blade techniques had already reached perfection. The former surged like a raging tide, while the latter struck with the force of thunder, each possessing its unique applications. Now, as he opened the mountain-splitting blade technique, a flicker of anticipation ignited in his eyes. This technique embraced an unyielding ferocity, every move illustrated exuding an overwhelming power capable of shattering mountains and splitting stones. He meticulously examined each page, occasionally lifting his hand to gesture, tracing the trajectory of the techniques in the air, and, at times closing his eyes in concentration, validating the essence of the blade techniques with the circulation of his inner energy. The breaking waves blended gentleness with strength, and the thunderbolt was as swift as lightning, while the mountain-splitting aimed to conquer finesse with sheer might. If I were to master all three blade techniques, I wonder if they might harmonize and complement one another. Chu Fan mused, his fingertip pausing on the illustration of the mountain-splitting stance. As the sun gradually dipped in the west, elongating his shadow, he closed the book and stepped into the courtyard, drawing his blade from its sheath. The edge glimmered in the fading light as he inhaled deeply, first practicing several moves of breaking waves, then transitioning to thunderbolt, and ultimately executing the initial stance of mountain splitting, the blade's wind suddenly becoming heavy and powerful. He then summoned a servant, requesting an assortment of dishes and a jar of wine to satisfy his hunger. After clearing the table, he wiped the stone table in the courtyard and laid out the three ancient texts on blade techniques, his fingertips gliding over the pages, his expression sharpening with intensity. "I shall begin with the foundational forms of the mountain-splitting blade technique," he declared to himself, rising to the courtyard, unfastening the blade at his waist. The afternoon sun shone perfectly, the yard enveloped in tranquility, save for the gentle rustling of leaves in the breeze. "Tu fan fost intendi," practicing each move as depicted in the illustrations, executing the techniques one by one. Initially, there was some awkwardness. The motions of his arm still bore the remnants of the thunderbolt technique. He consciously slowed his pace, repeatedly refining the pivotal points of power, infusing the essence of the mountain-splitting technique into every action. As he grew more engrossed, the blade's wind howled, stirring the fallen leaves on the ground, and the moves gradually embodied the might of splitting mountains and shattering stones. Only when dusk began to settle, beads of sweat forming on his brow, did he sheath his blade, standing tall and gazing at the cold gleam of the blade, a subtle smile gracing his lips. A day had swiftly passed. On that morning, in the training ground of the Wanyue Inn's backyard, the blade wind abruptly ceased. On this day, he nearly used his blade as a pillow, making the courtyard his refuge, dismantling and reassembling the 72 forms of the mountain-splitting blade technique. From the initial awkwardness to the gradual mastery, and now to this moment, each stroke flows effortlessly. The powerful force seems to travel from the soles of the feet directly to the tip of the blade, resonating subtly with the fluidity of crashing waves and the swiftness of thunder, yet exuding a unique dominance capable of splitting stone. With a gentle tap of his fingertips on the hilt, Chu Fan's lips curled into a smile. He executed a fissure-splitting strike before the blade even reached the ground. The earth had already cracked open in a web-like pattern. As he twisted his wrist, the blade sliced through the air like a silken ribbon, parting the atmosphere with a piercing shriek. In an instant, the half-human-high blue stone millstone at the corner of the courtyard shattered as if struck by a giant hammer. Debris flew, with the furthest piece soaring a distance of nearly 10 feet, crashing into the courtyard wall and creating a sizable hole. Amidst the swirling dust, Chu Fan stood with his blade sheathed, the edge untouched by even a speck of stone dust. He raised a hand to wipe the beads of sweat from his brow, his gaze falling upon the chaotic pile of rubble, a flicker of understanding crossing his eyes. It was complete. The fissure-splitting technique had reached perfection. Chapter 84. The Sky-Splitting Blade Technique. Chu Fan sheathed his sword, glanced at the shattered millstone and the cracked ground, and called out, "Boys." The attendant, stationed outside the courtyard, had been startled by the earlier explosion, his heart racing. Upon hearing the call, he hurriedly trotted inside. Upon witnessing the disarray, his eyelids twitched. But he dared not inquire further, bowing his head in readiness. "Master Chu, how may I serve you?" "Prepare some hot dishes and bring a fine wine," Chu Fan instructed, tossing a 100-tael silver note from his pocket. "Also, have someone repair the courtyard. The remainder is for you." The silver note floated lightly into the attendant's hands, causing him to tremble. He quickly tucked it away, nodding vigorously as if pounding garlic. Yes, I will fetch it right away. The food and wine will be here shortly, and I'll call the craftsman to repair the courtyard. I assure you it will be done efficiently." With that, he almost retreated from the courtyard, his heart racing in astonishment. The master not only possessed great skill, but also exhibited such generosity. The clamor of his training was truly formidable. Chu Fan paid no mind to the attendant's thoughts and seated himself at the stone table, lightly tapping the surface with his fingertips. Once the food and wine arrived, he would indulge while contemplating how to integrate the 3 perfected blade techniques for greater potency. After dining, Chu Fan pushed away his bowl and chopsticks, leaning back against the chair to rest his eyes. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, warming his face, and the fatigue from practice gradually faded. When he awoke, it was already afternoon. Chu Fan rose and walked into the courtyard. In just a few short hours, it had been transformed. The shattered millstone had been cleared away, and the cracked ground was relayed with blue stone slabs. Even the broken branches of the locust tree were neatly pruned, leaving only a faint scent of lime as evidence of the earlier chaos. Quite efficient, he raised an eyebrow, realizing the 100-tael note had indeed made an impact. The attendant entered with tea, noticing Chu Fan surveying the courtyard, and quickly smiled, saying, "Rest assured, Master Chu. The craftsmen are all seasoned professionals. It will be sturdy. If you wish to engage in some activity, feel free. Should it break, it can simply be repaired." Chu Fan accepted the teacup and responded with a faint acknowledgement. As the courtyard felt revitalized, he cast aside his reservations, placing the teacup down and moving to the open space. Standing in the courtyard, Chu Fan drew his sword. He commenced with the mountain-splitting stance, the blade heavy as a mountain, striking the ground to cause the blue stone slabs to tremble slightly. Suddenly, with a flick of his wrist, the momentum shifted dramatically, akin to raging waves crashing upon the shore, embodying the essence of the wave-breaking technique, where softness conceals strength. Before the movement could fully unfold, his feet shifted abruptly, and the blade's light transformed into fleeting shadows, darting forth with the speed of thunder. Initially, the transitions bore a certain awkwardness. The weight of the mountain-splitting technique had not yet dissipated when the fluidity of the wave breaking was forcibly interjected, creating a semblance of disorder within the blade's wind. When transitioning to thunderous lightning, haste often caused the foundations of mountains splitting to falter, rendering the movements somewhat ethereal. Yet, Chu Fan remained unperturbed, refining each stroke with deliberate patience. He intentionally slowed his pace, pausing repeatedly at the junctures of techniques to regulate his breath, meticulously tracing the flow of energy through the 3 styles of swordsmanship. The weight of the mountain splitting was anchored in his dantian. The fluidity of the wave breaking coursed through his limbs, and the swiftness of thunderous lightning concentrated at his fingertips. With the proper initiation of just a single point, the transitions became seamless. As the sun dipped toward the west, the speed of his blade intensified, nearly merging into a singular phantom. At the conclusion of the mountain-splitting's forceful descent, the arc of the wave breaking naturally followed, and before the remnants of thunderous lightning could fade, the weight of mountains splitting arrived in close succession. These 3 distinct styles gradually coalesced in his hands into a continuous torrent, devoid of any rigidity. As the final stroke was executed, Chu Fan exhaled deeply, the blade trembling lightly, shaking off the remnants of fallen leaves. He gazed at the wooden post in the courtyard, now adorned with varying depths of cuts, some showcasing the shattering of mountain splitting, others the carving of wave breaking, and yet others the piercing of thunderous lightning, layered upon one another without a trace of transition. This was becoming intriguing. A smile graced Chu Fan's lips as he sheathed his sword. He had completely immersed himself in the joy of merging sword techniques. In the ensuing 2 days, the backyard of the Wanyue was never at rest. The sound of the blade's wind howled from dawn until dusk, at times resembling furious waves crashing against the shore, infused with the fluidity of the wave-breaking technique. At other moments, it erupted like thunder, the swiftness of thunderous lightning tearing through the air. Occasionally, it resonated like mountains collapsing, the weight of mountain splitting causing the ground to tremble faintly. He repeatedly switched between the 3 techniques, honing his skills, evolving from a deliberate control of rhythm to a fluid expression guided solely by intent. In one instant, he wielded the robust pressure of mountain splitting, and with a subtle flick of his wrist, it transformed into the circular embrace of wave breaking. His footwork shifted rapidly, the shadow of thunderous lightning flashing by. Yet upon concluding, he embodied the steadfastness of mountain splitting. As 2 days elapsed and the final stroke was delivered, the dust stirred by the blade's wind gradually settled. Chu Fan stood in the courtyard, his breath slightly disordered, yet his gaze was remarkably bright. The techniques he had practiced over the past 2 days swirled in his mind. The weight of mountains splitting, the fluidity of wave breaking, and the swiftness of thunderous lightning, like 3 pearls rolling within his palm, as he endeavored to weave them together with an invisible thread into a cohesive whole. Mountains cleave into bone, waves break into veins, and thunder rushes forth as the soul. He murmured to himself, his fingertips tracing ephemeral patterns upon his knees, delineating an entirely new path for the blade. As he rose once more, the moment he unsheathed his sword, the wind of the blade shifted dramatically. First came the formidable surge of the mountains, the blade's edge yet to touch its target, yet the ground beneath was already etched with intricate circles of fine cracks, causing even the ancient locust tree at the courtyard's corner to tremble, shedding a cascade of leaves. In a sudden shift, the fluidity of the waves followed. The wind of the blade, seemingly alive, winding its way along the bluestone slabs, the debris it stirred tracing an arc in midair, accurately striking the wooden stake a yard away. Before the stake could fall, the speed of thunder arrived like a flash of lightning. The sharp whistle of the blade, piercing the air, had yet to reverberate, and the stake had already split cleanly in 2, its severed ends as smooth as a mirror. Even the splinters reduced to dust. In that moment when the 3 styles converged, the radiance of the blade surged, casting a faint golden halo beneath the setting sun. The newly replaced stone mill in the courtyard was swept by this amalgamation of rigidity, softness, and swiftness. There was no earth-shattering roar. Instead, it began to crumble from within, swiftly transforming into a heap of powder. Even the bluestone slabs within 3 feet of the impact shattered into fragments, revealing the damp earth beneath. As Chu Fan sheathed his sword, not a speck of dust clung to its surface, yet the entire courtyard appeared as if ravaged by a tempest. The fractured stake, the shattered stone mill, and the sunken ground all exuded an overwhelming presence. Gazing at the chaos in the courtyard, his fingertips lightly tapped the hilt, his gaze gradually sharpening. Chu Fan could distinctly sense the unity of sword and intention, intention and energy, energy and strength, with each stroke of his blade. It felt as if he could rend the very fabric of reality before him. He closed his eyes, relying solely on touch to perceive the trajectory of the blade's wind. The weight of the mountains grounded the sword as steady as a rock. The fluidity of the waves allowed for seamless transitions, and the speed of thunder rendered each strike as swift as lightning. The 3 forces intertwined, embodying strength within softness, softness concealing swiftness, and swiftness containing strength, forming an inexhaustible momentum of the blade. It was not until the sun had sunk behind the western hills that Chu Fan returned the sword to its sheath. His palms glistened with a light sheen of sweat. Yet his mind remained clear. This newly forged technique, merging the essence of 3 sword styles, was not merely a combination of moves, but a profound connection of intention and energy, its power far surpassing that of old. This newly conceived sword technique, which he decided to name Sky Cleaving Sword Technique, embodied the might to shatter mountains, the speed of thunder, and the fluidity of surging waves. Under the intertwining forces, the technique balanced strength and softness, eternally flowing, and when unleashed, seemed capable of tearing apart the void before him, thus earning its name.